Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Born with a Broken Mind Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Well, I guess we should start from the beginning and fundamental truth. All men are not created equal. This world is full of the blessed and the damned, and we think their value is inherent based on things entirely out of their control. The most prominent example of this falls on the topic of the past 2 centuries, quirks. In the past 200 years, anomalies known as quirks have allowed individualized superpowers to manifest. All quirks have differences, and some are objectively more powerful than others. Around 20% of the population doesn't even have these quirks, with the percentages probably hovering at about 5% for the current generation. So, no, all men aren't created equal. How do I know? I've lived on both extremes of the spectrum. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's also Hidori Ryakan. At 14, my whole life went to hell, and now I'm proud to say that I've made my mark to help others and become a true hero. The hospital room's lights hummed above the 2 individuals waiting for the doctor to return. A slender woman with long green hair sat impatiently tapping her foot as a young boy, who couldn't be more than 5, was nearly vibrating in excitement next to her. The boy also had green hair, but his was a fluffy mess. In his hand, the child clutched an action figure of All Might, the #1 hero, the boy's dream. In the background, a documentary played to try to take their attention away from the wait. Quirks are now the #1 decider of what career a child will go into. Whether it be construction, accounting, or the prestigious hero, the path has been decided by the time the quirk is manifested at age. However, only those with the flashiest quirks see. 2 knocks prompted the woman to mute the television. Her son's results were finally here. A bald man in a lab coat entered the room with a clipboard and syringe. He had large circular glasses and a bushy, brownish-gray mustache. He moved to a chair opposite the 2 greenettes and slumped into the chair, not caring for his posture. Sorry for the wait, the results have come back. Mrs. Midoriya, we tested young Izuku for every quirk known in the book but focused on your telekinesis and his father's flame breath. After some lackluster results, we took x-rays and brain scans. He looks at the boy anxiously, waiting for the doctor to announce his findings. Sorry kid, it's probably not going to happen. You're quirkless. The mother watched as the giddy smile faded, and her son looked on in shock at what the doctor had spoken. When quirks were first discovered, plenty of research studies were conducted to find the source of these mutations. It was found to be the next step in human evolution. Your son, however, is a strange case. You see, most people with a quirk only have 1 joint in their pinky toe, this being a more streamlined version of the human body. The boy, however, has 2 joints in his toes, meaning he lacks this evolutionary change. We weren't certain at first with how rare it is to find these, but we believe that the boy will not develop a quirk. There was another anomaly as well. We found extra activity in his brain that was abnormal. After some scans, it seems more compact and denser than normally seen in a child his age. We believe your boy sadly does not possess a quirk and instead has some other mutation in his body. The mutation itself could be the cause of why the boy has developed the way he has. We are treading on some never-seen situations and thus need to be careful how we proceed. Sorry kid, but start looking into other passions than hero work. The doctor was blunt and didn't sugarcoat things for the distraught child in front of him. He was a quirk specialist, not someone who necessarily needed a suitable bedside manner, and it usually was only good news delivered. The 2 greenettes were left stunned in their seats. Quirklessness is a notably infrequent diagnosis. It was more common that the quirk was either dormant or invisible on the surface. The child faded out the rest of the conversation as the world crumbled around him. He felt a small prick in his arms and heard something about quirkless being more immunocompromised and needing more medical treatment. The only thing keeping him grounded was his mother's arm wrapped around him. The woman was currently fighting her inner worries. While she never harbored animosity towards the quirkless, their world treated them horribly. She wanted her son to live a happy life, but now people were going to start treating him like he wasn't even human. Quirks defined everything in this world, so those who didn't have one were nothing. She knew the world was cruel, and now Izuku would need to learn it for himself this early. The mother quickly turned and faced the doctor as he gathered his medical sheets. Thank you for your time today, Dr. Tsubasa. One last question. Is it possible that my son will develop something as he grows? Even though you seem confident in your diagnosis, developing a quirk later in life is more likely than pure quirklessness. I don't want to know the odds, but just if there is a chance. Her son needed hope, and even a slight chance would be enough for him to keep pushing. She knew he was a strong boy deep down. The child looked up at his mother, then turned to the mustachioed and awaited his response. There is a chance, though the probability of it is. You said no odds, so I won't give you the numbers. The best case we can see is that it would be something like your telekinesis of small objects, but the chance is minuscule at best. As a medical professional, I highly recommend looking into other passions. The doctor did look pained in his response. If you notice anything new, please be sure to inform us. I have had the liberty to have his files transferred to me, and I will take over as his primary physician. Many doctors have no experience with quirkless individuals, and I would like to watch this new mutation to ensure it doesn't become harmful. So, have him come by for a yearly checkup, and we will see what new comes about. Have a nice day. Thank you again, Dr. Tsubasa. Inko responded and bowed. The doctor left the hospital room and swiftly headed for his office, ignoring the calls from the nurses and other doctors around him. Once he entered the dark room, he closed and locked the door behind him, and looked over to his desk. One of his computer screens immediately turned on, with static snow seeming to corrupt the screen. It would have been ominous itself until a deep, menacing voice rang out to redefine the Well, Garaki, do you have something important to report? You seem to have urgency in wanting to speak with me. The doctor hurriedly went over to his desk chair to relay the information to the disembodied voice. Sir, I had a boy come into the hospital today for a quirk analysis. I sent you the file. He had both joints in his small toe, but his brain seemed to evolve beyond the point of the normal individual. He had the highest quantity of quirk genomes that I have seen since taking your data. I tried to determine his quirk and copy it into our reserves, but I wasn't successful. It seemed to have blocked me out somehow. I saw he had an intense heroic delusion, so I injected him with a high dose of quirk suppressant. Not enough to permanently damage his quirk, but enough to allow you to think about what to do with this child. I have changed his primary physician to myself and will continue injecting the suppressants until you decide. He could be dangerous. We may want to take him out now. The room was silent other than the skill-curling static emanating from the monitor. You were right in contacting me about this. An enigma in the fantastical society that we call normal. It would be a waste to lose what could be a valuable asset. Continue to watch from a distance and suppress his power. His confused dream of heroes will disappear as the world beats it out of him. Izuku Midoriya, what part will you play, and how can I break you? Izuku may be young, but he was very bright and quick to understand information. That's why he was staring down at his feet as he walked hand in hand with his mother on their way to the train station to head home. He was quirkless. He didn't have a power to let him fight villains and save people. After what happened earlier this year, Dad wouldn't be around anymore. Mom needed someone strong to protect her and make sure she was happy. She needed a hero, but he couldn't be that anymore. Izuku looked down at his action figure and felt a tear land on his hand. All Might always saved everyone with a smile and made people feel safe. Since they left the doctor, his mother tried to reassure him and make him feel good, but Izuku could see it in her eyes. She was worried for him. Maybe if he kept smiling, he could make his mom feel safe and happy instead of her worrying all the time. He couldn't find it in him to smile, however. When he got home, the boy watched his favorite All Might video again. The man carried so many people from the raging inferno. He thought about his chances of surviving without a quirk. It probably wasn't likely, but he knew he would still rush in without hesitation. As he watched, the tears began to fall anew. He just wanted to save people. But why couldn't he do it? Izuku heard the creak of the door from behind him. Turning to see the source, he saw Mom watching from a distance, worry present on her face. He was so lost and needed her to ground him like before. He needed her to help pull him out of his sadness. He needed her to save him. Inko held her son's hand as they headed to the train station. She watched him in grief, trying to cope with the news that he would probably never get a quirk. Quirkless or not, she always knew her boy would be special. The way he could learn and think so quickly was a testament to that, but now she wished that he wouldn't be as special anymore. She knew that the quirkless had faced intense discrimination, and many didn't end up living to adulthood. It was sickening to hear about it beforehand, but knowing her boy would have to live through it terrified her. A tear escaped her and fell onto her the hand she held. Inko didn't see a reaction from her son as he just continued to stare at his feet. She felt her determination flare up as she saw his sad face again. Helping him have a good life will be challenging, but Hisashi won't be coming back to her. It was on her to make sure he had the happiest life possible. She was determined to see him continue to smile. Their day was quiet, not much was said between them, both needing time to process everything. Inko had made some katsudon to cheer Izuku up slightly. Cash was tight, but today her boy needed everything to go right from her out. She was about to call him for dinner when she entered the computer room. It's been a few months since Hisashi went to the United States to work. She didn't want to tell Izuku about what actually happened. That day of the villain attack would be etched in her memory forever. Her Hisashi was gone, and it was up to her to take care of Izuku. He really didn't take the doctor's diagnosis well, and who could blame him? Deep down, she never really liked Izuku's plan to be a hero, but she would always try to support his dreams. Weirdly, she was relieved that he wouldn't be going into hero work. She couldn't bear to lose him too. She was being a little selfish, and she knew that, But Izuku was the only family she had left. She had friends and work, but nothing was as important as keeping her boy safe. That said, she wished he had gotten some Quirk to live with. She choked back tears as she saw the distraught face Izuku made when he turned to look at her. See, Mom? No matter how bad things get, there's always a smile on his face. The child looked at the screen and then back at his mother. Do you think that I can be a hero too? His world was in tatters. She could see that but couldn't bring herself to say the words he wanted to hear. She wanted to say that he could, that if he worked hard enough maybe, but more of her was scared that if he tried, she might never see him again. He needed hope, but she couldn't bear to lose him if he succeeded. She couldn't support it even though she wanted to make him feel better. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. She broke down, embracing her boy. His whole world was shattered, but he was still trying to pick up the pieces and grasp anything. Weeks passed, and Izuku remained someone who just seemed to go with the motions of the day. He couldn't see the positives in anything when all he wanted was stripped from him instantly. His mother had been doing her best to cheer him up, but Izuku couldn't feel it in himself to be happy again. He was content to stay like this for the rest of his life until he heard his mom crying. He was going to use the bathroom as he passed outside her room. He heard sobbing and his mother's voice talking to no one. Why couldn't I help you when you needed it? I failed you, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I wish I could give you my Quirk so that you could be happy. Again. Maybe then I would have been able to tell you could do it. Izuku was fine dealing with pain but couldn't bear to see him causing his mom to suffer. What kind of person could do that? What kind of hero? He hated to see how much she was hurting over him. Izuku wanted to be someone his mom could rely on, not someone who just burdened her. She needed him to be strong. Knocking on her door, he heard some sniffling as she tried to stop crying. The door opened slowly to show his mother trying to hide her distraught face. What's up, sweetie? She had tried not to have the waver in her voice that was still obviously present. Izuku would save her. The boy looked up into his mother's eyes and just hugged her. I love you, Mom. With that, she started to cry anew, returning her son's hug. He would do his best to make her life extraordinary. That's what a hero would do. That's what he would do as a hero. He may never be as happy as he would with a Quirk, but he would always have a sense of joy knowing how much his mother cared for him. Maybe he could work to be her hero. Maybe that would be enough. No, Izuku knew it wouldn't be enough. His love of heroes and Quirks was too strong, and the drive to become one was overpowering. Even after everything that broke him down, a small fire of defiance burned in his soul, pushing him towards it. Some small fragments of his dream were still clutched tightly by his heart, never to let go. It was as though he was meant to do it, his destiny. Now more than ever, as he held his crying mother, he knew he would do it. He would do it for her. So, he began to recover as well as he could. Smiling in the face of danger and despair was easier, knowing he was doing it for her. In this society, the Quirkless amounted to second-class citizens and only had the opportunity to get low-end jobs, so few people found it worth investing in them. Society was so enamored with Quirks, governments used them as information on identification cards. Whenever you needed to show an ID, the other person would already know your worth. People always liked to pick on others they saw as weaker, and having a none next to that Quirk section was an obvious sign. This was the life of the Quirkless. They were passed over for rescues, charged more at stores, and generally not welcome in many places. For Izuku, school was one of those places. The greenette looked out at his class from the front of the room. His last year had not been the best. They started to pick on him for it when the teachers weren't around. This is especially the case with his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, or as he called him, Kaken. Izuku could see the blonde smirk as the green-haired child couldn't stop fidgeting and maintain eye contact. Kaken knew he was weaker than him, so the blonde reveled in Izuku's discomfort. His teacher walked up, holding a slip of paper, and addressed the room. It has been brought to my attention that Midoriya doesn't have a Quirk and probably will never get one. Make sure you are all more careful around him because he can't be as strong as you. The greenette winced at the teacher, calling him out and saying he was weak. The nervous boy shuffled his way over to his spot next to Kaken. Though he picked on Izuku, to him, they were still friends. That's why it hurt when he heard the blonde's comment. I knew you were useless. Hope this finally proves to you that there is no way you could ever be better than me. Kaken has been like this for a while now. Since he was blessed with his Quirk, Explosion, he has always talked down to everyone, especially Izuku. Kaken is the best and makes sure that everyone knows it. The two children became friends because of their moms, but they also both love heroes, especially All Might. Kaken wants to become the #1 hero like All Might, to always win. Izuku, however, never cared about being the absolute best, he cared about saving people. They were friends, so it wasn't like Kaken was targeting him. Izuku always seemed to get on his nerves. One time Izuku had tried to help him out of a small stream after the blonde slipped off a log, but he just got angry and started yelling at him. It was how he got his first scar. His first of many. The classwork was easy for the greenette, but it was the only time he didn't have to worry about the others. Izuku didn't have many friends, meaning Kaken was his only one. It's not that he didn't try to make friends, but no one seemed to want to be associated with the kid that didn't have a quirk. The bell rang for recess, and Izuku slowly packed his things before heading outside, not wanting to be caught in the crowd. He was the last one out of the door and saw Kaken and his friends picking on one of the other kids on the far side of the playground. It was common for something like this to happen, but it was usually on Izuku. Even though Izuku never had anyone step in for him, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The greenette child ran in and spread his arms out, blocking the three from the boy on the ground. Kaken, stop this. You aren't being nice. The aggressive boy just looked at Izuku, stunned. It took him a second to recover, but his face turned menacing when he did. Kaken stomped up to the greenette and poked a finger into his chest, pushing the smaller boy back. So, you think you can act like a hero when you are quirkless? You think that you can act like you know better than me? It's perfect that you're quirkless. It proves just how worthless you are. I found out the kanji in your name and Deku are the same. Do you know what Deku means? Useless. Izuku took a step back as his friend was yelling at him. He felt scared. Why was his friend acting so mean to him? A nervous smile grew on his face, trying to beat back his fear. I will be a hero. The greenette recoiled as the blonde spit on him. No, you are and always will be a useless Deku. That's what you are. You couldn't even tell we're playing heroes and villains. Are you an idiot too? Oh well, if you wanted to play that badly, I guess you could join. He was the villain, so 'cause you're standing up for him, you are too. The boy cracked light explosions in his hands to look more threatening. The blonde threw a punch at the greenette and caused him to fall backward. The other two joined in and kicked and hit the quirkless boy as he cried on the ground. The boy previously being bullied ran away, screaming about not wanting to be with the freak. The teacher just sat down and watched it all happen. After feeling the familiar bruises and burns, Izuku heard his friend sneer above him. Stupid Deku, you can't become a hero without a cool butt quirk. Not when there are people like me as competition. Just give up on being a hero and act like the little pebble you are. Izuku weakly stood up and, with tears in his eyes, yelled out to the blonde. Kaken, why are you so mean? I thought we were friends. I'm going to be a hero. I'll help everyone with a smile like All Might Wadashta. The greenette tasted blood as a fist collided with his mouth, knocking him down again. Ha, you be like All Might? What can you do when you are just a worthless Deku? We were never friends. I can't associate myself with a weak loser like you. A hero always wins, and that's what I'm gonna do. The teacher said nothing about the bloodied boy when the kids came in from recess. She just sent him to the nurse and continued teaching. They gave his mom the excuse that he fell in the playground and made up stories. This was the first time he had experienced what the world was like to the quirkless. He didn't want her to have to worry, so he just agreed with the lies made up. He would endure this life to make his mom smile. The years passed, and it never got better for the greenette. Izuku was never without fresh bruises or scrapes. Most teachers did what they could to ignore him, and the students used him as target practice for their quirks. To keep from going insane, Izuku threw himself at his studies, tried to ignore his surroundings, and made it through each day in hell. If he finished his work early enough, he could take notes on the heroes he saw on his way to school or on the news. That was, if his classmates let him. Classes like P were the bane of Izuku's existence. He was either picked last or entirely excluded when there would be team sports. Even if the number of students was odd without him, people would rather play a man down than have the greenette. So he was forced to play on his own. Izuku was also better than many in his class at the exercises. His eyes seemed to track the movements of the ball, and he could quickly react. He was pretty much the best at dodgeball until it inevitably turned into, everyone pelt Deku until he cries ball. The gym teacher would only laugh and do nothing as the whole class would turn on the quirkless boy. Sometimes, the man would jump in and throw some at the boy too. It was pretty much like this for any class in any grade. When he came to school, Izuku expected bullying from his classmates and ignorance from his teachers. There were a few exceptions, but they just stood on the sidelines, never getting involved. His pain tolerance kept improving. Over time, it was like going through the motions. Sometimes, he wondered why the world had such a vendetta against him. All he wanted was to live life and grow up to save people like All Might and the other heroes. His mom's smile and his dream to become a hero were the only things keeping him going. The constant abuse in the greenette awoke a sense of stubbornness in his ideals. Izuku was going to become a hero. All the words of discouragement and pain he endured pushed him further. He was close to giving up so many times, but that fire inside him kept moving him forward. Even if he was quirkless, he would do what he could. Izuku knew that his greatest strength was his brain, but he couldn't do anything with it if his body couldn't keep up. He would do some physical training but focused more on endurance and fighting styles. He would pull up old videos of kickboxers and study them. His computer time slowly went from watching the same All Might video to watching fights and mimicking movements. Honestly, learning this would have been great for self-defense too. Except if the greenette ever fought back, he would be punished immensely. After he was old enough to be out on his own, Izuku would spend hours in the library reading. He would grab books on anything he was curious about, learning new subjects and absorbing all the knowledge he could get. If his brain was his strength, then Izuku would abuse the weapon he had. Soon enough, he was years ahead of school and was fluent in 3 languages by age. The information just seemed to stick quickly, and his library of knowledge continued to grow and expand. When he would run out of books to read for the week, he would work on his hobbies. He didn't have a quirk to train, or any friends, so his free time was taken up by a couple of activities that didn't specifically correlate with heroics. It's incredible how things once considered normal faded into obscurity in a world of superpowers. In total, there were 3 things Izuku did for fun. His favorite would be analyzing the quirks and heroes he had a chance to witness in action. He would write the information in his notebooks and at age 10, had 6 almost filled. Something about how each quirk worked differently got Izuku psyched up. Even though he didn't have one, he never felt intense envy toward others and their powers. Sure, he wanted a quirk more than anything, but it had to be his quirk. Anyone else's quirk was meant for them and no one else. A quirk couldn't be passed along. The notes he took were detailed and included general information about their quirks and any strengths and weaknesses that he noticed could be an issue. Izuku found that he enjoyed drawing when he tried to add sketches of each hero he saw. Taking some time at the library to read up on human anatomy and different styles of artwork, he began to take more time to sketch the heroes he saw and put more detail behind them. The greenette felt a sort of understanding of a person after he drew them. Their stance, the emotions on their face, and their general appearance gave him the first thread to understand their personalities. Izuku's favorite people to draw were All Might and his mom. He was able to show so much love coming from his mother and power coming from his idol. Sketching one of them had become one of the ways he calmed down after a ruthless day. The fridge was always covered in the drawings he gave to his mom. One thing that just randomly became a love for the greenette was music. Nothing seemed to be able to get his emotions across nearly as well as a beat and some notes. His mother was so proud that he was branching out and trying different things, so for his 11th birthday, she got Izuku his guitar to play. The greenette immediately started studying and practicing, finding an itch to learn and understand it quickly. It took him only a week of practice to begin playing it proficiently. The patterns and the rhythms and the notes danced around his head, and each new song was a puzzle for him to solve. His mother wasn't even surprised when she walked in from work one night and heard him already playing like he's known for years. Some nights the two would sit around and listen to Izuku play something he made up or found from the pre-Quirk era. She loved to hear him play, and soon it became a regular after-dinner activity. Some of the songs that her boy played had vocals that went with them. On occasion, he would get caught singing along. Izuku's voice was soft, but he would get louder if she sang with him. She told him that he had a beautiful voice that complemented his guitar. Izuku didn't think much of it, as his mom was trying to make him feel better. As the nights progressed, the boy became more confident and would serenade his mother with some of her favorite songs. Embarrassingly, some nights she would record him playing his music and posted it on the internet. He permitted her because she said she wanted to listen to his voice wherever she was. Izuku would bet she wanted to show off her son to her coworkers. Izuku would sometimes consider maybe trying to go and pursue a life in one of his hobbies, but he always returned to hero work. He was well aware of the danger and the option to go down other employment paths. Sure, he could be a police officer, but they were there to deal with non-quirk-related crimes and incidents, which were rarer now. If someone was going to commit a crime, they might as well use their quirk to help. Other than that, they just focused on paperwork and gathering evidence for the arrest and trial. While still a noble profession, he isn't directly helping people in danger. Medicine was out of the question, as he lacked a healing quirk and didn't have the qualifications to get into a good school. Also, the thought of Dr. Tsubasa still left a sour taste in his mouth. No, if he wanted to help people to make the world better, then becoming a hero was his best and only option. The years kept passing by, and Izuku continued to learn and grow. The green-haired child was almost done with his hero analysis for the future number 10. The notes he was taking continued to advance, and his sketches for the heroes were way more accurate. However, as his skills for analysis grew, so did his worry about security. He began to notice that while meant to be a harmless hobby, keeping his notes in notebooks could be a problem if anyone other than him tried to read them. They didn't have enough money to buy good ones, so the spines would begin to fall apart once he got to the end. Thus, Izuku began transferring and updating his notebooks to an encrypted digital file instead. The sketchbook allowed him to focus on his sketches and write the key points. He would scan his pictures at the library and put them into his document. Each entry made him feel closer and closer to his goal, despite the constant dismissal he got from his surroundings. The greenette didn't do too many favors for himself with how he acted at school. Izuku was too smart for his classes. His studying kept him at a higher level than the rest of his class and sometimes his teachers. He wasn't allowed to progress the grades faster because his mother thought that would hinder his social growth, much to the dismay of his teachers. To her credit, her son never brought up what exactly was going on in the classes, so Izuku sat in their classes bored and mumbling about quirks and made them all look stupid when he caught their mistakes. This wasn't too large of an issue until middle school when his teachers almost made it their mission to knock the boy down a peg or two. Aldra Middle School seemed especially rough to the quirkless, and Izuku's intelligence appeared to frustrate the faculty. Aldra never had a top hero come from the school, so attempt to increase enrollment, they focused all their time on the students with the flashiest and most powerful quirks, like Katsuki. This meant they did not enjoy it when a quirkless nobody was topping their academics and lowering their golden eggs. It all led to an increase in harassment against Izuku. The teachers usually turned a blind eye to the bullying, sometimes even encouraging it. He'd be blamed as the instigator and receive extra punishment while anyone else involved got off scot-free. Lying on the students' records was a small price to pay to bring down the boy who didn't deserve to be there. Izuku Midoriya tried to be the best mother she could, but she could only do so much. Her boy never told her what was wrong, constantly dismissing it as unimportant. She was so scared for him when he would show up from school with bruises and burns, but he would assure her it was just him being clumsy. She knew better. No one got those kinds of burns by accident. Her boy would always wave it off and say it didn't hurt. Izuku was a terrible liar, however. He could hide them, but sometimes she could still see him wince when he moved, and his voice always sounded insincere when it was brought up. During their talks, Izuku would always take the conversation away from school and throw it back on her to see how her work was or what new things he was learning at the library. She hoped the teachers cared for her boy and that he had some friends sticking up for him. She could always ask for a favor from her boss to check the place out. Izuku was interested in her work, but because she worked for Mr. Brave's hero agency. She became a receptionist at a small local hero agency a few years back, so he was enamored with her work. She would take him with her to see what was happening in the building a few times and meet some of the heroes there. Those were when she saw him at his truly happiest. His smile was so wide, and his eyes seemed to sparkle when he saw where a real hero worked. Even though he's been there more times than she could count, he still had that same joy whenever he stepped through the doors. Mr. Brave was a reasonably famous local hero, but his national standing was relatively low overall. That didn't matter to Izuku though he was a hero and helped people. It was hard being a single mother, but she did her best to make their home feel as safe as possible for her boy. She was on her own now that Hisashi was gone. He used to be the one to support the family and his job paid well, but that money has been long gone at this point. This meant for her to do the same. She needed to work most days and long hours. She only had a small amount of time with Izuku at breakfast and later at night when they would watch TV or play some music. Whenever they were together, though, they were both smiling. The long days at work were made easier when she could watch one of the videos of her son playing music. The videos didn't get many views online, but she never looked at them, making him famous, just as something he could use as a portfolio later, and a way she could hear her darling's beautiful voice on those more stressful nights. Even with the long hours she pulled, money was tight. The small apartment they were in wasn't the best, but she wanted to ensure they lived in a safe neighborhood. She always tried to get Izuku everything he wanted, but the All Might merchandise was expensive. She had to dip into the money she had saved for an emergency to get him the guitar, but she loved to hear him play, and he seemed to enjoy it. As he got into middle school, she got him a laptop. They were going to throw it away at the agency anyway, so they let her take it for the hero fanatic boy they all secretly and not so secretly adored. She knew her son had it rough, but she always hoped she made him feel loved. The doctor sat in his office looking over the file for the boy preparing for his annual visit coming this week. Based on my analysis, this boy has an extremely powerful mental quirk. He seems to have a mutated, more advanced form of his mother's quirk. Let's see, test shows strong emitter levels as well as mutation. His quirk seems to have increased his mental capacity and ability to take in information. He thinks and learns faster and remembers more. That was the mutation part. As for the emitter, he shows the signs of telekinesis with the possibility of telepathy. The levels of power from the tests are massive, and in general, these results have never been seen before, sir. The doctor had his quirk evolution theory confirmed with the information in his hands. Then it looks like we are ready to mold him into my newest pawn. Make the preparations for his next visit. The television went dark as the command was placed. Izuku Midoriya. I look forward to dissecting what makes you so special. The doctor put his notes down and went on to prepare. Izuku Midoriya entered his classroom on the first day of his last week of middle school. Thanks to his studying, he was at the top of his class without trying. He would half pay attention just in case a topic that he hadn't already taught himself came up, but that was extremely rare. His class typically gave him time to either sketch out the heroes he saw on the news in the morning or get further into the stack of books he had from the library. Izuku knew his teachers were not fans of him and just ignored him in class. His blatant ignoring of their lessons would have done them no harm, but his passing every test and acing them seemed to PSS them off. If he had to pin it on something, he would assume the teachers did not like a quirkless kid beating out all the students with potential. That's why all his teachers decided to try to give him the most challenging questions they could. So here he was, taking a final that was made 10 times more complicated than the rest of his class. Izuku had brought up how he didn't think it was fair that he was being tested differently from the others, but of course, it was brushed off. The excuse the greenette was given was that he had an unfair advantage because of all his studying. Izuku thought everyone else had an unfair advantage at anything else in life, so why was he being punished for taking the time to study outside of class? He didn't want to get in trouble again, though, so he didn't argue. It was becoming annoying being called out for nothing. However, he wrote all his answers in pen and had the teacher grade them in front of him to ensure they were not changed. He caught the teachers at one point trying to switch his answers up to force him to get a lower grade, so he took precautions and warned of the legal implications. His grades were the only thing he had to positively stand apart from everyone else, and he wouldn't have them sabotage that. He finished first, as always, and sat back down after the teacher reluctantly gave him a perfect score. Once in his seat, he began to sketch up some of the poses he remembered from the battle he saw earlier that morning. All Might was fighting a villain with a shock-absorbing quirk and one with a slime quirk. It was so cool, but the fight only lasted 3 punches with the guy who could absorb his hits. It seemed like there was a limit to his absorption level. It appeared that the slime villain got away in the mess. Villains have been surprisingly more active today. There were 3 times more news stories this morning than on the entirety of a regular Monday. Izuku didn't have much time to investigate the specific details of each story yet, but mentally reminded himself to make time for it later. All Might could get past the shock-absorbing quirk by overloading the force he put into the punches. The overwhelming power that he holds in his punches must be insane. I wonder what happened to the slime villain, though maybe he was able to escape through the so. His thoughts were cut off by the teacher hitting him in the head with his hand that stretched from his arm. Midoriya, there are still students taking the exam. You're distracting the class with that insensate scribbling, and I will not stand for this. Go to the principal's office. Midoriya bowed and apologized to the class before taking his things and heading to the principal. His sketching was honestly silent, and he knew that. The greenette learned that he shouldn't argue with the teacher about these wild accusations, or he would end up in more trouble. He had stopped muttering after nearly being expelled for his insane habit. That was a total mental switch for him, and he had to focus on catching himself on it for a while. He let his guard down when he was alone, though, and let his mind run free. This was just payback for getting a perfect on his final and not being able to do anything else about it. His walk to the principal's office was routine. They had no means of stringent punishments, but they stretched the rules as much as possible to milk the most out of it. Midoriya spent most days in detention to the point where he just showed up on days where he did not have it anyway. When he arrived, he gave the secretary a wave and took his usual seat until they were ready for him to go in. She was always pleasant to him, so this part of the day was welcomed. After making Midoriya wait for about 15 minutes, the door to the principal's office opened, and he was beckoned to enter. The man sitting opposite the teen could be described as portly. His skin was tan and wrinkly, with 2 tusks that protruded from under his comb-shaped mustache. Gensuchi Quirk Walrus. He had extensive observations of the man and could see why he never amounted to much more than a middle school principal. He could smell the desperation for a promotion from the school board practically oozing off him. Getting a student into UA would be his best chance to get there, and everyone saw Kaken as their golden ticket. Distracting class again, Midoriya? The principal barked as the boy took the seat that seemed to have been molded into his shape for how often he came here. Wanting to get this over with, he nodded and waited for his punishment to be dished out. He wished he could have just gone to a different school, but their finances wouldn't allow it. This school got most of its funds from taxes, so it didn't cost him to go there. Plus, based on his experiences, it would end up the same anywhere else he would go. People would look at him as a quirkless freak, and he would have to live through it again. The principal gave Izuku the same disgusted look that he was so used to. Everyone who knew of his quirklessness gave him that same look. It never stopped stinging. On finals week? Son, what could possibly make you think that your time is as valuable as anyone else's? No more, Midoriya. This is the last week I will have you as a student, and I look forward to not needing to have these conversations any longer, and Aldra Middle School will be rid of you. I have already warned the high school about your situation and the problems you cause, so don't think you can start off getting away with your antics again next year. I don't want to have to force teachers to stay after school the last week, so take this as a kindness that you won't be punished with detention this time. Instead, I want you here an hour before classes start the rest of the week so you can clean the bathrooms. We gave the normal cleaners some time off after I received word from your teacher. You know the time and place, so make sure you are here on time tomorrow morning. The principal had a mischievous grin on his face as he explained the punishment for the teen. Just be glad I am not suspending you for possibly harming the chances of a hero course candidate in your class. Katsuki Bakugo needs to show that he will be an amazing hero, and he can't be doing that with you distracting him. Now go, you are late for your next final. Hopefully, you can finish on time. He said that last line with a smirk as though this had all been a way to stall him. After making it to class, it took him 5 minutes to finish the following final. Midoriya was sick of being targeted. He never asked to be quirkless, but he was persecuted for it. The rest of the day, no more interruptions were made. The greenette just sat at his desk quietly with his thoughts. The testing for the day had been easy enough, but he knew to expect it to be graded harshly for his written portion. Anything with his opinion was taken as though it was automatically wrong. He wonders what it's like to be treated like Kaken. Everyone seemed to always be on his side no matter what, the opposite of Izuku. Speaking of Kaken, he had better get going. Izuku quickly gathered his stuff to leave, but he was too late. Katsuki Bakugo and his lackeys were waiting for him at the door. Little Deku, what a poor excuse for a human. Your interruption with Teach earlier almost made me get an answer wrong. You hold people back wherever you go, that doesn't sound like what a hero would do. Why can't you get it into that thick skull of yours? Never. So, stop it with these stupid notes and drawings. How can someone who is supposedly so smart be this idiotic? You're just gonna end up getting yourself killed. You know, you really pisses me off. Katsuki grabbed the sketchbook out of Midoriya's hands and burned it with a small explosion. He put a hand on the stuttering kid's shoulder. Sorry, Kaken? I didn't mean to distract you. The response was soft and timid. He still had issues with confrontation, and those explosions terrified him. The blonde always seemed to take advantage of this fact too. Deep down, he was extremely upset about his sketchbook. The hand placed on Midoriya's shoulder began to smoke as another burn was implanted onto his skin. He still found himself wincing at the familiar pain. One more of many that he hid from the world, the scars alone would haunt him. The phantom pain in his chest resurfaced as the new burns seared him. Midoriya then made the stupid move of trying to retrieve his sketchbook from the blonde. Bakugo put his other hand on his face and pushed the greenette to the ground. He was off balance and skidded backward, trying to get his footing until he inevitably fell, bashing his head on the chalk tray of the board behind him. His head was spinning from the pain, and he just sat there clutching it. Bakugo just scoffed and threw the burnt sketchbook back at the boy. Just pathetic. This school is already crappy enough. You really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard? Just give up already. The spiked blonde boy turned to leave the classroom before he stopped at the door and uttered the last words he would say to the boy on the ground for a long time. You know, if you really want to be a hero so bad, I have a solution for you. Just take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a heroic quirk in your next life. The tone of the room grew cold immediately. Did that really just happen? Did someone who wanted to be a hero just tell him to kill himself? And why did he not have a strong argument against it? The goons he was with looked shocked but still followed the angry boy. I'm just trying to help you out, Deku. This way, you won't feel the bitter sting of failure more than you already do. Now for your sake, you better hope I did better on these finals than you. I will not be anything but the best. I always win. If you tried to become a hero, that would be the outcome anyway. Bakugo said these final lines as he walked away with his friends, leaving behind a stunned Midoriya. Walking home from school that day, Midoriya was furious. He was leaving earlier than usual because there was no detention, but crowds were blocking his regular walk home, forcing him to make a detour. His sketches were ruined, only 2 usable pages were left that weren't charred. He still felt the sting of pain from the burns he had gotten today. They were all from the person he once thought of as a friend but grew to fear. Most importantly, he felt worthless and useless. He only had dinner with his mom to look forward to today. That, at least, would cheer him up a bit. Izuku was still trying to process the words that had been uttered to him earlier. What kind of hero would tell someone else to kill themselves? I can't believe that he would say that to me. Lost in his thoughts as he went into the tunnel on his detour, he was not paying attention when slime began to form out of the manhole behind him. I didn't even get a chance to look at the hero news to catch up on. His angry mutterings stopped as a large shadow overcame the light from the tunnel behind him. The greenette slowly turned around to see the slime villain All Might fought earlier loom over him and smile sinisterly. Looks like I stumbled on a nice medium-sized flesh suit. Now come here, boy, and don't struggle. Although the monster had told him to do those 2 things, Midoriya decided he should do the opposite. The greenette stepped backward quickly, trying to get away from this villain. However, he didn't correctly consider where he was and moved a bit too hastily. He tripped over his own feet and fell back, hitting his head on the tunnel wall. It was the same spot he had knocked against the board earlier, and the pain resurged and was horrible. This tumble gave the villain an opening to encase the boy and force his slime into the boy's mouth with ease. I need to get out of here. Who would have thought he would show up here of all places? The sludge villain said to no one as he began to wrap his gooey body around the boy. The boy was struggling to free himself from the sludge. He tried to claw the slime from his body, but it slipped through his fingers. He wasn't strong enough. Izuku realized he was going to pass out and probably die. Not enough oxygen made it to his brain to think straight, and he felt like his head would explode in pain. It felt like something had broken a dam and whatever was trapped behind began rushing through. Now, hold still and quit fighting. It's useless to try, my body is fluid. Suddenly the manhole cover shot in the air and startled the villain. Sheet! There's no need to fear, because I am here. Izuku felt a strong gale of wind as he began losing consciousness. He looked over to the source of the current and saw a large man with his fist extended. Might? It was the only thing he could get out before he finally passed out. What happened? He looked around, trying to figure out how he got to this place. He remembered he was in a tunnel, but now he didn't know where he was. Midoriya was confused as he found himself floating in what appeared to be a black abyss. The black, dark surroundings gradually brightened into a blinding green void. His entire body was slowly engulfed in the bright light as his head throbbed at the simultaneous voices. Hundreds of voices surged into his mind, and he was in agony. Then it was suddenly gone, the voices faded, and darkness returned, but a different kind of darkness familiar like when he first woke up from sleep. A quick and repeated patting on the side of his face was what he felt as he slowly came back to consciousness. Toshinori was crouched over the boy trying to get him to respond. The hero could tell that the boy didn't seem to be injured to the point of at least not being able to wake up. At least he didn't think the slime did too much damage to him. A little blood was coming from his head, but he wasn't critically injured. So, he was going to slap his face for another 10 seconds before shooting off to get someone. Medical attention was definitely not his strongest heroic attribute. Hey, kid, are you okay? Wake up, kid. This seemed to get a response from the boy as he slowly began to shift. Taking this as the boy was starting to wake, Toshinori saw the notebook and pen that fell out of his hand, quickly opened it, and signed his signature. At first, he was confused about how the book got so damaged but promptly dismissed it as part of his quirk. He could find 2 pages of good enough quality to leave his mark. Satisfied, he returned to the boy, crouched down, and resumed slapping his face. The boy's eyes slowly began to open and view the man crouched over him. Good thought we lost you there for a second. The number 1 hero bellowed as he stood up away from the greenette. Young one, I am sorry you got caught up in my fight. The sewer system in this town is so hard to navigate. As All Might said this, the boy's green eyes shot open and stared at him as though he couldn't believe what they were showing him. All Might. The boy was already up to his feet and speaking faster than what should be humanly possible. Thank you so much for saving me, sir. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor. You are my favorite hero, and I want to be just like you. Would you please give me an autograph? I should have a pen here somewhere. Did you already signed it? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Toshinori watched as the boy had a big fanboy moment and chuckled. The green-haired teen stiffly bowed over and over to the large blonde. Well, young Midoriya, I am glad you are safe, but I need to get this villain to the police so they can deal with the rest, and with that, I must take my leave. The boy looked disappointed as the pro was going to leave. There was not enough time for him to stick around when others needed help. The constant villain attacks were beginning to wear him out, and he had to be at his best for later. The man picked up the villain and secured it to his person, ensuring it wouldn't fall out as he traversed the city. Now, stand back. I'm taking off. He began to stretch himself for the short hop across the city. Ready to go, the giant just threw a wave, crouched, ready to leap away. As he jumped, the man felt relieved to reach the boy in time. He was the one who let the villain escape his grasp earlier, so if the boy got hurt, then it would have been his fault. That's when he noticed the extra weight on his right leg. Looking down, he saw the greenette clutching to his leg, wildly flailing at the speed they were going. Kid, what do you think you're doing? This is extremely dangerous. I love my fans, but this is ridiculous. Toshinori yelled back at the boy floundering around in the air as he held on for dear life. I'm so sorry B, but I have an important Q question I need you to answer. The greenette wailed back. His lips and eyes rippled due to the speed they were traveling. There was a brief moment the hero thought about just letting the boy fall, only to catch himself in his stupidity immediately after the thought passed. Toshinori angled himself and threw a punch to change their trajectory to land on one of the taller buildings and absorb the fall. He did his best to soften the fall and landed with more grace than someone his size should have. The boy immediately fell to his knees and looked like being on the ground was the greatest gift he had ever received. So, young Midoriya, what's so important that it was worth nearly losing your life with that risky move? His time was precious, especially today. Villains were out and people needed to be saved. All Might could tell the nerves were getting to this fanboy as he struggled to formulate his thoughts. Spit it out, boy. All Might, can I be a H-hero like you without a quirk? He was used to getting this question, though he knew from experience how disadvantaged the quirkless were. Ah, I see, have hero fever and want to get out there and help people? A noble cause. Sadly, hero work is too dangerous for some people to be able to do so effectively. As you could tell from the sludge attack, you endured. The boy looked bright, but intelligence is only one part of being a hero. It took a second for young Midoriya to respond. I'm pretty good at analysis though. I have watched heroes and villains use their quirks for nearly 10 years. I can use that to my advantage, right? I may not have a quirk, but I could still take out villains. I want to stand with a fearless smile that makes everyone feel safe, just like you. The teenager's eyes showed how much he wanted this as he pleaded with the hero, hoping to change his mind. Not good. Sure, his intelligence and analytic skills would be a great help in the field, but not being able to defend himself would effectively make him a liability to others. Being quick-witted won't be enough to save him from the harsh reality of those with dangerous and deadly quirks. Heroes like Eraserhead and Nizu weren't exceptions. Eraserhead stayed in the shadows and used hit-and-run tactics with his erasure but has also been training his fighting style since he was a young child. He is a professional at what he does and can shut down the truly deadly quirks when fighting. Nizu wasn't a hero on the front lines, and if he did show up, his mind would have already given him the answer to shut down anything he came across, not to mention those teeth. Nizu's intelligence was a borderline premonition. It was like seeing his sidekick when he talked to the mouse, dog, burp, president. Being intelligent wasn't enough to save this child. He couldn't give the boy false hope and get himself killed. He needed to be forward about this. It will hurt, but it will help him in the long run. I stand by what I said earlier. You would sadly put yourself in too much danger to allow me to tell you that what you want to hear. I'm sorry, but you cannot be a hero. In combat, you have no good means to defend yourself or others, and while analysis is a key part of hero work, it has to be backed up by something else. Boy, I will tell you a secret that I don't let out for fear of causing panic. There is plenty of fear hidden behind this smile. It is a brave face to make others feel safe. This job isn't easy, even for me. One wrong move could be disastrous. Pro heroes always risk their lives, but some villains can't be defeated without powers, and throwing yourself at them would be suicide. So no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. He doesn't hold back. The boy needs to know the stakes of the job. It's not something just anyone could do. I see. Toshinori saw this defeat in the boy's eyes, but failure in his eyes was better than no life at all. You want to help people? There are other paths. You would be better off trying to do something more in the background, like being a detective or a doctor. Or if working with heroes is your ambition, then going into a hero school support course would be a good next step. These, too, are noble professions that society also needs, and you would be able to help from the background where it is safe. I am sorry, young Midoriya, but it is time for you to give up on these dreams of heroics. It's not bad to have a dream, but make sure they are obtainable, realistic. Understand that this is to help you in the long run. Now be. His explanation was interrupted by the sound of an explosion and then another. More villains. I will have to go and give aid as well as turn this villain into the authorities. Good luck, young Midoriya. I am leaving as a hero would. The conversation played back as he believed he had done the right thing. He had stopped a villain and saved a child. Young Midoriya, it is just too dangerous for you to jump in the fray. I hope you understand that I am just trying to help you. He knew better than most what it was like to try to be a hero when quirkless. His master was the only reason he could help all these people. The thought of his master brought his mind to why he was here in Yuzutafu rather than his regular patrol in Tokyo. All for one. Gran said they might have found the location where he had been hiding. The raid would be tonight. A mountain not too far from the city. That's where he would throw down with true evil. Izuku just stood there on the top of the roof for what felt like hours. All Might, not you too. Slowly making his way home, Midoriya was at the lowest point that he had ever been. Even All Might said it. Damn it. Deep down you knew it. You knew it but kept trying to prove that you weren't useless. What a futile attempt. If the #1 hero who encouraged everyone didn't think he was worth it, that was it. His dream of being a hero and helping others with a smile disappeared. The boy shed tears but uttered no noise as he went home, head pounding with a much more intense headache than earlier. It was late, and his mom was supposed to be home soon. He turned the key to their apartment and walked in. Worthless. I really am a useless Deku, like Kaken says. You know what you could do to be a real hero? Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a hero's quirk in the next life. Kaken's last words to him echoed in his head. His heart curled as he felt he was just a burden to everyone. His mind shifted to his mom. She would be devastated, but he also knew that money was tight, and it was hard for them to get by. Maybe he should get a job and help with the bills. It wasn't like he needed the extra time for school. He walked over to their television and turned it on to hear the news. He prepared the kitchen for his mother to come and cook with him. Hero agencies around Yuzutafu and all of Japan have been attacked. A coordinated villain attack was placed, and many heroes and civilians were injured. From the recent reports, the agencies of Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Waterhose were attacked. In a sad turn of events, the heroes, Waterhose, were killed in their fight with the villain, Muscular. The villain was able to escape and is still at large. He was wounded in the fight. The reporter turned away from the camera as a new sheet was shown being handed to him on camera. Izuku turned from the cabinet as a sense of dread pooled in his gut. This just in, Mr. Brave's agency has been attacked and set ablaze. Damages are currently unknown, but the fire is intense. We will get you more information on this incident as soon as we are informed. The greenette froze at the words and dropped the pan he had been holding. Seconds later, Izuku rushed out the door and sprinted to the agency. It was halfway across town, but he needed to get there. Maybe his mom had already left for the day and was heading home. He had to find out. He had to know. He called and called as he ran, but she wouldn't pick up. He never ran so far and so fast in his life. He stopped calling about 1,000 feet away when he saw the light from the blaze. Shock took over, but his body decided he needed to get closer. He kept moving closer and closer, arms extended towards the building, only to be held back by the police. His ears were ringing, his head was throbbing, and all he could do was scream for his mom. Tsukachi was having a rough day, and it was only 6 p.m. Villains were running rampant across all of Japan. They were primarily low-level threats, but a few big names came through and did a lot of damage. Now, the 4th Hero Agency has been attacked in the last hour by a different mystery villain. The carnage was terrifying. The villain that attacked simply walked into the lobby, created a large mass of cerulean flames, and left the way he came. The entry was charred, and anyone there had burns, primarily 2nd and 3rd degree burns. The only person not so lucky was the receptionist, whose body was assumed to be at the center of the attack. She was given emergency medical treatment, but the damage was too much. All of the security feeds were cut as soon as the blaze began. He had no solid leads, and the villain just seemed to disappear as if it was never there in the first place. He took time to speak to the wounded, but he couldn't get a good description. This was going to be one of those stressful cases, and he knew it. What made it worse was a teenager who came barreling up to the police line hysterically screaming for his mom. The kid wasn't responding to any of the officers who tried to calm him down and ask her name. The detective understood the boy was terrified, but he couldn't just stay here screaming. He just wanted to know that his mother was okay, but the amount of worry put him in a frenzy. Mr. Brave showed up panting and slightly charred as he and a few other heroes and the fire team were able to evacuate the rest of the building. When this happened, he had been helping at another agency that was attacked in an attempt to help there. He looked like he was ready to collapse from exhaustion. Brave, you need to take a break. You got everyone out and saved all the lives you could. By our scope of the scene, it seems only one casualty occurred during this entire event. The receptionist was burned too badly. It looks like she took the main brunt of the attack. The detective calmly debriefed the hero on what happened. He still looked utterly defeated. One casualty is too much, Tsukachi. I should have been here. He's seen it on many heroes' faces. He was facing the consequences of utter defeat and was trying to move on. Maybe helping this boy find his mother would get him out of this thought. Brave, do you know whose kid that is? He's not responding to my officers, and I'd like to get him reunited with his family and get this scene back under control. Tsukachi was trying to get as much done as possible and knew that it was dangerous for a young teenager to be here, but he wasn't responding to his men, and maybe he had a connection with the hero. The expression on Brave's face was enough to let Tsukachi know his long day of dealing with things wasn't over yet. That's Izuku Midoriya, my receptionist Inko Midoriya's son. She was a single mother. You said she was the one casualty, didn't you? Mr. Brave asked that last question, and Tsukachi immediately felt horrible for the boy. Now his day seemed full of rainbows and unicorns compared to what this kid was about to go through. He turned to look at the boy, and the teen stared back with a haunted face as if he already knew. She's not responsive. Brave put a hand on the detective's shoulder. I'll break the news to him. I was the one that failed his family today. I met him a few times and he loves heroes, so it may dull the blow if I do it. The hero sighed. I hate this part of the job. The detective just gave a nod. It never got easier when they had to give their condolences. He wanted this to be something that could take Mr. Brave out of his depressed state, but now it just made him feel worse about everything. Tsukachi watched from a distance as the boy looked at Mr. Brave as he walked up and crouched down at the boy, who at this point was on his knees. Tsukachi saw the life in the teen's green eyes evaporate as the news hit him. There was only a moment of pause before the kid went unconscious in shock. After checking up on the boy with the paramedics, it was determined that the greenette would be fine. In addition to the shock, some fresh head trauma needed to be treated. Tsukachi picked up the kid and put him in his car after he was properly cared for. There wasn't enough room in the ambulances with all of the injured, and the boy just needed to rest for a bit. After shutting the door, he turned to Brave. The hero seemed lost in thought, staring at the car door. No one knew where this boy would end up, but teenagers were always the hardest to find homes for. Hopefully, there was some family for him to stay with for a few more years until he was fit to be on his own. He would catch the villain that did this and ensure that whomever they were paid for the harm they caused. He was going to have a long night of drinking in the company of Toshinori, reminiscing the events of this night. Toshinori, today was his big raid against All for One. He wanted to join the hero but was told it would be too dangerous to tag along. He hoped he was okay or able to get backup if he called for it. Wait, any hero around wouldn't be able to provide backup because of all the villain attacks. This was all coordinated by him. Distract everyone from the actual situation. He called Gran Torino on his phone and hoped for an update, but the phone went to voicemail. Toshi was strong, but he couldn't help but worry for his best friend. Izuku was almost smiling as the hero would have saved the day and was going to tell him the news that his mother was alive. He knew she was probably hurt, but he was about to tell him good news. That's what heroes do. They save people and keep families together. Then he saw the look on the hero's face. Watching the burning, he finally snapped. His world just stopped. All Might could smile despite all the fear he felt inside. The words that left the hero's throat felt like the world could only continue to play this cruel joke on the greenette. Izuku felt his own throat shut tight, breathing became difficult, and he was terrified. He was so scared and alone. He had lost everything in one night, and his mind went blank as he passed out with a frown etched on his now unmoving face. There would never be a day worse than this. He dreamed in his unconsciousness, but it was only a wish that had been lost to time. The words just kept repeating. You never got a chance to tell me, Mom. I was going to prove it to you, but you never got to see it. You could never tell me the words I needed to hear from you. Izuku found himself in a familiar dark abyss. No matter where he turned, all he saw was black. He clutched his head and tried to put everything together. What happened? He was here earlier, wasn't he? Where was this? Where was he? Why did everything hurt? He opened his eyes to see the area around him begin to glow into green flashes of his memories playing out in front of him. The image of the doctor flashed in front of him. Sorry, kid, it's probably not going to happen. It immediately shattered, and then he saw his childhood with Kaken. You know what Deku means? Useless. That's what you are. The image shifted to his confrontation with the boy earlier. You know, if you really want to be a hero so bad, I have a solution for you. Just take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a heroic quirk in your next life. The image shattered, transforming into the video he had adored for so long. All Might, the #1 hero, appeared from an inferno after saving so many people and laughing as he rose. Never fear. For I am here. The image distorted itself. The hero's smile glitched back and forth from smile to frown. The scenery shifted to the hero now on top of a building, looking down at the boy, disappointed. So no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. I am sorry, young Midoriya, but it is time for you to give up on these dreams of heroics. The image of his disappointment stayed for a second until it shattered to pieces. Izuku was forced to relive some of the worst moments in his life, plenty of which he had just experienced. He screamed, pleading for it to stop. The glow in front of him faded, but a more subtle green light appeared behind him. He slowly turned his head to see the figure of his mother smiling down at him with tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. His shocked face at the visage of his mother before him had him breaking down again. He remembered the blue inferno that he ran up to and the words from Mr. Brave. No, you can't be gone. I was going to be your hero. I was going to make sure your life was amazing like you deserved. The greenette screamed into the void surrounding him and clutched his hair. He was sobbing at this point but was brought out when he felt a light touch on his cheek. Tilting his head up, he could see his mother's crying and smiling face. Shoo. It's okay, my precious little Izuku. I'm sorry I couldn't be here for you after everything you have endured. If there were a way for me to give you my quirk, I would have done it in a heartbeat to spare you from all this pain. You don't realize how much you made my life worth it. Your father would be so proud of the man you are growing up to be. I'm still sorry for keeping that from you for so long. My fears of you hurting yourself as a hero didn't stop you. There was so much that I wanted to tell you. Izuku, you can be a hero. You could have done it even before without a quirk. I know it. Being here now and seeing you, I can see you will be amazing. You have incredible power, son, and I know you will use it well. Be safe, my little Izuku. I love you so much, and I'm sorry for leaving you like this. Do me one last favor. Try not to lose yourself and play nice music for me when you can. I love you. Goodbye, Izuku. She smiled as her image slowly began to glow into a bright emerald. No, Mom, don't leave. Please. I need you. But it was too late. Izuku watched helplessly as his mother faded into a bright emerald light. The dark surrounding also brightened into a blinding emerald light, and when it was too much for Izuku to keep looking, it instantly faded, and his eyes fluttered open. Izuku woke up from being unconscious for the second time today. He felt dehydrated, probably from all his crying. The boy was confused to find himself wrapped in a blanket and lying on something plush. Was he in the back seat of a car? Reaching up, he could feel bandages. Did he get hurt somehow? The greenette had too many questions and no answers. His head throbbed, but he still tried to sit up and look out the window. He could see the now charred Hero Agency. The fire looked to have just recently been extinguished. As he looked through the window, he noticed his reflection. Bright, emerald, glowing eyes stared back at him. Izuku freaked out and fell backward onto his back as he covered his eyes with his hands, not knowing what was happening. As he closed his eyes, he thought back to his dream. The vision of his mother felt so real, so vivid. She told him to be a hero. She said it, but it wasn't her, it was him going crazy. Izuku felt tears roll down his cheeks as an overpowering sense of loneliness crashed down on him. His mother was gone. The only person to show him love and decency wouldn't be able to see him grow and support him. For the first time in his life, Izuku truly had no one. After taking a second to compose himself, the greenette sat back up. His eyes returned to the usual dull green, but even he could see the life had left them. Izuku sighed and made a grab for the door handle, only to find nothing there, nor was there a way to get to the front seats. Suddenly his brain was overloading, taking in his surroundings and trying to come to a conclusion. Izuku wasn't just in a car, he was in a police car. Remembering back, the police kept him from rushing into the rescue scene. Did he break some law? Was he going to prison? No, he was handcuffed or restrained in any way. Plus, he was given this blanket. Did they usually do this for people they had in custody? Going to scratch his head, the boy noticed he was bandaged. When did he get injured? Everything wasn't making sense as the boy leaned back against the seat and finally looked past his reflection. He saw a man with a beige trench coat looking through his notes on his notepad and walking towards the car. No real uniform means he wasn't a typical officer. The way he looked at the reports showed he was analyzing and examining the information. A detective, most likely. The man looked up from his notes and made eye contact with the boy in the car. Izuku noticed that he put a small fake smile on his face. He was attempting to make the boy feel more comfortable. That means he wasn't under arrest. They had no reason to try and comfort a criminal. A minor headache returned to the greenette as he felt his brain was way more active than he was used to. Was this some side effect of a concussion? He seemed to have sped up a processor in his head, and all the information around him connected. The assumed detective opened the car's back door and motioned for the greenette to feel free to step out. The man looked down at the boy and sighed, looking at the destroyed building and then back to Izuku. Hey there. I hope you haven't been awake for long. You had passed out earlier, and after the paramedics checked you out, we were short on safe places to have you rest. The stress and shock of the situation seemed to put you over the edge. My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Can I ask you for your name? The detective was putting on his best act to try and keep Izuku calm. The greenette was still emotionally processing precisely what had happened, so he felt like trying to be logical about everything for a while. Izuku got to thinking. The detective must have gotten his name from Mr. Brave. If not, the boy noticed his school ID on the man's clipboard. Was he trying to check to make sure his brain was working right? Maybe seeing if there was any sign of trauma or amnesia. My name is Izuku Midoriya, sir. What do I do now? Their eyes were locked when he responded. Izuku noticed a subtle rotation of the detective's iris. A quirk? Maybe he was using the question for multiple purposes. Perhaps a quirk that can act as a lie detector? The detective could be trying to set up a basis for a truthful response so that he could tell if the boy was lying. Izuku didn't have enough information to confirm that, but it would make sense of his position. In any case, it was an excellent quirk for a detective if he did have it. The trench coat-wearing man averted his eyes and sighed as he looked up to the sky. I'll have to look into your file, but we will hopefully get you to a family member. Until then, we'll have you stay at a care center for refugees of villain attacks. We'll drop off my notes at the precinct and pick up your file while we're there. Then we'll head to your home, pick up some of your things, and head to the center. I'll come by to check in with you tomorrow morning, and we will go over your options then. Mr. Brave and I are working on this, but he's a bit preoccupied currently, so it will mostly be me. The detective seemed to understand that Izuku wanted the information to be presented as it was and blunt. He appreciated the detective for this but honestly didn't care what happened next. Izuku didn't have anything left. This teen's best option would be foster care, but after they looked at his file, he wouldn't stand a chance. Not only would they see the many marks on his school record, but worse, they would see that he was quirkless. This world was full of quirk elitists, and even those who said they weren't still harbored an opinion that they were either weak and needed protection or were just unlucky. No family would want to introduce a 14-year-old lowlife into their home. No matter where he went, his life would be torture. He would probably end up on the street and have to try to make it on his own, if he even wanted to anymore. It was strange to hear, "we," come out of the detective's voice. The man obviously had better things to do than chauffeur an orphan around. Izuku wasn't even worth the time. He should just head home, and well, maybe it was time for him to decide. I see. Thank you for the information. If you give me the address to this care center, I can go back to my apartment to pick up my things. I'll head there after I'm done. I don't want to cause you any more work for tonight. Izuku just wanted to be alone. To grieve, at this point, he didn't even know what he wanted to do, but talking definitely was not it. He met the detective's eyes only to receive a questioning look. Well, I can tell you are lying about going there after you get your things, so I don't think I'll let you do that. My quirk is called lie detector, so I would refrain from attempting that in the future. You are also giving me a break from the hectic mess I have right now. So, let me wrap up this quickly, and then we will get going, Midoriya. Well, he at least called the quirk. He really didn't want to take up this man's time. The guy honestly seemed really busy and important. Plus, he already knew it was a waste, he had no other family, and they wouldn't want to take him even if he did. The drive was quiet. Naomasa didn't blame the boy for wanting silence. He made a few attempts at small talk, but the boy shut down the conversations quickly. He understood that he wouldn't be able to relate to what the boy was going through, but he couldn't stand by and not try to help the teen. He half expected the boy to bolt from the car when he got to the precinct, but after returning with his file, he found the boy still sitting in the car. The demeanor gave off that he didn't care anymore. That in itself would have been concerning, but it just ended up adding to everything else that didn't make Naomasa leap for joy. The drive to his apartment made him realize the living situation that this boy was living in. The part of town that they lived in was not the worst, but it was not the safest of areas. His apartment was small. Enough room for 2 small bedrooms, 1 bath, and 1 slightly larger room that acted as a kitchen, laundry room, and living area. It should have felt cramped if not for the lack of furniture and appliances. They used wooden folding chairs, and the sofa looked like it had been thrown away. There wouldn't be much for him to have to take with him at this rate. Naomasa kept feeling worse for the boy as he learned more and more about him. He hadn't even begun looking at his file yet, which was scary in itself, about 3 inches thick. Midoriya addressed the detective as he was led in by the greenette. It wasn't always like this, but money kept getting tighter and tighter. Mom did her best, but we had to move to a smaller place. I should have gotten a job to help out, but I guess I was being extra selfish. I'll grab my things. It shouldn't take long. Help yourself to whatever. The greenette walked into one of the bedrooms where an All Might placard that said Izuku was hung on the door. Naomasa followed as he entered the room. With everything that happened, the detective wanted to be sure the kid wouldn't just take off and run. He was met with an impressive amount of All Might staring back at him. Midoriya was frozen after taking a step in. Well, it was good that the kid seemed interested in something. Mr. Brave did mention something about the kid liking heroes. Ah, it looks like you have quite the collection of All Might merchandise. I take it you're a fan. I can understand why. He and I had worked together on many occasions, and he leaves quite an impression. Toshi really did inspire others. Naomasa didn't think he would ever be the lead detective from Uzudafu PD but climbed the ranks with his friend's encouragement. With everything going on with him tonight, he wished he could be sure his friend was okay. He sure does. This was the only response from the boy as he entered the room with a large garbage bag grabbing specific pieces of his collection. He seemed slightly disgusted to see it, but after losing his mother, things weren't the same for the boy. You don't need to grab everything. I'll have some people come by and take the rest of your belongings to a storage facility until we get you to your new home. Tsukachi didn't take note of the boy's discomfort and, instead, began to look over his file. Izuku Midoriya. Age height 5 feet 5 inches quirk, none. The detective reread the line. This kid was quirkless. Well, that made him pity this boy even more. He knew the suicide rates of quirkless individuals. It sickened him to see so much loss from something no one could control. Flipping through the file pages, Naomasa saw page after page of write-ups from Aldra Middle School. There were records of fights, disrupting class, and other negative remarks. The school seemed to be trying to paint this kid's demeanor as some abomination of a student, but the detective prided himself on his judge of character, and this kid seemed nothing like what this record showed. Hey Midoriya, I have a question. The boy emerged from the bathroom and looked at the detective questioningly. Midoriya's eyes flicked down to the file in his hands, and then his emotions briefly flashed from concern to what seemed to be indifference as though he had already accepted his fate. Naomasa flipped through the reports again and looked back up at him. Did you start any of these fights at school? Midoriya paused and mulled it over for a second before responding. The file says I did. I got into a lot of trouble at school. Naomasa looked at him with concern. The boy was quick-witted, that's for sure, but his phrasing was obviously him trying to get past lie detector. That's not what I asked. Did you personally do anything to warrant these kinds of write-ups? The greenette seemed to shift uncomfortably under the detective's watch. And no, I didn't, but it doesn't matter. He then turned around and returned to what he was doing, obviously uncomfortable talking about this. His statement rang true, however. It looked like he was going to have to put through an investigation into this Aldra school system. This caused a big issue. With him being not just quirkless but shown to have a history of fighting, it would be hard to get him into the foster system in a good family. Reading on, the detective learned that his father had also died in a villain attack nearly a decade back. He would have to hope someone like a grandparent or aunt would be willing to take him in. Midoriya had left the bathroom with a backpack, trash bag, and a guitar case, and it looked like he was ready to go. The detective closed his file, stood from the chair he had unfolded and sat in while waiting. Midoriya, do you know any family members that you have that I could get in contact with? The boy just sadly shook his head. My mother was the last living family that I had. At least, that's what she told me. I only learned about my father a few years ago. Tsukachi mentally cursed. This was getting close to the worst-case scenario for this kid, and he hated that nothing seemed to go his way. This boy no longer had any family to call his own anymore. What else could this boy have gone through in his life? That's okay, we'll have to help you find a new one. You won't have to be alone for long. Let's get you to where you will be staying tonight. The detective didn't know how to respond to the kid appropriately, but he didn't think he said the right thing in this scenario and cursed that Toshi's awkwardness was rubbing off on him. The kid turned to him with a questioning look. Why don't you just hand my case to CPS? This isn't part of your job. He walked over and gently placed a hand on the greenette's fluffy head. I guess I want to make sure you are taking care of myself. It doesn't sit right, risking your file getting lost in the shuffle. There was a sense of general distrust emanating from Midoriya, but Tsukachi couldn't blame the kid. After all, they had just met. By the time the detective had made it home, it was nearing midnight. He was exhausted, to say the least. He hadn't heard from Toshi, which was concerning, but he was the #1 hero for a reason. What really took it out of him wasn't the colossal case placed on him, it was this boy. He didn't understand how someone could have the world seem to push him down so much. He was tempted to put in the papers to adopt the boy himself, but it wouldn't work out with his schedule and responsibilities. Midoriya needed a constant support system that Naomasa really couldn't provide. The detective would get a few hours of sleep for the night and start looking for something early in the morning. He was no use, brain dead from exhaustion. To him, his phone rings. A slight grumble was involuntarily emitted as he turned to the cursed object of his occupation. It was much easier just to go back to sleep, but he had his dead sense of duty, so he reached over and picked up the phone. Tsukachi, he stated with apparent agitation to whoever called him this early. Sir, I'm sorry to wake you, but we had another incident. An apartment complex was set ablaze, similar to the agency of Mr. Brave. The epicenter was at the Midoriya residence, the woman who had died in the incident earlier. He was already out of his bed and getting ready. What the hell was up with this kid? Alright, I'm on my way. The drive was quiet and smooth, with few people out at this hour. It took him about 20 minutes, but he finally arrived at the scene. The entire apartment building was like black and char. Everything about this didn't make sense. Why was this family being targeted? This had no way of being a coincidence. At first, the attack on the agency seemed to line up with the other attacks earlier, but this villain had targeted this family. Did he use the carnage earlier as camouflage? This might have been a quirkist BSRD who took things way too far. The issue is that there are no promising leads as to who this could be. They only had to go off of the powerful blue flames. After an hour at the scene, the detective left, knowing he had nothing else to gain. No one else got hurt and evacuated in time, so that was a positive. The low hum of his car in the early morning was ignored as Naomasa tried to piece together just what the hell was happening. Call him a worrier, but he just knew he wouldn't be able to get any more sleep until he knew that Midoriya was at least safe. The detective was on autopilot when he parked his car once again in front of the facility he had left not 6 hours prior. 10 minutes passed inside the building, culminating with him sprinting out and back into his car. Instantly he put out an APB for a green-haired 14-year-old. Izuku Midoriya was somewhere out there, alone. Word of him being quirkless had spread quickly throughout the facility, and the other clients practically forced him to flee. The camera footage showed him beaten and having somewhat of a limp as he bolted out the door with his things. It had only been a half hour since he had been dropped off. The detective made sure to let the facility director know how many laws they had all broken when they handled the situation. The fear and sweat from her were only a slight satisfaction to the said cop. They first tried to push the blame on him for dropping off a quirkless person at their facility, but that was quickly depleted once he replied that he left them a kid, a human, with nowhere else to turn. Now they were going to have to deal with the consequences, both legal and mental, of what happened because of it. Izuku was cold and alone. It was an eventuality that he had expected to happen. He was hoping that he would have some time to recover, though. No matter the situation, no one would put up with a quirkless crumb. He was in pain and exhausted. The greenette tried to go home, but when he saw the familiar blue flames, he turned and ran in the opposite direction. He had no home, money, or anyone to help him. Izuku was upset that he had trusted the detective. He had an inkling of hope that the man cared, but the place he took him to was not meant for people like him. He was cold, but he found a parking garage to tuck himself away in and slept with his backpack as a pillow and a hoodie as a blanket. His dreams were nothing but nightmares of blue fire. Izuku sat in the alleyway, holding himself, trying to keep the warmth from escaping to the cool spring air. The rush of people walking about on the Friday evening home from work kept him from moving around. It was another failed day in finding a place to earn money. Most businesses kicked him out after he had to reveal he was quirkless. The week had honestly been absolute hell. In his mind, Izuku always feared that his life would end up like this. After the detective took him back to his old apartment to pick up some things, everything pointed to this inevitable outcome. He grabbed his most expensive hero merch and, luckily, was able to pawn it off to get some cash. If he was smart, he could probably make the money last a month, but that was about it. The greenette stared out the streets from the shadows and watched the people that walked by. They all still had a home to go to, no one to go back to. His mind flashed back to those blue flames that took everything from him. The bile rose to his throat as the vision of his mother disappearing returned to him. The smile she gave him as she faded from existence was etched forever on the inside of his eyes. Izuku clutched his head as he tried to forget. His constant headache spiked, and the boy was in agony. He looked out to the street, hoping someone would help him. No one stopped, and no heroes arrived. Some made direct eye contact with the boy as they walked past, engrossed in their conversations, and he listened to their worthless excuses. Excuse here, insult there. The greenette could hear them all with perfect clarity but swore it was playing in his head and not his ears. He felt that he could listen to everyone all at once. Poor kid, a hero will come by to help him. Gross, I saw that kid trying to get a job earlier. I heard he was quirkless. Was he the kid that the police were looking for? Words of disdain and complacency met the boy's already crippled self-worth. Everywhere was the same. Even the care center that was supposed to keep him safe cast him out like he was some freak. The instant the staff learned of his status, they pushed harsh prejudice on him. It slipped to the other clients of the facility, and a near riot broke out. They questioned why a quirkless freak should take away their limited supplies when they could go to someone with a quirk. Why was he here if he didn't have worth? That Tsukachi guy at least tried to put on the face of someone that cared. Even now, there was a search for him. The detectives seemed to be putting in a lot of effort for someone who obviously didn't deserve it. Izuku rationalized that the man wanted to get scum like him off the street. All the teen was a burden. Kaken was right, he was useless. The sun dipped as the early evening progressed. The crowds had thinned out, and now he was alone with his thoughts. Izuku stood from the ground, hobbled out of the alleyway, and began moving again throughout the city. He was just wandering, there was no destination he had planned out. For nights had passed, with him only getting lower and lower. His mother's words rang out in his head. Do me one last favor. Try not to lose yourself. The boy stopped in place and shook as he felt his body tremble in sadness. He tilted his head up to the sky, and to no one spoke aloud. Mom, I'm sorry. I lost myself so long ago. There's nothing left here for a freak like me. Passing an electronics store, the news announced the search for the boy again. They were still trying to find him. Great, now everyone's time was being wasted on him. Why did he only cause problems for people? The thoughts of what his world was flashed through his head. When his friend had turned against him. Ha, you be like All Might? What can you do when you are just a worthless Deku? We were never friends. I can't associate myself with a weak loser like you. When he was forced to face the society he lived in. No more, Midoriya. You need to learn your place in the social hierarchy, stay quiet, and quit getting in people's way. When his hero had crushed his will. So no, I don't think you can be a hero without a quirk. I am sorry, young Midoriya, but it is time for you to give up on these dreams of heroics. When he was left alone in this world. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. What am I even fighting for anymore? I'm sorry, Mo. I'm so sorry. He put up his hood and walked with his head down. As he walked, his migraine flared up again. More voices seemed to fade in and out as he just wanted everything to be quiet. Izuku just wanted all the pain to stop. He couldn't keep it up any longer. Tonight it all came to an end. Izuku's phone felt heavy in his pocket. The device had been off since he discovered people were searching for him. He could have just tossed it, but it seemed like a waste. Maybe someone would get something out of it when it was left behind. The greenette approached the fire escape of a tall building with access to an alley. As if it was a last-ditch effort to call for help, he turned the phone on and began to scale the building. The boy slowly ascended, thinking about whether this was the right thing to do or if he should turn back now. Each time his mind answered quickly, it was inevitable. Climbing onto the rooftop, the boy finally looked down at his phone. All that greeted him was the last picture he had taken with his mother, the two smiling together. It looked like he got a few messages from Kaken, but he didn't need to read them to know they were more insults. The blonde said it himself with words and actions. They weren't friends. If they were, he would have been pulling him back instead of pushing him farther away. Kaken. Looking at the name made him sick that he still saw the blonde as a friend after everything. Despite all the bullying and torture the greenette went through, he never had the strength to change the name on his phone. Well, at least the blonde would be happy that he finally listened to him. Izuku took off his backpack and laid it and his guitar case next to the door that gave access to the roof. The area seemed familiar for some reason, but then it clicked. Oh. So, I came back here. I guess it's ironic that the place where all might ended my dreams would be where I would end up. I must have subconsciously thought this was the best place. He looked at his phone one last time at the contact he had opened. Without thinking, Izuku sent off a message. Then in one last attempt at strength, he changed the contact's name. He didn't have to worry about being alone anymore. He already knew it was true. The phone fell to the concrete as he began climbing the fence at the roof's edge. The city looked peaceful. The sun had set, and the lights illuminated the urban environment. It would have been a beautiful sight if Izuku was anyone else. With one last deep breath, he was ready for all the suffering to end. The instant he was meant to be falling, he felt his body crumple into the fence as a migraine burst to life with extreme vigor. He could see a bright emerald light through his eyelids as he held back a scream of pain. Hundreds, if not thousands, of voices erupted in his mind. His thoughts were distorted, and none of it was cohesive. It all hurt so much. Izuku couldn't hold it back, and he screamed to the sky. Stop it. Please stop it. Stop. Just leave me alone. He pushed off the building and felt his body begin its descent. All but one of the voices vanished instantly as suddenly his attention was brought to the building across the street where a child was leaning out of his window and crying to the stars. Mommy, Daddy, why'd you leave me alone? The boy couldn't have been older than 5. He had brown hair and wore a yellow-horned red cap that was too large for his head. He was leaning out of a window, straining to try to make any plea that the world could hear would hear. Then as the boy tried to reach out to the sky, he slipped and fell out of the window. In an instant, it was as though something whirred to life in Izuku, and he felt his body move. It was amazing that he didn't notice earlier, but his fall had ended, and his body hung aloft in midair. The greenette rocketed himself toward the boy, not realizing what was happening. He only knew that he wasn't going to let someone else die. No! He was already below the boy from his falling and shot off to intercept him. An emerald glow encased his body as he urged himself to go faster and make it in time. He was close and stretched out his arm to catch the kid. He met the scared eyes of the boy and yelled, "I'll catch you." Then everything stopped. In his arms, Izuku found the scared young boy clutching his shirt. In the air, the two boys floated, encased in the same green light. Their surroundings were illuminated with their glow. Instantly, Izuku looked around, trying to find the person that saved them, and saw no one but them. Suddenly the impossible thought jumped into his head. Was he doing this? The two boys were floating in the air over the street below. How was this possible? The boy was too young to have a quirk, so it must have been him, but it didn't make sense. Izuku looked down at the boy now in his arms. He was crying, shaking, and scared, but he also looked relieved as he looked up at the teen who had caught him. The greenette smiled, trying to mask his mental freakout at what had happened. Was he flying? He tried to bring all of the confidence he had hidden somewhere and tried to calm the child down. Hey, we're okay now. You don't need to be scared anymore. Let's get you back up to your room. He looked up the few stories he had to travel as the boy began crying into his shoulder. The question was, how did he work this power? He narrowed his eyes at the open window and did what felt natural. Maybe if he thought about moving up? Suddenly he felt the slight rush of air as the two ascended. Izuku tried to aim for the window but accidentally flew backward into the wall several times before finally getting it right. The young brunette still seemed to be shaken after the fall. Izuku didn't feel right leaving him. He also didn't like the idea of being caught trespassing here. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? He waited for a response and got the young boy to shake his head. The greenette felt relief as he could see that the boy was at least physically fine. Well, that's good. I'm glad that I could get to you on time. Why don't you? He stopped himself after remembering the voice he had heard earlier. It couldn't have been this kid's, could it have? He just flew in the sky, so honestly, anything was possible at this point. Just in case more crazy stuff was happening, he would have to be careful. Do you have someone here taking care of you? The boy with the red hat sniffled and shifted uncomfortably. My aunt is staying here on until I have to move in with her soon. Alright, good. There was someone here that could handle this situation. The kid probably felt much safer with his family than with some stranger. I see. Well, maybe you should go get her. We can talk about what happened with her. Izuku really didn't want this to look worse than it was. I mean, he was in a random child's room. You're still glowing. The younger boy replied. The greenette looked down to see that not only was he indeed still producing this emerald light, but he was also still airborne. Oh shoot, how do I turn this thing off? Light off. Izuku started to rotate in the air and was trying to do everything he could to stop. Nothing seemed to work. Honestly, he could see the kid holding back a tiny smile from how ridiculous he must look. The greenette shut his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate on turning off whatever was happening. A moment later, he could feel gravity win against his body, and he face-planted into the hardwood. He turned it off, which means he was the one who turned it on. Izuku noticed a few pieces of trash from his position on the ground. Tempting fate, he focused on it and watched as the litter lifted off the ground and moved closer to the trash can. It was then that his mind shorted out. Everything he had been told in life was a lie. He had a quirk. He went through all of that suffering as quirkless but, in all actuality, had a quirk hidden away. How could the doctor have missed this? He shouldn't have had to endure all that treatment. He could be a hero. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. No, he shouldn't have had to deal with that in any case, quirked or quirkless. No one should have had to go through that. After everything, did he still want to be a hero? Was he still holding on to any of those broken pieces of his childhood dream? These thoughts could wait until later as he turned his focus back to the child. Izuku picked himself up off the ground and looked at the kid. The greenette tried to give a comforting smile, but he couldn't. Hey kid, everything will be okay now. Let's dash. At that moment, the kid's eyes met Izuku's, and all he could see was fury. Whatever amusement the brunette gained from his antics was gone. Everything isn't okay. Why do stupid heroes have to exist? The boy sat down on his bed and started openly sobbing. It didn't seem like he particularly wanted to get his aunt, which posed a problem for the green-haired teen. Izuku knew that he shouldn't stay. It would look bad on him to be found in this kid's room, a stranger that flew in the window. Peter Pan was not a good look for real life. He should leave, but he couldn't find it in himself. The child was hurting, and although no one was there to help Izuku in the way he needed it, maybe he could be that person for this younger boy. Do you mind if I sit down with you? No response came from the boy. Izuku instead just crouched down so that he was at eye level with him. My name is Izuku. I hope I didn't scare you too much, but I couldn't let you fall after seeing you. Also, I'm no hero, just someone who wanted to help someone else. Izuku tried to calm the boy down. He couldn't understand how someone his age wasn't enamored by heroes. It just didn't make sense for the former super fan. Why don't you like heroes? The young boy wiped some tears, and the anger returned to his eyes. None of your business. His statement was short and harbored a lot of animosity. The greenette's following words just seemed to escape his mouth before he could even think it through properly. Was it because of your parents? He mentally scolded himself when he saw the kid flinch way to be subtle about it. The fury returned, and the response seemed to be coated in venom. How do you know? I never said anything about them. Izuku put his hands up to look non-threatening and tried to navigate this landmine of a topic slowly. Whoa, sorry to hit that sensitive topic. I know you didn't say anything about it, but when you said your aunt was taking care of you, I figured it was a reason. He swore he heard this kid crying out his window to them. The teen slowed his talking and tried to keep his voice low. He knew what it felt like to be where this kid was. I know you feel alone right now, and while I am a poor excuse of a replacement, you have me for a little bit to at least talk to. You also have a family willing to take you in and care for you. I should have asked earlier, but what's your name? I want to talk with you about some things. The little boy shifted around. My name's Kota. Mommy and Daddy aren't coming back anymore. I keep being told that what they did was so great, but all they did was leave me. At that, he started crying again. What did your parents do? Izuku felt a hero didn't show up in time to save them, which is why he didn't like heroes. They were heroes. Water hose. Why would they die for someone else and leave me alone? Kota was having a hard time catching his breath. The revelation hit Izuku hard. He didn't hate heroes because they didn't help him but because his parents being heroes took them away from him. Kota, listen. I saw what your parents did, and you are right, leaving you alone shouldn't have happened. But they also saved so many families and kids like you from losing their parents. I wish there was someone like them there to save my family. Your parents had enough faith in you to be strong, so they could live on through you. They believed that you were going to do amazing things. Parents always think of their children first, so I'm sure they hate to have been forced to make that choice. Izuku put his hand on Kota's knee, causing the boy to look up at him, confused. Why? Why are you helping me? The greenette stood up and pushed slightly down on the brim of Kota's hat. Well, because you helped me. It's only fair. The child looked up, confused. My mom also died earlier this week in the villain attacks. She was at work and her building got set on fire. She was gone before I could say goodbye. Every day since I wished a hero was there to save her, they were all too busy. Every day I wish that she was still here. She was all that I had. You have your aunt, but I don't have anyone else. I'm kinda jealous. I don't have a place to call home, and up till now, I didn't have anything else to fight for. I nearly gave up. At this, Izuku looked out the window at the building he was nearly about to jump from. He turned back to the boy and stared into his eyes. But then I saw you in danger. Something in me forced my perspective towards that. In my heart, nothing else mattered but saving you. That and this conversation pulled me out of a really bad place. You're going to hate me for saying this, but you saved my life. You are my hero, Koda. You saved me just like your parents saved so many others. Koda's face turned from confused to stunned hearing those words, but Izuku continued. Fate has made you my hero today, even if I was the one to catch you. You saved my life even more than I did yours. After saying these words, Izuku tried to smile at him but still wasn't able. He hoped his eyes conveyed his emotion well enough. Koda looked shocked and a little embarrassed. He looked down at the ground, seemingly unable to maintain eye contact with the teen who had just told him his tragic story. Izuku thought this was the end of their conversation and stood up before turning at the sound of the child's voice. Thank you, Mr. Izuku, for saving me when I needed someone. The teen patted the boy on his head and held his hand out for him. Just Izuku and Koda, thank you. Let's get your aunt and explain what happened before she calls the cops on me. Koda hesitated but then took his hand. Why is the world so mean to us? The greenette stared off toward a wall as he pondered the question. The two started to make their way to the door as he gave his response. I was wondering the same thing a little while ago. Sure, everyone has to deal with hard times, but some people get it way worse than others. After talking to you, I think I have an answer, though. The people who are put down the most by the world will be the people who change it. So now I have a new mission, to be there for people who feel like us. I'll do that, and why don't you focus on becoming that strong kid that your parents saw? You and I can Dash. The door in front of them opened, and a paw shot out and knocked the greenette unconscious. Okay, so maybe she freaked out a little too much. She heard a crash and voices coming from Koda's room. Shino heard footsteps heading toward the door she was currently leaning against and acted before she could ask any questions. She threw the door open and punched the first thing she saw above hip height. A teenager with a mop of green hair was knocked out instantly. In her defense, with the mass villain attacks that took place all over Japan this past week, she and every other hero in the country were on high alert. Due to the number of attacks, even remote heroes like the Pussycats were brought in to help keep the peace in the metropolitan areas. All Might hadn't been doing hero work, and she had lost her cousin. So, to say she was stressed was an understatement. Shino was the closest relative to Koda. Even though she wasn't exactly his aunt, she would still act like one to him. She and the other Pussycats surely could care for one boy. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that she had no clue how to raise a kid. This is why when she heard the scream and crying from Koda's room, all that stress came pouring back. Instincts she didn't even know she had, mixed with her years as a hero, propelled her actions. It wasn't until Koda began to yell at her that she noticed it was just a boy that she just threw a nasty haymaker at. Auntie Shino, what the hell? Koda screamed as he went over to the unconscious boy. He just saved my life. I fell out the window and he caught me. We were about to come out and tell you. Oof, that was gonna leave a nasty shiner on the kid. Koda, I'm sorry, but I was trying to keep you safe. When I heard a stranger's voice in your room, my instincts took over, and I needed to protect my kitten. She knelt beside the teen whom she had just clobbered as she would a hardcore villain. The hit looked like it knocked him unconscious and the green glow around him faded. The kid looked like he would be okay, but she would call an ambulance just in case. Then, her mind registered the last thing that Koda had said. Wait, what do you mean fell out the window? Koda looked away, visibly both embarrassed and worried, but recounted what had happened just a few minutes prior. Shino took a deep breath and processed precisely what had happened. Koda fell out of the window of the 8th story of the building and was saved by this stranger's miraculous act, who not only saved him but also calmed him down. That was the same person who was now lying unconscious on the ground. Shino called for an ambulance and sent Koda off to get an ice pack out of the freezer. She moved the teen over to the couch to begin a proper medical examination. She could tell with her quirk that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with his brain. If anything, it was operating better than anyone she'd connected with. It was at this point that she winced at what she saw. The teen was in bad shape before she knocked him out cold. Burns and scars littered his body. A concerningly large one was centered on his chest. The physical damage was one thing, but that didn't even touch the fact that it looked like he hadn't been eating as he should. Koda looked over the side of the couch, his eyes flickering between all the marks. She took the ice pack from him and applied it to his now swollen eye. What are all those marks? She silently scolded herself for being so rough and not assessing the situation thoroughly. The ambulance she called should be here shortly, and now that she knew he was stable, some of her panic dissipated. The boy would be out for at least 5 more minutes based on his size and condition. Her hand gently moved over the large starburst scar on his chest and somehow caused the unconscious greenette to wince and turn away. Please don't punch me again, cat lady. The green-haired boy seemed to mutter as he placed his hand over the ice pack currently covering his eye. The sudden shifting in the boy seemed to startle Koda, who jumped and doused him with cold water using his quirk. Since when did that manifest? Just as Kota jumped, so did the green teen. Kota, be careful there's. The boy cut himself off as he looked over in her direction. Amandale from the Wild Wild Pussycats? What are you doing in Kota's home? Sure, Kota had explained what had happened to him, but those scars don't just happen. Shino couldn't put her finger on why, but she felt something was wrong with how skittish the green-haired boy was. His eyes seemed to dart around, looking to flee, which wasn't normal behavior for an innocent teen. I should be asking you that, boy. Her threatening tone had the same ferocity of a lion staring down its prey. He took that hit way too well, meaning she needed to keep her guard up. She positioned herself in a defensive stance in front of Kota. Shino may not have been the most intimidating of people unlike Yuara, but she had her moments. This was not one of those, though, as Kota clambered up her back and loudly introduced her in the cutest way possible. Izuku, this is my Auntie Shino. She's normally really nice but is trying to be scary right now. She also punched you really hard. Auntie Shino, this is Izuku, my new friend. Kota assured the boy, who looked back at the toddler and looked relieved to see him. At that introduction, however, realization dawned on the boy's face and prompted him to try to bow and apologize for the intrusion. His movements were sudden, and his arms moved to clutch his head from the obvious pain he was feeling. Izuku. Where had she heard that name before? She couldn't remember why, but her uneasy feeling from earlier returned. She quickly took out her phone and messaged the other pussycats that she and Kota were fine and that she would explain the rest later. She gave them a quick message in case she needed backup before having punched a child. They'd be showing up at any minute, and she knew she would have to hold Yuara back before he did more damage to the boy. That man was too protective and passionate. Sighing before stepping forward and helping steady Izuku, Shino looked at the swollen eye again. Izuku, was it? Why don't you try and take it easy for a bit? I hit you pretty hard. Shino sat the boy down on the couch across from the seat she planned on taking. Her eyes went back to Sirius as Kota moved up to sit next to him, offering a towel for the slightly soaked teen. Now that I know you are okay, why don't you start explaining why you were in Kota's room? But dash. She gave Kota a look that shut him up and ensured he wouldn't interrupt. Shino wanted to be thorough, and Kota was only 4. The green-haired boy looked timid, like he was trying to process each syllable before speaking. Why was he so nervous? Was it because she was a hero? Well, I was across the street and I just saw Kota falling out his window. While he was talking, a nervous stutter came through in his voice, but the heroine also noticed his eyes began to have a faint glow flickering in and out. The boy continued, not seeming to recognize he was doing this. She would be on guard if he decided to activate a quirk. My body acted before I could realize and then I saved him and brought him back to his room. We were able to see come out and see you. You were there for that. He looked shocked at the words coming from his mouth, as if he couldn't believe them himself. The story was far-fetched but also corroborated what Kota had said earlier. She felt the tension die slightly but never dropped her guard. She didn't know his quirk, and something was still going on. Well, then, I should apologize for punching you earlier. You could have given me a better warning of what happened. She almost pouted at the teen before resigning, seeing the distraught look on his face. But I jumped to conclusions. It's been very stressful for heroes this week. Thank you for saving Kota. I don't know why he was out his window, but I'm glad he's safe. At this, she bowed back at the boy, who immediately waved his arms and tried to stop her from apologizing. He seemed so polite, but why was he still nervous? And no need to apologize. I'm sorry for not letting you know sooner. He just seemed like he needed someone to talk to that's been through similar stuff. I'm just glad I could get to him in time. Kota smiled at the mystery boy as Izuku patted his head comfortably. The words she had told Kota earlier that week were ringing in her mind. Kota, about your mommy and daddy, water hose? It's true that they ended up leaving you. But they saved so many people today. I'm sure you'll meet someone someday, and then you'll understand. Someone who'll risk their life to save you. Someone who will be his hero, she said quietly as she looked at the 2 boys. She cleared her throat to grab their attention. Well, the ambulance should be here soon to get you checked out. I did a quick checkup on you, but the hospital will get you cleared. It also seems you haven't had a decent meal or shower for a bit, so you can get that taken care of too. I'll cover the bills because it was our fault you got hurt. The boy looked shocked and scared at the implication of an ambulance. I'm okay. I don't want to be a bother. I have been through a bit worse, so I'll be fine. I can just get out of here. He goes to stand up but is a little wobbly at the top. Whoa, hey, what did I say? Take it easy. She caught and supported the teenager until he was stable on his feet. Hey, don't worry, the doctors will be gentle and make sure that you are okay. Then you can go home to your family. Kota looked sad as the boy's face went dark, and he avoided eye contact. She found this odd. Did the kid have a rough home life? That would make sense with all of the bruises and scars. Something wasn't adding up. His words echoed back in Shino's mind. Just seemed like he needed someone to talk to that's been through similar stuff. Her face paled as she put the name and the situation together. How had she not realized it earlier? Izuku, what were you doing out this late at night? She asked calmly but firmly. The greenette went still. She was right. This was the boy that Detective Tsukachi had been trying to locate. You don't have anywhere to go, do you? Izuku, wait, stay here. I have to make a call. The other pussycats are on their way here, so I need to update them on the situation. You can stay with us for the night. She had to contact Tsukachi. Shino hated to go behind the boy's back like this, but the man's been looking nonstop for the kid. She stood up and dialed the number into her phone when the teen spoke up again, hands clutching his head. They can't help me, and the detective's a really busy man to be spending time worrying about me. When you call him, please tell him to stop. I appreciate it, but I'm not worth his time. No one wanted me around, and I'm not going to keep being a burden to anyone. I'll be fine on my own. His eyes were glowing green but held a sad and broken expression. That was 100% in her head, but he seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. Had he just read her mind? The report said he was a quirkless boy, but then he had saved Koda too. And ended up in the 8th floor apartment. I'm sorry for causing all this hassle and invading your privacy. I didn't mean to. It just sort of happened. I don't can know how to control it. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm just going to go. The teen was slowly backing himself away from them. It was subtle, but she noticed it and began moving closer. Izuku, hold on now. Stay safe, Koda, and don't give up. Thank you for helping me. After a quick bow from the teen, he sprints back into Koda's room, ignoring any calls for him to stop. Shino entered the room just in time to see the crazy kid jump out the window. Izuku, no. Suddenly a bright emerald light grew below the window as she watched Izuku fly across the street, bouncing from roof to roof. She tried to mentally connect with him and urge him to come back and get help, but he kept going until the small green light faded. Not quirkless. The apartment door burst open with the 3 remaining wild pussycats jumping into the room and posing. Where is this intruder so that I may introduce him to true pain? Tiger had been there only 3 seconds and was ready to go all out. You guys just missed him, he just flew off. She should have realized he could do that if he saved Koda from falling. Shino looked at Tiger with concern present on her face. And you don't need to introduce him to true pain. It looks like he's been dealing with that particular brand of pain for a while now. I need to call the detective, and then I'll fill everyone in on what happened. When the detective arrived, Shino recounted what she saw and what she was told. There was surprise and skepticism in the officer's eyes, but after a complete description of the teen was given, he claimed there was no doubt that it was him. The telepath put Koda to bed as the late night dragged on, and when she returned, Tsukachi revealed Izuku's story to the cats. It hurt. It hurt her to know just what this Midoriya had lived through. 2 hours had passed since the boy had entered her nephew's room, and she was just told the most heartbreaking story. She had seen the burns, bruises, and scars. She had seen the lifeless eyes that seemed to want to hide. Shino had seen a young boy who knew true pain and suffered for nearly his entire life. The hero was still grieving her lost cousin, but this boy was grieving the loss of his whole world. The pussycats were in town for another few days, and all unanimously decided they would join the search for the boy. Search and rescue were their specialty, and even though they weren't used to operating in an urban setting rather than their routine patrol, they were determined to find this kid. Shino would save the boy who saved Koda. What kind of heroes would just let this boy be on his own? It was the Tuesday of his last week of middle school. After this, he only needed to get through high school, and he would finally be able to get to the school of his dreams, the alma mater of his hero, All Might. His path was set for UA University. He was ready to do what it took to be the best hero the world had ever seen. If only there weren't that one person who kept pushing him back, mocking him of his dream. He worked hard in all his classes, but no matter what he did, he couldn't stay at the top of his class. That DMN nerd. Katsuki Bakugo was the academic number 2 in his class, and it infuriated him. He was the best in everything else at this DMN school, but the nerd just had to beat him at grades. That Demon Deku, with his shitty attitude and weak spirit, beat him out at something. Although he never said anything, he was sure the nerd was happy to top him in grades. Deku probably got off thinking he was worth something because he had this over the blonde. The explosive teen was light years ahead of him when it came to everything else that mattered, and that should have been a hint to where he was supposed to be. He needed Deku to learn his place, and that was at the bottom of the totem pole. It wouldn't have been so bad if he were to accept the fate that the world chose for him, but no, he had to go out of his way to ruin things for others with more potential. The dumbest thing was him thinking he could actually become a hero. Someone with no power could never be a hero, they could never win Demon Deku. Katsuki was furious that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't outsmart Deku. If he didn't know that the boy was quirkless, he would have bet that the nerd had some DMN intelligence quirk. The piece of sheet obviously looked down on the rest of his class, not even trying and still beating everyone. That's what actually frustrated Katsuki. The nerd didn't even have to pay attention in class. He didn't need to put in any effort. He would mutter about heroes and quirks in his corner, well, until the teacher and Principal Blubber forced him to stop. The blonde had to admit that the nerd freaked him out with how quickly he could dissect a hero and villain. He was glad the usually useless staff at the school at least did something right. The way the teacher yelled at Deku yesterday almost made him skip a question. He didn't know what had caused the teacher to lash out, but he knew it was definitely Deku's fault. He would make sure he put him in his place before he scratched more drawings about all the villain attacks yesterday, even though he barely noticed it. The teachers were shitty, but they were good to the blonde. The bell rang, signifying the start of class, jolting him out of his angry thoughts. Everyone was in their seats, ready for their first test, except for the quirkless nerd. Weird, Deku was never late. Not that he would know, he doesn't care enough about that nerd to notice that he never missed a day of school in the last 6 years. The teacher looked over to the empty desk and smirked. He didn't even try to hide that he was looking forward to a class without the nerd. Whatever, he would be here by second PRD. Deku didn't show up at school that day. Maybe that idiot finally listened to him and made sure that Katsuki was the undisputed best at the school. He probably thought that deliberately failing a final would be enough for the blonde to pass him. That just set Katsuki off even more. The demon nerd didn't think he was smart enough to beat him on his own. Oh, he was going to teach Deku a lesson for looking down on him. He didn't show up on Wednesday either. He's probably just sick. The weak butt Deku probably had a weak butt immune system too. Even though he can't remember the boy ever getting sick before, but why else would he not be here? Take a swan dive off the roof. No, the thought left his head almost as suddenly as it entered. That nerd was too into becoming a hero to actually listen to him, and Deku never listened to him. Out of everything he told that loser, that wouldn't have been the thing he listened to. He was probably too busy nerding out on all the hero activity there has been recently. Yeah, that's probably it. Plus, he would never do that to Auntie Inko. The boy smirked and focused on his tests. He'll show Deku how much better he is. The day went well, and the loser didn't even cross his mind once. His walk home had him grinning as his teacher told him there was no way Deku could have a higher GPA than him. They had no plans of letting him take his missed tests for any reason. While that seemed slightly unfair, they would have done the same for anyone who missed. Other than that kid who had to see the doctor for his quirk, but he had a doctor's note. When Katsuki got home from class that day, he walked in and announced his promotion to the household. I'm finally the undisputed #1 student in my class. I have taken my rightful spot as the top candidate in the school. He got no response, which was strange. Usually, the old hag would have been congratulating him by now, or his wimp of a father would have wanted to celebrate this. He heard a crash from the living room and marched over there. He walked into the living room to see his parents staring at the television. They looked frozen in shock. The bowl the hag had been stirring was on the ground, and his father's pencil was snapped on the table. Were you that shocked, or did you not hear? That was when Katsuki finally started to listen to what was coming from the television. For those just tuning in, we were informed of the total damage that occurred during the villain onslaught. 2 days ago, villains went rampant across all of Japan. Today we grieve the loss of the hero duo Waterhose. They saved many people in their fight with the villain Muscular and caused him to retreat as more heroes arrived at the scene. Although many were injured in yesterday's attacks, there was only one civilian casualty. Izuku Midoriya was declared dead after the villain attack at Mr. Brave's agency. She leaves behind her son Izuku Midoriya, who has gone missing since the attack. Police are asking if anyone sees or has information on this boy to please report it to the authorities. What? No, Andy can't be gone. Katsuki ran to his room and slid down his door, stunned. What about the nerd though? Devanti is gone, then where did he go? Why did he care? No, he didn't really care. The blonde didn't do anything wrong. Right? You know what you could do to be a real hero? Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a hero's quirk in the next life. He couldn't dismiss the thoughts this time. Tears began to fall down his face as the realization came to him. What has he done? The rest of the week passed in a blur, and it was his last day of middle school. The news kept mentioning the missing teen, but the world just seemed to ignore it and let it fade into the background. His classes kept going, and no one acted like anything was different. Everyone acted like the stuttering boy never existed in the first place. It set him off. His friend, academic rival went missing, and no one gave a shit. Since he first got the news, he was distracted, so his finals didn't go as well as the previous days. He still had no doubt he would get the highest score, but what was the point if the nerd wasn't here to make him work for it? The cops had come into the school on that Thursday and talked with Teach, Principal Blubber, and the students. The questions from the police didn't make him feel better. They asked if the teen had any friends or if he knew anywhere Deku would go. No one knew the answer, and the lead detective's quirk caught many people in lies. When it was Katsuki's turn to be questioned, his typical fiery attitude smoldered into indifference. He answered with what he could, but he knew nothing about the teen. He knew nothing about the person that was once so close that he almost considered family when they were infants. Deku always followed and supported the blonde, but then the loser had to go and not have a quirk. He hoped that they would find him soon. He had shit to tell him, and that demon nerd was getting in the way of him focusing. At the end of the day, both his teacher and the principal announced they were retiring after this year. He ate in silence as his hag of a mom tried to be cheery about him graduating and moving to high school. She was gushing about how she was sure the boy would make it to the top of UA and become a fantastic hero. He just gave a slight nod and a noise of recognition. Katsuki didn't feel like his usual brash self. He could tell she was just trying to get him to feel better. The hag should be looking out for herself more than him. She and Auntie were close friends, and it had to be tough for her to lose that. The hag had lost her friend forever. He only had to wait until that demon nerd came back. Because he would be back. The day ended uneventfully. It was late, and Katsuki was in his bed counting all the small holes in his ceiling. He was just about to shut everything down for the night when a message popped up on his phone. With the week he had, this had better have been something important. Everyone knew not to text him after 6, so who the F had the ball to test him? His eyes went wide, and the phone fumbled in his hands. This fucker had the nerve to ignore his messages all week and then text him back right before he was going to bed? Katsuki had never opened a message faster in his life. He was ready to tear the BSRD up for going missing and putting him through this mess, but as he read it, all the life from his face was evaporated. Kaken, thanks for the advice. I won't be a burden to you or anyone else anymore. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again if I get a heroic quirk like you said. Katsuki scrambled to reply, warning him not to do anything drastic or stupid. When he didn't get a response, he ran out to his living room and yelled for his parents as he was frantically calling the boy's phone over and over but always getting his voicemail. His parents came scrambling out of their room and looked at the boy with tears streaming down his face, and his phone clutched in his hands so tight it was close to breaking. He turned to them with pleading eyes that were foreign to his face. His parents called the police to inform them they had received a message from the missing teen. One of them had a quirk that would allow them to locate any device with just a message sent from it. The detective in the beige trench coat that interviewed him at the school thanked them and sped across town to the source of the call. Deku needed to be okay. Katsuki didn't sleep that night. The next day the police stopped by to let them know that Deku's phone was found cracked on the roof of a building, but he had disappeared. Witnesses had said they saw someone matching the nerd's description fleeing the area. He was still alive then. Katsuki was going to kill him for putting him through that. All Might woke up feeling so much pain. It was a foreign feeling for him. Not many villains can leave a decent blow on the man. He coughed and let his eyes adjust to the blinding white light coming from the ceiling. His mind flashed back to recount how he got here. All for one. That's right. The man knew he was coming and tried to distract the hero by staging villain attacks all around Japan in an attempt to keep him busy and sow chaos. It also looked like he was trying to buy some time with some swiftly destroyed experiments. The look on All for One's face when all his work into whatever that went to waste was priceless. The hero was glad he had gone on his own. He didn't let the HPSC know for a reason. No one else deserved to suffer under this villain's hand. All Might was successful in his attack. He had killed the fiend. He was torn ragged and took a nasty blow, but the ultimate evil had finally been defeated. One for All had triumphed over All for One. A small smile graced his face as he thought about how the future would finally be safe. He looked over and hit the call button. He was soon visited and berated by his sidekick, former teacher, the president of UA, and recovery girl, who had been the one to stabilize him. He had been unconscious for 2 days as it was late Wednesday evening when he awoke. His wounds were immense. He no longer had his stomach and was missing 2/3 of his left lung. His other organs weren't doing too hot either. His ability to use One for All has been limited now, though he doesn't know by how much. All Might turned to Night Eye and noticed the look of fear in his eyes and the telltale purple iris. His sidekick told him to quit hero work for good and start looking for a successor. Night Eye had looked into his future and foretold he would die at the hands of a villain 4 to 6 years in the future due to his condition. The #1 hero couldn't stop being the symbol of peace for the world just because he had a slight injury and a destiny to die. That's how all heroes go at some point. This was not the answer Night Eye wanted. He was angry that the hero still wanted to go out and save people rather than look for a successor and retire. He couldn't stand by when there were more people to save. Night Eye had to have known this was how he would feel. He relented and said that he would begin to look more diligently for a successor and requested Nizu's aid in the matter as well. He explained the history of his quirk to those around him that were at this point unaware, Nizu and Recovery Girl. He trusted them, and it would be hard to hide it from them any longer. The story led to his last fight with All for One and his triumph over evil. His pride was swiftly shot down by a look of defeat in his old teacher's eyes. His spirit was crushed when Gran Torino told him that the body of All for One was never found. He could still be out there. The occupants had to try to physically keep him in the room as he went to struggle down the hall. He was determined to end this, even if he had these injuries that meant all for one was severely injured too. This was his one shot. He didn't make it far before he passed out on the ground and woke an hour later strapped to his bed. He wasn't surprised as the day passed that Naomasa hadn't stopped in to see him. With everything going on, the man was sure to be busy. Hopefully, the hero could help with his workload once he was allowed to get up again. Naomasa finally had a night of sleep. He hadn't slept since Sunday, and it was currently Wednesday night. Knowing that his friend was alive and recovering eased his mind enough that he could finally rest. 3 full days of no sleep must have been worse than he thought because it was noon when he woke up, and while he felt rested, he had work to do before he could see his friend. He had a school to visit to try and find a piece to this missing person case he pushed on himself. It was past visiting hours when he finally arrived at the hospital. He had made sure he was still able to see All Might. Recovery Girl was waiting in the lobby for him when he showed up. Being the head police detective in the city helped with getting in to see people, and a personal request from the #1 hero didn't hurt either. The hospital was a secure facility where many heroes went to recover. All Might's room could only be visited by people noted on a specific list given to them by his sidekick, including doctors. Recovery Girl had stayed at the hospital to attend his tests and treatments. She had stopped the detective outside the room as she led him through the hall. He's not in the best shape right now. I know I informed you of the injuries, but just be prepared. He doesn't look like the #1 right now. He took a step inside and looked at the man in the bed. A skinny, frail man with sunken electric blue eyes. He received a small smile from the man, but the movement made him cough up blood. Ah, Tsukachi. I was beginning to think that in these few days, you had forgotten about me. The hero joked with the detective, hoping to lighten the mood from the depressing situation. Jesus, Toshi. How could I forget about the man who literally destroyed an entire mountain earlier this week? Wow, they told me you looked different, but they never mentioned it was an improvement. The detective shot back at the hero on the bed, aiding the poor attempts of the hero. Seriously though, it's good to see you awake. I'm sorry I couldn't come to see you sooner. I've been working on a personal case. Now, you always find the right things to lift my mood, even to my detriment. It looks like you got some sleep. You slur your words much less. You are either too tired or too drunk, but neither is good regarding your cases. The hero smiled stronger at the detective, a genuine smile. So, I know you came here to visit a friend, but you think you could do this old hero a favor and tell him about your case? I've been kept away from anything that could possibly spur me on to heroics, and I think I'm going through withdrawal. Normally you try to keep yourself away from anything personal, so I'm curious. What's special about this one? The skeleton of a man had tried to put his best pleading face on for the detective. Geez, Toshi, you're gonna get me in trouble? He looked back and saw Recovery Girl scowling through the door. Now, if I were to share this case with you, you have to promise me something. Stay here and recover. With Recovery Girl's help, you can get out of here by early next week, months before it would be without her. So, think of your own health here before you try saving anyone else. Deal? With that being said aloud, he heard the door behind him click shut, noting that Recovery Girl was okay with these terms. The bedridden blonde relented and nodded. It's a missing person case. A 14-year-old boy went missing after he ran to the scene of Mr. Brave's agency looking for his mother. She was the only casualty in the attack, and the boy had no other family. I took him to a care center for him to stay at for a couple of days while we figured out what to do, but he went missing in the middle of the night due to their negligence. This boy has been through so much. You're rubbing off on me. I can only think about saving him. The detective looked down at the man whose face morphed with a serious look in his eyes. Naomasa just continued hoping to glean something after going through it again. Not only that, but the boy's apartment was targeted later that night. Similar blue flames were found at the boy's apartment as it was scorched to the ground. This means the villain was targeting the family, meaning he could still be in danger. I had just been in that apartment with the boy earlier that night. It was small, and he looked to be just barely getting by. The heroic nature of his friend began to flare up, and he could see the man's muscles start to flex and grow. His eyes shone with electric blue as his obvious want to save the boy bled through. Stop. You promised to recover. I saw his room when I was there. You definitely made a fan out of this boy. There wasn't much in his room, but what was there was pretty much entirely All Might merchandise. When I find him, and you get better, I think we should introduce you to each other. You'd be no happy sight as a stack of bones, though. He saw the hero's face brighten at the prospect of being a role model to the kid. Even though he knew he was the most popular hero, Toshi always seemed to feel a sense of pride being an aspiration for people to meet. To his credit, the injured hero just nodded for Naomasa to continue as he returned to his frail form. The kid's been through a lot. I looked through his file. His dad was murdered 10 years ago, leaving him with only his mother. It seems like you took over as a strong male figure that he could look up to when he couldn't do the same with his dad anymore. I looked through his files at school, and it seems like he was blamed for many of the fights between him and other students. He told me that he never started any fights and wasn't lying. I took some time to investigate the school. It looks like the kid was bullied pretty badly, and his teachers did nothing to intervene. They even pushed the blame onto the kid himself. Apparently, he never once threw a punch back at his attackers. It made me sick. I already have a warrant in the system for arrests, and I went in to talk with his teachers and principal. They admitted to everything but said it was justified because he was quirkless. All this suffering was because he was quirkless. You must know how that feels with everything that happened to you growing up. The villain may have even targeted the kid because he was a radical quirkist. It was the only thing I could think of that would make sense as to why he was being targeted. The detective looked at the man in the bed. While he expected many faces to be there, like anger and disappointment at the situation, determination to improve it, or even a calm expression showing he was listening to every word, he did not expect to see terror. The number one hero was trembling. "Toshi, are you okay?" The detective was concerned. While this story was sad, it was nothing compared to some of the incidents the hero was associated with before, especially regarding his recent fight. "No, it couldn't be." What's this? Child's name? The hero looked like he saw a ghost. Tsukachi took the folder out of his bag and handed him the file. He had it opened and showed his school picture. "His name is Izuku Midoriya. Why, have you already met him?" The hero's face went pale as he looked at the picture and heard the name. It took him about a minute to respond to the question. "I met him briefly on Monday before everything happened. I saved him from a traumatic sludge villain attack. Afterward, he hung onto my leg and wouldn't let me leave until I answered his question. Could he be a hero? I told him it wasn't possible. He was quirkless, and I know better than anyone else there is evil out there that can't be beaten without a quirk." Oh no. Naomasa really cared deeply for the man on the bed, but all he wanted to do at this moment was punch him in the face. He could not believe this man did something so idiotic. The detective was stunned and angry, to say the least. "So, let me get this straight. You told a kid, who you had just seen traumatized by a villain, who lived a life without his father, who dealt with constant bullying with no intervention from his teachers, that he couldn't be a hero. You, his favorite hero and probable male role model, told him to give up and that his dream was pointless. Toshi, how could you be so reckless?" The blonde immediately tried to defend himself. "I didn't know the situation. The boy just seemed like a nervous fanboy. I was trying to protect him from getting himself hurt." That wasn't good enough for the detective. What would be the harm if he tried to get into a hero school? He would never make it through if he weren't cracked up for it. You could have just told him to keep trying. The hero was getting more defensive with his responses. "He clung to my leg when I was about to leave and leaped into the air. It was reckless. What's to say he wouldn't get himself in more dangerous situations thinking he could be a hero? I know better than most how it was like to try and be a hero without power." Tsukachi wasn't listening to his friend at this point. He was already heading towards the door when he turned around and looked at the broken hero. "I have to go and find him. If anyone were constantly tormented like him his entire life, they would be so close to ending." "Oh God. We are not done with this topic. I will find this kid, and you will apologize once you are better. I repeat, once you are better. Stay here and heal up. Let me fix this mess." At this point, you would just push him away deeper into whatever hell he's living. The detective turned and ran out of the room to get back to searching. Tsukachi wouldn't get another night to sleep until he ensured this boy was still alive. The doctor was freaking out. He looked over to the man lying on the operating table in their base. Oh, the skin grafts he would need. His master was in horrible shape. His fight with All Might should have been one-sided after throwing all those villains at him earlier in the day, but they were closer to evenly matched, with that hero actually getting in an almost fatal blow. It didn't make sense. They had accounted for his highest levels of strength seen to date, but he went beyond even those abnormally high levels. The only thing that was currently keeping him alive was his master's healing quirk and his quick surgeries. They had expected the raid but had hoped the villain attacks would have distracted that hero longer. The Nomu would have been ready if they had had 2 more hours, but the hero found them too quickly. They expected the fight to go in his master's favor, with the blonde buffoon either dying or narrowly escaping with his life, not the other way around. One for all would have been ripe for the taking at that point. This setback was devastating to them. His scientific notes on the Nomu were sprawled out on the desk in front of him as he was waiting for the healing in his mater to start up again. His high-end Nomus were a success, only one hesitated in following the orders. That was the only good thing to come out of the events for this week. Kurogyri especially seemed to be performing at a higher level than anticipated. However, that's where any good news stopped. They had planned on the boy being brought into the league. Izuku Midoriya had fallen from their grasp. He had missed the appointment set up for this week, and thus Doctor was unable to follow through with their abduction plan, especially when Sensei couldn't complete his part. It didn't help that they killed his mother too early, and the boy disappeared after that. They had checked in the care centers that police would take orphans to, but it turns out discrimination was worse than he thought, and he was evil. Now the boy was out there without any quirk suppressants in his system. This meant the kid could have access to his quirk. His potential should be restricted due to his years of being on quirk suppressants, but he was unsure how long that would last. However, if he trained his quirk and decided to become a hero, that could lead to disaster. He had decided that without his master to manipulate the boy, he would need to take matters into his own hands. He sent out a few individuals to try and locate the teen. If they were lucky, they could convince him to come willingly. If not, it would be better to kill him before he could become a threat. The boy dying would be upsetting to his master, but it was better than him being on the opposite side. He had their ears in the police informing him of any status update for the boy's whereabouts. He had other things to put more of his focus on, like his precious Nomu. Tamura Shigaraki was still new to this whole leading thing, so it would be some time before they could mold him into a worthy successor. For now, they would have to bide their time and hide away. With this delay, it would be years until they can make their next move. Hopefully, he could get some more work done on his pet project. All Might destroyed some of his most advanced Nomus to date. If they hadn't sent out the two they did, they would have to nearly start over entirely. This was going to be a long road to recovery. Mandalay and the Pussycats kept on the search. If only Ragdoll had shown up at the apartment earlier, search could have been useful. It had been a week since her encounter with the boy, and they still needed help to locate him. He was either good at hiding, flew off out of the city, or she didn't want to think about the third option. A few other heroes kept an eye out for the boy, but things were busy. Mr. Brave had also spent much of his free time searching for the teen. He felt like Midoriya at least deserved that much after he failed to protect his mother. The whole world was still reeling from the previous week's attacks. All Might has yet to make a public appearance, but the Hero Commission has come out to say that he is fine and just working on a confidential case that needed him to stay away from the public eye. That announcement put the people at ease but also came as a warning to heroes and an invitation to villains. The Pussycats had stopped 7 quirk-related robberies, 3 illegal sales of the quirk enhancement drag trigger, and had to stop 1 villain from blowing up an entire building. The lack of the presence of the world's symbol of peace has made the villains bolder. They were exhausted, especially since when they weren't fighting villains and saving people, they were looking for Midoriya. This meant sleep was a thing of the past. They had to get back to their base soon, so time was running out. The Pussycats were the only heroes to patrol their area constantly, so it was vital for them to make it back before anything bad happened. She just couldn't leave with a good conscience when the boy who saved Koda desperately needed someone to save him. Another week passed, and the search had to be given up. The detective had to move on to a different case, and the Pussycats needed to get back to their home. No one felt good about leaving the boy, but others also needed help. At this point, it was best to assume the worst. Koda went back to his angry self and his hatred of heroes. He resented heroes for not seeming to care about people and just trying to look cool and be liked. To him, there were so many ways for heroes to have helped his friend. All they did was fail or make it worse. To the boy, their inability to find Izuku Midoriya was evidence enough heroes weren't good enough. He hated heroes, and this time it was her fault. She hadn't meant to startle and push the teen to run, and she didn't realize her mistake until it was too late. Midoriya was scared. She should have realized it. He was shaking when they were talking. All the signs were there, but she just ignored them. She hoped Koda would forgive her and heroes in general. She wished she could forgive herself. She reached out with her mind one last time, trying to find that remote connection she had with the boy as he flew away from the apartment. No response. She just hopes to see the boy again someday. The months passed as the world moved on from the attacks that occurred. They would talk about the day in history classes. The population wanted to feel the safety of ignorance, so they looked forward. The August heat swept across the land as the sun blazed above. A buzzer had gone off, alerting the presence of the hired help. The butler remotely opened the gate to allow the person who called on the intercom to make his way to the front door. Shifting to the foyer, the older gentleman awaited the faint knock indicating their guest's arrival. The door opened to show a teenager with green hair cut short on the sides and back, but on top was still short but curled and long enough to move with the breeze. The guest stood around 5 feet 8 inches with an athletic build. His face was slim and defined. His skin was smooth, showing no hint of moles or freckles. He had an intelligent pair of thin glasses over his eyes, his most defining feature. They were deep green and would occasionally flash and glow bright emerald. He wore a simple white shirt and a slightly torn pair of jeans. He held a small red toolbox and wore a loaded black backpack. His shoes were a bright red pair of sneakers. His head looked around quickly, seemingly devoting his new surroundings to memory. There was no smile on his face, only a look of indifference. His expression was hidden when the teen bowed and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Hitori Ryakan, and I'm here to do repair work." The sun was scorching as he exited the train station heading to his next job. Looking around at the neighborhood he was in, the traveler couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. These people had everything while he was struggling. He knew it wasn't entirely their fault. Many of these people worked hard for their lifestyle. The people who didn't work for what they had and just got by without putting in the effort were who upset him. He grew up with little and now had even less, but these people were born into wealth and would never understand what he had to endure. The world seemed to bless these people over Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya? No, his name was Hitori Ryukin now. Hitori was getting better at not slipping up with his name, but habits die hard, especially when he only had his new one for about 4 months and the other for 14 years. He took a significant risk to get that new identity, and he was going to make sure he didn't mess it up. After seeing what happened to his old apartment, he was almost positive someone had something against him or his family. Not that hating him was anything new, but whoever this was, took it to an extreme. Was this guy still after him? Was his mother's death because of him? No, he wasn't going to go thinking about that again. His life was set on a new path. He had to distance himself from who he was. It was better to disappear. Izuku Midoriya died with his mother. He did his best to become a new person. It had cost him his privacy, but he was able to find someone who could get him a legal new identity. He just hoped his trust wasn't misguided. With the identity squared away, it left him needing to change how he looked. A new name would only go so far when his face had been all over the news. He went searching for people who had quirks that could help. Private businesses were allowed to use quirks, they just couldn't use them outside their properties. The teen found someone who could increase the height of someone by having them produce extra growth hormones at the cost of draining their physical energy. He didn't have too much by way of food to keep his energy high, and the quirk was not the strongest, so he only got a minor dosage. Luckily, his growth hormones seemed to have been acting on overdrive since his quirk manifested anyway. He grew a few inches taller in just a few months, much faster and greater than what the quirk user had estimated. His growth seemed to suggest that his quirk or another external factor was causing him to gain those few inches quickly. It could have been that with his quirk activated, his brain was creating higher levels of chemicals and hormones than in the average person. That course of thought had the highest likelihood of being accurate, but another possibility made him nervous. Growth is usually suppressed when certain drugs or steroids are introduced to the system. That was a possibility that he didn't want to think about because that would be another piece of evidence that his mother's death could have been his fault. If he had this quirk the whole time and some tried to suppress it? Throwing that thought aside, the boy took in the surrounding shops as he made his way through the city. One with tinted windows brought him face to face with his reflection. The face that looked back was familiar yet foreign. He was accustomed to it by now, but it was still something he almost regretted. It was possibly too drastic of a precaution, but he just wanted to be safe. He found someone who could modify appearances with their quirk. It was a non-surgical form of plastic surgery because it used a quirk. They could only do minor alterations to bone structure and skin pigment, but it was enough to make Hitori seem different from Izuku that no one would be the wiser at a glance. His freckles or baby fat were gone, and his skin tone was slightly darker. His hair was cut differently, and he dyed it all green versus the black hybrid he had previously. The last change was a pair of glasses that did nothing to modify his vision. He got the idea from an old comic book. It sounded stupid but honestly did make him look different. Subtle, yet effective. Izuku. Hitori's goal was not to be recognized. He could have changed everything, which would have been safer, but he couldn't push himself to make such drastic modifications. Deep down, he wanted to know that he was the same person, his mother's son. The costs of these operations made money a bit scarce for quite some time. The greenette nearly got caught by police after he went to close his bank account and withdraw the cash. Luckily, he was able to get the money and disappear before they could find him. It wasn't like he didn't trust that the police were trying to help him, but he couldn't help and shake a gut feeling that if they found him out, he might be targeted again. Nothing about his situation added up, and he had already taken enough risks. The money from that and his collection didn't last too long, putting him in the position to find some way to make an income. He sighed and turned from the window he had apparently been staring at, garnering a few odd looks from the people inside. He stiffly turned and continued to make his way to his next job. For a while, Hitori didn't have a good way of getting consistent work, but things were beginning to improve for him. He still had his laptop and access to a library. Using these resources, he was able to study as well as locate some work opportunities. For the longest time, Hitori could only get cheap grunt work, such as manual labor and mindless tasks that required lifting and moving things. He was generally okay with the work. The physically challenging work was easy to grasp, and he wouldn't argue that the extra workout improved his physique. His previous training for becoming a hero was all endurance-based, meaning his muscle structure lacked development. Though his plans of becoming a hero changed, the embers of his old dreams still warmed when he saw his improvement. This work helped him work out all parts of his body, and he felt it every morning. His body didn't seem to be meant for bulk, but the muscles he put on made him lean. Progress, moving forward. That's all he could focus on now. He needed to survive so he could make a difference. In his little free time, Hitori would be at Dagoba Beach. He took time to research the basics of mechanics and electronics, so when he wanted to practice, he would go to the former beach and current trash heap to repair some appliances and trinkets. He hoped to earn extra cash by selling them while building up a more consistently needed skill set. Dagoba Beach also acted as his impromptu home. Once he could get a stable income, he would be able to go and find a cheap apartment somewhere and not have to hide out in the trash to sleep at night. The odd jobs the teen had been doing got him a reputation in his area. The teen has done whatever kind of manual labor that could be listed. He did electrical work, landscaping, plumbing, construction, mechanics, the list goes on. Over the first 2 months of his new life, the community had started calling him the teen that could do anything. It only spread further as the next 2 passed. The ambitious title was one that Hitori had never asked for and knew wasn't even close to being true. It honestly embarrassed him. Hitori would always just learn what he needed to do for the job. It was that simple. He'd get a request, learn how to fulfill it, and then retain that information for the future. After spending a couple of days watching someone work, he could keep up with someone who did the work for years. He was a quick learner, and because he had done so much, he could apply the knowledge from one of his other skill sets to what he was doing. Sure, he could do a lot, but he still couldn't do anything. The title, however, led to him getting more jobs and finally being able to afford a cheap studio apartment, getting him off the street. Not only did his reputation lead him to a reliable income, but it also let him land better-paying jobs. The jobs he got started to become more significant and prestigious, finally leading to now as he walked up the long path from the front gate to the Yaoyorozu Manor. At the door, he gently knocked 3 times to indicate his arrival. As the grand entrance doors opened, they revealed a well-dressed, slim, old man who beckoned him inside. They had a butler. The teen made sure to look around and scope out his environment. They said never to judge a book by its cover, but there was information everywhere, and every cover had a story to be found within. He was about to do a job for one of the wealthiest families in Japan, so he had to learn their personalities before making any mistakes. His age already was bound to be a step in the wrong direction. From what he could tell, the family only dealt with the highest quality of absolutely anything. He would have to go into this meeting with confidence. The facade he had been working on as Hitori was going to be put to the test today. He sighed as he looked at himself, seeing how unprofessional he looked. Something about the wealth difference between him and his employer discouraged him further. His actions and work would speak for him more than his outfit. He was here to do dirty work anyway. Well, let's hope this goes well. The Yaoyorozu family was what they would like to call comfortable. Their home, guarded by a large gate and futuristic security system developed by Yaoyorozu Industries, stood amongst similar manors much larger than necessary. The 4-story tall mansion had room for anything that could possibly be needed. The family only settled for the best of the best and would generally get the newest, state-of-the-art equipment. This was why it was unusual for them to contact a repairman for anything. They had called Hitori to repair some of the appliances and walls in their home after the daughter of the family accidentally caused an explosion. They didn't explain too much about it, but it was fairly obvious it was a Quirk training mistake. They tried to refrain from giving out more details than necessary to protect their daughter's privacy. Hitori had gotten a reputation for being able to figure out and fix anything that needed to be repaired in an efficient time frame. The family probably had assumed he was an older, more experienced tradesman like everyone else who hadn't met him before. He still got slightly amused when they were surprised that a teenager was the repairman that had been regaled for his work and, as he had expected, were not quite quick to believe it. The 2 elder Yaoyorozu sat on a couch as they looked over the boys standing with a cheap toolbox in front of them. The look on their faces could only be described as stunned. Looking at the 2, you could tell they were crazy rich, even if the home didn't make it completely obvious. They sat with a sense of regality and emitted an essence of fame. They were both well-dressed, even in their own home. The man of the house was wearing a blazer and black slacks, while his wife was wearing a modest sundress and enough jewelry to start a museum. Mr. Yaoyorozu had dark onyx hair and a noticeable gut that didn't seem to fit his overall toned body. Mrs. Yaoyorozu was slim and didn't seem to have much fat on her body. She was beautiful by definition but took it a little too far with her makeup. The man of the house finally addressed the teen, who had begun to shift under his gaze awkwardly. "So, you are Hitori Ryakan?" he said, looking down at the identification card he was handed and then looking back at the teen questioningly. "Yes, sir. I have been a handyman for about 3 months now. I must be doing something right with how often I get referred around. I was informed on the request that you need a couple of walls patched and some appliances looked at. Would you like me to get started? I charge by the hour." Hitori responded with the same speech he did after anyone questioned his legitimacy. "Don't worry about the cost. We want to ensure everything is set up perfectly for our daughter. Our trusted friends say that you are the best, so we will believe in you to do the job correctly. Please allow me to accompany you and explain what we would like done. Alvis will stand by if you need him to fetch anything for you." The man responded, seeming to accept the scenario as it was. When he stood up, he towered over the boy, standing at around 6 feet 4 inches. His wife also stood to dismiss herself, and he found that she, too, was quite tall, standing around 5 feet 9 inches. Following the taller man down the winding hallways, they found themselves in a large training room. This was not your average training room, however. One corner of the room had high-tech exercise equipment and a weight workout space. It looked overkill, but the team could see the wear on many machines, meaning they were at least being used. Turning to view more of the room, he saw a small arena for practicing with various weaponry like swords and bow staffs. There were sections with different flooring materials, like hardwood, sand, turf, and regular padded mats looking suitable for sparring. The large quantity of weaponry was slightly concerning. With quirks around, weapon permits had gone on the wayside, even though they were still dangerous. Using them without a license was still illegal but wasn't as enforced unless someone got hurt. This would have been a normalish high-end training room if not augmented with a large chemistry lab directly behind one of the weapon racks. It stood out in the room as it suited a mad scientist better than a hero in training. There were beakers and tubes with various chemicals standing over a microscope and a durable metal frame table. The chemistry area wasn't the only strange aspect of the room. There were bookshelves lining the walls away from the equipment. They were all full of thick books on chemistry, martial arts, and weapon history, plus a small variety on heroes and support gadgets. On the opposite side of the room to the training gear was an intentional window into the kitchen, which reminded him of how diners were set up. That's what led him to why he was here. The walls that connected this room to the kitchen and hallway were left in a poor state. An obvious temporary fix had been implemented, but it wasn't doing many favors. Some of the workout machines seemed damaged, and even the impressive stove they had in the other room needed to be repaired. In the corner of the damaged wall, Hitori could see the materials that the homeowners provided. It was some top-notch stuff. Osmium wasn't the easiest thing to get a hold of, especially pieces large enough to act as bracing on the wall. The tall, rich man then spoke about the job he had been commissioned for. In addition to the obvious repair, I was hoping you could reinforce the walls in this area to withstand explosions and add some soundproofing elements. It would be nice not to be disturbed when our daughter is performing some tests. The man then points to a pile of appliances that have been damaged but are reparable. Also, please fix these up. We could have purchased new ones, but the time they would take to arrive was too long, and my engineers are currently busy with product development. Hearing how you can pretty much fix anything, this may be a fun project for you to work on. Do you have an estimate of the time frame? Hitori looked at the laundry list of work he was given, typically taking a team of guys a couple of days. If you permit me to use my quirk, I could give a rough estimate of 8 hours for it to be done. It could be more though. Haven't dealt with some of the materials you have here, so it may take some time to read up on their properties. You seem to have everything already cut to the right dimensions, so it shouldn't be that much extra time. You'll have to get a painter here to match the wall color correctly, so you may want to arrange for that. I can give you a few suggestions if you want to look into them, or I can come back tomorrow and do the job myself. The team didn't even need to wait for a beat as though he was already prepared for the question, eyes flashing emerald. After giving the man some names of respectable painters he had worked with in the past, the handyman was prepared to get to work. I will do my best to be out of here as soon as possible. At that, the boy bowed to the wealthy eccentric who left him to get started. He cracked his knuckles and went to get some of his tools. Momo Yaoyorozu had just finished her session with tutor 3 of 7 for the day. Today was one of the days when she regretted not getting to go to a regular school and interact with others. Momo had been homeschooled her entire life, and she could only be around people her age when she was taken to a social gathering by her parents. She knew the proper etiquette to approach people, but she felt she lacked the finesse to handle a non-scripted conversation with someone her age. She had brought this to her parents' attention multiple times, but they just dismissed it as not being essential or would be a distraction for her. She couldn't wait for college. She was going to get into UA University in a few more years, and there she would finally be able to have control of her life. She was finally going to have friends. Momo hadn't wanted to become a hero at first. She honestly hadn't explored her options for a profession. She was an heiress, though, so certain things were expected of her, and her career was one of them. To her parents, their little Momo was meant to be the best, which meant that she needed a job that showed her status. Her options were to become a hero, the prime minister, take over the family business, or marry someone of power. Hero work was just her best option of the ones she was afforded. Momo sighed as she changed into her workout gear. She looked at herself in the mirror. She was tall for a woman standing about 5 feet 8 inches, and especially for her age, had assets that would have other women her age jealous. She was pretty confident in herself, and with her quirk requiring a lot of exposed skin, she had no issue showing skin in more public places. Though she always dressed modestly to stay professional for her family. The perverse comments the other wealthy men made toward her got on her nerves. She wasn't some XHB in his tea, it was just a necessary component of her quirk. She was the Yaoyorozu heiress, and she would at least be respected. She quickly changed into her sports bra and shorts, tying her hair into her signature ponytail. Momo made her way down to her training room. While Momo had only chosen to become a hero because that was the best option, she slowly felt her passion grow towards saving people. This urge came as she studied heroes and their efforts to save others. She recalled a particular video of All Might carrying load after load of people from a factory fire. She felt inspiration hit her as she watched him smile. With her decision finalized about what career she would pursue, her parents immediately began purchasing the equipment and finding the best trainers to prepare her to excel. She loved her family dearly, but they did go a bit overboard regarding her progress. She had about 2 hours before her next tutor was scheduled to begin their lesson. She usually would need to do some work before the class. Homework was assigned the previous session, but she finished that last night when she struggled to get to sleep. She would have lunch made while she worked on getting the details of her staff routine more accurate. She was getting stressed with all the pressure being put on her, and her training room was where she could relax. The constant thoughts of what she was doing at the moment forced her to forget what was causing her problems. She walked in to see Alvis standing beside someone half in the wall, looking to be working on the electrical system. She had forgotten that her parents had hired a repairman to fix the room after her recent mistake. She hissed to herself after she recalled what had happened. She hoped her sensei would be okay, but she doubted he would be back to train her after what she did by accident. The walls had to be fixed up, and the material she created should be able to withstand any explosions she may accidentally make in the future. She was the one who insisted her parents not waste money on new equipment when it only needed a bit of work. Part of her hated how her parents would throw money at any problem they had instead of thinking of a more efficient solution. The man fixing the wall seemed to have noticed someone new entered the room as he backed out and looked over at her. She could have sworn she saw his eyes bulge open for a split second and pink began to form on his cheeks. The teen coughed, trying to regain his composure before addressing the heiress. "Why you cough? You must be the lovely lady that caused this mess." "Not to worry, I've already fixed all the equipment over there, so you can go ahead and train to your heart's content. The walls will take me a few more hours still. I need to fix the electrical wiring, rebuild and plaster it, but I should be done by the end of the day. Please don't mind me and enjoy your training." He bowed quickly and began working on the wall again, the sound of drilling and some minor zaps heard coming from his location. She was shocked that the man fixing everything in here looked like her age and that he already did so much. He couldn't have been here for longer than 3 hours. She also noticed his look when he addressed her. He stared into her onyx eyes as though he was taking in all the information about her. There was something about his eyes, however. She saw how they seemed to glow with an emerald light, but there was a look of sadness in him. He looked alone. She knew the look well because even though she literally had anything she could imagine, she had no friends. She could not interact and have happy relationships with others, leaving her isolated from the world, so she knew that look of being alone. He had an expression of general exhaustion and a bit of annoyance. She couldn't help but worry that he was upset with her for causing him to fix her mistake. "Thank you for repairing the accident. I am sorry to have caused you to spend your day repairing my room. If there is any way I can help, please let me know," she said, bowing back to the boy in the wall. The drilling stopped, and the greenette peeked back out the wall. He looked slightly confused at what the girl said but still responded. "Apology accepted? Though, you don't need to apologize. This is how I make a living, so you did me a favor. Don't get down on yourself for this happening. You are human, we are allowed to make mistakes. Go ahead and train. If I think I can use your help, I will let you know." The boy said the words, and his eyes conveyed his sincerity with a brilliant, shining emerald that seemed to fade into a dull, deep green slowly. Still, the other features on his face stayed emotionless. He had said the exact words she needed to hear to feel all right about the situation, but something just felt off still. He still had an overwhelming feeling of sadness coming from him. She hoped she would have cheered him up with her offer, but that hadn't worked. Maybe she could try a smile. She read that smiling at someone sets off a trigger that would make them feel happy themselves. She beamed a smile in his direction and spoke. "See to it. I may not look it, but I am quite useful. Let me know if you need any supplies. I made the materials you will be using for the improvements." The boy looked back at her and then around the room quickly. He seemed to take all the information in at once, and his eyes widened as though he had concluded. "You use the lipids in your body to create whatever object comes to mind. That's a very versatile and powerful quirk. The drawback of knowing the item's chemical compound must be challenging. To overcome that, you must be quite intelligent." The details of her quirk were a secret her family had kept to protect Momo from being targeted by people who wanted to abuse it. She would tell people her quirk was a type of weapon manifestation but never give the weaknesses behind it or a limit of what she could make. She was stunned and looked over to Alvis, trying to determine if he had already shared her quirk with the boy. He responded with a confused look of his own. "Miss Yaoyorozu, I swear I have not told this boy anything about you. The butler assured the girl, obviously uncomfortable with the information that was made present in the room. Looking at the two flustered individuals, the repairman decided to go back to work. As he worked, he called out from the wall and answered the question that was palpable in the silent air. You gave me the last piece of information I needed, Miss Yaoyorozu. With the way this room is set up, it would only make sense that that's how your quirk worked. The chemistry area was initially interesting, so I quickly determined that your quirk required some knowledge of chemical compounds. The large variety of weaponry would suggest that you wanted to be proficient in many different types of weaponry that you could either summon or create. The last clue for the lipids came from the window into the kitchen. You would need quick access to food if you did something too draining. I had hypothesized that it was a sort of pocket dimension quirk that you needed to know the exact item you were trying to retrieve. Your revealing that you had helped with the materials was the last information I needed. You have a fantastic quirk. I'm sure you could do whatever you wanted with it. This boy was her age yet had deduced her quirk so close to what it was without her even being in the room. He just used context clues of the space made for her to train. She was getting more and more interested in this teen as time went on. He was quite the enigma. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, and may I ask what yours is? The greenette briefly popped back out of the wall and nodded toward the heiress. Hitori Ryakan, handyman and unprofessional quirk analyst. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Now, I don't want to take up more time in your home than I need, so I will get back to work. Have a good time training. At that, the boy returned to work, making no effort to further this conversation. Not one to waste the time she had, the heiress to the Yaoyorozu fortune, too, went to start her training pit and began stretching. She would go a little easier today because she had an unexpected audience. She wouldn't want to be stuffing her face with food if she accidentally overdid it. Though she thinks the intriguing teen wouldn't necessarily mind, he seems interested in quirks, upsides and downsides. Producing her first creation of the session, a titanium bow staff manifested from her hand, and she started her routine. In a few minutes, her surroundings faded as she felt herself focus on the motions. After about an hour and a half of vigorous training, she breathed out with a long sigh. She was tired and needed to get some lipids back. Turning around, she saw Ryakan reclining against the wall with a couple of water bottles and looking in her direction. She could see a small sketchbook with writing on the top page that looked like notes. He sighed when she noticed him looking towards her, got up, and tossed her a bottle. That was very impressive, at least the parts that I saw. I'm sorry for not letting you know I was watching, but it was time for my break, and I got curious. I'm going to get back to work now. You really did do quite a fantastic job. It would be best if you went get some lunch and recharge. You seem to be worn out. He stood up and stretched, then began moving the material inside the opened wall behind him. The cold water was exactly what she needed, and she thanked the handyman. She went to the window and had the chef start to make her some lunch. After her order was in, she headed toward where the green-haired teen was and saw the large amount of progress he had made. Thank you for the compliment and concern. I have been working on this for years now, so it is nice to be told that I am doing well. He looked back at her with a raised eyebrow. Do you not get told that often? I am expected to excel in whatever I do. Praise isn't common. The dark-haired girl responded to the other teen's question. He had asked her a question. It might be appropriate to request one in return. Mr. Ryakan, I am curious. How old are you? The boy looked to be her age, but if that was the case, he should be attending high school classes. It could be possible that he was older than he looked. But by 3 years? She doubted that. 15, and so you don't need to ask. I don't attend high school. It takes up too much time and seems like a waste. She was surprised that he seemed to anticipate her curiosity on the matter. If he was indeed her age, he should be in a high school, even if he didn't want to go. His home situation must be strange to have his parents not require schooling. This boy just got stranger and stranger, piquing her curiosity. Well, I find it impressive that you can be so adept at this work for being so young. I still have some classes I must attend, so I must take my leave. If you are here after my classes, I was wondering if you would like to talk a bit longer. I find you very curious and want to know your thoughts about my training. Honestly, she just liked having someone to talk to that wasn't the same people she usually saw in the house. Sure, if I'm not finished with the job, I don't mind talking while I work. I may be a bit too quick for you, though. He said the last sentence with a glimmer in his eye as though he had just challenged himself. Momo looked at the amount of work the teen still had. While he had made some significant progress, he still had to attach all the materials and repatch the walls. There was hardly a possibility he would finish before then. I will see you later then. It seems the boy was very fast. When Momo was heading down 4 hours later, she was met with everything being completed. The walls only needed a fresh coat of paint, but apparently her parents would have someone else in to finish the job. He was about to leave when she found him with her parents in the foyer. It looks like her mother was talking with him and bombarding him with questions. You did a marvelous job, and it only took you 9 hours. I know you estimated 8 hours, but we thought you had been just saying that get the job. Simply wonderful to have this fixed so quickly. How much do we owe you? How did you become so skilled? Honey, please. Her father interrupted. Yes, here is the pay we agreed upon and a bonus. I went and had a quick background check done on you while you worked and was made aware of your current living situation. I hope the extra finds you well. Looking at the check he was handed, the repairman bowed and thanked his employers. Thank you for the work and your kindness. After he said these words, he turned and saw Momo at the end of the hall. He politely bowed and addressed the heiress as she entered the conversation. Ah, Miss Yaoyorozu, your training room has been completed. I apologize for finishing so quickly, but I have some other things that I need to get done. The walls should be resistant enough to withstand whatever you throw at it. Her father grumbled, noting his frustration with her former teacher. The green-haired boy looked understandably confused but responded nonetheless. Well, she will have to practice with her quirk on her own until we can find her another tutor. The last one ran away at the first sign of trouble. The young handyman nodded in response. Understandable. Do be careful not to blow anyone up, Miss Yaoyorozu. It could be nice to have a new teacher. A different perspective can always change someone's viewpoint. The teen said this, walked up to the dark-haired girl and handed her a folded piece of sketch paper. I hope this can satisfy your curiosity about my impressions of your quirk. With that, he turned, said his goodbyes and left her home. What a weird boy. Her father simply stated, shaking his head before looking at his daughter. She saw her parents move toward her in her peripherals, but her eyes were glued to the paper. She was stunned. She was currently looking at the most detailed description of her quirk as well as suggestions for her to try that none of her previous tutors had even thought of before. Father, do you think we could hire Mr. Ryakin as my new quirk tutor? She said as she showed him the paper with almost too much information. What a weird boy. He said again as he read through the paper. Detective Tsukachi was sitting at his desk, staring out the window. His current case was going cold, and he just needed to take a break and think of something else. His mind was immediately brought to the closed case he could never truly close. After a month of searching, he finally found the kid, but the ending was bittersweet. Flashback, 4 months ago. He was about to give up. He had people keeping their eyes out for him, but there was never a sign for the kid. For the longest time, they had thought he had left the area until he withdrew all the money from the accounts they bugged. They finally had a clue, something to go off, but he was off into the wind just as fast. After 2 days of searching, he found the boy on the beach sleeping in the trash. The teen was startled that he had been found and immediately moved to flee, but somehow the detective was able to stop him. They had a somber talk. Kid, I have to say that little stunt you pulled had me worried about you. Do you know how much sleep I lost in trying to find and help you out? I'm sorry, detective. Besides my mother, I'm not used to people caring about a quirkless boy so much. The people at the care center seemed nice at first, but then once they knew I was quirkless, I was run out of there like a freak. I should have expected it, but it still hurt. You should have stopped looking for me and treated me normally like everyone else. The boy said that last line as though it would have been normal, even though it was insane. Were the quirkless that worse off? I'm sorry about the care center. I had no idea they would behave like that. I just wanted you to be safe. I still want that. You know, I can't just have you out here trying to live alone in the garbage. Especially when you are running around with an unregistered quirk. To be honest, he thought that would have elicited a reaction from the kid, but his face looked emotionless. The only feature that even vaguely showed he was human was his eyes full of sorrow. Wasn't he surprised he knew? The boy just sighed and looked past the man in the distance as he replied. You're correct, I wouldn't expect you to do that, so I am asking you for a huge favor. I need help getting a new identity. The boy stated bluntly, and the detective looked back at him, shocked. He couldn't think he would throw him into witness protection because he asked. Midoriya, I can't allow you to change your identity because you want to. Having that done requires a high risk to the person and community. Well, detective, I think that you and I both believe that someone is targeting me. I think my old apartment is reason enough. The boy had put together the same conclusion as the detective did the month prior. I feel as though someone could have possibly been targeting me. While my mother seemed likely to be a random victim, it could have been me they were after. In addition, my apartment was also scorched in the same way as Mr. Brave's agency. Which means there is a high likelihood that the villain who attacked the agency was or is also after me. I am pretty sure they're just a radical quirkist, but that doesn't make too much sense as the rationale. Maybe they somehow knew of my hidden quirk? Whoever it is had to have helped with the villain coalition that attacked that week. Tsukachi was stunned. They had little information on the 2 attacks but had suspected the same quirk had done them. Blue fire wasn't a common quirk to have. They were worried that the boy could have been targeted by someone who was a radical quirkist, but it never occurred to them that someone could have known about his potential quirk and targeted him because of it. If anyone had that kind of network, it would have been all for one, and with no body found, he could still be out there. Damn it, this kid had done his homework already. No wonder he was trying to hide so much. That's a possible hypothesis. That doesn't change the fact that I won't have you living on the streets, even if we were to give you a new identity. I can't just let you die out here on your own. The detective wouldn't have this boy be forced to try and survive on the streets. The world is unfair to some people more than others. I'll be frank with you, I've had a sheet life, so this is nothing compared to the torment I normally face. I have the power to create change. Detective, I will be a symbol for those who feel hopeless. The false sense of security of our hero society isn't enough anymore. People need to know that they matter and can rise to any challenge they put their minds to. I need my story to motivate the world. To do that, I need to work harder than anybody else. I'm not going to be a burden to anyone else ever again, and I can make do on my own. I'll get an apartment as soon as possible, but let me do this my way. Please. The boy looked at the man with the most determined look the detective thought he had ever seen. He even thought this kid beat out Toshi. Detective, please. I don't know who I can trust, you even fall under that category. I just ask that you help me with this and not tell anyone that doesn't need to know, especially All Might. The detective could tell that he was being truthful in gauging his abilities. He wanted this boy not to suffer anymore, but with that goal, there was nothing the detective could do to stop him from doing it his way. Also, the look of anger and disappointment on his face when he mentioned his hero friend was concerning. The detective understood, however. He heard what his friend had done and couldn't blame the kid for being upset. I can tell that no matter what I do, I can't stop you. At least by doing it this way, I can still keep some tabs on you and make sure you are okay? Fine. I'll get the paperwork started for witness protection, on the condition that you will keep in touch. Once a month is fine, but I would prefer weekly. I won't have you dying out there alone on my conscience. The detective could not believe he was doing this. The kid stood bowed and agreed. They shook hands, and that was when Izuku Midoriya would be no more. Well, unless he was found out. The kid would have to be careful. The detective would pull some favors so that if this situation ever got resolved, he could go back to his old name and life. The kid was logical, but he was still just a kid. Rash decisions that change your whole life could be regretted almost instantly. He had all the information he needed prepared, and they put him through the system. It would be about a week before they heard anything back, but the process was started. Okay then, Hidori Ryakan. Welcome to this world. Flashback. The detective relived the moment many times, but he still struggled to comprehend this boy's heart. After everything that happened to him, it looked like he still wanted to help people. He was finally in an apartment and was doing well, providing for himself. He was proud of the kid, even though he wouldn't say it out loud. Alright, break over, back to the case. Smiling at the thought that maybe one day, the kid would be sitting across from him helping out. The early morning light filtered into the small apartment. The flicker of candlelight lit up the interior as the wick slowly burned closer and significantly closer to the base than at the beginning of the night. At a desk in the corner of the room, the warm glow from the small flame illuminated the face of an exhausted green-haired teen as he looked through documents scattered on his desk. In his hands, the boy held on to the current log of his financials. By his estimates, with his current workload he could bring in a survivable amount of cash. That was if he could keep his current workload. Repair work wasn't always the most reliable job. The money had seemed promising initially, but he had to worry about handling his taxes and having enough saved up for an emergency. He didn't have health insurance and didn't know what would happen if he needed it. Rent, utilities, and food were usually the highest costs he had. He hated spending so much on his nutrition, but he needed to ensure that he stayed healthy and fit. His health was the only thing that allowed him to pursue and live the life he had, and proper nutrition was the best way to keep him going. There were a few other expenses as well, but taking taxes into account usually left him with only pocket change remaining. The cold November weather made him shiver slightly in his seat. He would have to think about getting some warmer clothes soon enough. Hidori Ryakan leaned back in his chair and sighed. He looked around his small studio apartment and took in what he had been able to do for himself. The room was quite bare, and a lot of what was in there were things he could repair from the beach. It wasn't the best quality, but it worked and was basically free, so he couldn't complain. He had the essentials to survive, and that's all he cared about, surviving. He looked back at his futon and rubbed his eyes. Another night passed without sleep. Even though he knew his health was necessary, the nightmares kept him from getting reasonable amounts of shut-eye. Hidori looked back at the account information, now resting on the desk. Currently, his savings showed he had around 200,000 yen. Not a lot, but enough to dip into it for something if he needed it. He may start to invest in the American stock market. If he spent enough time researching, he was sure he could have it figured out and make a profit. Hidori did not want an excess of funds, but some extra security and income would help. When the time came, he would need to focus on things like school and couldn't work as much, limiting his ways of getting money. He didn't like the idea of making money without really working for it, but if people were abusing this system, just taking some of their potential profits was a win for him. Plus, if he did end up hitting it big, he could give back to the community and help others in a similar situation. He may not be allowed to do hero work, but that doesn't mean he couldn't start helping people. The teen sighed and rubbed his temples. Money was the cause of most of his stress recently. In addition to all his bills, he had to start considering college tuition. UA was one of Japan's most prestigious, and the price tag matched. Many scholarships were given to lower-income students, but they usually went off the grades and activities taken up in high school. Hidori wouldn't have those same opportunities. He really only had one hope for financial help from schools like UA, placing first in their entrance exam. The person who got first place would be able to attend UA on a full-ride scholarship. It was his best chance. Sadly, because of that being on the table, the entrance exam is one of the hardest in the world and the most competitive. Most heroes and wealthy families have their kids enter the exam to have them test themselves against others even though they would be able to afford the tuition. These kids had been training their entire lives to be heroes with the best teachers and facilities. To say they didn't have an advantage going in was insane. He knew he was strong but couldn't be confident in his ability to beat out these students when they were far ahead of him. He would need the tuition to be saved up as a failsafe. The whole idea of UA still gave him a headache. Hidori, wanting a break from looking into his financial situation, opened the morning news on his laptop to listen while he filed his papers away. UA was on his mind, and the thought brought up the sore topic of heroes. The news opened with a reporter talking about Kamui Woods capturing a villain who went on a rampage the previous day. It showed him waving to the crowds while the villain was locked up in one of his lacquered chain prisons. Hidori watched, haunted by the reason he couldn't sleep anymore. Should he even try to become a hero? The answer used to be so clear to him for the longest time, but now he just wasn't sure. He still felt the flame urging him to save people, but the vision of showing up too late and watching some die because he wasn't there shook him to his core. He didn't want anyone else to have to live through what he did, but was becoming a hero the way to fix it? How could he fix this broken world? Countless people have tried to create the change he wanted, and each person failed. Even All Might, the symbol of peace, couldn't fix this broken world. Why would his attempt be different? What would happen if he messed up? What if someone died because he wasn't good enough? Then again, what would happen if someone died because he didn't try to help? That would end up being his fault too. All that time being told he wouldn't be able to do it had worn him down, and now even though he had powers, he was unsure of himself. He couldn't see becoming a hero as something worth even hoping for anymore. Whatever the case, even the Gen Ed degrees at UA would help him land a position where he could at least help people. It would be worth something in the end. The thoughts plagued his mind as he wrote down the notes. He had absent-mindedly watched the fight replay on the news. Even though he was going through a mental battle, Quirk analysis still calmed him down and was second nature at this point. The story finished, and his alarm went off for him to wake up. It was 6 a.m. and time for him to get ready for work. Hidori turned to look at his calendar to see where he was needed today. Across town, of course, it would take him at least an hour by train to get there. The job wouldn't take too long, but just the inconvenience of travel was enough to sour his already foul mood. He had been receiving more and more requests like this for work due to his notoriety. While he liked having the constant work, it was getting slightly annoying to spend so long just getting to places. He was currently working between 30 and 50 hours a week, and that was without travel added in. It was eating up a lot of his time. Time that he would prefer to be doing other things. Hidori still needed to graduate high school, technically, and he had to take the exit exams in a month. While he was confident he would have been able to graduate high school a while ago, he still wanted to make sure he was adequately prepared for the test. The exam would be another expense he had to allocate funds to. If he didn't pass the first time, he would need to spend it all over again. Plus, getting his high school degree so early meant he could start going for a degree early. Sadly, UA required their students to be either 18 or close enough to have parental permission to participate in the dangerous course load. The legality of hero schools is a highly regulated field. Getting into one means you sell your well-being to the school. Hidori wasn't afraid of getting hurt, and he would gladly sign on early, but he couldn't get past that rule no matter what he could try. While UA wasn't an option for early college, that didn't mean he couldn't start at another college and already transfer in with a degree. He was getting pretty good at time management, and he realized the time crunch he would be forced to endure if he went into UA without any credits before. He needed to do anything he could to get ahead of the game. Maybe he could get a CSI license and finally help start repaying Detective Tsukachi for not betraying his trust. Usually, this kind of degree required a 4-year course load, but a community college nearby allowed students to test out of courses early and speed through the program. The classes were cheap too, so he could afford them on his budget. The school didn't have too great of a reputation for quality graduates, but Detective Tsukachi knew his analytic abilities, so he was pretty sure he wouldn't mind. The teen grabbed his lunch, notebook, and toolbox and headed to the street. He locked the door to his apartment using his quirk. The door had a steel latch on the other side that he had to move using his quirk. Extra security was always a plus. The morning sun warmed the teen on the otherwise chilly day as he made his way to the train station. He hoped today would be an easy day. He had plans for tonight, so he didn't want to sour his mood. Within minutes of showing up to his next job, Hidori was able to determine what was wrong with the radiator. Repair work was a nice brain teaser, but honestly, it provided very little in the way of a challenge anymore. It's surprising how a little bit of mechanics and electrical knowledge applied to pretty much any issue. Most issues could be fixed in a couple of minutes by looking and seeing what was out of place. He no longer charged by the hour as his work took so little time that it just wouldn't be worth it. This was a job of circumstance and not one of much worth any longer. The repair was done within an hour of him showing up. The people wanted to charge him less because he did so little, but he had them sign a binding contract. He hated being told he was scamming them when others would charge more and take longer. He got his pay and then went off to continue his day. It was a shame he couldn't work as a quirk tutor. He had a lot of great ideas on how people could apply their quirks, but without some certification, he wasn't allowed to practice officially. He knew nothing about teaching others how to use their quirks, so he couldn't argue with the law. Teaching was one of the things that he couldn't really learn by reading. He had to learn by actually teaching and seeing how people worked. The best he could do now was give suggestions on things to try with no real idea of how to have them do it. Maybe if he got a better grasp of his quirk, he would be able to learn how to apply it better. The thought had crossed his mind about going to school for that with his current viewpoint on hero work. The Yaoyorozu heiress had apparently requested he become her quirk trainer for a while. Maybe they could be a good starting point. He had kept in limited contact with the family, apparently at the request of the heiress herself. Momo Yaoyorozu, she intrigued the boy, especially for someone who lived such a different life compared to him. He gave her a small list of ideas and talked to her. That's all. But here she was, trying to get someone her age with no experience to train her and having a family with too many resources to keep slight tabs on his well-being and continuously request him. The whole idea was absurd, but it made for good conversation. He couldn't help but be interested in quirks. Not having one for the longest time made him appreciate their intricate differences. The teen turned toward the notepad he carried along with his lunchbox as he sat on the train returning from work. Quirk analysis for the future, mental prowess. Hidori opened the notes on his own quirk and began to skim through them once again as he awaited the call for his station. Quirk, mental prowess. Allows for enhanced cognitive abilities and powers. Currently, it provides a significant increase in mental capacity and higher retention of information. To be blunt, makes the user more intelligent and able to learn faster. In addition, the brain also seems to intake information faster than most, resulting in a substantial increase in reaction time. The quirk appears to be a mutation. The greenette had thought for the longest time that he was just naturally bright, but ever since he awakened his quirk, learning had become something that just seemed natural. Could his initial intelligence be his quirk beginning to leak through its latent state? Now, he could easily absorb any information he was fed and make connections between different subjects. He was able to understand a topic once without ever having to deal with refreshing himself on it later. He could have probably graduated college at age 10 if he had had this ability his whole life. He sighed, what wasted time and potential. Looking back at his notes, he continued to read on. In addition to the increased brain functions, the quirk also allows the user to use its functionality to manipulate and propel solid objects. The current limit is 500 pounds, 750 pounds as the maximum weight. The lighter the object, the higher the level of control. It only affects solid objects. His telekinesis seemed to be similar to muscle strength. The more he worked on it, the heavier objects he could lift. Hidori had no clue that there was a possible upper limit to his potential, but he was still improving continuously. He trained his quirk dexterity with pins and pebbles to gain better control. After a couple of months, he was able to have them weave around and move with enough finesse to do pretty much whatever he wanted. He was also able to have them move at an awe-inspiring speed. Once, the greenette could get a pebble to shoot off at around 150 miles per hour over the ocean. He had the power to make anything small enough into a bullet without needing a gun. The object's structural integrity did fail if too much force was put on it. As Hidori increased the weight he lifted, he immediately noted he had less control. The speed he was able to project it at was also much lower, but still, all things considered, decently fast to a point. Typically, he could only move anything over 500 pounds, in a straight line and at a slow pace. He guessed that his quirk had to fight against the other forces acting on the object, like gravity and air resistance, making it harder to work with large items. The most frustrating part of this aspect of the quirk is that he only could manipulate solid matter. He could not control liquids, gases, and any energy. He hypothesized that his quirk could work on an atomic level. For solids, atomic connections are rigid and harder to separate, but for others, they shift when disturbed. Liquids could be possible if he worked hard enough, but manipulating plasma, like electricity or fire, was probably never going to happen. The molecules were just too volatile. The final aspect of the quirk allows the user to peek into the minds of others and listen in on their thoughts. Intense focus can allow for a deeper dive into the person's conscious. thoughts and does leave the user with a headache after prolonged use. God, this part of the quirk was annoying. For a few months, it was like he couldn't turn it off, so he learned things about people that he really didn't want to have in his memory, a memory that was enhanced to pretty much never forget. Even now, when he could turn it off, the quirk would sometimes automatically activate without Hitori even wanting it to. It seemed like this part of the quirk just had a mind of its own and decided if it had been off for too long. He didn't like invading people's privacy, but if they thought about something hard enough, it was like trying to ignore someone screaming into a megaphone. In addition to this, crowds had become increasingly annoying. Too many people thinking too many different thoughts had him always coming out with a splitting headache. This is why the greenette would generally try to find himself places to be alone. There was less of a risk of learning something he shouldn't know. He learned how to focus his ability on a single person with training. Through this, he received a more precise idea of what was being thought. He would get extra details like directions they were about to move, where they were headed, and possibly what they had eaten for breakfast. Things that weren't explicitly being thought about but were relevant. The biggest was the quirk seemed to only focus on the conscious and not subconscious thoughts. He would get an idea of what was coming, but it was more because of his analysis than the quirk itself. The former quirkless teen leaned his head back against his seat. It didn't make sense. Why would his quirk be dormant for so long and suddenly appear so powerful? Looking at his quirk, it seemed like it was too much power for one person to handle. Did he always have to be a strange case, no matter what? He had heard of heroes with mental quirks before, but it was usually just one thing like telekinesis or telepathy. Even though these were typically limited to a specific criterion, he had no such drawbacks that he could notice. His quirk had 3 distinct aspects to it instead of the standard one. Sure, there were people out there who had a sort of dual quirk, but even those were rare. Well, he would have to believe it was karma trying to make up for how much he was royally fed for most of his life. His stop finally came, now just minutes away from his training spot, Dagoba Beach. The training was getting hard for the boy to find time to squeeze into his schedule, so generally after short jobs like today, he took extra care to get in a good workout. His routine usually consisted of a 10-mile run, at least an hour of quirk training and kickboxing. He knew he didn't work hard enough if he wasn't exhausted after his set. For quirk training, Hitori would sort through and organize the trash. There were 2 main areas, fixable and not worth the time. He would do all the repairs using only his quirk and lift and transport the heavy trash to work on its strength. He would help clean the beach and get some things to sell out of it too. This was a way for him to feel like he was being extra productive while training. The trash had dwindled, and most of what was left was useless junk that needed to be appropriately disposed of. The city must have noticed someone was cleaning it up because a large dumpster was planted nearby that would be cleared out regularly. Soon enough, he would have to find a new spot or a different way to train. He didn't expect the day to come so quickly, however. The late afternoon sun was beating down on the beach. This area resembled more of a trash dump than a beach just months prior. In the sand, the skeletal figure of the #1 hero was deep in thought as he made his way around and picked up some scattered litter that was further from the now dwindled area of the junk. The current still brought in some small trash, so on his days off, he would come and casually help clean up a bit, using it to filter through his thoughts. The trip from Tokyo helped him feel like a person rather than an icon. The train had a way of humbling you. Toshinori sighed as he walked the beach wearing an oversized white shirt and green cargo pants. In recent months, the country had begun to see a decline in appearances from the #1 hero. Not a sharp decline, but definitely less activity than usual. His hero work had to be cut back to about 10 hours a day, but he could feel himself slowly getting weaker as the months passed from the incident. The constant pain in his gut from the wound he received reminded him of his draining mortality. Thinking that the villain who did this could still be alive almost made bile rise in his throat. He felt like a failure. His typically electric blue eyes were dull as he absent-mindedly shifted through the sand. All for one could have died for all he knew, but without the confirmation, he could only fear for the worst. Other failures were also plaguing his mind, corrupting the cheery facade he puts on for the public. The failure to help his master Nana Shimura, the failure to keep his friendship with his former sidekick, the failure of driving a boy to run away from the world by simply not paying attention to the details of the situation, the inability to bring the peace that the world had expected of him. While successes are so plentiful, the darkness of a few failures can do much to dim that light. His mind went back to the boy. The detective had told him that the case was closed and that no more investigations would be attempted. Tsukachi had never withheld information about a topic before, but for this specific one, the hero couldn't help but feel like he was being kept out of the loop. He wouldn't usually doubt his friend, but now was quite upset after hearing of the blonde's blunder. He couldn't blame the detective if he held back information about what had happened to the boy. Although he had tried to only help the boy out of danger, he stomped his flame of hope into nothing more than cinders. The lack of trust did hurt the hero, however. Toshinori turned to view the remaining trash. He could buff up for about 10 minutes and finish the work, allowing the person who was cleaning to have a deserved break. Looking over at the junk area, he briefly noticed a teenage boy walking around the trash. He looked to be organizing the remaining bits of debris with a combination of his quirk and physical lifting. His plain backpack was already full of random parts, and he looked to be digging through some of the few remaining appliances. Typically public quirk usage was frowned upon, but it looked like he was taking precautions to avoid others so the hero would let it slide. Maybe All Might could surprise the boy. He loved the look on his fans' faces when they were startled by his presence. Maybe that would be an excellent way to cheer up the hero from his current negative train of thought. The hero smiled at the thought and decided to hide in the corner and jump in from the sky. Buffing up, he leaped high in the air and landed on a car, crushing it under the force of his landing, boldly proclaiming his presence with his famous laugh. "Ha, I'm here. I commend your work on taking the time to clean up some of this trash. I may keep villain filth off the street, but people like you do their part to strengthen a community." All Might looked down at the boy but was surprised to see not awe but frustration and anger on the teen's face. The boy rubbed his temples in obvious annoyance and responded to the hero's entrance. "You just destroyed the car I was working on fixing up. I spent nearly a month scavenging the parts one needed to get it up and running again. Well, guess I'll just have to scrap that project now." "What? Oh, I am sorry for that then, young one. I had thought that you were taking the time to clean up here. I did not realize you were recycling some of the trash as well. Very resourceful of you." All Might was again the cause of misfortune in someone else. The boy was upset. This had the opposite effect on the hero than what he had wanted. Maybe the boy would lighten up with him if he stayed and helped him out. "I understand. Well then, I shall leave you to scavenge. Are you in need of any assistance with anything? I feel bad for the problem I have caused, and I can take time to finish some of the cleanup for amends." "Thank you for the offer, sir. If you could move the now destroyed car to an actual trash dump, that would be as much of a help as you can give. I don't need help with the rest. I'm using this as training for college. Plus, I'd rather you be out saving families rather than sticking around." The hero looked down at the boy to see his fists clenched, and Toshinori could tell the teen was doing his best not to lash out. "I understand. I'll make sure this is disposed of properly. Good luck with your training, and I wish you well in your future endeavors. Again, I am deeply sorry for the damage I have caused." The hero swore he heard the boy mutter under his breath, "You don't even understand what kind of damage you caused." Toshinori didn't think this kid had ever liked him. Now watch how a hero makes his exit. All Might was not sure what to think of himself at this moment. Once again, he was trying to brighten the day of someone and instead fumbled around and messed stuff up. This boy gave off a familiar presence, and he couldn't shake it. It seemed to haunt the hero. That fierce emerald gaze was similar yet so foreign that he couldn't bear to look him in the eyes as he left. He grabbed the crushed vehicle and shot off into the horizon. Maybe a night with Tsukachi would be good for him. He desperately needed someone to talk to. Hidori was not doing okay. The routine jog back to his apartment was replaced with a full-out sprint. His pent-up frustrations from his encounter with the number one hero had pushed him to need to vent himself. He mentally opened the door and slammed it shut behind him, slightly shaking the room. The greenette was trying to catch his breath as he slid to the floor, leaning on his door. His lungs felt like they were on fire, and it was the only thing keeping him from screaming. Why did it have to be All Might? Out of anyone he could have encountered on today of all days, it had to be All Might. He wanted to break down and tell off his former idol. Let him know just how much he crushed him. Hidori couldn't go through with it, though, as much as he hated what had happened and resented the man, how could the hero have known what he had done? He couldn't even ask for help with his decision, which made him more upset. He just sat there for what felt like hours and tried to calm down. He had difficulty keeping his emotions in check like he had done so for so long. He needed an outlet. Looking back at his guitar, he'd thought about tonight again. What time was it? No, he was going to be late. He rushed over and threw the guitar around his shoulder. Hopefully, she wouldn't mind that he was going to be late. She was always so understanding of him. Maybe she'd let him vent to her for a bit. After the day he needed someone to get this off his chest too. He ensured no one was around waiting to mug some unsuspecting resident and then made his way to the train station. As he quickly made his way into town, he passed by a florist. He wanted to do something special, so maybe flowers? Was that too cliché? Well, a small bouquet would be nice, at least. The sun was getting low in the sky when he reached his stop. He was guessing it was nearing 6 p.m. He was only going to be a little later than expected, so at least he wouldn't keep her waiting long. Being out always made him nervous. He made so much effort trying to hide from the world that this was a significant and sudden change. These were the only times he allowed himself to be reckless, but it was worth it to the greenette. His eyes darted from side to side until he got to the imposing gate. He finally felt like he was safe. The oranges and purples of the sunset illuminating the path as he slowly moved through the yard helped to calm his nerves. His guitar case swayed swiftly as he came to a sudden stop. He looked down at the marker and gently placed the flowers. Here lies Izuku Midoriya, mother. May she rest in peace. The tears had already started as he looked at the grave. His legs didn't feel like they worked anymore, and he fell back onto his butt. His eyes never left the markers as he wiped the water from his face. I miss you. It's been half a year since I lost you, and it hurts still. May 16th, and today is November 16th, time flies, right? The gaze of the greenette turned sour. He had been thinking about it for too long. I ran into All Might today, that BSTRD. I couldn't do it. He was right there and I couldn't tell him how much it hurt. I'm so lost, Mom. I wish I could know that I'm making the right choices. This wasn't how he had thought the conversation was going to go. He wanted to be more upbeat. It was time to change the topic again. Enough about that. However, let's talk about what I've been up to. I have been working pretty hard. I almost got the best job ever from the Yaoyorozu family, but the law requires a certification that I can't get without a degree. It would have been fun, but I know I can't do exactly what they wanted, yet anyway. That family lives so differently than we ever could. The girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, for being super rich, she seems super nice. You would have loved to meet her. I hope I get to see her again. The wind blew by, and the silence of the night dissuaded him from going on. To anyone looking in, he would seem crazy, but she had come to him in his mind. Maybe he could still communicate with her. Maybe that was another part of his quirk. He was grasping for anything he could. I'm still trying to figure out what even to do. I just know that I have to keep going. I wish you were here to help me, Mom. I hope I can make you proud. Let me play you something just like I promised. We can sit back and listen to some music for a little while, like before. He opened the case, lying on the ground behind him, and pulled out his guitar. The greenette teen started to run his hands along the strings trying to settle on a song, and then just started to play. He remembered the vision of his mother pleading with him to continue playing. Whether it was a dream or a final goodbye, he would keep that promise. He couldn't see her smiling when he played, but he knew she could hear him. At least he felt like he knew, so he spent at least an hour playing with her every week. It wasn't always here, sometimes at the beach, a park, or even just in his apartment. Every time was the same, though. He felt the sting of his heartbreak anew, and tears stained his face when he was done. Today marked half a year since her death, half a year since the villains attacked that day. He spent the day working on himself, but in the back of his mind was just reminded of the life he once had. The family at the repair job, running into the number one hero, and just seeing the smiling faces of the people he passed all reminded him of his old life. The life that was so quickly taken away. He missed it so much. He didn't realize how happy he was to just be there with his mom, but now that she's gone, it feels like a piece of him went with her. Moments like these were some of the happiest times he had nowadays because he would fill that void with memories. Usually he would play his guitar and maybe hum along to it, but not this time. Today was special, so instead of just playing to his mother, he sang to her as well. He threw caution to the wind and didn't care who else heard him. He just wanted to make sure his mother did. Right now, he forgot all about Hitori Ryakan and embraced himself as Izuku Midoriya for the first time in months, if only for a few moments. Little did the teen know about who was lurking in the shadows. A figure too far away to be noticed was watching and listening. He stood ominously in a black hoodie. His chapped smile brought about a sinister presence. He lifted his phone, holding it precariously with 4 fingers, and with a gravelly voice, spoke into the device. "Doctor, it seems like your hunch was right. Someone did show up to visit one of your test subjects, and he sounds familiar, like the kid from one of those videos." The phone had a pause before a response came through. "So he is still alive. All right, Tamura, make sure he doesn't see you. We can't let him get away again. We'll act once Sensei is ready." The cold December air clung to her skin as she walked toward the building and away from her driver. Momo Yaoyorozu was ready to finally be able to test out of high school and take the exit exams. Usually, there would be the opportunity to take the tests remotely, but the new proctoring process required individuals to attend in person to prevent cheating. This meant she was traversing a college campus on her way to a lecture hall set up for the exams. Walking into the exam hall, she noticed she was one of the first to arrive. The test was scheduled to begin at 8 a.m., and it was currently 7. Her parents always told her that being early leaves the best first impression, but they didn't exactly practice what they preached. The others in the room seemed to be more nervous, shifting around in their seats. On the other hand, she was confident in herself and decided to move towards the back left of the room. There was less risk of being distracted by people behind her, so she wouldn't be tempted to turn around, a logical position for the highest level of focus. As it grew closer to the start time, more people began filing into the room. Momo had been casually analyzing the people coming in and had a decent idea of the demographic of the test takers. Most of those who showed up looked close to around the age they should be for graduating high school. Her hunch was that, like her, these students were also homeschooled and were trying to graduate at the usual time. The other large group of test takers looked older, like non-traditional students who had to leave high school for whatever reason. Then there was the smallest group, of which she was a part, that looked like they were testing at an earlier than average age. There were about 4 or 5 others in that group as well. The most surprising of that group came in about 1 minute before the exam was set to start. It was shocking to her because she recognized him. She noticed a familiar green head of hair take a seat at the very front of the room, as far from as many people as he could. The boy had gotten to his desk but didn't acknowledge that he had seen her until he pivoted on his chair. He looked back and caught her eyes. He finally waved to the heiress and returned to get his supplies out. Momo couldn't help but blush at being noticed, especially since she was probably staring. She had remembered Ryakan as the handyman that had given her so much to try out with her quirk. She had hoped to work on her quirk with him, but apparently, the legality of the situation was questionable. He had said that he thought high school was a waste of time, but she assumed he didn't like academics. She couldn't help but be slightly surprised to see him here and mentally scolded herself for presuming things about him due to his occupation. This green-headed boy caused her to have so many questions. She would wait for him to properly talk with the handyman after she finished her test to get some answers. At exactly 8 o'clock, the proctor came in, and all thoughts about the greenette vanished. The packet was thick, maybe 45 or 50 pages. It was finally time to test her progress. Momo was excited to finally mark this off on her mental to-do list. She was a bit of a planner and had a step-by-step list of how she planned on achieving her perfect life locked in her mind. Almost everything was planned out, and graduating high school was the next step. Momo knew she was more than prepared as she had been tutored at a college level for about a year now in math and varying sciences. All of her tutors had assured her that she would be able to pass the tests. They didn't mention that it was going to be so easy. She should have taken this years ago. The exam was set to be 5 hours, and by her estimate, it would maybe take her half of the time to finish. The test was going great. Only an hour had passed since the beginning of the exam, and she was already halfway complete. She was swiftly going through each question and progressing along nicely. After each page, Momo would go through and double-check her work. She wasn't going to risk making a mistake by simply overlooking something. The dark-haired girl felt the need to do this as she wasn't entirely focused on the exam. Her mind wandered back to thinking about the greenette on occasion. He just didn't make sense to her. What was his life like to require him to forego the typical experience of high school and go straight into work? There were so many options, but by how long he spent fixing up her training room, it didn't seem likely he spent much time studying daily. Momo Yaoyorozu had to admit that boy made her frustrated. It was distracting to have so many questions about someone she didn't even know and who wasn't even a part of her life. She shouldn't care so much to know these things, but Momo and being confused did not go well together. She hated her curious nature. She shook her head to try and focus back on the test, only to be taken out minutes later as the boy in question stood up and started to make his way to the front of the classroom. The movement drew not only her attention but also many of the other test takers as well. The proctor was leaning back in his chair, and his eyes were trained on the boy approaching his desk. He just seemed annoyed at what was happening. If you have a question, please raise your hand at your desk. Only approach the desk if you are done and want to turn the booklet in. I mentioned this as the tests were being passed out, so please go back to your seat. The scruffy-haired blonde man looked like he didn't really care about the test he was proctoring and would much rather be asleep. I listened to you. Thank you. Have a nice day. The greenette turned in his test and walked out of the room. There was a beat of stunned silence from the room. No pencil moved, no word was uttered, just silence. The moment passed, and almost everyone had gone back to the task at hand. They all probably assumed he had just given up and turned in an unfinished exam. Momo, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. Her eyes were still watching the man at the desk as he began to look over the exam. There had to be a policy in place that the proctor had to check to make sure the test was worth grading. He obviously planned just to flip through until he found the page where the answer stopped and then toss it to the side. Momo noticed his eyes grow wider as he got further and further into the exam. Periodically he would check what seemed like a key and kept shaking his head in disbelief. He reached the end, and the packet fell limply from his hands. He put his hand to an earpiece he apparently had in and began whispering into it. A brief and hushed conversation was had with whoever was on the other side, and then the proctor just sat and stared at the packet. A suited man came into the room a couple of minutes later, picked up the exam, and left as quickly as he came. Well, at least there wasn't any more pressure to finish first. She was upset that she wouldn't have the chance to talk to Ryakan, but she at least wouldn't have any more distractions. Her test finished a little over an hour later, and turning it in was followed by a sigh from everyone else in the room. When she turned in her test, she was ready to call her ride and return home. The greenette that plagued her with so many questions had to be long gone by now. She was taking her time and casually heading towards the exit when she was stopped by the man that had rushed in for Ryakan's test. Apparently, she had finished the exam a bit faster than expected and was requested to wait until they could verify that she hadn't cheated. While her integrity had been slightly insulted, she understood they were trying to be fair. The whole point of having the proctor watch the room was to keep people from passing when they shouldn't have. The heiress was brought to stay in a room slightly off the main hallway. It looked like a small reception area that could lead into a few academic offices. The girl sat in one of the plush chairs by the entrance. A small hallway passed the reception, and a singular door to what she assumed was an office visible on the opposite side of the room. The door was closed, but she could tell people were inside from the silhouettes visible in tinted windows. Not only did the glass give it away, but she could also hear a faint conversation coming from the other side. The words were too muffled to make out what was being said, which meant she couldn't accidentally eavesdrop. After about 5 minutes of waiting, the voices began to increase in volume, and the click of the doorknob cut through the air. The door opened and an annoyed Ryakan stepped out, followed by a man with a walrus quirk wearing a suit. The walrus man seemed to be trying to apologize to the other team. "We are sorry for doubting you, Mr. Ryakan, but it was too suspicious to have someone finish the test that quickly and not miss a single point. The cameras tracking Quirk activity and the testimony of the proctor do prove that you had not cheated. We are sorry for taking up so much of your time. I put on my application that my mutation quirk assisted with my intelligence, so I honestly don't understand where the confusion came from. The amount of time this has taken up ate up what I had planned for the day." He said that as though he was expecting to have finished a 5-hour exam in such a short amount of time. The boy turned to look at the girl patiently waiting in the room. She could immediately see the annoyance on his face turn to worry and then change again to his usual exhaustion. "Ah, Miss Yaoyorozu, I see that you also finished the test quite early as well. I understood you were intelligent, but I had no idea it was to this scope. Considering your quirk doesn't seem to have anything to do with your intelligence, that is quite impressive." The suited man looked towards the heiress and then saw her test. "I am sorry to keep you waiting, miss. I will review your test in a moment. Please full dash." Ryakan turned to the blubbering man who had exited with him and interrupted him, holding a hand towards the girl in the room. "She wouldn't cheat. Did you not hear what I addressed her as? This here is Momo Yaoyorozu, the heiress to Yaoyorozu Creations Corporation. If she had wanted to, she could simply buy the certification. Sometimes you don't need a special quirk to be intelligent. I assume there is no need to keep her here longer on her name alone." The blubber on the suited walrus began to shine with sweat. He quickly flipped through the test packet waiting for him. She felt bad for the man who looked so uncomfortable in this situation. "Actually, I don't mind dash." He shook his head and interrupted the heiress as he clapped the packet shut. No, you may go, miss. We are sorry for keeping you as well. I must say you two will do great things with those brains on you. If only I had you as students in my middle school, what I would have given to watch you grow. Our college would be rather fortunate if you chose to attend for your higher level schooling here." The walrus seemed to be shaking slightly from nerves. Ryakan seemed to take all of the power out of the man's hands with ease. "Sadly, I don't think that is in the cards for me. Plus, I don't feel like I can feel comfortable at a school where the staff is so quick to judge others." The words came out the annoyed teen's mouth pointedly than she had heard from the boy, and he turned, making it known that the conversation was finished. The walrus man sighed, turned, and shuffled back into the room he had exited. The raven-haired girl turned to look at the greenette, who physically seemed to relax now that the situation was over with the walrus retreated. He looked over and met her gaze. She swore she could see a bit of pink forming on his cheeks, the situation being slightly embarrassing for him. He scratched the back of his head and looked away before addressing the LF walrus in the room. "Sorry you had to see that. I had some bad experiences with school staff before, and he was quite similar to someone else I knew. I couldn't help but get frustrated." He went silent, as it seemed like he struggled to find the right words. "Well, I'm sure you have a ride waiting for you outside. You had better not keep them waiting." Ryakan quickly slung his bag back over his should and walked out of the room, not waiting for the heiress to tag along. Oh, this would not fly by for her. She was given a golden opportunity to finally have another conversation with the boy who intrigued her so much, and he planned to run out of her without even giving her a chance to speak? No, she would not allow it. Momo grabbed her things and quickly dashed after him. She saw him just about to walk through the doors when she called out to him. She noticed him immediately freeze up as if caught in a devious act. "Excuse me, Mr. Ryakan. I was wondering if I could accompany you while traversing this campus. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, that is. I have questions about what just happened and a few others that I hope you may be willing to answer." The boy's hand was on the door, ready to push it open, but he seemed to have a mental battle with himself. The greenette resigned himself and turned back to the girl. "I guess I can spare a few more minutes. I wanted to get some parts from a shop in town, but there is no real rush. They'll be open for a few more hours. I can tell you are naturally curious, so it wouldn't be nice to leave you with no answers. I also doubt you wouldn't just hunt me down until you had them." She wasn't planning on going that far, but she did plan on trying to look him up if he didn't answer her. He somehow really seemed to understand her, which as primarily strangers, was something she automatically respected from the boy. He seemed to catch subtle details about people's character, which Momo wished she could do better. As he turned to face her, Momo began noticing some things she hadn't earlier. First, and most obviously, was his attire. He was wearing pretty much the same outfit he had when he was working at her manor. While at first, she dismissed this look as he was probably going to get dirty in his line of work, now there was no need to worry about that. Yet, here he was in the same slightly torn, very worn jeans and subtly stained black shirt. He added a patched bright denim jacket and an old backpack, otherwise, his attire was the same. Even his bright red high tops, which looked worn down, were the same as before. This wouldn't have been too strange if it wasn't December, and the weather was definitely too cold for how he was currently. She shivered just looking at him, knowing what was waiting for them outside. That wasn't the only concerning thing about his clothes, however. They looked torn and sewn in multiple places. They were obviously repaired many times and should have been thrown out and replaced by now. She moved on from his clothes and looked up at his face. Momo wasn't the best at reading people, that's for sure, but there was something about looking Ryokan in the eyes that made her see right through him. He tried to hide it as best he could, but his eyes betrayed him. When she looked at him, she could see his sadness and exhaustion. He looked confident and emotionless outside, but it looked like a mask. Her heart skipped a beat as he just looked so broken. She had so many questions she wanted to ask, but in the moment of seeing him like this, only one could come to mind. Are you okay? Hidori was having a strange day, to say the least. The morning started well enough. He had gotten in some training before the exam. He slightly overdid it on weight, but minor soreness was something he was used to by now. That was when things started to get annoying. His trains ran late, so he barely made it to his exam on time, and the extra running was not super welcome. Then who does he see when he gets into his exam room? Momo Yaoyorozu. She was also taking the exit exams in the same place, which surprised the teen. He knew she was homeschooled and bright, but you had to be pretty intelligent to take these tests 3 years early. Not that he doubted her abilities, but he was expecting the exams to take at least 2 hours, and he had a quirk that helped him with that. He shouldn't be judging people based on certain things, but if this girl also had super smarts along with everything else, he was sure that some deity favored her over him. The tests were passed out, and instructions were given. Hidori cracked his knuckles and got ready to go. He was prepared to have a slight challenge on some of these questions, always enjoying a good brain teaser. That was when the difficulty of the exam was noticed to be laughable. The test was so easy that he finished in just over an hour, even going in extra depth on the extended responses. While he was initially annoyed that this exam posed little of a challenge, he wouldn't deny that having some spare time to get some work done would be nice. He had a few personal repair projects he hoped to get set up soon. He was just about out of the building when he was instructed that he had to have his test reviewed. Apparently, because he finished at what the school considered an inhuman time, seriously, they used inhuman in a world full of quirks, he was expected to wait to ensure he didn't cheat. On his application to participate in the exam, he said he had his quirk boosted his intelligence. They should have expected him to finish such an elementary test so quickly, and now he would lose precious time that he could be spending on something else. Then, as if the universe decided he needed to be punished even more, the person they got to check his exam was none other than his former principal, Gen Seiuchi. Just being in this man's presence made Bile want to come up. Tsukachi had mentioned how they had gotten the man to resign, but that didn't stop him from moving to a different position elsewhere. The man graded the exam, reviewed the security footage, and noticed nothing. He received no reports of him cheating from the proctor, and he looked at his file to see that his quirk boosted intelligence. So the real question was, how had this taken a full hour to resolve? The frustration was oozing off of him as he got up to leave the stuffy office. His mood for the day had turned sour even after being told he got a perfect on the exit exams. Then because, of course, the universe wasn't done with him yet, Momo Yaoyorozu was waiting on the other side of the door for apparently also finishing the exam extra early. Damn it, she was super smart too. She had to have noticed his frustration as he entered the reception area. He barely knew the girl, but just briefly looking into her eyes, he could tell she was curious about the situation. He convinced Seiuchi to believe that she wouldn't cheat just based on her name and hoped maybe that would be the end. The idea of her being able to get off just based on her name was annoying, but he accepted how the current world was. He gave her the bare minimum information on what had happened and tried to avoid any other possible continuation of this conversation by leaving quickly. Which definitely didn't work out as she practically chased him out of the room and asked to talk. He could have just left, but he could tell by her forwardness that she was extremely curious. Yaoyorozu was most likely the kind of person to get herself into other people's business when she didn't need to. She wasn't just going to let him drop this, and he knew it. He knew he wouldn't leave without some answers if he were in her position, so how could he blame Yaoyorozu? He turned around and looked at her, mentally preparing for the questions that would be sent his way. He needed to be able to answer her questions to give her just enough information that would satisfy her but not bring any cause to look deeper. Explaining the intelligence aspect of his quirk should honestly be enough to satisfy most of what she could ask. He had dealt with people curious about him before, so he had gotten a list of questions that was normal to expect. Over time, Hidori had been able to think up some pretty good answers that only hovered at the line of truth instead of crossing over to lie territory. He didn't want to have to deal with meeting someone like Tsukachi unprepared. Also, he just hated being dishonest. All his mental preparation was useless when he heard the most unexpected thing escape her mouth. "Are you okay?" After everything she had seen from him and how he had just acted, her first question was about his well-being. Hidori was, at best, an acquaintance to this girl, and her first instinct was to check if he was alright. His heart warmed at the concern that was palpable in her words. This was an actual pleasant surprise to his day. Honestly, he shouldn't be surprised. Yaoyorozu was planning on becoming a hero after all, and if this was her personality, then she would be a DMN good one. "Well, I have to say, Miss Yaoyorozu, you surprised me. Normally the first thing I'm asked about is my quirk. I'm doing alright, all things considered. Like I said earlier, that situation just brought up some past memories. You don't need to worry for me." He wasn't actively lying to the girl. He was healthy, had a roof to live under, and enough work to keep the bills paid, if he didn't count heating. He would have had enough, but he saw a few people out on the streets and decided to use the money to help get them warm clothes instead. Hidori knew he could manage on his own, and he could not help. A pink light broke his attention as the attractive girl in of him had apparently opened her jacket and shirt while he was talking, and a warm pink glow emitted from her now bare stomach. He had not gotten embarrassed in quite some time, generally because he tried to avoid those situations altogether, but he couldn't stop the heat from rising to his face as he quickly turned his view away from the display of the gorgeous girl. What are you doing?" He stammered, turning his head away and chopping his arms in front of him, trying to keep her out of view. She huffed out a reply, scowling at the boy in disapproval slightly. "You are wearing the same outfit you wore when you did the job for my family, and that jacket is not proper to move around in the weather outside. Also, your clothes and backpack look like they have been patched and repaired too many times. If I were to guess, you don't have anything to keep you warm when we step outside." The heiress held out a puffy dark green coat toward Hidori. "Until now. Please use this." Usually, he would outright refuse when someone tried to give him something, but he had to admit it was pretty cold outside. Plus, he doubted that she could reabsorb what she created back into her body, so the coat was here to stay no matter what. If he accepted this, he could get the talk with her over quicker instead of starting with an argument. "Thanks. You shouldn't have. I appreciated the thought." He took the coat and turned around as he put it on, giving the heiress at least a little privacy to button herself back up. The coat was really comfortable and super warm. It was a really lovely gift. The kindness and the quick unexpected exposure to skin had him trying and failing to get his blush to subside. He had seen her in a sports bra when she was training, but that was slightly more acceptable, as well as him able to hide in a wall to keep his blush from being seen. He was being so awkward, or was she being the awkward one? No one would open up like that to a stranger. This whole scenario was beyond his limited understanding of how people are supposed to interact. He was brought out of his thoughts as the girl jumped into his view, properly covered, and continued talking to him. "Now then, would you mind walking with me to my ride? I don't often get the chance to converse with others my age, and I have a few more questions that I would like to ask you, if you don't mind. Think of it as payment for the coat." Oh, she was good. She must have known that after accepting the gift, he would feel slightly indebted to the action. He never feels right taking advantage of others. He sighed. This girl may have been more intelligent than he gave her credit. "Alright, I'll walk with you, but I can choose not to answer whatever questions I want. Deal?" The dark-haired girl smiled brightly and nodded as she skipped beside the other teen. The greenette rolled his eyes as she seemed to explode with happiness. It was almost blinding how bright she appeared. It's been a long time since he's had that kind of light to deal with. The two began walking and chatting about things. It was mostly Yaoyorozu asking specific questions and conversing based on the answers. The greenette would give his 2 cents on particular topics and answer questions that weren't too invasive. The conversation turned to science, and honestly must have sounded like they had made up half the words they said. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Ryakan, who taught you so well? I remember you saying that you thought high school was a waste of time, but you finished that exam so quickly and even got everything right. You must have had a great teacher. Is it one of your parents?" She had poked around his emotions for a quick second, found a particularly lovely nerve, and beat it to a pulp with a hammer. He stopped in his tracks, his brain vigorously trying not to shut down there while also trying to keep any emotions hidden behind the wall he had set up. He hoped his dilemma wasn't apparent, but it was. He had been blindsided by one of the questions he had been trying to avoid. He had thought he had gotten away with it when she didn't bring it up immediately. The heiress just looked back at him and DMN it. He could see her concern. All he had to do was breathe and say he taught himself, easy. It wasn't a lie, and then there would be no further delving into the topic. I don't feel comfortable answering that. Uh, uh, Why did he say that? That would only make her more concerned about his situation from earlier. Oh, he could see it in her eyes now. This girl was absolutely brilliant. He should have been more careful. She was mentally putting together the puzzle that was his life, and he would not be around when she figured it out. He turned and saw a parking lot with a limo parked. Escape opportunity. Well, we are pretty close to the parking lot now, so I'm just going to head on out now. It was nice talking with you. He turned around, hoping to have been able to sprint out of there as quickly as he could. He would throw suspicion to the wind and escape this horrible situation he found himself in. He felt his arm grabbed as he turned, yet again cursing his bad luck. I'm sorry if I am pressing too far, but I just can't let you leave not knowing. What kind of future hero would I be if I just let you go back to a horrible situation? You are safe at home, right? No one is hurting you? I see the pain in your eyes. I just need to know, please. She looked so sincere. He hadn't seen a look of worry for him in so long. The same look his mother always had for him when she would see him on the particularly bad days. It was a look he honestly never thought he would see again. He averted his eyes from her gaze. The memories were hard to deal with. It's fine. Live on my own. You don't have to be concerned that someone is hurting me. He had to stop himself from going any further. He took a deep breath and turned back to look her in the eyes, determined to make this seem as genuine as possible. It's very nice of you to worry for a stranger like myself. Yes, I am living alone, but I am not on the streets. I have an apartment. I have been on my own for a while and can keep myself safe. I eat well and never miss a meal. I have no fears about going back home, and I am intelligent due to a side effect of my quirk. It also gives me the power to pick up and throw things with my mind. His face softened before he ended his little explanation. You are going to become an amazing hero. I can tell that you really care about others. This caused the girl to blush and turn away. She retracted her hand to brush the strand of hair that fell over her face. She quietly responded to him. Well, I'm glad to know that you are safe where you are. Though your situation still worries me. Not exactly the words he would use to describe the area he lived in, but he wouldn't mention that. Suddenly his eyes flashed emerald as the thoughts of the girl across from him were heard without him wanting. He cursed his quirk for acting at a time like this. For as lonely as I feel, living on your own this early has to be hard. Hidori Ryakan, you are trying to make your situation seem better than it is to try to placate my curiosity. He's still holding back some information. What is it? Think, Momo, you are going to be a hero. Just use this brain of yours. He never mentioned his parents specifically. Maybe there is a place to start dash. Oh, he was going to have to stop her thoughts there. She was putting together an action plan and he wouldn't have that happen. The whole living by myself was my choice because it suited me the best. It's not that bad of a situation if you consider all the perks. I can pretty much do whatever I want whenever I want. Just as long as I keep working, I have a lot of extra freedom. I don't think I would give it up if I were even given a golden opportunity. The greenette said and swayed a bit. The girl seemed brought out of her thoughts and frowned for a second. He was tempted to peek into her thoughts again to make sure she wouldn't do anything, but it was too invasive for him to feel comfortable with. I understand. Well, I'm glad that you are happy where you are. Again, not the words he technically used, but at least she would be off his case. This girl was almost trusting to a fault. He couldn't afford to have one of the wealthiest families in Japan start poking around his backstory. He and the detective worked hard to develop a solid one, but like anything fake, it had some holes. He didn't want people worrying about him. He had made it clear to Tsukachi that he could do this on his own and he truly believed it. He was ready to work for his success and not be handed it. Momo Yaoyorozu was very considerate to him, but he wondered why she seemed to care so much. It was probably nothing. Well, it was honestly nice talking with you, Miss Yaoyorozu. I have to do some shopping today, so I should get going. I look forward to the next time we cross paths. But what if I want to get in contact with you? He threw an arm up in a wave behind him and tried to act as cool as possible. You shouldn't even be trying to. His cool act lasted only until he was out of sight. Then he broke down because of what had just happened. He had just had a very long conversation with a very cute girl and had been stunned by her multiple times. Just what was today? Hidori was walking away from the campus. His head was going full throttle, trying to make heads or tails of what had just happened. He has never been great at talking with girls and honestly had no real experience talking with friendly people. Back when he was Izuku, he would have instantly turned into a blubbering mess, but with the mask of confidence in Hidori, he was able to keep his cool, barely. So, yeah, he had no real idea how it was supposed to go, but that had to have been an abnormal conversation. No sane person would be that worried about a stranger, especially if that stranger were him. That had to be it. Momo Yaoyorozu was just crazy or crazy nice, one or the other. He hoped for the latter, but more than likely, it was the former. No one was that nice. Even though he was pretty sure she was crazy, he couldn't help but feel a hint of warmth as he thought about how kind she acted towards him. That was probably just him remembering the coat he now had. It was very comfortable and well insulated. Looking at his refurbished watch, it was slightly later than he had wanted to get out. It was 10:30 now, and it would take him about an hour by train to get to Bespin Shopping Center. He would have just gone shopping nearby, but his order was waiting at the hardware store he regularly supported. The shop made a few special orders for him, and he had too much loyalty to cancel and pick it up elsewhere. Spending an hour to get to his usual shops wasn't what he was concerned with, it was what he would do for lunch. Usually, Hidori would cook something up or reheat leftovers at his apartment. The issue was that it would be late in the afternoon when he would be returning, and then he still had to prepare the meal. The greenette would have to resign and stop to grab lunch while he was out picking things up. He really didn't prefer eating out. The food was usually more expensive, less healthy, and honestly tasted worse than what he could make. The other reason was that he hated eating in public, especially alone. He felt he was taking up space that other people could use better. Most places didn't let minors sit at the bar, so he typically had a table to himself, making him feel awkwardly out of place. These thoughts came and passed as he trudged along in the cold late morning, finally reaching the train station. At this point, he was in no rush to get to the store. After the crazy morning he had had, stepping back a bit and relaxing would do him well. Not many people took this train at the current time of day, so he was able to find a seat quickly enough. He got out his slightly damaged smartphone and looked through the news stories he downloaded while waiting in that office. The news stories were the same old, same old. It seems Kamui Woods was outshined by a new hero who made her debut this morning. MD Lady sure seemed to like attention, especially for certain assets. That was a glancing thought, though, as he read through the incident report. The villain had seemed to have some sort of gigantification quirk, but it seemed to have been outpowered by the new hero's similar ability. She jumped in, crashed her foot right into the man, and took him out in one move. His mind was already analyzing the new hero. Gigantification, huh? It's a generally common yet extremely powerful quirk, but it could cause massive damage to public property. A good hero would be able to limit the use of it so that they would only use it in applicable scenarios. This could all be avoided if she could manipulate her size at will. Though her name would imply that growth is all she can do, if she could shrink, that would make her much more versatile for covert missions. Though being stealthy didn't really seem like her forte, however. She seems to be doing this for the attention of her promiscuous nature for the camera. I wonder how she deals with the increased air resistance when she gets up to that size. It's a common problem for people with that quirk. The other stories talked about more heroes in the area doing hero work. All Might still took to the news with his daring captures, and most of the stories include the top 10 and some of the more popular local heroes. There was a nice article about Mr. Brave in there. He still didn't know how he felt about him. There wasn't a reason to blame him for what happened. Honestly, he probably couldn't have helped much if he had been there when it happened. But still, he was supposed to protect his people, and he failed at that. While he enjoyed reading about these heroes, he already had a good level of analysis done on all of them. He would have preferred they highlight some of the heroes he hadn't seen as much from, but that wouldn't get people to click on the article, would it? The hour passes quickly with his analyses of the fights detailed in his head. He wrote down some of the critical points he thought of and would transfer them to a more detailed document when he got back to his laptop later. The overhead announced his stop coming up, so Hidori packed up his things and got ready to go. Getting off the train, the greenette team thinks about whether he should get food first or pick up his order. He could lug the stuff around for a bit, which would work as a bit of strength training. Also, it was currently the lunch rush, so it may not be the best use of his time to do that first. He wasn't too hungry, so he thought getting his order first would be fine. It was about a 20-minute walk from the station to the store. The lunch rush seems to have started as the area began to be flooded with people going to and from work to get food or run quick errands. Hidori was honestly hoping to avoid this rush by getting here earlier, but it couldn't be avoided now. The hardware store was owned and operated by a local family. It was recommended to him when he first started getting into repair work. The owner was getting up there in his years, so his daughter handled most of the business. The owner took much pride in his business and was still there for most of the day to talk with customers and run the register. He would do what he could to come up with solutions to their issues, and most of what was there he had built himself. Hidori had learned much of what he knew from talking with this man during his many visits. His daughter and grandchildren took great care of the store. Because of that, they had many regulars and seemed to be doing fine financially. That being said, one of the family had a bit of a crazy streak going for her and always tried to drag all of the customers into her antics. It was entertaining when it wasn't directed toward him, and he seemed to be her favorite test subject. Standing outside, he could see the sign built ages ago for the shop, Hatsum Hardware. The building was off of one of the main streets and had a few levels of apartments overhead. The shop was the base of its building, with two small alleyways on either side separating it from the neighboring structures. The hardware store kept a lot of more extensive materials on hand, so any extra space they had got used quickly. The shop would probably be around 8,000 square feet if there weren't shelves and tables everywhere. A lot of people would describe the store as a mess. Hatsum hardware wasn't cluttered, though. In fact, the store is extremely well organized with how much they crammed inside. It was an organized mess of tools and material. There was a lot, but you could easily walk in and find what you needed within minutes. Not only that, but the store also had a repair shop that they operated in a small basement area. They always worried that it would have bothered the people upstairs even though, by what he could tell, the Hatsums themselves occupied the first level of apartments. They did a lot of repair work, and Hidori spent some time in the shop repairing some of the smaller gadgets he had been hired to look at or wanted to fix up for himself. As he opened the door to the store, the bell hanging in the doorway chimed to announce his arrival. The old man sitting back behind the counter reading the paper for the day looked up and over at the person who entered. Seeing who it was, he returned to look at his paper and continued reading. "You're later than usual, kid. I guess punctuality is lost in the youth of today." The shop owner was leaning back in a wooden chair he undoubtedly built himself. The old man was pretty close to completely bald but had a ring of highly desaturated pink hair that went around the back of his head right above his ears. His face had many pronounced wrinkles, but the largest one was right above his eyebrows, forming a near-constant look of intrigue and pondering. His nose was large, and he held a small pair of bifocal-style glasses. The man wore his usual getup, a white shirt, baggy jeans, and work boots, the unofficial uniform for the store. Over top of his outfit was a worn apron with tools and other small handy items. He quickly finished reading and placed the paper down to address the boy adequately. "So, Ryakut, how was the test? You end up finally using that head for something useful?" The greenette was used to his teasing, so he took no offense. "Mr. Hatsum, I don't know why you need to tease me so much. The test went well, but apparently I finished so quickly that they made me stay to make sure I didn't cheat. That's why I'm late." The old man chuckled and shifted some things around under the counter behind him. "Finished too quickly, why am I not surprised? Also, how many times have I told you to call me Atya or Otto? You give me enough business to be allowed to use my given name. Plus, you'll get everyone's attention if you go callin' out Hatsum here. Gimme a sec to get your order together. Why not peruse the shop for a bit? We did get some nice new tools in this week." Otto was always the businessman. "Oh, Otto, but don't take too long. I don't want to look like you by the time I get out of here." At that, a slight tremor could be felt under their feet. A surprisingly common occurrence at the shop. You could tell who the regulars were by the people that didn't get freaked out. "I take it that crazy grease monkey is at it again in the workstation downstairs." Hidori playfully brought the cause of the shaking up. He really didn't mind. The building was sturdy as hell by looking at the supports around the shop. The basement was also outfitted to withstand quite a lot of abuse, so all that ever happened was a brief quake. Otto just sighed and leaned further back into his chair. "Yeah, I haven't been able to get May to come out from there all week. She's too engrossed in her projects." The man called out to one of the other workers. "Moto, check up on your sister and make sure she didn't hurt herself again." A slightly older teen boy with pink hair wearing a similar outfit to Otto looked back and nodded at the command. The pink-haired teen went through a closed door behind the counter and disappeared behind it. "Projects? Do you mean her babies?" Hidori turned back to the owner and saw him facepalm with resignation. He rolled his eyes and gave the teen a slight chuckle. "Don't you go encouraging her. Plus, if you're gonna try and crack jokes like that, a smile helps show when you're kiddin'. You should try it sometime." Hidori knew the man joked with him so much to try to get him to smile. He was a kind old man. "I get told that a lot. I'll smile once you get her to stop trying to get me to test her babies for her. I still have bruises from the last time." The greenette playfully rubbed a particularly sore part of his shoulder. The faded pinkette shrugged and put his glasses on as he stood from his chair. Otto stretched and let out some audible pops that were unnerving. "Just keep saying no, and she'll stop eventually. Anyway, enjoy the store for a bit. I have to go to the back to get some of the more expensive parts of the order." At that, the man walked back into the same door the Moto had gone through earlier, leaving Hidori alone at the counter. Hidori knew he wouldn't buy any new tools, but he wasn't just going to stand around and wait for the man to rummage through his things. He made his way to the tool cabinet to look if only to appease the old man. He made orders from this place all the time, so he was used to the game the old man played. He wanted to get him to walk the store and see if something could catch his eye. As he walked away, the greenette did his normal quick scope of any new building or room he entered. There wasn't too much to be concerned about. He could see the owner's daughter, my Hatsum, stocking some packs of screws on one of the racks. There were only a couple of other patrons. There was a big man with bolts coming out his temples looking over the 2x4s and wood panels, and a pair of people looked over some of the paints. The shorter of the two was a young adult who didn't seem interested in being there. He was standing in a black hoodie and similarly colored jeans. He had light pastel blue hair that was slightly unkempt. Next to him was a gentleman whose skin seemed to be a dark shifting purple mist but was dressed well in a vest and slacks. There was a metal brace that hooked onto his neck. Not seeing anything too out of the ordinary and having the positions of everyone in the store, Hidori quickly checked out the tools. As he thought, they were out of his price range. The newest models would make things a lot easier when on the job. Hidori just didn't have the budget or the need. He moved over and greeted Mai as he passed to look at the materials section. He was checking the copper and aluminum tubing prices when he heard the doorbell chime. Something already felt off, like the whole atmosphere of the store suddenly shifted. "I'll be with you in 1 second, I'm just finishing puttin' an order together," Hidori heard the old man say from across the store. The teen's gut instincts took over, and he began to make his way back up to the counter. As he got closer, he saw a buff bald man holding some steel. His concern grew as the steel shifted onto his skin, turning it into the same material. After seemingly becoming entirely metal, the man tossed a pillowcase at Otto. "Sorry, old man, I don't have the patience to wait around. Gimme all the money you got right now, and no one needs to get hurt." Hidori quickly looked toward Mai as she was already contacting the hero hotline. Nearby patrolling heroes would get the request and come over soon, but the situation could get out of hand before then. The greenette made his way up to the counter with his hands up to show he wasn't trying to look threatening. Hey, what's going on here?" The teen tried to say as calm as possible, but his nerves were showing. "Don't get any closer, kid, or I'll clobber ya. I just need to get this money and go before any heroes show up. I don't want to hurt no one, so don't make me. Hurry up and start shoveling, old man." The man looked nervous and was constantly looking around. Otto was slowly moving the money he had in the cash register into the bag. While quite old, he could have moved faster. The geezer was using his appearance to try and stall for more time. What a crazy man. "Hey, why do you need money so badly? Robbing a place is an extreme step to take. What happens if a hero shows up?" The teen questioned back. In all reality, he was trying to take attention away from Otto. He wasn't expecting to get a serious answer. Maybe a "shut up, kid," or "none of your business," but not a serious response. "Keep that money moving." He turned toward the teen standing about 15 feet away. "I got fired because someone with a better quirk came along and haven't been able to find good work since. I don't got a good education, and no job I can get is gonna be enough. I got a tip that this place got good business, and since it's lunchtime, not many heroes are gonna respond quickly like. You're just a kid, so you don't know what a parent will do for their kids. I have to risk everything to keep them safe. Keep it comin', old man." Hidori had successfully got the man to monologue and stall, but he wasn't expecting him to do this out of desperation. The guy quickly turned and made a swipe for the money when the room temperature seemed to begin increasing rapidly. The bell jingled as it was launched along with the door across the store. Endeavor burst into the store, standing in front of the robber. "Sheet. I was told I would have more time," the man said and swiped the case before trying to make a break for it and dodge the hero. "Oh, at least try to make this fun for me." The number 2 hero responded to the action as he stopped the man in with a clothesline. He grabbed his shirt and hurled him across the room in the same direction the door flew in. "I was told a powerful villain was attacking this place, but you seem like just some street thug." The flame hero sneered at the man as he was strewn out on a knocked-over pile of materials. "I don't want to fight. I never wanted it to come to this." The steel skin of the man looked to be fading as he grunted in place. "What a weakling." Endeavor seemed disappointed in the lack of a fight he was presented with. The hero grabbed the man with one hand and began to drag him out of the store. "Fear not, citizens, I will take this villain into custody." The hero was oblivious to the man touching the reinforced concrete in the support pillars. The robber activated his quirk and became the same material. In a final desperate attempt, the now concrete man turned and sucker-punched the flame hero. Endeavor was knocked back into the counter nearby where Hidori and Otto were still standing. Glass and wood were shot everywhere when he landed. "Oh shit." The villain was now sprinting towards the exit. After he realized what he had just done. Sadly for him, Endeavor was the number 2 hero for a reason. The hero was already up and blocking his path. The rage in the hero's eyes was nearly enough to kill in itself. The air around him began to heat up hotter and hotter, and he shot at the concrete figure. The villain crashed into one of the support pillars for the building, causing the building to shake under the force. The flame hero was so powerful that he ended up redirecting some of the broken glass into Otto's leg in his anger at being hit. The old man screamed in pain as the blood began to stain his jeans. Hidori caught him as he fell and quickly began to analyze the situation. The fight was now focused at the back of the store, away from the civilians, who had been making their way toward the front while trying to avoid the conflict. A fire started by the hero currently blocked the exit to the store. To his left was a fire extinguisher so the exit could be sorted out, but that wasn't what he was worried about. The issue was that the flame hero was dangerously close to the flammables in the store, spray paint and other aerosols, as well as fuels like propane. Hitori's eyes shot open, and he screamed out to the hero, trying to get his attention. Endeavor, stop. You already beat him. There's no need to use that much force. The building will come down if you keep this heat up. You're going to end up killing someone. Look around, you're a walking bomb. The hero just scoffed and resumed beating the sheet out of the robber. Seeing the number 2 hero ignore the cry from the teen and slam the villain he was fighting into the column again, the greenette brought over the fire extinguisher with his quirk. He gently set down the old man and prepared to open the exit. Everyone out now! Hitori yelled, blasting the fire that blocked the exit with a fire extinguisher. He grabbed the now injured owner and made his way toward the entrance. Mai jumped in and helped him carry the injured Otto out of the now destroyed front of the store. He had managed to see the large man with bolts also be able to rush out as well. Somehow the other 2 shoppers were already outside when they emerged. When he took note of all the patrons, he relaxed, knowing they could get out all right. This was gone in an instant when he remembered the apartments overhead. His thoughts were interrupted by the noise of sirens in the distance and a news helicopter flying overhead. Hitori left the evacuation to the pros and performed some rough first aid on Otto that would be good enough until the ambulance came. Endeavor was the number 2 hero, so he should know about some of the explosives he was around. He wouldn't do anything like that when he could endanger lives, right? That was what Hitori thought until he felt immense heat again coming from the store. Looking back into the shop, he could see the hero toward the front of the store, powering up the flames around his right fist as he held the villain up with his left. All he heard before the bright light and ringing was the hero yelling out a move. Take this, villain, Hellfire Fist. With that, fire blasted through the store's interior and set off a massive shockwave felt outside as the explosion ripped through the air. Dust and plumes of fire erupted, and through the cloud obscuring the scene, the larger hero walked out, dragging the limp body of the villain. He triumphantly walked over to the newly arrived police to the crowd's applause and handed the charred and broken body over. He looked towards the growing audience and, for a moment, locked eyes with Hitori. The greenette swore he could see the man smirk before leaping away, using his flames to propel him. He launched himself out of the area to the next place he could help, while his mess still needed to be cleaned up. What a dash! The building was shaking and on fire. There was no telling how long it would still be standing or what would be salvageable. Fury over the hero's actions made him angry, but as he turned to the other survivors, he calmed down and checked on them. Is there anyone injured other than Otto? Hitori asked. Mai was frantically looking around as they got outside, and her face paled when the realization dawned on her. Oh my god, no! Mei and Moto are still in the workshop. Mai had screamed. Her 2 children were still inside the now burning and precarious building. Hitori cursed as he turned around back toward the building. Everyone was too focused on keeping the building up and stopping the fires to realize there was a basement. They didn't train firefighters for rescue anymore because that became hero work, an absolute slight to the profession. The greenette looked and saw a group of heroes arrive on the scene. Backdraft, Kamui Woods, and Mount Lady. He quickly ran towards them and called out to them. Please help. There are still people inside. The greenette yelled toward the heroes. Backdraft was already joining the fire force to keep the flames from spreading further, so Kamui Woods and Me Lady approached the teen. Kid, what happened here? Endeavor fought against a robber and used too much of his power around flammable items. Hitori almost spat in disgust at the situation. There's a basement of the building too, and 2 people trapped down there. Both heroes looked at each other and then towards the massive flames erupting from the building. What a pain. I'm not built to deal with flames. Emi Lady pulled out her phone and started texting as she also made no effort to assist in the rescue. My suit isn't fireproof and I'm not too good with small spaces. We'll have to wait for another hero or for Backdraft to get freed up. Hitori stood stunned at the lack of effort the heroes put in to help people. You can't just stand around and do nothing. The building isn't stable, there's no telling how long it will even be standing. The smoke itself will be enough to kill a person. People are dying in there, and you won't do anything? Kamui rolled his eyes and turned away, heading towards the crowd. Sorry kid, we wouldn't be any help to them. A more appropriate hero should be on their way to help with this. It won't be too long now. In frustration, Hitori felt his fists ball up and his nails dig into his skin. How can you call yourselves heroes? He turned back towards the burning building, his face still shocked and disappointed. The fire was raging and heating up what should have been a cold December early afternoon. The scene was so familiar, the sirens on the ambulances. And cop cars were going off, and the building was ablaze. The fires were red, but in his mind, they shifted to blue. The near-constant nightmares that keep him up at night flashed forward and caused him to step back as fear seeped in. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene as the words of Mr. Brave rang in his mind. His breathing is getting more rapid as panic sets in. He sees Mei and Moto burning in there as his mother had. Tears began to stream down his face when he thought of what his mother had gone through. He was about to go into a full-on panic attack when he felt air pass over his shoulder. He turned and saw the translucent visage of his mother smiling at him. She crouched down and embraced the boy, whispering into his ear, "Go, they need you. You can do it. You can be a hero." His mother always visited him when he had been struggling these past months, but she would always fade away to leave him alone again, alone to feel the hurt again. She was right though, if these heroes weren't going to do something, someone else had to. Izuku Midoriya turned back toward the fire. His gaze was as intense as he could manage as his eyes began to illuminate. The fear was still there, but as he turned around and saw the visage fade and Mahatsum begging the heroes to do something, everything became clear. He hurt from the memories, but he would never let anyone go through what he had. The greenette's mind questioned his actions, but he was already sprinting inside the burning building despite everyone behind him yelling at him to stop. Those calls didn't matter when there were people at risk inside. Izuku wasn't a hero. He shouldn't be doing this, but he rationalized his goal never to let anyone feel what he felt. The smoldered cinders of his dream began to hear anew. The greenette maneuvered around the debris that was scattered along the ground. He was nearby the door to the workshop, but there was an issue that took slight precedence. He was happy he accepted the coat from Yaoyorozu now. It may have been almost unbearably hot in there, but the coat's insulation helped and made it so that the fire couldn't burn his arms. Quickly he activated his quirk and began to look at the spreading of the fire, assessing the damage. It was bad. The remaining support columns were straining under their current heavier load. The apartments above were being evacuated through the fire escapes and windows, and that was almost all completed already. The only people really at significant risk were him and the two below him. That was until he noticed what was left in the room. Hovering over the scene just as police and fire arrived was the MTBN News helicopter. The door swung open as a man with a zipper for a mouth popped out and held a camera pointed towards the burning building, and a camera from a zipper in his shoulder angled towards the woman to his right. The woman had short brown hair and was dressed formally in a suit. A pin on her right lapel had a matching logo for MTBN that showed on her microphone. "Hello, this is Hoku Yui with the breaking news update for MTBN News, and we are currently hovering over the Bespin shopping district. You see below the remains of what had to be a great battle between Endeavor and some villain. The number 2 hero departed moments ago, leaving the villain in police custody. The fire suppression squad was alerted of the hero's battle and is handling the blaze. Seemingly an explosion had rattled the building in the fight, but the structural damage to the building is unknown. Many heroes ready to answer the owner's call have arrived on the scene. Of those, it looks like Backdraft has joined the fire suppression squad and is keeping the fire from spreading to neighboring buildings. It looks like many of the occupants of the building are getting out through the fire escape with help from other heroes and sidekicks showing up on the scene. We are getting word from down below that all of the occupants of the building have been removed from danger." The reporter turned out of the helicopter and pointed down toward 3 individuals. "Look there, you can see Kamui Woods and newly debuted Emilady talking and consoling one of the civilians inside the building when this all went down. They are showing their soft sides right here, consoling a fan who had gone through this traumatic experience." The reporter's facial expressions contorted into confusion as the boy turned toward the fire and began to move toward it. The initially hesitant movements became a confident sprint as the boy ripped off the shirt under his coat, wrapped it around his face as a mask, and jumped into the inferno. "I'm not sure what's going on, but that teen seems to be heading back towards the burning building. Is someone going to stop him?" He just sprinted into the blaze of the building, disregarding the calls of the police and heroes. "I don't know what we just saw, but it looked like that teen had a death wish. It seems like no one is chasing after the boy. They must not want to risk any more lives, already seeing him as a lost cause. We can only hope we are wrong." President Nizu poured some tea in his office at UA and sat back, watching as the teen acted out against the authorities' wishes. The president began talking to the device on his desk as a verbal log. "What an interesting child. He seemed disappointed by the inaction of those heroes. I hate to see some alma mater fail at their duty in the field." It was obvious by the boy's conviction that there was something important left saving in that building. Let's see how this turns out for him. But not before sending the boy extra help. Nizu was able to watch the security cameras across campus and set up the proper travel simultaneously. His high-spec quirk allowed him to multitask with the utmost ease, and he immediately knew who would be perfect for sending in. He watched and waited until Cementos finished his sentence before calling over the intercom to tell him that he was being called to action. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, Cementos, but your services are needed in the Bespin shopping district. I have arranged for a substitute if you could make your way there. Post haste, please. The helicopter is waiting on the roof. Also, please get me the name of the boy there if you get the opportunity." The white-furred hero sat back in his chair, sipped his tea, and planned to enjoy the show. Meanwhile, a detective was filing away some papers on his desk when he got the alert of the story. One look at who ran and his trench coat was on and he sprinted out of the room. That FING psychopath. Tsukachi just hoped he could get there on time. Izuku was bats hit crazy. There could not be any doubt about that now as he began sprinting toward the blaze. There were so many STMLtants, and his mind was going into overdrive. He reached into his coat and pulled on his shirt underneath. He pulled as hard as he could until he tore it off his body. He quickly made a makeshift mask out of the material and, using his quirk, propelled himself quickly through the flames that were now blocking the entrance. The unbearable heat. That's what he felt in the mixture of endeavors and the chemical fire. The smell of melting plastic and smoke broke through his mask, and he immediately felt lightheaded from the lack of oxygen in the area. It was getting hard to think straight, which was dangerous when he needed to focus. He took a second to adjust and push through, comparing it to working on a mountain in his head, a mountain that just happened to also be a volcano. The greenette took 5 seconds to get his bearings and analyze the now unfamiliar terrain of one of his most frequented venues. His mind was his weapon, and though his oxygen was limited, he could focus enough to notice things. He was able to think and react much faster than anyone else. Basically, when he focused, his brain went on overdrive and time seemed to slow down. There were only around 30 feet from where he was now and the doorway to the store's backroom. That's where his first issue reared its head when about 1,000 pounds worth of concrete and merchandise blocked the way in. He would have to move them to get in, which would have been challenging on its own but, with less oxygen, will take quite a bit more energy. He didn't stop his analytical probing of the store there. As his eyes traveled to the left of the doorway and toward the back of the store, he noticed some intact propane tanks, meaning more explosions could be on their way. There was no good way to get them out without risking setting them off. The fire was too widespread to be able to deal with it himself by snuffing out flames. The best he could do was try to block the fire's path with some of the destroyed concrete. Hopefully, the fire team could handle the flames before any more explosions rocked the building further. The basement was built sturdy and meant to withstand a lot of forces coming from mishaps below, like earth tremors. Damage from the initial explosion came in contact with some weaker material and wasn't looking good. With all of the falling debris and explosions, there had to be some pretty severe structural damage that could compromise the workshop. Any more damage and there would be a very likely possibility of a cave-in, meaning that he needs to move quickly. How the hell could Endeavor leave a place like this? He turned toward the workshop entrance but noticed one subtle discrepancy in the corner of his eyes as he passed a support column. While the pillar that Endeavor had damaged showed signs of the struggle, it also shouldn't have crumbled into dust as it had. This particular damage didn't look like it was from excessive heat or force but instead grew out from a singular point. In all honesty, the support looked like it was disintegrated. Still heading towards the blocked door, the greenette shot around and caught a quick look at the other pillars. It was evident that similar damage was caused to a few others, mainly focusing on the areas toward the front of the store. Endeavor wasn't even near some of these pillars during his fight, at least what Izuku could see of it. He could have missed something, but those kinds of details were usually hard to slip by him. Even if he wasn't looking, Endeavor's heat gave away where he was, especially when backed by the sound of a man grunting in pain. Something didn't seem right about this situation. It's been maybe 10 seconds since he got into the building, and if the piece of ceiling that crashed next to him was any indication, there wouldn't be much more free time to snoop if he wanted to get the Hatsums out. He took to the air with his quirk to avoid some of the lower flames. If there were some that the greenette couldn't avoid, then his goal was to move through them as fast as he could. Things take time to transfer heat, so if he moved fast enough, he could avoid most of the severe burns he would have gotten. His coat was actually a lifesaver right now. Insulation in the coat was customarily meant to keep the body heat inside, but here it was, helping keep the heat from the flames out. He basically had a more mobile firefighter's coat on. Sure, he was still hot as he got close to and passed through the fire, and his legs weren't well protected, but it was better than nothing. If he ever saw Momo Yaoyorozu again, he would have to thank her profusely. A second after beginning to move again, he found himself at the blocked door. He didn't have time to think of his current weight limits and went to work moving the pieces out from his path. He heard crashing behind him as more of the ceiling crashed down from above. The thud on the ground began to show cracks from where the chunk had landed. His hourglass was getting severely low on sand. Turning back to the door with determination, Izuku moved the rubble in one swift motion, throwing it on the blockade he made to protect the explosives. As he focused on moving the pieces, he ran at the door and kicked it open, breaking the lock. The storeroom was trashed as well. Different liquids were mixing and leaking onto the floor, there was broken glass, wood, and destroyed shelves and merchandise scattered everywhere, and water seemed to be dripping in from a burst pipe in the ceiling. The fire hadn't spread too deep into the room, but the smoke that filtered obscured most of his vision and kept his air limited. The only spot in the room with a lot of fire was the area by the doorway to the workshop. Of course, things couldn't work out for him here. It was all one swift motion. Reaching out with his quirk, the teen mentally opened the door, avoiding any burns from touching the glowing orange doorknob. He didn't need there to be more injuries that had to be treated. Izuku used his quirk to shoot himself through the flames and the door covering his face with his arms. He stumbled slightly as he lost focus on the stairs, nearly tripping. Catching himself, he plunged into the basement area and called out to the hopefully safe people. Moto, are you two down here? When he emerged in the workshop, he saw the remnants of a destroyed piece of tech scattered around the room. Tools that were usually hung on the wall were littered across the floor. Falling dust and cracks came from the ceiling, showing that this place was no longer safe. The floor was peppered with screws and rubble. Moto was cowering under one of the benches in the far corner. His head was in his hands, and fear was plastered onto his face. A small wet patch could be seen on his pants. Mei, however, acted as if nothing was wrong and continued tinkering with whatever she was working on. Moto's eyes met Izuku's when he came into view. Initially, he had a look of joy, but it quickly faded to fear. You're not a hero, damn it all. Now, there's going to be a third person who's going to die down here. The building shook as the parts still holding up the building were straining under the added weight they needed to support. Oh God, why? I'm too young to die. I can't go out this way. Moto was now curling up into the fetal position and rocking back and forth. The greenette just rolled his eyes and called out to him. Calm down, it's going to be fine. I cleared a way for us to get out. We have to hurry. This place isn't going to stay up much longer. Moto seemed to react to this very positively and quickly shot up and ran to the greenette. You really think we can get out of here? Then let's go. Mei was still fiddling with what looked like a pair of metal boots and ignored the call to leave. How she could be so engrossed in her work not to notice the building literally crumbling around her was beyond him. Oh, quit it, grease monkey, stop playing around. Let's get going. Karma wouldn't even give him a chance to convince her as the building began to shake again. The cracks in the ceiling started to grow and spread. Most of the floor above began to crumble apart as larger pieces began to fall toward them, the largest heading straight for the workbench that Mei was working at. Tsukachi told him never to use his quirk around people or give it away. His quirk was powerful and he didn't want it getting out to the people that could be looking for him. At this moment, though, that didn't matter. People needed him. The crash and subsequent shaking of the building stopped, leaving the room silent. If you could tune out the constant screaming from Moto. In the back corner of the room, in what took a near instant, coated in an emerald glow, were Hitori and the two Hatsums floating slightly off the ground safely away from the new wreckage. The workbench was utterly destroyed, and the stairs were now obstructed by tons of debris. The ceiling of the basement now opened up into the store floor. The heat from the flames now penetrated the room. My babies! Why would you pull me away from my work? Wait, why is the building destroyed? Did one of my babies do this? Oh man, Gramps is gonna be said. Oh hi, fixing guy. Wow, it's hot. Mei seemed to still not quite understand how dangerous the situation they were in was or that she was nearly crushed. Instead, her endless curiosity just kept jumping from each new stimulus she was ignoring. Help! Please, someone help us. We're gonna die. Moto was freaking out way more than before. At least he seemed to understand the predicament that they were in. The volume, however, was not helping the migraine Hitori was nursing from such extreme use of his quirk. He needed them to shut up so he could focus and quickly get them out of danger. Both of you shut up. Let me focus and fly us out of here. I will save you. His voice, typically having some false confidence, was coated with absolute determination. He heard a scoff from Moto as he, You're not a hero, you aren't allowed to use your quirk for hero work. You need a license to do that. We're doomed. Izuku had never heard such bullshit in his life. Are you FING kidding me? I'm your only chance of surviving right now, and you're worried about a license? I've saved you once already, so just shut it and... The greenette had been too distracted by the absurdities of the Hatsums to notice the floor slowly being coated with gasoline from a destroyed machine earlier. He realized it when he felt it flow by his feet. Taking note of their predicament, he saw exactly where the opening in the ceiling was in the shop, directly under some of the dented but still full propane tanks. Single spark would... In an instant he acted. There was no more arguing. His eyes shimmered emerald, and the glow intensified as he brought them closer to him and shot out through the opening in the floor above. As he flew up, he saw a burning chunk of wood pass him on his left, falling toward the gasoline below. Like slow motion, his eyes followed the tinder as it passed, urging him to get away. Faster! Faster! He needed to go faster. Not even a second later, Izuku felt the explosion behind him. After the new explosion shook the building, the helicopter was thrown off balance and needed to right itself. A second explosion had just occurred from the inside of the building. The police and fire department had roped off the building, but it doesn't look like it will stay up much longer. Wait, what's that green glow in the smoke? Hey, Zito, zoom in on that. As the large plume of smoke expelled from the building cleared, hovering in a green glow were Mei and Moto Hatsum, completely unharmed from the explosion and only slightly charred from the fire. About 20 feet behind them stood a wobbly Hitori Ryokan. His arms stretched out towards the pair as if trying to push them away. A jagged piece of metal sticking out of his back, and burn marks littered his face, arms, and legs. His clothes were torn up, and his shoe was on fire. The teen's eyes shone with emerald determination, and slowly the glow faded from the scene. It looks like the boy that ran into the fire came back with 2 survivors inside. I thought we were informed there were no more people in the building. He looks like he was injured. The question is, how were they able to survive that explosion? Suddenly, the top 2 floors of the building crackled, shifted, and began to fall toward the people on the street. What? Oh God. Get out of there. The reporter screamed down from the helicopter, hoping to get heard by the people in the path of the falling building, but she knew it was too late. Crash, get out of there. The sound from the shifting building and the call from above drew his attention. Hidori was exhausted and knew he wouldn't be up for much longer. His head turned so fast he thought he got whiplash. Stories slid off the building, heading straight for him, the Hatsums, and all the officers and firefighters. He could feel the blood on his back dripping down his body, and his head was throbbing from all of his intense usage of his quirk. He failed. He couldn't save anyone. Everyone was trying to get out of the way, but there wasn't enough time. He couldn't do it. He wasn't strong enough. He looked back towards the crowd and saw my Hatsum's face of pure loss and fear. If he did nothing, the mother wouldn't have to watch her kids die. She wouldn't have had to deal with that kind of mental stress. He saw himself those months ago staring back. He couldn't let someone else lose everything as he had. The greenette stood tall, blood gushing from his wound, and pushed his arms out towards the servicemen and siblings, pushing with all he could muster. The green light enveloped the crowd, and they were all simultaneously moved further away from the falling building. Not far enough to completely get out of harm's way, but far enough that he could give them all a shot. They were too spread out to save them all and so many to protect. They all had families, people who loved them and relied on them. He had to do what he could. He didn't have time to worry about himself. Hidori turned back towards the sliding and caving building just as it plummeted. No one else was going to die. No one was going to feel forgotten. He would make sure he saved everyone from a life like his. No one else needed to be alone. The building began to glow a shimmering emerald as his hands were moved out toward the falling 2 stories. This was way too much weight for him, and he had been pushing himself beyond his limit all day, but he had to try. The heroes there weren't prepared enough to deal with the falling building yet, probably playing popularity contest, and there were still too many people too close to the fall. If he could even slow it down so everyone could get away, that would be worth it. He screamed out as his head jolted with pain as he felt the brunt of the force that the building was putting against him. His forehead's veins and blood vessels began to expand, and his face turned crimson. His lungs began to burn from his screaming, and his hair began to defy gravity as his quirk was pushed farther than ever before. The greenette's glasses fell from his face and shattered when they hit the ground. Green lightning began to arc from his eyes, and hands seemed to travel and course around his body. His eyes started to shift in color until a bright emerald existed behind his eyelid. No pupil, iris, or sclera, just emerald. His body begins to shake as he feels himself being forced down to his knee, struggling to hold up the massive amount of weight threatening to fall. Only a few seconds could have passed, but it felt like he had been here for hours. Blood began to trickle out of his nose. His spine began to crack, forcing him closer to the ground. The strain was so heavy that he felt like he was Atlas holding up the sky. In those agonizing seconds, the only thing he could think about was how much it hurt to lose everything and how much he would give to make sure no one else had to feel it. The pain he was experiencing was nothing compared to what they would feel if he failed. The weight on him was relieved when suddenly a shadow encompassed him. Looking up, he could see Empty Lady grow to her limit and help push the building away from the civilians. Hidori began to see spots as the strain he put on himself began to take over, but his emerald glow didn't waver. Wooden supports were created as a new foundation for the building. A second helicopter raced in from the sky and hovered over the falling building. The weight was immediately relieved as the building melted and reformed around the new wooden support pillars. Hidori looked around at the spectacle. So cool, Cementos, the cement hero, must have shown up. The greenette fell on his butt, and to no one but himself, he stated. It's official. I hate fire. Hidori felt like he had just lived out his dream and felt proud and truly happy for the first time in a long time. That was until he was surrounded by a lacquered chain prison and lost consciousness. I don't know what we just witnessed, but it looked like that boy had just caught the falling building. That was incredible. He just saved all of those people's lives. The boy just fell to his knee. The weight must be too much for him. Just hold on a little longer, kid. Empty Lady is helping push back the building while Kamui Woods and Backdraft are pulling out the remaining people in danger. Kamui Woods also seems to be pushing his wood out to help create a barrier against the building. They're saving everyone. The reporter bounced in her seat at the display in front of them, joy at the outcome. A second helicopter raced into the airspace as Cementos jumped onto the scene. He shifted the concrete in the building and created a stable hold that wouldn't threaten to fall. Amazing! Cementos has just joined the scene, And not a moment too soon as he was able to reform the falling building into a stable shape. What an incredible display of power from the UA professor. The cameras showed Kamui Woods wrapping up the greenette, and before a comment could be made, the footage was cut to black. The broadcast was shifted to the MTBC newsroom. The news anchor sitting behind the desk got a call on his earpiece and, after a second, looked back at the camera slightly paler than before. It looks like the area is now under investigation, so the footage from the scene has been cut. It seems that in all of that, there were 0 casualties and minimal injuries. This was all thanks to the heroes that showed up to the scene where a robbery gone wrong was handled effectively. Remember, the heroes have a license for their quirk and training to use it to save people. That's all for this breaking news segment, thanks to Hoku Yui on the scene. We'll see you back here at 6. In his office, the Chimera took notes on what was shown on his monitor. His chipper tone of talking to himself was offset by the destruction on the screen. Well, isn't this boy interesting? He sure does look like he can think on his feet and has a will of steel. Now, if we could only get a name for the boy. The creature sat back on his chair and sipped his tea. No name was given on the news as to who the boy was, so the president could not look into him any further. Ishiyama had shown up on the scene and had already been asked to get his. Patience was a virtue that Nizu never typically had to utilize, but he could wait for this. Intriguing children were always worth the extra effort, especially if it meant he could put them in Shota's class. Jumping down from his chair, the suited hybrid walked and stared out his window. It's a shame the Hero Commission will strip any credit that belongs to the boy. It's not my place. People must notice how corrupt everything has become. He sighed as he looked at the peaceful scenery that complemented his tea. So Momo was having one of the best days of her life. She graduated high school and had one of the most fun conversations she had ever had with someone back to back. She had met Ryakan, someone who didn't require her to dumb down what she was saying. Her parents were going to celebrate her later that night, and they were pulling out all the stops. She was secretly hoping she would be able to invite Ryakan too because her parents' friends weren't nearly as fun. The only thing she had left to do for the day was her hero analysis homework from her tutor. It worked out that there was a breaking news story that she could use to analyze what the heroes were doing at the moment. That's when she saw the familiar head of green hair and newly made coat sprint into a burning building. The perfect day just crumbled like the building she was watching burn. Her spirits lifted for a moment when she saw him emerge from the smoke, but only to plummet when she saw the state he put himself in and held up a building with his mind. When the other heroes came in and helped with the building, she let out a breath that she didn't even know she was holding. Screw the party. Momo Yaoyorozu had higher priorities now. She sprinted down the long manor hall towards her father's office. She was going to get in so much trouble for this. A black SUV is quickly driving down the highway. The tinted windows allow no one to see in. On the vehicle's hood was a golden ornament of the Hero Commission's logo. Sir, we are approaching the incident. The driver announced to the passenger in the back, who was watching the footage of a teenager saving 2 people from a building and keeping said building from falling. The feed caught the heroes scrambling to make themselves useful and then restrain the person who acted on their mistake. Idiots. He started the news clip again and rewatched it for the 4th time. The Spin Shopping Center was a disaster. The flames had been dealt with and, luckily, couldn't spread to the other buildings thanks to the efforts of Backdraft and the fire suppression squad. Cementos was currently reforming what he could of the building. The surrounding area was plastered with debris and craters. Multiple ambulances were scattered across the square. The police roped off the area and restricted anyone from entering. Nearly everything was handled professionally to keep order in the situation under control. Nearly everything. A wooden cage was raised off the ground and displayed for all to see the green-haired boy inside. In plain view was Hitori Ryakan, caged like an animal. The people who watched the fire were ushered back, but the crowd continued to grow at the outskirts. The newcomers saw the teen locked up, and rumors of what had happened began to spread through their ranks. Hitori was frustrated, to say the least. He was stuck, and everyone was watching him. It wasn't like he could subtly lift an axe from the recovered store items and float it over to him with everyone watching him. Plus, that would only get him into more trouble. A paramedic was with him in the cage to patch his wounds and apply burn cream. He was told that he needed to go to the hospital to check everything out, but Hitori only wanted to go home. Waiting for the hospital just meant more time being shown off like a circus animal. He had deemed the situation required him to use his quirk to help people, but no one else seemed to agree. The world seemed to enjoy being cruel to him. The media had been turned away from the scene, but that didn't stop the cameras of all of the bystanders. In any direction he turned, a new angle of him in his wooden prison was on display for the world. He felt like he could hear the laughing and condescending comments of each onlooker, each person that would forget that people were saved today. Hitori didn't even know how long he had been unconscious, but it couldn't have been too long. His best bet was about an hour, judging by where the sun was in the sky. After asking his medic, he learned that no one got severely injured. He got the worst of it. Otto was patched up and healed to the point where he only needed to stay off his leg for a while. Mei was currently passed out from exhaustion that she had apparently ignored for too long. She was supposedly sleep-deprived and was suffering from fatigue. After surviving the building's destruction, the added adrenaline drop was enough to finally knock her out. She was at least physically fine. Otherwise, however, no one else was injured. Hidori had been unconscious for most of the on-the-scene healing, but he had remembered his pain. Metal shrapnel had embedded itself into his back in the explosion, and the fire burned his legs and face. His coat was ruined, but there were at least no complete holes that punctured all the way through. It was a shame, he really liked this coat. He was pretty banged up with cuts and scrapes. Luckily, the healing quirks of the paramedics had quirks that could assist in numbing and healing the pain. Thankfully, because there were so few injuries, they could use more of their quirks' powers to focus on him. He would still need proper medical treatment, but he wasn't in active danger. The exhaustion, however, would not be going away anytime soon. Though he lived in a constant state of it, so he was more or less used to it by now. What a pain. He leaned back against one of the bars and sighed as he spoke to no one in particular. He tried to focus on the positives, but the intrusive thoughts seemed to outweigh those, the crowd's, not his own. They were scared of how powerful the greenette was. He could hear them calling him names like freak and villain. A small minority tried defending his actions, but the negative comments hit him harder. Using your quirk to save someone when you weren't a hero became taboo with how things were currently with hero culture. The paramedic was led away from the teen but quickly turned to address him before getting ready to leave. Hey, I know what people are saying about you, but I want to thank you for what you did. This would have been a lot worse if not for you. The paramedic was released from the makeshift prison and returned to an ambulance, looking back at the boy many times as they left. Now he was alone. It was a weird feeling being both the center of attention and completely avoided simultaneously. Hidori could see the heroes off in the distance talking with reporters further from the police line or with the police themselves collecting their statements. He'd need to wait to see how much trouble he would find himself in. The greenette closed his eyes to rest but was jostled awake when he felt a presence below him. The hoodie guy shopping around the store stood casually in the center of a crime scene. He brought one hand out of his pocket to start clawing at the dry skin of his neck. The man simply stood next to the cage and looked toward the building, now producing smoke instead of intense flames. There was a particularly eerie atmosphere around the guy. Hidori couldn't really understand why, but his gut just seemed to twist being around him. He did nothing too absurd, but the scratching of his neck, a likely nervous tic of some sort, made it reach a level of creepy Hidori wasn't comfortable with. He was startled by his raspy and nasally voice when the man finally decided to speak. Isn't this just great? An ever-violent hero caused this damage, and the ones getting punished are someone who wanted to feed their kids and you, a kid who wanted to keep people from getting hurt. All this hero society does is make people weak and not think for themselves or create glorified bullies who think they are better than everyone else. Everyone acts like mindless NPCs, and the heroes are brain-dead players. The title, hero, lost its meaning ever since All Might made people like this. Izuku was stunned. Openly disagreeing with the heroes was not something that people would do in public. Honestly, it was scary how much he agreed with what this stranger said. He would never have thought that his saving lives would have gotten him restrained by a hero and cast aside to be laughed at. The vitriol in the guy's voice and the feeling in his gut stopped him from completely accepting the argument. All Might does what he can to try and help people. He isn't the greatest person to ever have the title, but he does save lives. Why are you even bringing this up? From the country's perspective, I'm in the wrong. My quirk is dangerous and could have caused more damage, and I could have ended up killing people because I decided to act. The greenette would not dare look at the guy talking with him. His presence was nauseating, and a sense of doom seemed to flood the area centering on the visitor. The hoodie guy threw his arms out to the side and acted like he was speaking for the whole world. Who's to say? Would it be your fault, or would it be the heroes who chose not to act? To me, it sure seems like the hero did more harm than good. I just wanted you to know that there was someone on your side. There are plenty more too. We all see the world from a different perspectives, but one thing is certain. This society is fragile and soon enough, will crumble into dust. There are people that will support you if you choose to go against the grain. Well, that was FNG ominous. Hidori turned on his quirk and tried to breach this man's mind to get a feel for what he meant by that, but was blocked by something. There was some kind of static that fogged what Hidori was able to sense. Dread filled his mind when a wide, chapped smile faced him. He had felt this very presence following him multiple times before. Well, thanks I guess. What's your name? The teen needed more information. This guy had definitely been stalking him. After he asked, he turned toward where the hooded man was but saw no one there, only the quick view of a dark purple rift that closed in on itself. Hidori was very cautious. He would turn his quirk on multiple times on his way home to make sure he wasn't followed. He had felt that static presence tailing him off and on for about a month. Hidori would move randomly and throw off whatever was following him each time, but it always picked up on him in the following days or weeks. He could never get a good look at what it was because it always disappeared, but that was definitely him. He must have some teleporting or stealth quirk. That or the more likely but scarier option was that he was not working alone. There are plenty more too. We all see the world from different perspectives, but one thing is certain. This society is fragile and soon enough will crumble into dust. He shuddered at the thought of his disguise already being seen through. Luckily, he was confident that he was never followed back to his place, but that didn't mean it was safe. It looked like he would need to find new places to shop. He may need to find a new part of town to live in too, which is Siki because his place was so cheap. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Kamui Woods walk in his direction with my handsome and milady. He wasn't exactly being subtle, and everyone still around could hear the conversation. Miss Hatsum, this boy used his quirk on your children without a license and acted as a vigilante. Would you like to press charges on this villain? The face on my Hatsum was the perfect storm of frustration, anger, and confusion. She clenched a fist and jabbed a finger into the hero's chest. Villain? Are you FING kidding me? If anything, I want to press charges against the hero that caused all the property damage and put my kids in danger. The whole building nearly came down on us, and it was his fault for acting so brash. No, not Ryakan, who helped carry my wounded father from the building and risked his life by jumping into that inferno to save my children. There were thousands of ways Endeavor could have minimized the damage, and he decided to light up the inside of a hardware store with flammable and combustible merchandise. And then there's you too, completely useless, only jumping into action when a kid showed you up. He's more a hero than anyone else here. The wood hero was taken aback by the response. He seems to have not paid attention to how to handle things when you royally F-ed up and get called out on it. Well, you see, wood doesn't do well with fire. The woman rolled her eyes and motioned toward Hitori's wrapped arms and legs. And skin does. Lady interjected herself into the conversation, pushing the wooden hero behind. You'll have to excuse Kamui Woods. He just didn't have the stuff to handle the situation. Oh, and you did? All you have been doing is trying to show people your butt and be as provocative as possible. You two barely did anything to help out. I responded to the self-absorbed hero, who immediately became furious at being called out. How dare you? Lady was seething, and Kamui Woods stepped in to try and de-escalate the angry heroine. Stop him, milady. Well, no matter the case, he will still need to be questioned. We'll decide the severity of the crime to dash. The wood hero was again interrupted as a black SUV pulled into the square. Exiting the vehicle was a large tan man in a suit with golden hair and eyes. Stereotypical government agent vibes aside, this man exuded power. He stood 7 feet tall and was graced with powerful muscles. His hair was shoulder-length and tied back to keep it presentable. Ma'am, I am sorry for the damages and losses. The HPSC will happily cover the costs to rebuild and resupply your store. It is the least we can do for the trouble that our heroes have caused you. I will send an agent with the paperwork to confirm everything tomorrow. Now, I'm sure you wish to be with your family. If you'll excuse me, I have a couple of people to reprimand. The golden-haired man bowed in respect toward the woman, who, while still frustrated with everything, decided to return to her family. Her eyes met the greenettes for a brief moment, and her eyes evoked shame. As she and the crowd, forced further back by the HPSC, were far enough out of earshot, the large man turned to growl at the 2 remaining heroes. Hitori felt his breath hitch as a golden aura began to emanate off the agent. His hair broke free from its bond, and as he turned back to look at the heroes, his face snarled and resembled a lion. He began to roar down insults and beratement, emitting the power to back his threats. I can't believe the way that you two acted here. This whole incident is going to get spread throughout all of Japan. Endeavor's going to get off because he's the number 2, and while you two were socializing at a crime scene, he stopped another 7 villains. That stubborn BSRD is still effective, unlike you two, apparently. Your rankings are going to plummet severely after this. Both heroes seemed to shrink in on themselves as his rage was hurled directly at them. Sir, we couldn't do anything with the flames there. We subdued the vigilante and are prepared to arrest him. Kamui Woods gave his report to the imposing beast of a man. However, this only seemed to make the agent angrier. No, you can't FING arrest him. He saved 2 people from that burning building you idiots reported as empty. He may have used his quirk, but it wasn't like you two were doing anything useful. While it was technically vigilantism, it was also self-preservation because of the fact that no one even tried to save or stop him. Now with how much the public probably loves the kid because of the media, we can't make him out to be a villain. If he were to be reported as being arrested, then we wouldn't hear the end of it. We'll dish out the credit to Cementos, Backdraft, and law enforcement, even though no one will believe it. We plan on downplaying how much the kid did and make it seem like he was never even there. We can't start condoning vigilantism by giving him credit here. To be frank, I don't want you to receive any credit based on your performance. It's amazing how you two became heroes in the first place for how unimaginative you are with your quirks. The Hero Commission officer turned and walked to the teen who had just listened to what may have been the most intense scolding he had ever heard in his entire life, and he was scolded a lot. The lion towered over the boy who was sitting on the ground. The rage in the lion man's voice was still prevalent but diminished from the hero's scolding. Listen here, kid. Your actions today violated many laws and made quite the issue for the HPSC. You will receive minimal public credit for this, no support from the commission, your name will not be revealed, and if you make any effort to reveal any information about this, you will be sued and locked away. Don't let us catch you using your quirk like this again without a license or permission. We won't go easy on you next time. This is your only warning. The man turned and began to walk back towards his tinted car. Oh, and thank you for succeeding where our heroes failed today. I hope to see more of you soon once all the paperwork is complete. I wish you were younger so we could properly handle this. The man sank into the back of the SUV, and then it was gone. I'll take it from here, Woods. The stoic Cementos stood with his hands held behind his back as he casually walked over to where the teen and hero stood. As your former teacher, I wouldn't want you to risk getting into any more trouble with the boy. I can defuse the situation better. The other heroes scoffed and turned to leave. Fine, I don't want to deal with that villain anyway. Kamui spat as he turned and left with Empty Lady. The cement hero scowled at the two younger heroes as they left the area. What a disgrace. I apologize for my hero companions. The younger ones are always a little bit touchier about their appearance. Can I ask what your name is, son? Hidori Ryakan. Sir, thank you for your help. The greenette finally got some words out after experiencing both Shigaraki and the HPSC. After a few moments, the hero crushed 2 wooden bars with cement, freeing the teen. Well, Mr. Ryakan, allow me to humbly thank you for saving all those lives. I hope to see you at UA in a few years to gauge your abilities properly. Now, it looks like you have someone else to talk to. The teen turned towards where the cement hero was motioning Detective Tsukachi, trench coat and all, heading directly towards him. Oh no, he was said. Kid, thank God you're alive. That means I can properly end your existence for causing me so much stress. How dare you do something so reckless and asinine? You aren't immortal and look at you. You're a mess. Come on, I'm getting you to the hospital. The detective dragged the boy to one of the ambulances by his collar. Cementos just smiled and waved at the teen as he was removed. The detective was absolutely livid but was momentarily stopped by a pink-haired family. My Hatsum stepped up and blocked their path. Ryan, who is this? Is this your father? Tsukachi flashed his badge and sighed in resignation as he always did when dealing with Hitori's actions. No, ma'am, I'm a detective actually. However, I might as well be his father for how many times I have had to clean up after him. I see. Well, please go easy on Ryakan. I just wanted to. I really can't thank you enough. I don't know what I would do without them. Hidori looked up at the family and saw the tears falling down her face. She was trying to hold it together, but the stress of the whole situation had finally caught up to her. Ato and Moto were behind the mother. They weren't holding up well either. Moto looked to be pretty much uninjured. Ato had his leg patched up, and he was sitting in a wheelchair. In an ambulance nearby, Mei was sleeping on a cot. She actually looked peaceful and not like she was going to cause absolute chaos. Ato's eyes began to water as he smiled at Hidori. Izuku turned away, unable to look them in the eyes, or else he may break from his persona. I'm just glad that no one got too horribly hurt. It was the least I could do for everything you have done for me. The greenette put his hands in his coat pockets as the detective still held him by the collar. If you think this means you get a discount, don't push your luck. Ato called out and tried again to get the boy to smile. I wouldn't want special treatment from you, old man. It just wouldn't seem right. The snark just easily rolled off the tongue to the older man, and it seemed to put the man at ease. Izuku still didn't smile, but he couldn't stop the smirk that forced its way out. That only made Ato smile wider. The detective had finally released the boy's collar, and looking back at the cop, Hidori could see his anger fading. The detective was obviously worried about him, but now hearing firsthand what happened, Hidori swore he could see a hint of pride on Tsukachi's face. Come on, Ryo, let's get you checked out at the hospital. Turning to the family, the detective reached into one of his pockets and handed my Hatsum a card. If you need anything, please let me know. She looked down at the card and then back to the 2 men standing before her. She couldn't help herself as she threw herself around the teen. He was shocked by the embrace. Mai didn't squeeze because he was still injured, but it seemed she felt the need to show her gratitude over just saying words. Thank you. Thank you so much. She retracted and left him stunned where he stood. He couldn't accept it. What he did was there. He couldn't push aside the feeling that this all happened because of him. More people got hurt because of him. All right, kid. Let's get going. The detective began to shoo him off to the next ambulance and shut the door with a smile. The 2 made their way to the hospital separately while Izuku was haunted by his thoughts. The hospital trip went fast, just a simple checkup and quirk induction, and Ryo was good to go. He was even able to have some energy put back into him. The time, however, had gotten away from them, and it was slightly after 4 in the afternoon when the detective walked the problem child out. Aizawa would revel in the fact that he had his own now. Naomasa looked away for only a brief moment and only turned to see the green hair of the boy try to shuffle away towards the train station. With a quick reach with his arm and little resistance from the boy, Naomasa dragged Ryo back into his car. Hopefully, that wasn't going to be a recurring thing. The drive started in silence, neither of which knew how to bring up the events that happened. The detective finally found some words to break the silence. So, kinda put yourself out there for the world to see. Not really what we wanted when I made that deal with you. The minute of silence that followed let the tense air of the situation linger. The greenette finally responded. I don't regret it. I couldn't sit back and do nothing when people needed help. I would do the same thing if I had to. Naomasa let out a short laugh which drew confused eyes to him. Without looking away from the road, he had a smile on his face and took his chance to jab at the boy. For as much as you don't like him, you really are a lot like All Might. He'd say the exact same thing. The greenette rolled his eyes and slid down the seat slightly with a huff. He looked out the window, but Naomasa could still see a somewhat embarrassed look in the reflection. Probably me brainwashing myself with how much I watched him as a kid. Soon I'll end up yelling out to people when I show up. Naomasa couldn't help but laugh at the verbal jab to his friend. The fact that he always had to pronounce some form of I am here whenever he arrived on a scene was just eccentric of him. Don't go thinking you aren't still a kid. You'll regret that when you get older. So, I guess we should head dash. The detective was interrupted by the sound of the boy's growling stomach. Ryo continued to avoid eye contact, trying not to acknowledge that his body basically screamed, Feed me. I'm hungry. How about we have our monthly debrief and talk about this there? My treat. The detective posed to the teen. He preferred to talk in a more casual environment than the precinct. He thought it would allow Ryo to open up more to him. You know I hate it when you buy me things, and don't we need to go down to the station for me to be questioned? I'm not even hungry. His stomach betrayed him and growled again at that moment. I can't have you going there if your cover's been blown in case there are actually dirty cups. Trust me, we will make time for questions, but let's get some milkshakes first. Naomasa, understandably, was a little too excited about the concept of milkshakes, and he could tell by the grumble from his passenger that he was as well. Fine, but I'm paying for myself. The detective just laughed at the resignation and decided to bring on some banter. Not unless you want me to arrest you. With that, the tension in the car faded to nothing, and Ryo seemed to finally relax, if only slightly. Nizu sat sipping a new cup of tea as he looked through the files that had just been sent to him. Ishiyama had gotten the boy's name, and that's all the intellectual animal needed to obtain any information available on the boy. Hitori Ryakan, age 15, quirk, mental prowess. Tested out of his high school classes with perfect marks and in only an hour, today in fact. Currently known as one of the most skilled and varied repairmen in the Mizuta Tokyo area. He shows promise, but the lack of history and legal documents makes it hard for me to ascertain anything else about the boy. These other documents are generic and cookie-cutter, and I have already found 3 discrepancies. The white-furred president looked back to his monitor, still looping the news from earlier saved to a private server. Whoever set this up did a fair job but not enough. I wonder why this Hitori Ryakan is hiding and who he actually is. Oh, I do love a brain teaser. I'll help clean these documents up to stop any would-be snoopers in the future. Now, to ruin the fun of the HPSC. Creating a bot to upload the undoctored footage continuously should be easy enough to make untraceable and hard enough for them to take care of promptly. If anyone were walking by his door, they would be terrified of the maniacal laughter emanating from inside. The bar was almost empty as usual, only the 2 familiar figures could be seen. On a stool playing his handheld games was a young man in an all-black outfit with dismembered hands grasping his arms, legs, and face. His pale blue hair looked messy and tossed around. Behind the bar, a properly dressed man with black and purple wispy skin is cleaning the glasses that were just cleaned minutes prior. His form was constantly shifting on itself, and he seemed to be held together by a metal neck brace. His bright yellow eyes cut through the abyss that was his body as they shot open, sensing a presence. The television suddenly turned on without warning, and static overcame the beeping noises from the handheld console. The hand-covered man put his game down and swiveled around to face the screen. He threw his arms out the side and addressed the new presence. Master. Tamura, what is the update on the boy? As a voice projected by the television rang through, the good doctor appeared with sludge erupting from his mouth, gagging as he arrived. The younger man gave him no mind as he proceeded to update the voice on the situation. As we expected, it seems he is aware of our check-ins. I could sense some form of recognition about me during our little chat. It seems I was right to think he kept leading me to strange places before vanishing. The seed has been planted, which is all that matters. It was upsetting how quickly he decided to play hero, but he saw firsthand how heroes really are, so that will give him a bit more of a push. That said, he may not be worth the trouble. He'll be hard to add to the party and doesn't seem like the follows orders type of guy. It may be better if we kill him and loot the reward. The light blue-haired young adult's cracked smile is on his face as he talks to the static-filled screen. Let's give him some space for now and let what happens sit with him. The fact that he saw just how fragile hero society is should nudge him in the right direction. We still haven't found a way to keep the mind intact after the process, which is precisely why we need him alive. I'm still too weak to make any moves toward persuading him myself. If there are any mishaps, I want to be ready to act. It's enough of a strain to mask your presence when you scout him out. It does seem you need some better stealth training if he can recognize you. Don't you worry. I will regain my strength soon to mold you into the perfect successor. You have done well, Tamura. As suddenly as it had come, the ominous voice vanished as the television went dark. The doctor was in the corner reading through his recent test results while listening to the update. The pale-chapped man turned toward the doctor and addressed the biggest issue they had to deal with. He can definitely use his quirk. We assumed that was the case before, but now it's confirmed. He could sense when I was around and used cheats to keep an entire building from collapsing. I think this character is a bit too high of a level to try to have joined the party. I don't need a sorcerer that I can't control. The doctor didn't even look up to meet the younger man's eyes. He was too engrossed in his research results to give it half a mind. It was only a matter of time before he would awaken it, though it seems much more powerful than I would have expected at this stage. Sensei wants him alive, so we keep him alive. We'll just need to up our game in showing the dark side of heroics to the child. In your strange gamer lingo, think of this as a long side quest that will give us a legendary reward. The younger man rolled his head around until it was awkwardly angled toward the doctor. What do you think happens when he finds out what you did to his family? Everything is going to blow up in our faces. The doctor smiled at that question. He put down his notes and looked back at Tamura. Oh, don't worry. We have the perfect quirk and experiment training to deal with that minor issue. A wicked smile was plastered on the doctor's face. The fluorescent lights of the diner seemed to flicker in the fading light of the early evening. The cold December day brought along with it an early sunset. Hidori quietly sat across from the detective as the calming music made their silence tolerable. This diner had been the location for a few of their meetings, so he began to enjoy the old-timey atmosphere. There was something about greasy American food that the detective just felt was perfect for their conversations. The greenette leaned back into the booth cushion, and an audible squeak was produced from the movement on the vinyl seat. He tried to stay as small as possible not to draw the attention of the other patrons. His bandages and ruined clothes made him look more homeless than usual. Apparently, the detective and All Might would have had similar talks after he returned from America, so it was comfortable for him. Between fries and sips from their drinks, the two continued to avoid breaching any topic that would ruin their playful tone. It had been surprisingly easy to push back the stressful events and go into the more relaxed issues. I was expecting to need at least to think on a few of the questions. I mean, seriously, I could have probably aced that exam even before my quirk became active. It literally took me 1 hour to finish a 5-hour exam. High school is such a joke. The trench coat-wearing man nearly choked back his milkshake at the comment. After recovering, he let out a soft laugh. Are you serious? Just because you, someone with pretty much genius-level smarts, found the high school exit exam easy doesn't mean it applies to normal people. Face it, you're a freak of nature. Your quirk took a smart kid and decided to hop him up on brain steroids. High school is tough for a ton of kids. Hidori looked off past the detective and seemed to be lost in thought. Once a freak, always a freak, I guess. The thought of his situation growing up came to his mind. Those doubts still haunted him. What was the reason for any of it? The teen was brought out of the dark thoughts when he received a fried to the eye. Alright, enough of that thinking, Rio. You know what I meant by that. You got a head on you that's got a whole lot of potential, and you always did, it seems. I read through your records, so don't give me that mopey crap. The affectionate nickname the detective gave him came a couple of months back. He said the one they came up with was too long to say every time, so he shortened it. Hidori didn't mind it. The greenette just rolled his eyes and smirked a bit. You're such a sap, Tsukachi, can't even let me wallow in my thoughts. Getting his burger up to his mouth, he tried to hide the slight blush he got from the compliment. Too many years of being told he was worthless ruined the greenette's self-esteem. Sure, he was confident about a few things, but he always expected them to just crumble around him. Like the hardware store. The detective snorted in amusement as he watched the greenette try to hide behind his food. That's the last compliment you ever get from me, kid. Not until you learn to take them better, at least. The sly smile that graced the detective's face showed that the greenette's attempt to hide his embarrassment was futile. While I see your point about some people finding it hard, it wasn't just me who thought it was absurdly easy. Momo Yaoyorozu took the exam and finished extremely early as well. She finished an hour after me but didn't have an intelligence quirk to help her. After talking to her for a bit, I can tell she is smarter than me in many different subjects. Hidori was trying to shift the attention off of his abilities so that they could move on to the next topic, but his little plan backfired. He knew he messed up as soon as he saw the glint in the man's eye. This is the third occasion you have brought up Miss Yaoyorozu in our meetings, and we have had 5. I never expected you, of all people, to get a girlfriend. You come off as the loner type based on how often you try to dodge our meetups. Honestly, I'm hurt. The smirk on the detective's face was constant, but it was enough teasing to cause the greenette to jump out of his seat in defense. What? No. It's just a coincidence that I keep running into her. There's nothing going on. The greenette knew the man could tell he wasn't lying, but the smirk never left his face. Hidori looked around at the scene he had made before returning to his seat, hiding again. The detective threw up his arms in mocking exasperation, teasing the teen further. He never got this flustered, so the detective must be really proud of himself. Demon, no girlfriend then. So what's next? College looked too easy for you to even try, or is that girlfriend idea looking a little too enticing? The greenette responded after finishing another bite, his cheeks still slightly red in embarrassment. He always put a lot of snark into his conversations with Tsukachi, mainly when he played his cards like this. The greenette didn't have many people to talk with casually, so Tsukachi typically took the brunt of the sass buildup. The only other time he let it out was when Otto decided to be in. But don't try getting me a girlfriend when you are married to your job. I detective? Maybe you should start looking for someone to settle down with. The teen's eyes shifted to their usual waitress and then to the detective. Now it was the detective's turn to blush slightly. Hidori continued to talk with that mischievous glint showing in his eyes. As for your question about what's next. No, college can at least allow me to learn some new topics. My current plan is to go to a cheap college. Debt is something that I would like to try and avoid. I'm not stable enough in my work to afford that risk yet. Actually, if all things go well, I may be able to annoy you more often. The detective face-bombed and let his head fall into his hands on the table. First, I won't bring up girls again. That was just harsh. Second, please tell me I won't have to arrest you again. What could you do to annoy me more than you already do now? The greenette leaned back smugly and looked up at the ceiling. The chair again made a noise that broke the illusion of him trying to seem cool. Well, I'm thinking about getting a CSI degree. It should take me under 2 years if I test out of all the classes I studied already. Then maybe I could join your team part-time. That way, we don't have to keep meeting at this place for check-ins, as much as I'm sure you love it. For the longest time, Hidori didn't like the idea of becoming a cop. He didn't think it would have the public impact needed to try and cause change. That Tsukachi showed him just how much one good person could do for others. Hero work was still out of the picture, not only because he was too young but because he didn't have the same ideal views on the profession anymore. Especially not after what happened today. Joining the police would also lead him to information to find who was after him and towards bringing his mother's killer to justice. All roads pointed to this. Are you seriously considering this? If you got the proper certification, I would take your analytical skills in an instant. The detective looked like he had just gotten the best news of his life, the anger that was present earlier completely vanishing. Now Hidori couldn't just leave him that happy. Well, at least for a year. Then comes my actual degree. The detective slumped back into the booth, mimicking the squeaking sound from the greenette's side. Had to get my hopes up, didn't you, kid? Well, that means you've decided on you, then, huh? That kind of high-profile school will almost certainly get you noticed. Hidori rubbed his face in exhaustion. Well, joining up with the police force would do that too, and thinking about it, court counseling isn't that high-profile of a career. Who knows, maybe I can act as a consultant for you. Though, I may have to lay low for a bit after today. Hidori pointed towards the small TV in the corner, currently replaying the events that had happened earlier in the day. The footage was doctored to have the teen wholly removed from the incident. That said, the news also showed a version with him that has been circling the internet and kept being removed. There was no doubt in the greenette's mind that there were people interested in him, and they knew what he could do. He turned back to the detective and swore across from him was a different man as he watched the news. The scowl that was on Tsukachi was utterly terrifying. He knew he was upset earlier, but this was extremely more intense than anything he had experienced from the man. I see we are getting to the serious part of this conversation. The detective turned back to face the teen. I didn't want to push you before, but you have to tell me exactly what happened today. I need to know what kind of danger you put yourself in if people are attempting to cover this up. I only saw you run into the fire, what the scene looked like when I got there, and now this. Tsukachi motioned with one arm towards the television. Obvious worry was present in his eyes. Hidori didn't have the strength to keep it from him any longer, so he began to give his statement. He was detailed in explaining his thought process. He continued past the building collapse until Tsukachi arrived at the scene. He specifically recounted the guy who talked to him after he was bound. So, in all honesty, I may have been found out before this. I wasn't sure until today, but the guy that approached had a threatening aura. If he's somehow jamming my quirk, then he may have already known what I could do. I felt the same static from someone following me when I was walking around. The detective put his hands in his pockets and pulled out his cigarettes. He kept opening and closing the box like a fidget toy. You should have told me the first time you were suspicious. The disguise only lasted 7 months then. What a waste. Alright, so what do you want to do? I can relocate you to a new district, but that won't do much if they can track you. I only ever got that feeling at places I hang around often, except for my apartment. I get more cautious when I'm going to and from there. I shouldn't have been so careless to shop at the same places all the time. The guy was good at keeping out of sight. I don't know if they're hunting me or what, but it seems like it can't be a coincidence. I hope they aren't hunting me for Izuku Midoriya and were instead just interested in my skills. I've gotten a lot of rapport as a skilled laborer, so it could be what interested them. It definitely wasn't that. I'm just going to lay low for a while and have to find a new place to shop and probably live. The greenette was so upset that he would have to start fresh again. You know, you could return to your original name at this point. I wiped the files on you but kept a physical copy just in case you ever decided to go back. The detective questioned the teen. It couldn't be healthy to just voluntarily forget who you were. Hidori sighed. No, at least not yet. My life before was torture outside of time with my mother. I need time to figure it out myself. I still struggle to even look at my reflection. I changed so much, but I still can't look myself in the eyes. All I see is the worthless kid who couldn't do anything but make life worse for everyone. I honestly don't know if I'll ever go back. The teen was somber, and his eyes went distant as all the memories he tried so hard to repress returned. The detective flicked a fry, and it bounced off Hitori's forehead. You never were worthless. You still aren't. Kid, I'm here to back you up. If you need anything, you have to let me know. I'm sure I can help with pretty much anything aside from girl advice. The detective's joke didn't seem to land as well as he had hoped. His hopeful smirk shallowed as he continued. Look, that family you saved earlier. Would you consider what you did today worthless? You saved so many people. The greenette didn't even look up but instead hid in his hands. What if they were endangered because of me? Why would those people that were following me be there? I didn't know it before I jumped in, but what if it was all caused by me? The detective reached across the table and placed a hand on Hitori's shoulder. Rio, no matter what the cause was, it wasn't your fault. You saved people. You were a hero today. Everyone is talking about you, even if they scrubbed you from the credit and the video. You held up a falling building. When the hell could you do that? I still don't know how I could access that level of strength. I was never able to reach those kinds of forces before. It was so strange, but if I'm going to be worth something, I need to figure that out. Hey, you are worth plenty, so quit saying that about yourself. Now, let's get you home so you can decide your next move. I'll support you. However I can. The detective called over the waitress to get the check, and the two left with the sun's remaining light. He took the train back to his neighborhood even though the detective offered to drive him. Hitori wasn't keen on having his neighbors know that he was acquainted with the police, so he always came back alone. It was a cold evening, and with his clothes torn up like they were, he was definitely feeling it. The detective tried to force his coat on him too, but he had already paid for dinner, so he didn't plan on accepting any more handouts. It was currently around 6, and the streetlights illuminated his path. Even though it was still early, after the day he had, all he wanted to do was curl up on his futon and sleep. He climbed the cold cement stairs that led to his rundown apartment building. The landlord didn't take care of the place, and it showed. There were broken windows and moss that grew up the wall sides. It also didn't happen to be the safest part of town. There was always the risk of an occasional thug coming by and trying to take what little the people had here. Hitori had scared away most of the people that would show up here, but they would still pop up occasionally. That's why when he saw a figure crouched in front of his door, he sighed in defeat, thinking he would have to exert even more energy in scaring someone away. That was until the figure looked up and showed her raven-colored hair under the puffy red hood. Oh no! This was way worse than a street thug. At this point, he was pretty sure he had some mental breakdowns from the day's events. Why is the heiress to the Yaoyorozu fortune, Momo Yaoyorozu, sitting outside his door after dark? He had given her family his mailing address, but that was a P.O. box he had at the post office, a much safer place for mail-in. This area. He had no clue how she had found his small, run-down apartment. As he approached, the girl outside his door looked over and gave him a relieved and fond smile. Nope, that was real. No dream could give that kind of threatening aura behind such a warm smile and head tilt. Oh no, she's going to rip him to shreds. Why couldn't he just be allowed to go to sleep? Good evening, Ryakan. May I come in? The heiress stood up and brushed the dirt off her coat and long skirt. She definitely seemed more uncomfortable than expected, but he also never saw her trying to hide her emotions, like anger, before now. He could quickly tell from all the practice he did with it. She didn't seem like the person to confront someone like this, so her acting was quite apparent. He sighed. She was waiting here for him to come back. It would have been rude just to send her away, as much as he wanted to. Yeah, sure. He didn't hide his discomfort at the meeting with his reply. He reached the door and, using his quirk to lift the latch on the other side, opened it, and stood aside, motioning for the girl to enter. Thank you for your kindness and hospitality. She bowed to the greenette, hurrying into the now open apartment, hoping to warm up. He was still processing everything that had just happened. When he couldn't come up with a reply, he just shook his head and closed the door behind him. With all the crazy stuff that happened today, this just seemed average. So Miss Yaoyorozu, to what do I owe the surprise? Did we not speak plenty this morning? The green-haired teen turned to see the girl looking around the foreign space she was in, suddenly stop and look at him. She had a slight blush as she looked slightly embarrassed for showing up out of nowhere. Oh, yes, I am sorry for coming by unannounced, but I had something to ask you. What were you thinking running into that building like that? She started lightly smacking the greenette in frustration. What if you got hurt or worse? Did you even think about how others would feel about it? She stood there shivering as the apartment didn't have heating. Her eyes were closed and her arms were stiff at her sides. Hidori brought over his space heater and plugged it in. He handed her a blanket and turned his futon into a couch. Here, warm up a bit. Now, to answer your questions. I thought I could save lives. If I got hurt, I would have just been a footnote on the news, and yes, I did think about how others would have felt, and that's why I did it. Would you like some tea? The teen was stoic with his replies. The answers were so apparent to him that he wondered why the questions needed to be asked in the first place. Well, please, I would love some tea. She huddled close to the heater and wrapped herself in the blanket. She seemed surprised by the straight responses to her questions and lacked the proper response. Hidori shook his head as he grabbed the kettle and put it under the faucet. How long were you waiting for me? Yaoyorozu seemed to be taking in the area she was in. His small, dingy apartment was obviously a shock to someone whose house was the size of a city block. About an hour, I had gone to the hospital by Bespin, Hosu General, and asked for you. They said you were discharged, and I headed here right after. The anger in her voice seemed to have faded, but a more timid and uncertain tone replaced it. The teen opened his cabinet and pulled out a mug and tea bag. The greenette, without looking back, tried to address the elephant in the room. Sorry that you had to wait that long in the cold, I wasn't expecting visitors. On that topic, do I even need to ask? The girl shifted in her seat. Her discomfort was so evident that Hidori wouldn't be surprised if she ran out the door without another word. I felt it was important to see you in person as soon as possible. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I tried to message you, but I can see that your phone did not receive it. I have to say this area has a very intimidating sense to it. I can tell, why'd you be cautious? The girl responded to the teen as though her arriving unannounced was the issue of concern. His phone did get messed up in the fire, but still, not the big concern. So, I guess I do have to ask. How the hell did you find where I lived? Sure, he was beginning to become fond of the girl, but this was creeping the boy out slightly. The most concerning thing was that if she could find where he lived, so could others. Oh, my father told you he did a background check on his employees, so he was aware of this room being in your name by checking the financial report. Oh, and please don't tell him that I came here alone or broke into his office to get this information. The girl said, finding the pattern in the hardwood to seem extremely interesting as she absent-mindedly shifted in her seat. He face-palmed, dragging his hand down his exhausted face. Great, of course, that would be the issue. The kettle whistled, noting the water was ready to pour. He prepared the tea, walked out, and handed it to his black-haired guest. Well, now that begs the next question. Why did you need to come here? Because I was worried about you. That's all she had to say. Momo Yaoyorozu had no idea what she was doing for the first time in her life. She was usually so rational and had everything planned out in advance. She never jumped into anything as spontaneously as she did today. Was she so starved for social interaction that she would go to these lengths to check in on a person with whom she only had one real conversation? She had never snuck into her father's office before, let alone broken into his private files. She got Ryakan's number and address from his folder and then lied about going out to shop and celebrate. She's been gone almost 2 hours, and Alvis would begin to worry and tell her father. If they figured out that she went to this area this late, by herself, then she may not be allowed to leave the house again. The worst thing she was kicking herself for was so obviously making Ryakan uncomfortable. Sure, she was worried about him, and yelling at him had helped make her feel better, but did she even need to worry for him? He had gone through so much, but what could she do to comfort him? She watched as Ryakan rolled his desk chair over and sat across from the heiress. He looked interested in what she had to answer his question. The question was easy. All she had to do was say that she worried and wanted to ensure he was okay. So, why was she looking around the apartment and avoiding his eyes instead of answering him? She seemed to have tried simply to ignore the question when concerns seemed to creep in based on his apartment. To her, it seemed like it was more a jail cell than an apartment. As soon as she entered, she noticed the two-room design. One larger room with a tiny bathroom connected to the back. All in all, this had to be no more than 300 square feet. Momo had closets with higher square footage and more stuff packed in them. The kitchen was immediately to the left of the entrance. A small bar divided it from the rest of the room. The kitchen was the most cramped, with a sink, refrigerator, stove, and microwave. Overhead there looked to be about 5 small cabinets, but otherwise, that was all. The room's main area had the futon she was currently sitting on, a small television, and a refurbished table. She could feel some small drawers underneath her seat, probably where he kept his clothes. On the futon was the blanket she was wrapped in and a pillow. She hated thinking this was where he slept, but she didn't see where else he could. On the opposite wall to the kitchen was the desk from which Ryukin had moved the chair. On the desk sat a sketchbook and laptop. A slightly broken corkboard was hanging over the desk with papers hung in sections. The bathroom door was between the kitchen and the futon and was left open. Everything here looked old, refurbished trash. I have just enough. There's no need to worry. They call these studio apartments. The teen looked at the girl, noting her scoping of the room. She was embarrassed for being caught so blatantly judging where he lived. She felt even worse when the boy looked ashamed to have his space shown like this. My apologies for snooping. I do admit I was expecting a bit more. She was stalling. She had no idea why she was so nervous now compared to earlier, but she had difficulty being bold. She lacked confidence. She turned to see the one thing that seemed to be a luxury, a slightly worn guitar case. The case carefully leaned against one of the corners of the room. You play guitar? Miss Yaoyorozu, you didn't just sit outside my apartment waiting for me just to talk, did you? Is that why you're here? The greenette pet his head to the side inquisitively, as if completely baffled she was stalling in her reason of being here. He couldn't know how hard it was for her. He had seen right through her once again. She cleared her throat and tried to muster as much confidence that she had. Well, Mr. Ryukin, I was hoping to check on you. I thought you would be open to work as you are my first choice for the position. After your stunt today, I was certain you were my best choice. She said it as though it was that simple. She had plenty of funds to be able to afford to offer a position, but she didn't necessarily run it by her parents yet. The greenette sighed and slumped into his arms, showing his exhaustion. I told you and your parents the last time, I can only give you some ideas on how you could use your quirk, but I don't have the degree or people skills to teach you how to execute them properly. You need a professional to teach you, and I'm not qualified. He said with a tone that made him seem annoyed that he had to repeat himself. She was slightly put off by his attitude but let it slide because of his eventful afternoon. You are correct, and even though I argued to get you anyway, my parents were convinced that you were not the best choice. They were impressed that you would be so forward in your opinion and lose the opportunity for the job, but that was not the job I was offering. Oh, she was actually going through with this? Her heart was racing, and fear crept up that he would decline. I was hoping you would take on a role to help me better understand society. As a future hero, I will need to understand how the world acts outside of the life I had been brought up in. I am not blind to the fact that the way I was raised was much different from that of most people. Your home is enough to make that abundantly clear. I was hoping you could help me experience the world outside my sheltered life. In your position, you would help me understand the world and what there is to enjoy. My conversation skills are fairly rigid, so I would need some assistance being more casual. You acted very much like a hero today, and I was hoping that maybe I could learn from you. Her blush was near constant. She really hoped the handyman wouldn't see through her intent. She hadn't been super forward about it, so maybe he wouldn't see the true motive behind it. So you want to hire me to act like your friend and show you how to act like a normal person? Of course, he would see it. The direct response sent more blood rushing to her cheeks as she sputtered awkwardly, trying to find a reply. Yes? After seeing you jump into danger today, I was worried that I might never get to see you again. I enjoyed our talk this morning and was hoping you would be open to spending more time like that. She couldn't meet his eyes as embarrassment was taking over her. Then something happened that she had not expected. A light touch jolted her head up to see his hand placed on her shoulder. A small amount of air expelled from the serious teen's nose, marking amusement, matched by a slight twitch at the side of his mouth. Not even close to a smile, but it was the best she's seen from him. You may have picked the absolute least qualified person for that position. I haven't had a friend in 12 years, and I'm not exactly the best at being a normal person. The greenette responded by retracting his hand and stretching his arms over his head. I see. Well, I don't think I ever have had a real friend, so that's still better than me. My parents were always scared that people would try to abuse the relationship to get something out of it. The dark-haired girl responded. The look on the boy's face was hard to read. Then just like before, he gave an amused huff from his nose and nodded. Okay. He just said it so simply. She was confused at the response. Acceptance, but acceptance to what? Was he accepting that she just seemed desperate for a friend? Okay. It was the only response she could think of. He could not have accepted her offer so easily, could he? She had thought of many arguments about why he should consider the request. She had only told him that she just wanted what she never had. She hadn't even told him what the pay would be. I'll do it, but I'm setting up the conditions. The look in his eyes changed from irritation to joy and surprise, something she wasn't very used to seeing on his face. They seemed so bright and soft, and he looked so kind. Oh my, thank you so much. I'm sure the payment will be sufficient to. A hand went up to stop her from going on. No pay. If you pay someone to be your friend, they aren't your friend. Friends don't take advantage of each other, and while I'm sure you can afford it, I'm still not going to accept it. Also, I want to be able to try and help you with your quirk. I know I'm not legally able to train you, but I can still bounce some ideas off you. The serious tone he gave didn't make it her question the boy, but his answer was just confusing. Are you sure? That seems like I get everything out of this and you get nothing. She looked around. She was sure that her parents had paid him well for his time working for them, and he seemed to have worked often, so it was a wonder why he lived like this. She wouldn't deny him his minimalist style. She already respected him more for it, knowing it would be hard for her to ever live like that. Who said I get nothing out of this? I like studying quirks, and yours is one of the most interesting and powerful ones I've ever come across. Also, if I did accept payment, all I would be is what your parents were trying to protect you from. If you want to be friends, then don't worry about trying to compensate me. Friendship isn't a service, it's a commitment. I don't need your money to survive, so drop it. Also, just for future reference, if you want to be friends with someone, you just have to ask. Wait, was it really that easy? This whole time, was she freaking out over nothing? She felt herself warm on the inside and nearly exploded in pure happiness at the thought of her first friend. Oh, thank you so much, Ryakan. She couldn't control her glee as she flung herself around the stoic boy and hugged him tightly. The greenette turned to stone in her arms. She assumed he didn't get touched by people very often, so she quickly released him in case he was uncomfortable. Sorry, I could not hold that back. I was truly worried about you when I saw the news earlier. The smile never left her face as she bounced on her feet in front of him. This time he was the one taking extra care to memorize the patterns on the floorboards, the color on his face a bit redder than usual. He shook his head quickly, looking to be almost entirely awake now. And no worries. With that settled, let's get you home. I'll walk you back. While I'm sure you can handle yourself, this isn't the safest place to be walking around alone, especially this time of night. Thank you kindly, Ryakan. I will have a car waiting for us at the train station then. Oh, I forgot to ask. My parents are going to be throwing me a celebration later tonight. If we leave now, we should make it in time for it to start. Would you care to join me for it? It would be nice to have my friend there. She tilted her head to the side, still smiling from the revelation that she now had a friend. The greenette blocked his eyes and acted like he was burning. Please, turn that off. Your smile is too bright for me to handle. I probably don't own anything that would be considered proper attire, especially with how I look now. I'll tag along to explain to your parents why you were out for so long, but I'll leave after that. They don't do too well with crowds. Ryakan seemed to say the last sentence more sheepishly than the previous one. Let me get changed quick, excuse me. The teen crouched next to the formerly seated girl and pulled out the freshest white shirt he had and a pair of not-so-worn black jeans. Don't say a thing, this is the best I have. The greenette joked towards the black-haired girl. While he walked into the bathroom, Momo took a second and unzipped her coat. She pulled out a duplicate jacket from the one he was wearing and put it into his container. She had planned to give it to him directly, but she remembered how bad he was at receiving things. She would leave it as a token of her appreciation. A few moments later, the greenette walked out of the bathroom changed. She hopped up next to him and noticed his lack of warm clothes. Here, I don't mind, but if there are other people there already, you may want to look a little bit more presentable. Momo turned around, produced a lovely forest green blazer, and presented it to the teen. He looked reluctant to take it, which she expected. She'd have to goad him a little. If you don't want to keep it, you can give it back the next time we see each other. This is so you won't have to worry about people giving you too strange of looks. Fewer eyes on you should help ease being in a crowd. She was getting to him, she could see it. His face slowly morphed into one of defeat. Fine. But next time, I'm getting you enough food to cover those lipids you just spent. Her near-constant smile grew wider as he accepted the blazer and put it on. So, how do I look? He asked, spinning in place. You look dashing. It'll definitely pass for casual. Momo had to try hard not to exclaim how good she thought he looked. That was a good color for him. Hopefully, her warm cheeks were just in her imagination and not showing. Well then, shall we get going? Yes, let me give someone a heads up about where to meet us. A minute later, they left the apartment. To her surprise, it suddenly felt much more homely and warm despite the lack of objects and heat. He turned to close the door, and the latch seemed to close on the other side. Well, Ryukin, I know it doesn't need to be said, but I am happy that you are my friend. The heiress held her hands in front of her and swayed in delight. She couldn't hold back her giddiness. Call me Rio, it's what I let friends call me. Her eyes shot wide at the informality. A shortened name already? Wasn't that a bit fast? Maybe she was just more reserved about that kind of thing than others. She had to admit, it wasn't the most pleasant name to say aloud, and Rio sounded much more fun. Okay, so, Rio, you never answered my question earlier. Do you play the guitar? His lips twitched again as they walked to the train station, where they were set to rendezvous with the driver. I do, but I haven't played much in a while. Only for special occasions. They continued to talk during their evening walk. It was strange. While they were acquaintances before, she felt like she finally got a picture of the real Hitori Ryukin, her first friend. Momo was upset that she couldn't get him to smile, but she could see in his eyes that he was enjoying his time. She lightly nudged him playfully. Rio, were you ever planning on telling me how powerful you are? You really held 2 stories of a building? The boy scratched the back of his head and averted his eyes. I didn't know myself. My quirk is a little strange. Watching as the happy girl almost skipped to her home, Ryukin looked down at the blazer he had been given. It was so warm and her smile was just as warm. He had a friend. He looked back up to see the girl waving for him to follow her. Giving a quick wave back to the girl, he also began to make his way up the path. He had a friend. It was such a foreign concept to him. She had asked in what could have been the weirdest way possible, but she asked to be friends. No one ever did that to him, which caused the doubt to creep in. Did she actually want to be friends with him, or was this just some sick prank? Did she only want to be friends because of his strength? If she did want to be friends, did she want to be his friend, or did she only want to be friends with the confident facade he put on? This fake person, whom he tried to convince people that he really was, could have friends. That had to be it. No one would willingly want to be his friend if they knew him, even if he had a quirk now. He'd humor her until she became bored or he learned her true motive. It would be good practice for dealing with people in the future. She at least seemed like there was no malice behind her intentions, and he didn't want to reject the girl flat out. As he said, they would both end up getting something out of this. In his peripheral, he saw the image of his mother smiling and, of course, crying. She brought him the memories of the people in his life. He thought of the care that Tsukachi gave him, the gratitude of the Hatsums, and the concern that Yaoyorozu had shown towards him. Who knows? Maybe it would be nice not to be alone with a ghost any longer. He shed a single tear as he seemed to break through one of the many walls he put up to protect himself from loss. Please, don't let me lose this hope, not again. He looked back at his mental image of his mother as she vanished. It was crazy how today was only the second most eventful in his life. It's been nearly 4 years since the attack on the hero agencies. The incident was still brought up in casual conversation and could be found in the newest textbooks on Japanese history. The focus was always on the damage caused and the death of Waterhose. Izuku Midoriya wasn't even mentioned, and her death was not important enough to be remembered. Ultimately, her story was viewed as less valuable than the property destroyed in the attack. Her son, formerly Izuku Midoriya, currently Hitori Ryukin, sat down in his studio apartment clutching the only photograph he has with his late mother. His memory was perfect, and the image was permanently etched into his mind, but he needed the comfort of knowing it was real. He sat slouched forward on his futon with tears trickling off his cheeks. It was 4 a.m, and he hadn't been able to sleep due to the same nightmares that haunted him every night. His life was so different now than when he was Izuku, but he couldn't move past the loss. He's haunted by her speaking and appearing in thin air, certain his sanity is leaving him. So many times, he wished it would all just stop. No matter how much he tried to change, he would still be just as worthless as ever. These early morning thoughts plagued him for so long. He stood up and walked into his bathroom. A simple turn of the handle caused the sound of water struggling to make its way through pipes and sputter out of the showerhead in a broken stream. The steam from the extreme heat began to fog the room's small mirror. He stepped inside and let the scalding water land on his head, his body unflinching as he just let it run down his back. He reminisced on his new life, trying and failing to ground himself. The 18-year-old boy kept himself busy as he tried to move on and force away those thoughts. He received a forensic science degree and began working as a CSI under his pseudo-guardian, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. In any free time he had at work, the greenette would research and try to find any evidence as to who hurt his family. He had worked at the precinct since the beginning of the year and now, with fall in full swing, has held a stable job for the first time in his life. During his time off, he would spend it doing anything that would keep him from being trapped in his thoughts. He began volunteering in the community and supporting others the best he could. Homeless shelters, food banks, and even just cleaning up the parks, Hitori would help others in ways that heroes didn't seem to acknowledge. He would do some repair work for the people in need and only charge for the materials, sometimes not even that. It wasn't his job anymore, so he didn't need to worry about it paying his bills. The most active investment of his free time was given to Momo Yaoyorozu. The two had grown close over their years as friends, and he was doing whatever he could to help her with her dream. Momo was going to continue this as well as work to be a hero. While her life had been sheltered away from the impoverished and less fortunate, Hitori took his time and gradually introduced her to how the world was. She showed so much empathy and compassion that Hitori decided to put his faith in her. Not only that, she made a habit out of constantly impressing him. When he was still taking classes in college, he would do his work with her. She had to continue her tutoring and began to be taught lessons in leadership and strategy in addition to other college subjects. She already had 2 degrees, one in chemistry and one in political science. So, they would meet up nearly every day and do their work together. Afterward, they trained. Hitori would throw out comments and suggestions on things for her to try with her quirk. Now that he's out of college, they don't get a chance to hang out as often, but the greenette still made time to meet her and help in any way he could. Sometimes he would do some paperwork to try and relive those fun little work sessions. Training consisted of quirkless sparring, quirked sparring, and general quirk conditioning. Hitori would get his butt handed to him when they sparred unpowered. While well-versed in kickboxing at this point, the extra years of martial training and having a quirk advantage really helped Yaoyorozu become a master in her own right. Physically, Hitori knew he had the edge, but those long legs knew how to sweep him off his feet, and he was sure he had left an impression of his butt on the floor at this point. For quirked sparring, the plan was to hone her skills in creating both strategies and actual creations on the fly. To do this effectively, he would go up against her with his quirk dialed back to focus on her growth. If he wanted to, he could easily win each fight by using his full power, but then that wouldn't be helping her get any better. Still, he occasionally threw her off with a light shove or flying shelf. His focus was to get her to react almost instinctually, moving before her mind could even realize the plan she had made in an instant. He felt the deep push to protect and prepare her for what would come. Out of any quirk he'd ever seen before, Momo Yaoyorozu had the most versatile but not the most powerful. At least, not at this point, it wasn't. Fighting all out was dangerous, and he'd leave it to Yue to handle that aspect, but he just needed her to be prepared. What could she do if she were facing someone like Endeavor? What could she do if he went all out? Hitori knew his strength with his quirk, and it was scary to think he held so much. In his years of training, he still couldn't replicate the feat he had achieved at the hardware store, but he had done it once, so he could do it again. Though why should he? Why was he also pushing himself to grow? The water had stopped as he turned the dial back to its resting position. He grabbed a towel and kept going through the motions. Izuku Midoriya lived a life of a lie, a mask that fit comfortably on his face to keep him together. He had allowed Hitori to live in his place. He watched how Hitori thrived where Izuku had failed. In his heart, he felt any fire smoldering to cold ash. There was no reason to get stronger. He wasn't going to become a hero, he'd put his focus on core counseling and being a CSI. Hero didn't mean anything to him anymore. Over these years, heroes just seemed to be chasing clout and leaving people hurting. Hero society wasn't even focused on helping the little guy with no cameras around. Greed and pride seeped out of their so-called protectors. Izuku hated that it took so long to see this. His goal was to help make Yaoyorozu a hero because he believes in her heart and wants to support his friend, but would society corrupt her? No, his hero fantasies have gone up in smoke. He had saved a few people that one day but had broken the law to do it. Even though the law was stupid, he was honestly lucky he wasn't in jail. He hoped that knowing one good hero was out there would be enough for him. Yaoyorozu would be fantastic. The solution to the problem didn't need to be him. He had made that promise to Koda, but as long as things changed, that's all that mattered, right? He'd put his trust in his friend and stay back on the sidelines where he belonged. He was still useless, after all. Hell, he couldn't even smile. It's like those muscles in his face atrophied from underuse. No comfort comes from looking at his face. All Might's wide smile and confidence brought people to believe in him. Izuku had to rely on a mask to make the world acknowledge his existence. He had the detective and Yaoyorozu in his life, but it just wasn't the same. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were just using him and would toss him aside after he wasn't what they needed anymore. He knew that was wrong and they did care, but that didn't stop him from starting each day expecting it to all crumble apart into dust. Honestly, when he was around them, he was the closest he had been to smiling again. He would joke, smirk, and be more outgoing but was still never able to truly let himself be happy. He gave it his best effort still. The greenette even jokingly gave Yaoyorozu the nickname, Princess, after dragging him to one of the galas she had to attend. He quipped that lavish life was for the princess, not the peasant, and he couldn't help but be satisfied by her frustrated reaction. So Momo Yaoyorozu became princess, and she hated it. A swipe at the fogged mirror showed him his least favorite image. He wished he was this confident man he played, but there was always the part that showed him who he truly was. He couldn't stand his reflection because all he saw was a scared and lonely child. He saw the hurt eyes and bruises from his abusers. He could still feel every scar hidden away under the cosmetic quirk. Even though he was barely recognizable to who he once was, he left broken mirrors and glass wherever he turned, trying to avoid that reminder. He kept the glasses and haircut he adopted with his persona, but now he stood 6 foot in height. With all his training and sparring with Yaoyorozu, Hidori had also gained quite an impressive muscular physique. No one would have guessed that he had a mental quirk or that he used to be a scrawny, quirkless nobody. That, mixed with his facial modifications, he really couldn't even recognize himself. He was a walking lie with the proof sitting folded on his tabletop. He shut his eyes and began to cry. He wished his mom could see him now and tell him if he was making the right choices and that he was trying to make her proud. Beep beep beep. The sleepless man turned off his alarm and began to get dressed for work. Hidori Ryakan stood in the alleyway in his signature green coat and red shoes. The scene was gruesome, but it wasn't anything new to him. Just another poor soul that the heroes were too slow to save. His resentment towards the society grew as he witnessed heroes acting selfishly and causing more trouble than good. Sure, there had been good heroes he met, but so many didn't deserve that title. He thought back to Mr. Brave's agency. He was a good guy and still worked hard. He did do good things for the community, but that was because he never tried to make it to the national stage. Then there was Mandalay. He hopes she and Kota are doing well. They were better off thinking he was gone for good. As time progressed, All Might was seen doing hero work less and less. That made villains and general crooks bolder in their actions. The hero still acted as a deterrent, but like his presence, it was fading. The glory chasers couldn't fill that void. Looking around the alley, he could see the signs of a struggle. Based on the body placement, at least 2 other individuals were present for the murder. That was the simple part. The hard part would be finding evidence of who the hell did it. If he could do that, this case would be closed as quickly as it opened. Then maybe this guy's family could get some closure. The case was straightforward, or at least it should have been. The man supposedly was a mutation-type quirk holder, but no one would have been able to tell if they looked at him. The poor guy looked like a quirkless man in his current state. Sadly, society has moved on from poaching animals to poaching people with exotic mutation quirks. Their body and body parts were sent around like trophies. The police have been looking to get to the bottom of this for years, but no matter how many rings they took down, there seemed to be an endless amount they didn't. Based on the state body would have suggested that it was a murder of opportunity for someone to sell his horns on the black market. The sickest part of this whole situation was that it wasn't what was throwing Hidori off. The CSI looked at the body and then the surroundings. Everything was perfectly set up to mimic that exact scenario. Except the fatal wound on the body was post-mortem. There should have been more blood and bruising around the wound. The body had already been dead before the slash was made. The place for his horns seems to have been cut open, but the cuts were off from where they should have been. One was slightly too far center, and the other was too far from the center. It was a small detail, but it threw a wrench in the poaching idea. An autopsy would reveal the true means of death later. Hidori sighed and took pictures of the crime scene to go over later. He heard the flapping of an open coat as a man briskly walked towards him. "What are you taking so long with here, Rio?" The detective asked as he walked in and saw the teen still looking around. "It could be just from the lack of sleep, but I don't think this is as simple as it looks." The teen took another picture of the offset cuts. "So, you think this wasn't just a random killing?" The detective asked as he looked at the body. "I can't say, but it doesn't look like a poaching case. Someone took the time to set it up to seem that way, but there are definitely some hanging questions." The camera flashed again, and in the corner of his eye, he caught the glint of metal by the dumpster. The greenette walked over to the spot and picked up a small red capsule on the ground. He quickly placed it in a bag and marked it as evidence. "No, there's something weird about this one." Hidori turned and showed the bag to the detective. "I'll run some tests on this, but we should consider getting the Fat Gum Agency in on this investigation. We should also get an autopsy run on this one. I think this is a big case in the making." The detective looked at the bag and scowled deeply. "I trust your judgment, so I'll call it in. We need to get going to another scene, however. No one is quite sure what to make of it, so they want our best on it." The detective replied as he turned to head back to the street. "Let's go." The CSI turned and followed the detective. Seeing another officer, Hidori tossed over the evidence and gave his request. "Can you make sure you take this to my lab? I need to get it analyzed. Also, take the body to autopsy, making a note to have the pathologist specifically look for puncture wounds." The officer didn't look like he enjoyed getting orders from the CSI, but he still took out a notepad as he responded. "You know you aren't my boss, kid, but the detective will kill me if I don't do this, so you get off this time. Don't make a habit out of it." Hidori slouched at the comment and noticed the smirk on the detective's face as he stood by his car door. Walking up to the car, The greenette huffed out his indignation. I'm 18 now, why do I still get called kid? The crime scene duo entered the car and began heading toward the second scene. The detective chuckled at the upset attitude that his ward was having. That doesn't mean anything when you are the youngest on the crime scene team. You haven't even gotten gun certified yet. You've been at it for months when most of these guys had to work years to even get in this division. My quirk is basically a weapon in itself, so why would I need a gun? And my age shouldn't mean anything if I'm good at what I do. Hidori retorted. He was a walking killing machine with his power. Why should he have to train with something else that could cause the same fate? No love for the classics, eh? Well, some of us need a way to defend others that isn't illegal. I guess you aren't a true police officer, you need to go to the academy for that. Just don't go throwing yourself into danger. The detective had said this to Hidori so often that he was getting sick of hearing it. Don't go running into burning buildings this. Or, why not leave it for the professionals that? It was one time. Well, it's not like I'm going out looking for a fight. It would just be in self-defense, which is still slightly legal. Quirk law is slightly vague about that, but the law was a bit more lenient when the person acted solely in self-defense. Only if they put you in danger first. The detective really seemed like a lecturing parent recently. He may have gotten too comfortable having Hidori around with him almost daily. Yeah, whatever. So, what's special about this next body? The greenette needed to get the detective out of dad mode, as he dubbed it, and back into detective mode. The detective's face morphed into one of concern and confusion. I honestly don't know what to make of these reports. From what I've heard, it's more like a monster than a person. Apparently, it has a pale white body with monstrous limbs and shape. The detective may have just been relaying the information he got, but Hidori always hated it when others were put down for something they couldn't control. You know, it's not okay to call people with mutation quirks monsters. Hidori stated the obvious, knowing the detective knew his stance on the matter. Its brain was exposed, and the body looked heavily scarred. The thought that it was alive like that is insane. Whatever this thing was, it's completely different from anything we've seen. You'll see it's not human. Where to then? The idea of this intrigued Hidori as much as he hated what this quirk must have done to this person's life. Hopefully, he could solve this and bring this story to a peaceful end for whoever this was. On the off chance this is a monster, though, the implications of that could be major. Whatever the case, he would get to the bottom of it. Kamino Ward. The detective stated bluntly. You mean this happened right by my place? Of course, this would be happening by me. After his incident a few years ago, Hidori took the precaution to move out of his place in Tokyo and back to Mizudafu. The two cities were decently close and connected by train. It actually worked out that living here, he was closer to both Yaoyorozu and Tsukachi. Being back so close to where his old life took place was the hard part. Yeah, looks like you have to start looking out for monsters under your bed. The detective joked as the car sped down the highway, the ward coming into sight in the distance. I'm sure it's just an exaggeration. Hidori was quite confident it was just a quirk that did this so he could figure it out. A silence fell on the two as they made their way through the streets. The detective finally spoke up after a couple of minutes of comfortable silence. I don't say it enough, but thanks for joining up with me, Ryo. You've been a great help on some of my hardest cases. Now, that being said, have you decided to become a hero yet? The detective didn't take his eyes off the road, knowing that a scowl was being sent in his direction from the seat over. I'm not going to. I already told you my future will be in quirk counseling. Hidori was sick of explaining himself. He had already done it so many times to the detective, but he would never let the greenette be. If I remember correctly, you had quite the hero memorabilia for a while. I think you should reconsider. If you have an issue with heroes so much, why don't you change it from the inside? The detective always used the same points when he argued for this. He had explained that while he would be ecstatic to have Hidori on full-time as his CSI, the boy wouldn't truly be happy not being able to make a bigger difference. That's why I'm helping Princess. Please, just drop it. It was a sore topic for the boy, and just the thought put him into a mental tailspin. Fine. You'd make a DM good hero, though. He received an even more intense scowl from the greenette next to him. Fine. It's dropped. The detective watched as the greenette visibly relaxed. Hidori should have known by now not to let his guard down like that. Your girlfriend's birthday is coming up. Planning anything special? His best mischievous smirk was plastered onto his face. The color instantly drained from the CSI. What? No, she's not my G-girlfriend. We are just F-friends. She also just happens to be a G-girl. There's not anything else going on. His arms were flailing in front of him, a natural reaction when the detective teased him on this topic. Well, for nothing romantic, you sure do seem to get flustered when I bring up your princess. The detective winked at the boy and let out a playful chuckle. I only call her that because she hates it. That's all. I know I joke around, but she basically is a princess. All I am is a peasant, it just wouldn't work. The greenette sighed and then scoffed, holding his arms up, confused. Sheesh, I can't believe that I'm so frustrated by you saying this when you've been single forever. It was now the detective's turn to start sputtering. Hey, I've had my fair share of girlfriends. Just not recently. Tsukachi gave Hidori a light chop to the head. What about that waitress at the diner that we always go to that you can't seem to pull your eyes off? The CSI rubbed the spot where he was hit while the man turned bright red. But I don't know who you are talking about. Plus, it's not like I can do anything about how busy I am. Hidori swore he could see steam coming from his ears. Life's not going to slow down. You're just going to stay busy and regret not going for those chances. Hidori relaxed back into his seat, looking out at the now familiar streets of his neighborhood. Pot me kettle. Why don't you learn to take your own advice and try to be happy? The frown on Hitori's face could be seen in the mirror's reflection. He could also see the sad face of Tsukachi looking at him from his seat. Look, I know it's hard, but it's been almost 4 years. You're not letting yourself get the help you need. You need to talk to someone. The flashing blue and red lights could be seen in front of one of the many abandoned buildings in this ward. We're here. The greenette said to end this conversation. He was too tired to deal with this. He was always too tired to deal with this. As they pulled up, the detective squinted at the scene, his voice conveying his confusion. Something's wrong. They shouldn't be this active. The two stepped out of the car and rushed over to the scene. When a large number of red feathers blocked their path. From the building walked out a man with red wings and a bored attitude displayed on his face. His golden goggles reflected the afternoon sun. Hawk's the number 3 hero. Sorry boys, it looks like I'm taking over this investigation. The feathered hero said nonchalantly as he leaned against the door frame. A large hole in the building could be seen on through the doorway he was blocking. A large, white figure was lying on the ground. Even from this distance, Hidori could understand why they called it a monster. Tsukachi stepped forward to confront the hero on the matter. While we work with heroes, the investigations are always performed in conjunction between the two departments. You know we have the resources available to get this situation resolved. The detective was sick of heroes trying to take all the credit for the work he and other police officers do in investigations. Sorry, direct orders coming from the top. I'm going solo on this one. Trust me, I would much rather be doing almost anything else than babysitting Frankenstein's monster back there. The hero pointed behind him with his thumb without turning around. Hitori's eyes followed the thumb, but his eyes went wide when he saw what happened inside. Well, then you might need to find the body first. A dark rift disappeared where the body used to be as the three turned to look at the scene. Hidori flinched as recognition hit him. Well shit. I'm not going to hear the end of this. The HPSC is going to be said for sure. Oh well. The winged hero rubbed his temples as he turned to see the empty hall and casually shrugged it off. Tsukachi was floored by the fact that the hero who had just been telling them off accepted the situation quickly. What, you aren't upset your whole job just went up in smoke? Pox looked back over his shoulder. His head tilted toward the detective. His face looked serious and unamused. I'm a hero. Any time I spend on these missions is time that I don't get to help people who need me. The greenette scoffed at the winged hero's response and sent him a glare. Sure, like the number 3 hero would be focused on helping people. You only want the public to love you to be more popular. You don't actually care. This elicited a wary reaction from Hawks as he began to assess the CSI. My job is to make sure there is a public. I don't get why you're on me about this. A hero's job shouldn't be acting like a soldier but as a savior. The hero's wings opened, and he started to rise off the ground. He looked at Hidori, and his face changed to one of concern. I don't know what happened to make you not trust heroes, but even the glory-hungry ones help people. That's what's important. Then he was gone. His speed was insane as he shot across the skyline. Tsukachi and Hidori had to steady themselves from the blowback. They watched as he flew off, neither enjoying how that conversation went. The greenette turned and started walking into the building. Well, we're already here. I'll check around for anything that may still be here. The detective watched the CSI enter the building and called out to him as he entered. Right, I'll ask around and see what's been going on. Remember, don't take too long, we're not on this case. The two parted and went to do their separate duties. The glaring damage to the building was the first thing Hidori went to when he entered. The hole in the wall was caved in from the outside, so it was something coming in and not leaving. Either this guy made it himself, or someone was in such a rush that they couldn't use the door. Without seeing the body, the CSI had no idea what to think. Then he felt a presence behind him. Oh well, player 2 has joined the game. Hidori turned around to see his stalker leaning against one of the walls coated in shadow. Shigaraki, to what do I owe the honor? Hidori couldn't mask the annoyance in his voice as he took his normal precaution of activating his quirk. The hooded individual shrugged and put up his arms, trying to make himself look inviting. I just came to offer you a chance at making that difference in the world. How about you reconsider my offer and join my party? You should work on your recruiting skill tree. You know, when you hide bodies from the authorities, it makes me wonder if we actually care about the same things. There was something different about the man standing opposite him. He seemed more confident, and an ominous presence seemed present. Hidori almost trembled with this feeling. He noticed the man who had offered him this multiple times in the past year begin to shake in frustration. The society set up by All Might needs to fall. That's the mission objective, and you agree with it. So why won't you join up? I don't trust you. Now, this is my last warning. Leave me alone. His eyes glowed emerald and cut through the dark. He wasn't going to be intimidated by a stalker when he just stood up to the Hawks. The man across from him scratched his neck feverishly and then pointed one of his fingers toward the CSI. You'll see soon enough what we stand for. Then you'll join up. You'll see that we care for your beliefs, and I will convince you. The man walked down the hall, and his presence completely vanished. Hidori let out a breath. He didn't even realize he was holding and rubbed the back of his head. He really needed to sleep. He walked out and caught up with the detective. Even though he was close to home, the two had work they needed to do at the precinct, so they began the drive back. As if on cue after a couple of minutes of peaceful silence. So, what are you getting your princess for her birthday? You have to make it something special. There could be no peaceful moments between them. Sitting on the top of a building nearby, Hawks sat with his legs dangling off the edge. He put his finger to his ear, activating the hidden communicator. The group took the bait and retrieved the body. I placed the tracker inside of it so you can start your recon. Also, I met the guy you sent to the scene. It seems like he really doesn't have a good perspective on heroes. The guys got ball and talked back to the number 3 hero like I was nothing. Kind of freaked me out if I'm honest. The HPSC has its work cut out if you want to recruit that one. Agent Hawks is out. The hero put both hands behind him and squinted down at the CSI as he walked out of the building to talk with the detective. I don't know what you did, but you impressed the wrong people. Momo Yaoyorozu exited the changing room and was met with the sight of her best friend stretching by the sparring ring. He'd grown taller since they became friends and now stood about an inch above her. He had a lean, muscular build but would normally hide it under worn-out baggy clothes. It was slightly distracting for her when he stretched in his workout gear, a black tank top, and forest green shorts. She could see his muscles flex as he moved, and she zoned out of reality as she studied him. After realizing she had been there for too long, she shook herself out of those thoughts and walked up to Rio. Her recommendation exam to get into UA was next week, so Rio had offered to help her train. They would have special training and spar often over the past few years, but he had barely any availability since he took the job as a CSI. Momo could tell he was trying his best to free up time for her, but with how many cases get thrown on his docket, that was getting harder and harder. Most of the time, she would end up studying and training alone like she did growing up, but it felt so lonely compared to when she and Rio would do it together. She was taking this exam seriously and knew she would be more prepared with his training more than anything. She wanted to go to UA with him. She watched as his eyes flashed up to meet hers. A sort of aura of confidence flowed out of him. Rio could get into UA without issues, but she was another story. Momo worried that she wouldn't be ready, that she wouldn't be enough. All that worry escaped her when she knew he was there with her every step of the way. She needed to pass this exam so that she and her friend could become heroes together. She would not be left behind. Rio stood tall and stared back at what she hoped showed a determined look in her eyes. He was wrapping his wrists and knuckles, and his feet were already dressed and padded. A small smirk grew on his face. Getting a smile out of him still seemed impossible, but she was beginning to be able to read his eyes. Ready to deal with me? After finishing the wrapping on his left arm, he threw a quick punch checking the quality of the wrap. The heiress just smiled. I'm always ready for that. What's the plan for today, sensei? She began to do her normal warm-up stretches as well. Based on his energy, she could tell she would be put through the ringer today. The plan for today is to train your multi-track mindset. It would be best if you ingrained your fighting in your subconscious so you can focus your conscious thoughts on quick problem solving and creation. I'll have my quirk active the whole time, reading your thoughts while randomly yelling out creations you need to make mid-battle. Your best way to win is if you fight by instinct, so I can't know what you plan to do next. Find quick, creative solutions that I can't react quickly enough on. I won't use the other aspects of my quirk, so it's first to be subdued loses. He completely ignored her sensei comment, which proved that Momo was still quite bad at teasing. The greenette threw a few punches with his right arm as well. Satisfied with the results, he pulled on his padded fingerless gloves and went to fill up 2 water bottles for them. After a couple more minutes, Momo finished her warm-up and followed Rio into the foam sparring ring. He gave her no time to set herself before starting. Ready, Sika? Rubber duck. Rio's stare seemed to bore through her as his intense gaze began to glow. Her mind went to her creation as she thought up the composition of rubber, the yellow pigment along with small splotches of other colors on the features, and the toy's shape. Her thought process was the same for any creation: composition, color, and body. If she was in a hurry, she would throw out the color portion, but when training her brain to create faster, she had to keep that step in. The duck fell to the ground and bounced out of the ring. He threw a right hook at her, but she dodged and put distance between them. Reorienting herself, she quickly pulled out a wooden training staff and faced her opponent. He immediately charged back toward her and was back on the offensive. As he was throwing punches and kicks, Momo was forced to take steps toward the outside of the ring. While she blocked each blow, the power pact behind them pushed her out of her defensive stance. Multicolored marbles. While the composition and shape of the marbles were simple, it was the color aspect of them that was going to be difficult. Her mind began to race as a plethora of glass marbles of every color imaginable began to scatter. Using the opportunity to try and trip Rio up, she directed towards her opponent only to watch him sidestep and sweep them out of the ring. God, your brain is beautiful. His eyes never left hers as he moved back in range, keeping the pressure on her. The emerald glow illuminated his features, and a blush currently illuminated hers. What? She was panting as he kept throwing punch after punch, forcing her on the defensive. Her mind was scattered, but she was doing her best to keep the focus on the fight. Rio kept entirely calm as he let loose his attacks. Then he called out the next item. Mouse trap. She quickly formed a mouse trap out the side of her left arm and whipped it towards her sparring partner. He raised one arm and batted it out of the way. I get mesmerized by the beauty of your thought process. It's so organized and planned out perfectly. Absolutely stunning. Rio continued his last thought as he complimented her. Oh well, thank you. Using her wooden bow staff, she switched to try to attack, but her opponent read her move and easily redirected it away from him. Well, everything about you is stunning, so I shouldn't be surprised. The greenette casually said as he dodged her follow-up attack. What? Momo's face immediately turned red, and her eyes went wide. She would have never expected that bold of a statement to come from him. He was so reserved and had never said anything like that before. But her question was answered when Rio used the opening from her hesitation to disarm her and sweep out her legs from under her. He let her fall backward and pointed the mousetrap down at her neck. She groaned at the sudden takedown and noticed his red face and hitched breathing. He struggled with looking at her. Your opponents will use any trick they can to throw you off. You must learn to roll with distractions and stay focused on what's in front of you. You did do well, considering. You finally got the point of the exercise when you threw that mouse trap at me. Your greatest asset in a fight is your potential for unpredictability. He held out an arm to help her up from the ground. He retreated to his side of the ring, took a swig of his water, and seemed to have lost any fatigue he was showing before. On the other hand, Momo was still frustrated after the trick he had just pulled. Rio, come at me for real this time. One-on-one, no gimmicks. Don't hold back. Momo said, her face still red. She wasn't sure if it was because of fatigue or embarrassment. What she did know was that she was going to kick his butt. I don't know, princess. I don't know how much that would help you. Plus, you just lost to me when I used only one part of my quirk. She could see the hesitance on his face, and that made her even more frustrated. If she couldn't at least hold her own against him, how could she ever deal with the threats of being a hero? How could she grow if she didn't train against his very best? He didn't believe in her. So you don't think I can take you in an actual fight? Momo let a little bit of her frustration bleed through. The greenette put his hands in his pockets and looked the girl in the eyes. His eyes showed with the same emerald glow, but no emotion was present. No. The response was short, sharp, and serious. She saw his eyes return quickly to their normal shade. His confidence in himself outclassed the girl, and it was something she respected in him, but at this moment, it made her so angry. Let's see about that. You think you can play with a girl's emotions and get away with it? She looked back at his things and saw his sketchbook closed by his bag. It was something he held deeply close and never allowed her to take a peek at. That'll show him not to mess with her. I win, you apologize and show me what's in your special sketchbook. Momo wasn't the kind of girl to make a wager. Sure, she could offer anything in return with little consequence, but she was too smart for that. She would never make a bet she was sure she couldn't win, and Rio knew that. She watched his eyes go from emotionless to curious in the briefest of moments. I accept. Rio lifted his fists into his normal kickboxing stance. The black-haired girl produced 2 metal rods with wooden handles, a helmet covering her skull and ears, and knee pads and elbow guards to pose as quick light armor. She could see the emerald glow return in his eyes, the seriousness of the situation never leaving him. She was ready for him if he started this the same as he did during their other matches. We'll only be doing this once. Ready, set, go. The instant Rio said go, Momo smacked the 2 rods together, and a loud ringing echoed in the room. The greenette instinctively covered his ears with his hands and lost focus. His eyes involuntarily closed from the ringing in his head, and at that moment, Momo took advantage of his state, knocking him to the ground with a well-placed knee to his chest. She quickly produced a blunt plastic knife and put it up to his neck. She reached up with her other hand up and removed her helmet. What was that you were saying? Momo had put on her most innocent smile as she had her friend locked down with a foot on his chest and a knife pointed to his throat. His wide eyes, full of shock, were the most satisfying things to see, and she had to admit it felt great to let out some of that frustration. Okay, Ao? Best 2 out of 3? The greenette asked, stunned by the girl on top of him, his face again red from exhaustion. She got off of him and helped him up from the ground. He stood up and began opening and closing his jaw while rubbing his ears. I'm impressed. How long did that take you to think up, princess? His hand moved from his ear to chest, and he seemed to linger slightly more center than where she impacted. The total time it took me to change today. She was internally screaming that her plan actually worked. She had been thinking about what she could do for a while, but the full execution only came to her earlier that day. You were really fed up with my teasing, huh? The greenette asked sheepishly. Yes, especially after what you just pulled. I know the only reason you don't go full power on me is that you can end the fight almost instantly, but that doesn't mean I can't have some tricks. I have to figure out how to be creative against overwhelming opponents. You didn't go easy on me, did you? Rio dusted off his shorts and tank and walked to the other side of the ring. He began stretching his newly sore muscles, and Momo was having difficulty not staring. Focus, Momo. He looked back over his shoulder, making eye contact with her. Not at all. Pretty sure that's the first time in a while that I've been caught off guard like that. Sorry that I made you so frustrated. I didn't mean to misjudge your skills, and I won't make that mistake twice. Alright, let's see how fast you can come up with something else, then. Round 2. He fully turned around and gave her a little warning, and his eyes flashed emerald. He punched his fist into his palm. Ready, set, go. She had enough time to put her helmet back on before he finished his count. Momo had her rods ready and smacked them again, but he didn't seem fazed this time. Her eyes met his intense stare and glowing emerald eyes. The vibration she felt in her hands stopped a green glow holding them in place. She was lifted off the ground and couldn't move her limbs. He walked casually up to her paralyzed body and held his hands out to sign for her. Did you think the same trick would work twice? You have to be faster. She had picked up sign language after Rio had suggested it as a useful trick in silent communication in the field. Now he was using it as an intimidation tactic. He must have figured out that her helmet nullifies the noise around her. She internally noted the difference in their power levels and tried to come up with something quick. She shut her eyes and made a gas mask on her face and a tear gas canister without the pin. She was immediately released from her paralysis and dropped to the ground, but to her surprise, there was very little gas in the room. She quickly looked around until she felt a palm push her head to the ground and one of her arms pulled behind her back. A knee was pressed against her spine to keep her grounded. The hand on her head removed the helmet and mask. Seriously, tear gas? She could see the irritation in his eyes, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it should have been. How? She managed to get out with the man on her back. He rolled off of her and laid down next to her. Using his powers, he brought over their waters. Shot the canister outside before too much gas could be released. I opened the window while you were frozen in the air expecting you to pull something like that, but tear gas? Your landscaper is going to be set at me. He tipped his head back and poured water into his eyes to try and help with the irritation. The heiress sighed in frustration and continued to lie down on the mat. I'm sure it will be fine. I thought I was going to last longer than that. She talked into the ground and then looked at her friend reclining back on his hands. He continued to look up at the ceiling, letting the water drip down his cheeks. You did really well. I was even trying to read your mind, but it wasn't working. What's in that helmet? He turned to look at the discarded armor, and Momo smiled. Nope, I'm not giving away my trump card to you that easily. How did you beat my sound trick? She rolled over, so she was on her back. I closed my ears. He said it so matter-of-factly. What? There was no way to simply ignore that sound. Not listening wasn't a proper solution. I used my quirk to temporarily shut down my hearing by blocking the ear canal. I deafened myself as you did with that helmet. She pivoted his head and looked at him worriedly. Won't that cause lasting damage to your hearing? He put a cupped hand around his ear, acting as if he couldn't hear her. What? I said, oh, stop that. She punched him lightly in the leg. No, I just had them contract to stop the nerve receptors for long enough to stop the noise, just like flipping the off and on switch of a light. I was careful. Momo sighed in relief and sat up from the ground. In front of her, along with her water bottle, was the small 5x7 sketchbook Rio carried around with him. Is it really okay if I look at this? I don't want to make you comfortable. Plus, I didn't do much the second time around. If Momo learned one thing about Rio, he liked to keep things close to his chest. You won fair and square. Take it as the second part of my apology for underestimating you. Just no making fun of me. My one condition is that you not go to the last page. He still looked hesitant, but he seemed open to her taking a look. Momo felt the spine crack slightly as she opened the book to see the most accurate sketches of heroes she had ever seen. Each drawing had leaders and captions pointing to several quirk notes in the margin. She began to flip through each page, each numbered, with the first being the obvious choice of All Might. Wow, these are fantastic. I don't quite understand all of the notes though. She flipped through the pages and saw so many great sketches of different heroes. Most of which she recognized, but others seemed more obscure. Those are just quick reminders for me to remember. I transfer these to a different area after I finish them. One a bit more secure than a sketchbook I keep on me. He looked over her shoulder as she flipped through each page. She flipped a few pages further to see a mock-up of her in a hero outfit. She turned and smiled widely at the now sheepish boy. This is so good. I'll definitely take some inspiration from it. These notes to the side analyze their quirks, right? I can't wait to see what you do in class. Rio rubbed his head and averted eye contact with her. Well, while I'm flattered, I don't think we'll have too many courses together. Momo tilted her head and felt her eyebrows furrow in confusion. Why wouldn't we? It seemed to be Rio's turn to have a face of pure confusion. His head turned back to make eye contact once again. We are going for completely different degrees, that's why. She laughed at the absurdity of what he said. What? No, we're both going on the hero track, of course, we'll have classes together. Then he looked at her with a much sadder look, almost apologetically. Princess, I'm not going into the hero course. It took her a moment to process that new information before losing her mind. What do you mean you aren't going for the hero course? He scratched the back of his head as he was being questioned. I swear I told you that I was going for Gen Ed. I plan on getting my quirk counseling license. They were supposed to be heroes together. No, you only said you would be going to UA too. I assumed from all this sparring and training that we were working on getting into the hero course together. What about all this work in this sketchbook? She shook the book, and a small folded white slip came out. Rio jumped at the paper and yanked the book out of her hand with his quirk. His body was turned away as he carefully did something with it, and he didn't turn back to her when he responded. I just wanted to help you. It's been a few years since I began to hate the idea of becoming a hero. I'm sorry if I gave the impression of it being something other than that. This sketchbook is just a bad habit that I couldn't stop. He slid his hand down the sketchbook cover, a scowl growing on his face as he stared off toward the wall. Momo moved so that she was in his sight, bringing him out of the current zone out he fell in. What about you jumping into that building and saving those people? That was the work of someone who should be a hero. In her eyes, that was the real work of a hero. She watched as his face morphed into a scowl after she said that. I wasn't a hero, princess. I only tried to help. I broke the law and am lucky not to be in jail. The actual heroes thought that was what I deserved, just because I made them look bad. I don't want to share a title with people where popularity is the sole motivation to help others. Momo recoiled at the viewpoint he shared. The idea of it completely clashed with her understanding of what heroes were. Heroes aren't like that. All the stories I read and newscasts I see show them dedicating themselves to saving people. All Might jumped into a fire to pull out all the trapped workers. That's a hero. Rio scoffed and looked like he was staring at a ghost in the corner of the room. Yeah, sure, like in fairy tales. I've met a lot of heroes, and many of them do it for all the wrong reasons. They couldn't care less about people like me. Once you meet one of these famous heroes, you'll know. They fail to save anyone who needs it most. Rio's phone began to ring, and he brought it over with his quirk. He made a strange hand motion as if beckoning it to him. His eyes were void of life as he did. Momo noticed before that he did that motion a lot when the object was small enough. He was too distracted with the call to hear what she said next under her breath. I did meet a hero. I met you. She looked at him as he answered the call. She swore she could see phantom chains from his heart holding him down. For the first time since they met, she didn't know who she was looking at. Detective, you know I took today off. Yes, I'm at the Yaoyorozu's. Oh shut it. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Alright, I understand. Yeah, let me get a quick shower, and I should be ready by the time you get here. Now stop. He hung up the phone and turned towards the heiress. His eyes were still lifeless. Sorry, princess. It looks like some of my test results need to be confirmed, so I have to go into the precinct. What were you saying? Nothing. I just think that you should reconsider. She was too nervous to repeat her confession. I've thought about it for a while, but I promise we'll both get into UA, and then we can do this more often. Don't think I'm lumping you into the same group as these other people. You'll be one of the best. The two got off the ground and put the stress from the last conversation behind them. Rio's eyes seemed to return to normal, but his ever-present frown stayed. You should do a light cooldown and then get something to eat. We did a lot more than I was planning with your quirk. While you do that, do you mind if I use the shower in the changing room? The greenette threw a thumb behind him towards a door attached to the room. Momo rolled her eyes at the friend in front of her. Yes. Please feel free. You've been allowed to since it was built, so you don't even need to ask. He removed his gloves and hand wrappings slowly, avoiding eye contact. A slight dusting was on his face, probably from the heated conversation and workout. I know, but I would still prefer to get permission before I do, especially for something like this. It was nice of your parents to install this. Well, to get me to install this. The heiress sighed and walked over to the spot where Hidori had put his things. She continued talking as she gathered them and handed them to her sparring partner. You know, you could have asked to use the shower before then. Honestly, Ryo, it's not like it's that much of a request, considering how much time out of your days you help with my training. The greenette rubbed the back of his head as he accepted his belongings from Momo. You know I hate imposing on anyone, even you filthy rich royalty. That earned him a few punches in the arm. He threw his hands up and defensively waved them around. I'm kidding. Alright, cool down and get some chow. I'll grab this shower. The detective should be here in about 15. Watching him go into the changing room, Momo wondered why he would insist on getting permission to use the shower. He's just cleaning himself after a workout, so he'll be naked in her home. But she never thought about it like that. Distracted by the prospects of her muscular friend's current state, she didn't see the rubber duck she had made earlier. She took one wrong step, causing her to fall and knock over a shelf. The changing room door slammed open, and Hidori quickly rushed to check over her with concern in his eyes. Hey, are you okay? Did you hurt anything? She was slightly disoriented but more embarrassed that a rubber duck had taken her down. Weiss, I'm fine. I just slipped EP. Now, Momo was perfectly fine, showing her skin. Her quirk had made it necessary to have a large amount exposed. Even now, she was just in a sports bra and shorts. That didn't mean she wasn't affected by the fact that kneeling over her, supporting her body with one arm, was a shirtless Hidori Ryakan. She felt her entire body begin to redden at the contact. After a quick check over by her friend, he helped her off the ground and kicked away the rubber duck. You're banned from making rubber ducks, and we need to start working on your spatial awareness. Are you sure you're okay? You seem a bit red. I'm fine. Please return to what you were doing. She pushed on his chest, guiding him back into the changing room. She slammed the door behind him and slid down it, looking at her hands. So firm. She definitely needed a cooldown now. Her embarrassment lasted only a few moments as her smile fell. Her mind kept wandering back to her friend, and while his shirtless visage was fresh, so was his revelation of not liking heroes. The detective arrived 10 minutes after the call, and Ryo hadn't finished getting ready. He was the only person Ryo brought up, so maybe he would know something about what he was talking about earlier. Momo would have to find out. The detective casually waited outside as Momo opened the door to meet him. Hello, you must be Detective Tsukachi. Please come in. Welcome to my home. It's nice to finally meet you. Momo bowed to the man in front of her, and he casually walked in. Looking around at the architecture, he let off a whistle expressing him being impressed. He looked back at the heiress and bowed toward her, smiling. You must be Momo Yaoyorozu. I have to say you're much prettier than I thought for a person who actually chooses to hang out with Ryo. No wonder he won't shut up about you. The girl blushed at the compliment. He talks about me? The detective had a mischievous air to him and raised a hand to his chin as if he recalled something. All the time. Literally, if he opens his mouth, he has about a 75% chance to bring you up. Well, that's nice of him. I wasn't sure if he enjoyed being around me or not. I haven't even seen him smile yet. She said, looking down to the ground, her hands interlocked in front of her. Neither have I. The detective shifted his stance to give off a more casual vibe. Really? But from what I can tell, you two joke around all the time. This revelation didn't make Momo feel any better about the situation. It hurt to have the assumption that Ryo doesn't smile at all. We joke around, sure, but when he does it, he just seems uninterested and distant. He lives for the deadpan style, I guess. The only emotions I can get out of him are anger, frustration, and embarrassment. The man smiled as he remembered fond moments the two men shared. Embarrassment? Sure, Momo had seen him embarrassed, but it wasn't very common. It was surprising to hear it insinuated that it was a common occurrence. Oh, you'll see. The mischievous smirk returned to his face. I'm sorry to ask, but do you know why he's like this? He'll never go into the details when I ask him. She didn't want to betray Ryo's trust, but she had to get something to help him. The detective's smirk faded, and his face turned serious. I'm sorry, Miss Yaoyorozu, but that isn't my story to tell. I can say that he has had a pretty rough time for the majority of his life, but he makes that obvious. It doesn't excuse his actions of isolating himself, but I do know it was rough for him. It broke her heart, but he was right, she already knew that. That only prompted her to push further and bring up her other questions. What about heroes? He hates them, but why? And if he hates them so much, why is he trying so hard to train me? Surely someone who had it so rough would look up to those that made life better for everyone, so why did he hate them? The detective sighed and looked the girl in the eyes. People forget heroes are humans too. We hold them to this higher standard when they can make mistakes and not be the best people. Rio's seen the worst in them firsthand. He's seen your heart in action and thinks you'll be different. Please, whatever you do, don't hurt him any more than he already is. The detective stopped talking, and his eyes shot down to the end of the foyer. Momo turned to see Rio walking down with his backpack slung on one shoulder, hair slightly damp. Oh, detective, you're here. I'm sorry if I kept you waiting. The greenette joined the two by the door. It's fine. I finally got to meet your girlfriend, and we had a lovely chat about you. This earned him a punch from Rio and a response through gritted teeth. Detective, this is not the time. His face immediately turned crimson, and the three walked out of the manor. The detective winked at the girl but also noticed how much his comment affected her. She was quite bad at hiding that it's especially the time. Look, she turned just as red as you, 2 for 1. I never get to have this kind of fun. This earned him another punch. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu, he normally isn't this much of an a-hole. She noticed he was refraining from using her nickname. While she didn't like it, it felt hollow not hearing him call her it. She smiled and decided to try to defuse the situation between the two. I see. It's fine. I don't really mind it. The detective smirked and began to walk toward the car. Alright, Knight, let's get going. Don't forget to kiss your princess goodbye. I'll make sure they never find a body. Rio said it with such seriousness, and the detective just laughed. Momo watched the greenette turn back to her, his cheeks still pink with blush. Again, I apologize for him. Have a good evening, and make sure to eat well tonight. Rio waved goodbye and walked towards the car. The detective laughed the entire time. As they both got into the car, a flustered Rio punched him in the arm and started yelling at the man. The two drove off, leaving her standing alone outside of her home. She couldn't imagine what kind of life Rio had lived to make him like this. He was so kind and caring yet distant and cold. He was selfless with his time to a fault. He acted like a hero but despised the notion of sharing that title. She felt like she knew him so well but also not at all. Was she a good friend? Her thoughts were interrupted when she received a text message from the said boy. Rio, hey, sorry to ask, but in my rush to get ready, I forgot to grab my laptop from the library. Do you think you can bring it to my apartment tomorrow night? We can hang out for a bit afterward. Sorry for the inconvenience. Don't worry about it. Of course, I can bring it by tomorrow. What time would be good for you? Rio, would 6 work for you? I have to go to work tomorrow to work on this case. You're a lifesaver. I'll meet you at the station. There must have been a first for everything. Rio never forgot. Well, it looked like she would see him tomorrow after all. She told her parents their plans should be pushed back to the weekend to allow more guests to attend. That meant the day was free for her to do as she wanted. She had hoped Hitori would have asked her to do something, but he had left without even bringing it up. Maybe he didn't think these things were that important. Oh well, even unintentionally, she was glad she would get to spend some of her 18th birthday with her best friend. Her best friend? What kind of friend knows nothing about the other person? It's been 3 years and I don't really know him at all. The late September air clung to her as the two walked down the unfamiliar street. The silence was comfortable between them as they simply enjoyed each other's presence. The trees' leaves varied in color and began to scatter about the ground, complementing the cityscape. The Ravenette thought the autumn was beautiful and loved to get out of her home and enjoy it. As she looked at him, he wore that same old green coat she had stashed away in his home. She was glad that he liked something she had made so much. Walking down Kamino Ward, they slowly made their way to his apartment. She had been there a few times, but they didn't spend much time there. They would go to other places like the shopping mall and parks for her to get acclimated to the area better, but he never offered his apartment as a place they would hang out. Momo didn't understand why. As they got to his door, he stopped and looked at her. Princess, happy birthday. He opened the door to show his apartment. There were streamers, balloons, and a wrapped box on his small table. It wasn't much, but Momo could see the effort he put into it. She was taken back in surprise. I thought you forgot. He looked at her with a quirked eyebrow. Princess, when will you learn that I never forget? He entered the apartment and neatly folded his coat, waving for her to enter. She felt the snarky comeback pop into her head as she felt the cold metal under her jacket. Yeah, what about? She held out his laptop when he looked back at her with a glint in his eye. She stopped herself mid-sentence and sighed. You had it planned from the beginning to leave this at my place, didn't you? He took her coat and set it by the heater to keep it warm. I wanted to make it a surprise. For someone who grew up with everything, getting something you never had was challenging. So, I tried to throw you a little party. The issue is that we are our only friends, so it'll just be us. She sat on the worn-down futon taking everything in. Hidori brought them both tea before continuing the conversation. What do you get for the person that can make anything? He posed it like a riddle, and Momo couldn't stop the giggle from being released. You didn't need to get me anything. I appreciated just being able to spend time with you. Momo smiled warmly as she could sense how much he cared. Her birthday was never something she really enjoyed. This being her 18th, it was meant to be special. She was just glad she could spend it with a true friend for once. Well, I didn't want to use that as an excuse. He scratched the back of his head as his cheeks were dusted with pink. So, I thought I would give you something that you can't make for yourself. He walked over to his kitchen and pulled out a frosted cake. I hope you like it. I don't normally bake cakes, but I think this turned out okay. He set the cake down on his table and put a couple of candles on it. Happy birthday, Momo. Make a wish. He just called her by her given name. He never did that before. Her face went immediately red, and she went stiff. They had been friends for years, so it was only right that he would begin to feel comfortable enough to use her given name. Does that mean she should use his, or was Rio better? Oh no, why was she sitting here drawing even more of his attention to her? She looked back at the boy who was nervously watching her. She closed her eyes and leaned forward. I wish I could help you. She blew out the candles. I hope your wish comes true, princess. He removed the now extinguished candles from the cake and cut them each a slice. I hope so too. She smiled as she took a bite. Her smile fell as she remembered the previous day. Hey, Hidori, why have you helped me with my dream of becoming a hero if you don't like them? Her question froze him in place briefly before he turned to her and tilted his head. You gave me hope in people. You're the kind of person I think deserves to be a hero. I thought that was obvious. He said, putting his fork down on his plate. He looked up at her, meeting her sad eyes. You're going to be a great hero that cares. Like All Might is seen as the symbol of peace, to me, you're my symbol of compassion. The future will be better with you as a hero. She looked back at him with a small smile. You know, it would be even better with both of us. No. Rio shook his head, and his eyes looked dull and lifeless. I'm too broken. She couldn't stand to look at him like this. A pink light enveloped the room, and she placed a glue bottle in front of him. Then I'll just have to put you back together myself, one piece at a time. You know I love puzzles. The smile on her face was as genuine as the tears streaming down her cheek. Thank you, Momo. She could see a small smile appear on his face, more genuine than she had ever seen before. He looked over to the box on the table. I got you something else. Go on and open it. She carefully undid the bow at the top and lifted the lid. She saw what looked to be a dark gray visor lens with electronics on the frames. Before she could ask, he pulled out his drawing of it. It's a holographic visor that I made. It's really crude, so you may want to get it refined by your parents' company, but it can connect to your personal satellites. You can use it for searching wide areas, searching the internet, but best of all, you can keep a catalog of any creations with complicated chemical structures so you can look it up on the fly. It was part of the design you saw in my notebook. She looked at it, extremely impressed. It wasn't as polished as it could be, but putting it on, she could see it was a working model. I don't know what to say. This is amazing. I'll see what we can do on the refinements, but I'd like you to be a part of it if possible. She was so excited that she jumped out of her seat and hugged the boy. Hidori rubbed the back of his head as he looked to the side, slightly embarrassed. Sure, I'm glad you like it. I just wish I could do more for you today. You've done plenty. Momo looked at the boy, and then her vision passed him to the case, leaning against the wall. But if you wish that, would you say today is a special occasion? Rio's face morphed from disappointment to confusion to recognition. He turned toward the case in the corner and sighed. I would say that this is for sure a special occasion. Using his quirk, he brought the case over to him and carefully pulled out his sixth string. I haven't played in front of anyone for a while. Please don't judge me too harshly. Momo sat back with her tea and waited for the boy to prepare his instrument. She looked at him so focused on what he was doing that his demeanor seemed to relax from his normal serious self. He quickly tuned the guitar and began to play. Momo was stunned. The melodic notes cut through the air. He put so much care into each chord that, for the first time, she could hear all of the emotions coming out of her friend. He was amazing. As he played, she could see it in his eyes, the hurt, joy, loss, love, and loneliness. Everything he buried inside leaked more as he strummed and plucked away. He was leaving himself vulnerable to his emotions for the first time in her eyes. Your song, Elton John. Then he started to sing. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. His eyes were now closed and a constant stream of tears flowed down his cheeks, but there was a smile on his face. He looked truly happy for the first time. Momo just sat back and wondered as she saw a completely different side to her friend. She watched as the weight he constantly carried on his shoulder began to lighten, and the greenette bore himself out in the song. My gift is my song and this one's for you. From her selfishness, she hoped the lyrics in this song were meant for her. She knew this was a famous song long ago, but he had picked it especially to play for her today. She would let herself think that this was her song. She was mesmerized by the sound. The thought that she was one of the few to experience him playing like this made her feel warm and special. He wouldn't accept it, but he sounded like a professional. There were no mistakes in his playing, and his voice never hitched or went out of pitch. It was just the perfect amount of everything. How wonderful life is, while you're in the world. She just sat and listened as he played out the rest of the ballad. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing it with me. You have such an amazing smile. The realization of what he did finally hit him as his face morphed in surprise. Wow, I haven't done that in a while, my cheeks kind of hurt. He rubbed his face, the smile slowly fading but still present. I didn't realize how much you enjoy playing. He shook his head and interrupted her. He looked her in the eyes, green meeting onyx. It wasn't because of the song, it was because I am happy when I'm with you. I finally remembered what it felt like to be cared about. Thank you for being with me. He smiled again, a bright, warm smile. Her face turned red, but her smile was as wide as she could make it. This was the best birthday she had ever had. Maybe she was a good friend after all. Text, mind reading. Hidori had a hard time blending in with the Yaoyorozus. The four were sitting in the back of an impressive limousine on their way to UA's campus for the recommendation exam. He hated using such an audacious form of transportation, but he was here to support his friend, so he would deal with it. Her parents, for once, had dressed down for this occasion. They were only in business casual instead of their normal full formal, probably placating a request from Momo. Her father was still in a blazer with a Yaoyorozu Industries pin on his lapel. Her mother was in a pantsuit and still had too much jewelry. Momo was wearing her long maroon skirt and a white turtleneck sweater. They all looked very professional, and much to his dismay so did Hidori. He would have preferred to be in his normal clothes, but Momo wouldn't allow it. When he got to her place, she greeted him with a new pair of pants and the green blazer she forced on him when they had to do anything remotely formal. This time though, she practically forced a gold band on his finger in addition to everything else. It was all so that he could make a good impression. He didn't understand why he had to make a good impression. He would rather make no impression at all. The UA campus came into view as the limo pulled closer to the gate. They would be convening at one of the testing grounds past the main campus. Seeing the H-shaped building brought up mixed emotions for Hidori. For most of his life, he dreamed about being able to walk the halls of this school. Now he was conflicted. Getting a degree here would open the door to anything that he wanted to do. The school had a great reputation, but whenever anyone heard UA, the first thought was the hero program. There were bound to be people who go here with the opinion that they are more deserving than others, and that thought sickened him. His thoughts were taken away from the sights of the impressive campus when he felt movement on his left. Momo fidgeted in her seat and looked sickeningly nervous. His quirk activated involuntarily, and he merged with her mind. I'm going to fail. I'm going to fail. I'm going to fail. She was scrunching her skirt into her fists. Her knuckles were beginning to turn white with how tightly she held them together. You're not going to fail, he said calmly to the distraught girl, placing a hand softly on her knee. He normally hated physical interaction but found it easier with Momo, who absolutely thrived on them. The comfortable silence in the car was interrupted, bringing everyone out of their little worlds. Her parents now noticed their daughter's nervousness and the ever-perceptive emerald eyes of Hidori. He was locked in eye contact with Momo, who had a look of surprise on her face. He shrugged and pointed up to his head. You know, if you keep thinking the same thing, my quirk turns on as a defense mechanism. It's like you were screaming it in my ear with a megaphone. Oh, I'm sorry, Rio. The heiress looked back down at her lap with a distraught face. Hidori couldn't tell if she was upset about still being nervous about the exam or if she thought she bothered him by activating his quirk. Knowing her, it was probably both. He sighed and squeezed her knee, bringing her back to meet his gaze. Don't do that to yourself, I don't mind. It's perfectly all right to be nervous. You can have a bit of doubt about your plans, nothing is 100% certain, but I believe in you. Have some confidence in yourself, and you are going to do amazing. I know you will show everyone just how exceptional you are. Hidori watched as she seemed to relax and lean into the touch, but her face did become a bit flushed. His eyes flicked over to her parents, who were smiling and holding in a laugh as they watched the scene unfold. Her father finally spoke up after a second had passed. He's right, sweetie. You're going to do fantastic. Momo took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you. I think I'm good now. She was not good. When they got to the building, she immediately ran into the restroom, leaving Hidori alone with her parents. There were clones of the hero ectoplasm patrolling the area and helping attendees find their destination. Hidori made eye contact with one, and he began to approach the family. Hello, Yaoyorozu family. Might I inquire who this is? I don't see him on your registry. the hero said with a distorted voice. Mr. Yaoyorozu spoke up before Hitori had a chance. Well, hello, ectoplasm. I see those prosthetics are still working nicely. This here is Hitori Ryakan, my daughter's fiancé. Hitori felt his face morph into utter confusion with the hue of a tomato. The boy immediately began to cough as he choked on his spit at the blatant lie that was told. Mr. Yaoyorozu laughed and patted him on the back. Ectoplasm looked at the greenette, and Hitori swore he heard him hold in a laugh. Well, congratulations to you, Hitori Ryakan. Enjoy your time here at UA. The family walked off towards the observation room. Subtly, Hitori looked back at the clone hero and noticed him holding a finger to his ear. The three entered the observation room set up as a social meet and greet. The Yaoyorozus were trying and failing not to laugh at Hitori's current state of confusion as he stared down at his hand. So, what is this about me being her fiancé? Is that why you forced this ring on me? Hitori felt he shouldn't need to ask, but the 20-second silence was too long for him not to bring it up. Mrs. Yaoyorozu giggled into her hand. Well, Momo insisted you were here to cheer her on, and the invitation was for sponsors and family only. So, we said you were engaged. Did she not tell you? Boo dash. Hitori was about to argue how absurd that sounded when a hand patted his back to stop him. Mr. Yaoyorozu just smiled at him. Play along today, for Momo's sake. We don't want her getting in trouble. That shut him up instantly. Mrs. Yaoyorozu sighed and then winked at Hitori. I would have preferred we didn't need to lie, but we've ended up in this predicament together. Thinking about it, you could make that lie a reality if you want to, dear. It would save our consciences. Mrs. Yaoyorozu laughed as the normally serious and intense Hitori's brain stopped working as he froze mid-step. Seeing him frozen in place, the Yaoyorozu parents laughed loudly and left him alone. Over the years, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu had really grown to respect Hitori, but their teasing went a bit too far. He watched them march off to talk with a few other individuals that gave off the big business vibe. This meant Hitori was standing by himself, trying to reboot. Shaking off the obvious blush, the greenette finally took hold of his new surroundings. It was one large room with an open floor and scattered tables. Directly across from him was a wall of windows that looked out into the open area. That was most likely where the practical would be taking place. To his left and right, winding staircases lead to an interior balcony above the entrance. On the left wall of the room, there was a bar and some tables lined with food. Knowing her, she would probably need some extra energy for the exam. Hitori stacked up a plate with food for her when she came in, trying to distance himself from being absorbed into any of the preformed groups. He still, at times, struggled with the thought that he had Momo as a friend, making him quake with nerves at his current situation, insinuating them as something more. He shook his head rapidly, throwing those thoughts aside. He liked what he had now and didn't want to risk it. He'd put on an act for her sake. You became good at acting when you lived a fake life. Hitori walked over to the window and looked at the impressive stadium in front of him, ground kappa. His thoughts were absent from his current situation as he thought deeply about what he was doing with his life. A lie, that's all he was. He was a boy that was too scared to face his past, so he hid from everyone, including himself. How pathetic was that? He kept so much from everyone, especially Momo. He was still too scared to open up to her, afraid he would lose what he never really deserved. The exam was scheduled to begin soon, so many attendees and their sponsors were already around, mingling with each other and passing the time. He noted the presence of many heroes. He saw Ingenium, Sinkhole, Present Mike, Midnight, and standing alone on the balcony, Endeavor. Anger immediately flared in the greenette as he saw the flame hero. His family also didn't look very happy to be around him either. The youngest, a boy with a burn scar on his eye and dual red and white hair, completely avoided eye contact with everyone, especially Endeavor. There was what Hitori assumed to be his daughter, who seemed to be doing the most mingling of the three, but it still wasn't much. Hitori's mind wasn't as focused on his surroundings as it should have been. He was startled by something crashing into the floor to his left. He turned to see a giant guy with short dark hair bowed with his head on the ground. He became concerned and immediately took one step away from the newcomer. As his head was on the floor, the stranger introduced himself. Hello. My name is Inesa Yorshi. I'm Hitori Ryakan. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Are you all right? The sound of crashing and the loud introduction of the boisterous giant drew the attention of some of the other attendees. Hitori watched as Ingenium pushed the boy with him in his direction. Yorshi shot back up to his maximum height again in a near instant. Yes. I just am so looking forward to competing against everyone today. I'm pumped up. A small amount of blood began to trickle from where his head met the ground. His announcement prompted a few of the other, what Hitori surmised as, competitors to make their way over to join in their conversation. The navy-haired boy that was with Ingenium, a boy with sand-colored hair and a skeletal face that showed his teeth constantly, a girl with similar hair color to his and was only a few inches shorter, and a blonde who had the smuggest look on his face. Well, I'm just here to observe. I wish you the best of luck. Hitori bowed and tried to leave the conversation quickly before the others could jump in. He hated to be crowded. Sadly, the boy with navy hair began to chop his arms and raise his voice at the greenette, trying to depart. This event is for those participating in the recommendation exam, their families, and their sponsors. I must ask you to leave if you do not fall under those terms. The boy had the smoothness of a robot suffering from a short circuit. Hitori could see Ingenium facepalm in the background and moved back to talk with some other heroes. A sweat drop appeared on the greenette's forehead. Princess needed to get back here like 5 minutes ago. I do, just not in the competitor category. The accuser stopped his erratic chopping and seemed to relax. He must be as wound up as Momo was for the exam. I see. I apologize for my insinuation. My name is Tenya Ida from Semi-Private Academy. Recommended by Ingenium. He listed off his introduction as though he had been practicing it in the mirror for hours. Looking at his demeanor, Hitori guessed he did. The greenette thought back on it. Would Izuku Midoriya do that, or would he have just been too nervous to even get a word out? He frowned at the thought. He didn't even know. We might as well all do introductions then. It would be nice to know some people before classes. I'm Setsuna Tokage. The other greenette stated and put an arm on her hip, and she practically embodied the word confidence. I look forward to beating you all. The pretentious blonde boy stepped up his hands to the side like an emperor addressing his subjects. Hitori already hated this guy. As if you lot could beat someone like me. My name is Nito Minoma, and be sure not to forget it. I will show you all what a real prodigy looks like. I have someone to impress here, so don't be too ashamed when I show you all up. Wow. Such passion. I am honored to be competing against others with such drive. My name is Dash. Yoshi began to introduce himself again and went for another deep bow when his head met a non-solid floor. His second introduction was interrupted by the skeletal boy. Yeah, we heard the first time. Everyone heard you the first time. Let's not go damaging the floors with that thick skull of yours. I'm Juzo Hananuki. Hitori was still trying to figure out how he got into this situation in the first place. He didn't feel comfortable, but he just needed to act like it was fine. I'm Hitori Ryakan, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. Tokage moved her head closer to Hitori as if she was trying to analyze evidence back in his lab. So, who are you here with if you aren't competing? You don't strike me as being anyone's relative here. They all turned and looked at him in curiosity, except Minoma, who didn't seem to care. Just then, by the grace of karma, Momo Yaoyorozu stepped into the room. His eyes immediately met hers pleadingly, and she began approaching the group. Hitori cleared his throat. I'm with her. He gestured toward his friend, who was smiling as she walked up to the group. She bowed to them all. Hello, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Rio, I can't believe you are making friends. I'm so proud. The confusion on the contestants' faces didn't go unnoticed by Hitori. Momo announcing herself with a different family name probably didn't help ease their thoughts that he crashed the event. She leaned over to his ear and whispered to him. Sorry I took so long, Rio. Did my parents explain the situation to you? A small amount of frustration hit Hitori. Not only was he around a good amount of people, but he wasn't told of the plan ahead of time. He looked back at the group and entwined his arm with his betrothed. Momo here is my fiancé. He looked to Momo, who now wouldn't meet his eyes, but her blush was intense. She knew about this and didn't tell him, so now she would suffer embarrassment. Princess, I got you some food. Please eat up, so you have strength for the exam. He did what he could to muster a fake smile. Her face somehow became even redder as she took the plate. Hitori noticed the sudden relaxation in the others around them. Many went from confusion to understanding. Yoshi just stood there with a smile and a bleeding head. The only strange reaction was Minoma, who began to glare at the two. You're her fiancé? Minoma asked as his posture immediately shifted to try and look powerful. Yes, I am. I recently proposed on her birthday last week. Hitori hated it, but he was really good at lying when he needed to. He could sprinkle in facts to make himself sound more believable. I mean, he's been lying for nearly 4 years now. Momo shifted uncomfortably where she stood and addressed the blonde. Hello, Minoma. He instantly switched from his acidic tone to a smooth and polite one when addressing the heiress. Momo, dear, I've told you before to call me Nito. Hitori's eyes shifted between the two. Momo, dear? Princess, do you know this guy? Yeah, his father is the CEO of a support item testing company that my family works with. We met at a few of the joint celebrations. Momo rubbed her head, the signal they made for him to have permission to use his quirk on her. His eyes flashed emerald as he looked at her fake smiling face. He's creepy and kind of freaks me out to be around. He's been trying to date me for about 6 years now. Hitori didn't know why the can in Minoma's hand was instantly crushed. He obviously didn't subconsciously destroy it in anger. Why would he? He was only her pretend fiancé, so there was no harm in someone having an interest in her. He doesn't care what it seems like. He wasn't giving Monoma a look to judge his worth and whether or not he should evaporate him where he stood, not at all. He was acting perfectly normal in this situation. It also wasn't affected by the fact that the Tokage and Hananuki were laughing extremely loudly, Ida looked uncomfortable, and Yorshi was still smiling wide and standing at attention. The greenette boy coughed into his hand and got out of his stupor. I see. Well, I politely request that you not make advances on Momo from here on out. As you can see, she is taken. He heard Momo squeak quietly. If anyone out of their group would ruin this ruse, it would be her. Hidori continued as if it had never happened, subtly glancing around to see many eyes drawn to their group. I think it would be best for everyone if we did not make a scene here. The blonde scowled deeper at the greenette boy but was thrown back when the intimidating glare was returned tenfold. Ida tried to calm down the situation. So Ryakan, how did you meet? Should he come up with a fake story or tell the real one? At this point, he didn't want Momo to have to make something up on the fly and not be on the same page with him. The Yaoyorozu family hired me as a repairman for them, and then we met again at our exit exams for high school. That was 3 years ago now. Time really flies. Hidori tried to fake a smile again, but it came out wrong. He also saw Monoma shake where he stood. The blonde finally raised his voice at the greenette, startling everyone. A repairman? Well, you are one of the lowest rungs of society. The only worst thing you could be is quirkless. Who even are you to have gotten engaged to her like that? You're just with her to marry into money and mustn't actually care about her and her bountiful beauty. Hidori watched as Momo balled her fists up in anger. Monoma! Stop that! Momo was taking the verbal attack on him badly, but he couldn't let her get caught up in this. After that outburst, the entire room looked at them, and he saw some teachers take note. The other candidates around him looked to be upset as well. He could tell they were about to jump in to attack someone. Which one of them, he wasn't sure. Hidori raised his hand and stopped them. He looked Monoma dead in the eyes and calmly proceeded. His heartbeat was going wild, and the presence of his friend was the only thing suppressing his rage. I would like to let you know something. Something that you obviously weren't aware of before this outburst. You didn't think you were only being judged on this exam's written and practical portion, did you? Ida, why don't you explain what I mean? I am unsure as to what you are talking about here. As far as I was aware, those were the only 2 factors of the exam. The navy-haired boy shifted where he stood, visibly uncomfortable with not being aware of another part of the exam. Ah, I assumed that was why you were being so rigid and polite. You have a very formal personality. No, the exam had already started for you all as soon as you entered this building. The teachers are watching how you act in a social setting and grading you on it. I believe you will have much ground to make up for here, Mr. Monoma. The school wouldn't want someone with such a deplorable attitude to represent them as one of their recommended students. Before anyone could make a rebuttal, the overhead speakers crackled to life. Anyone taking the exam, please report to the lecture hall to begin the written portion. While everyone was distracted by the overhead, Hidori grabbed Monoma's arm and whispered into his ear. I may not plan on being a hero myself, but that doesn't mean I can't put you in the ground if you do anything to Momo. I care about her too much and will not allow you to hurt her. He let go of the boy and let him walk away. Their small group dispersed, and the competitors began to funnel out of the room. Hidori walked slowly with Momo towards the door. He looked her in the eyes and saw her discomfort and nervousness as the competition passed. Slowly and softly, Hidori did his best to calm her. Deep breaths, you don't need to worry. We handled that situation, and it's over. You will be fine. No one is more qualified to be a hero than my princess. I believe in you. He gave her a small genuine smile and a quick hug before pushing her lightly toward the door. Her face became even redder, but she quickly shook it off and nodded. You're right. As she turned, Hidori activated his quirk quickly. His princess. The mental scream made him reactively reach up to cover his ears. He smirked at his mischief. It serves her right, leaving him in the dark on this. His expression fell as he watched the would-be students funneling out of the room. They didn't seem to have the heroic heart he hoped to find. They all believed that they would be one of the ones to pass this exam. Confidence is one thing, but ego is another. Most of them acted like they deserved the title of hero for just being who they were. They didn't realize how that title was earned. The only one he wasn't sure of was Yorshi, but that was because he didn't understand Yorshi. His eyes returned to Momo as she tailed the rest of the students. She was nervous, yes, but she was also ready. Hidori was a little too deep in his thoughts as he turned and bumped shoulders with the boy with endeavor. His quirk momentarily activated in defense. I'll show him that I don't need the help of his quirk. Hidori stepped out of the way so the other boy could pass. The greenette rubbed the back of his head as he apologized. Excuse me. I should have paid more attention as to where I was going. The dual-haired boy simply continued walking and ignored Hidori. Well, that guy seemed like a D-dash. The greenette turned and saw the turbo hero, Ingenium, waving him over. Hidori sighed as he didn't want to be moved into another conversation. He walked over to the armored hero. Hello, I just wanted to thank you for including Tenya in your group. He struggles when trying to make friends, and I was hoping he could interact with people more his age. My brother really does need to learn to relax. Tensei Ida, Ingenium, it's nice to meet you. The hero stuck out a hand and smiled. Hidori could see the resemblance in features, but the brothers' attitudes couldn't be more different. Hidori Ryakan. It's no big deal. We didn't talk much, with the conversation turning slightly hostile with one of the other competitors. Hidori quickly shook his hand. He just wanted to end this conversation. He wasn't a fan of being around heroes. You seem to be a curious one. Would you mind us chatting for a bit? This was the exact opposite of what he wanted. Sure. We can chat. Why don't we join the Yaoyorozus at their table? He hoped he could turn the conversation over to them, but he had some questions, so this wasn't potentially all bad. They made their way over to rejoin the Yaoyorozus, who were now sitting on their own. So why is the recommendation exam even a thing? Hidori asked as he took a seat by them. Mr. Yaoyorozu responded as he took a sip from his cup. This takes some of the spotlight away from the more famous students and keeps the normal entrance exam a level playing field from those trained by pro heroes. To his left, the hero in white armor sat down. Ingenium set his helmet on the table. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Also, Ryakan, being one of the recommended students, can be a title of stature to show how you stack up to other formally trained heroes in training. They're the ones that the other students look up to. Hidori shrugged and put his arms up on the back of his chair. Sure does seem like it's too much trouble. If the other test takers were good enough, they shouldn't have to worry about it. Most of these people will end up taking the regular exam anyway, so it just seems like a waste of time. Who needs respect as a freshman anyway? He looked out the window to the obstacle course being set up. A higher-pitched voice from behind interrupted the group. You are correct in a certain aspect of it. However, the practical for the normal exam pits a larger group of applicants against each other, so anyone who is known might become a target and end up causing a large distraction. The three turned to see a white-furred creature standing about 2 feet tall in a suit. His arms were held behind his back, and a nasty scar was visible on his left eye. He looked up at Hidori with a look of intrigue. Ingenium and the Yaoyorozus stood and bowed at the newcomer to the conversation. Following their lead, Hidori did the same. He of course knew who this was. Anyone who was ingrained in hero culture knew about him. Mr. Yaoyorozu asked as he sat back down with curiosity flowing through his demeanor. Ah, President Nizu, to what do we owe the pleasure? Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? In any case, yes, I'm Nizu, the president of UA. I would like to personally thank you for your help with our support students in offering internship and job opportunities. Your daughter is competing today, and I wish her the best of luck. The president grinned towards the family, but his eyes always returned to Hidori. That said, his gaze didn't intimidate him as it seemed to do to others. He took a sip of his water and responded without even thinking. She doesn't need luck. You should expect her in your next hero class. The hero smirked at the bold response. My, what confidence you have in her. We'll see how the exam unfolds to see if that is warranted. I had planned on having you take this test as well, Mr. Ryakan, but your application surprised me. The cute smile on the president's face made Hidori trust him less and less. How do you know who? Ectoplasm. Hidori felt this white-furred hero knew more than he was initially revealing. Ingenium looked over at them, confused. Ryakan, were you planning on going into the hero course too? I wasn't. The greenette was interrupted by Nizu clearing his throat. A sparkle could be seen in his beady eyes as though he had just caught prey with his bait. Let's not be too hasty about anything. Would you care to join me in my office for tea, Mr. Ryakan? I have some things I would like to discuss with you. They will be starting the written portion first, so why don't we talk for a while and have you back before the practical? The mouse-like creature walked back out towards the door. Do you know why he would want to meet with me? Hidori asked the Yaoyorozu parents, whose faces were confused and intrigued. Ingenium sat back in his chair. Mr. Yaoyorozu looked over at him with a worried expression. No clue. He never meets with anyone. You must have done something to pique his interest. Hidori couldn't help but sigh. Well, whatever it is, I'll handle it. The greenette got up and followed the president, who was waiting at the door. Momo took deep breaths as she walked at the back of the students going into the lecture hall. She held a hand to her chest, feeling the rampant beating of her heart. This was just a general test. She should be able to pass it without issue, but what if she studied the wrong material? She wasn't prepared enough. She had to look through her notes quickly before the exam. Her mind returned to the feeling of Ryo's hand on her knee. I know you. We'll show everyone just how exceptional you are. Her nerves calmed, and her determination steeled. She had people that believed in her, so she needed to believe in herself. She got to the lecture hall door, and to her misfortune, Momo was waiting for her. She was about to move past him when he blocked her path. Momo, we should be getting to our seats. Momo was trying to just get through this exam. She didn't need this extra stress. What the hell was that back there? Since when have you been engaged to such a worthless loser? He doesn't deserve someone like you. The blonde crossed his arms, and the frustration of being called out bled through his words. Momo, I've told you before that I don't reciprocate your feelings. Rio and I are very close and have been so for a few years. Now please move so I may get to my seat. She wasn't going to let him get in her way. Momo also wasn't going to let anyone talk about him like that. I'm not going to dash. The blonde tried to talk when interrupted by a threatening cold voice. You heard her. Move. Momo turned to see Shoto Todoroki standing behind her, glaring at the blonde copycat. The temperature dropped immediately as his look intensified. Tisk. Momo turned and walked into the lecture hall. Momo sighed in relief. Thank you, Todoroki. Good luck today. The boy just nodded and walked into the room. Momo had to take a second to compose herself. She was still angry, and she needed to focus. She walked down the center and sat down at her marked seat. Ectoplasm was the proctor, and his clones were passing out the exams. She closed her eyes and took one last deep breath. I believe in you. Rio's smile flashed in her mind, filling her with confidence. While not as fundamentally easy as the high school exit exam, she had forgotten that this was an exam for high school students to get into college. She was sitting on 3 college degrees, and all these questions seemed rudimentary. A smile graced her face as she quickly finished page after page of the exam. The exam was going smoothly with very few distractions. There was one situation where an examinee was removed by one of Ectoplasm's clones and a shaggy-haired man in a black jumpsuit. She didn't go quietly, and the shaggy man wrapped her up in his scarf and dragged the examinee out. Momo watched the whole situation unfold. The test reputation was taken very seriously. Momo finished the exam in an hour and turned it in first. Ectoplasm quickly flipped through the packet and motioned her toward the door. She would have some extra time to prepare for the practical portion of the exam. Rio was going to be so proud of her. She pretty much skipped to the locker room to change. Hidori didn't know what to expect from the office of the president of UA, but the security setup with 30 monitors on the right wall was not it. The president went to his desk, pulled out an already warm pot of tea and poured 2 cups. He motioned for Hidori to sit opposite him as he turned on the monitors. The screens flashed on, showing the students currently taking the written test at different angles. Ms. Yaoyorozu is already a third of the way through the exam. Very impressive. He took a calm sip of his tea. Hidori sat in the opposite chair and looked at the monitors. A silence hung in the air, and while Hidori was normally perfectly okay with that, this situation felt ominous. Well, President Nizu, it's an honor that you would want to meet me. Is it? I didn't get the impression that you thought that. Even if you don't seem interested in me, I have to say I find you quite fascinating. I don't even care that you lied about being Ms. Yaoyorozu's fiancé. Please, satiate my curiosity. The president took a sip of his tea and then looked Hidori in the eyes. Who are you? Who are you? The question echoed through Hitori's head as if it were a gunshot. The president looked away from the greenette. He bent over, ruffling through one of his desk drawers. Shuffling files cut through the silence left between the two at the desk. Hidori finally remembered to breathe after a second passed. Sir? I'm not sure I understand the question. Hidori was getting the idea that something he didn't want to happen was coming. With a thud, a large file about 3 inches thick was tossed onto the desk. Nizu opened the file and began to read from it. I doubt that. Now let's see. Hidori Ryakan. Age, Quirk, mental prowess. Official Quirk documentation states his mental capacity is increased. Off the record, he has shown that he possesses extremely powerful telekinesis and, most likely, other mental abilities. The reason for the deceptive Quirk record seems to be done intentionally in an attempt to hide. The color slowly drained from his face as Nizu read the file. Additional information, perfect marks on his high school exit exams that he took at the age of a normal freshman. The exam took him only 1 hour to complete, setting the record for the fastest total completion in the country. Became one of, if not the most sought-after repair builders in the Tokyo and Mizudafu area. Before 18, he graduated and became a CSI with the Mizudafu Police Department and has solved over 100 cases in under a year. No important information prior to the high school exam. A person with these kinds of merits should have shown more data from earlier. Query, Quirk enhanced as age progressed. His life had been repeated to him with much more detail than was given access to the public. Just how interested was this rat? Nizu pulled out his application to UA from the folder. A small amount of relief hit the greenette as the application was put on the desk. The president's interest was merely in him becoming a student. No, he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble if that was the case. Hidori watched him carefully, trying to read his body language. Nizu closed the folder and continued to talk. As you can see, I found you to be quite an intriguing individual. Maybe one of the most qualified individuals to ever apply to my school. When I first saw you, I was almost certain I would see you in one of my hero courses. Then you went and did something that doesn't happen often. You surprised me. You applied to UA for the general education program rather than the hero course. Why? Nizu slid the application in front of the greenette. Of course, it was the same sheet as everyone else. Someone saw a powerful quirk and thought it would be perfect for hero work without considering who held it. A public icon to have this school's reputation grow even further. But couldn't anyone see what was so obvious to him? Inside he was worthless, haunted by his past. He would ruin any trust in him when he finally snapped. Alright, I'm not going to be a hero. I don't have what it takes. I'll just leave that for Momo. I should get going. I won't take up any more of your time. His knuckles were clenched and white as he desperately tried to divert the conversation from its current trajectory. If it weren't for Momo's chances being at risk, he would have gotten himself out of there already. Oh, would you then like to explain this? A screen rose from the desk directed towards Hidori. He watched as the news footage from 3 years ago was played back for him. The footage was doctored, so it didn't show him, but the green light enveloping the building was still present. Nizu put his paws together and leaned toward Hidori, giving him his full attention. That was you, correct? A rhetorical question, of course, because I already know it was. I sent Cementos to assist you that day, as well as I saved the original. Quite the impressive showing of power, the original still seems to find itself on the internet occasionally. The footage in front of him transitioned to the actual footage where Hidori shot out of the building and held it up with his power. Anyone can see you have the heart of a hero, acting to save others at your detriment. The president lowered the screen back down into his desk. Hidori couldn't meet his eyes as he was transfixed with his knuckles. Why, you're wrong. I didn't save those people. I was the reason that had happened in the first place. Hidori immediately shut his mouth. This hero was extremely intelligent, and any excess information that Hidori gave up was more that he could use against him. The president sat back in his chair, still staring intently at the young man in front of him. Oh, so you don't blame Endeavor or Kamui Woods? Hidori didn't know why, but just hearing those names made him scowl in anger. You do still resent them. Good to note. The president sat back and looked sadly at the greenette across the desk. Hidori was uncomfortable. He hated feeling like he was being pitted. Nizu sighed and stared into his tea. He swirled the mug around and watched as the liquid moved. Maybe the true hero really did go missing those 3.5 years ago. Hidori froze in his seat, anger fading, and concern nearly took root. Excuse me? He did his best to keep his face as serious as possible. He wasn't going to throw his cover just at those base accusations, however dimming the time frame sounded. They stared at each other, trying to predict what the other would do next. Hidori was about to make his move when he saw the president's eyes shoot toward the monitors watching the test takers. One moment. Nizu pushed a button on his desk. Shota, 3rd row seat 5. Have her thrown out for cheating and blacklist her from all hero schools. We don't want students who need to cheat to get by to become heroes. Hidori took the opportunity to activate his quirk to read into the hero's mind. Normally he would hate doing this, but he needs to gain something in this conversation. He was on constant defense and was overwhelmed. The president wasn't showing all his cards, and there was still an opportunity he could divert to a different discussion. What delicious tea. Hidori sighed. Nizu had assumed he probably had other psychic abilities, so he was probably being careful. The president took another sip of tea and looked back towards the greenette just as the emerald glow faded. Nizu finally made his next move and pulled out a substantially smaller file. It was practically empty. As I said earlier, I looked deep into your past and found that it doesn't add up perfectly. It was a great attempt, but not when up against a mind like mine, and 3 years to work on this puzzle. It was more challenging than I had anticipated, so I commend you on that. I want to confirm it with you, though, so I'll ask you again. The mouse may be small, but the level of intimidation that he emits is paralyzing. Who are you? What? I'm Hidori Ryakan. You made that abundantly clear already. Hidori knew he was found out as a fraud, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Being as paranoid as he became, Hidori set up a failsafe if someone deduced he was using a false identity. He set up several other possible origins with various backgrounds that had gone missing around the time he had become active. The likelihood that Nizu would have surmised his correct identity was slim. A teacup hitting a plate a bit too hard immediately brought him back to the conversation. Mr. Midoriya, please, if I despise one thing in this world, it is when others question my intelligence. I understand your reluctance, but it's time to come clean. Izuku never thought he would hear that name again. Hidori had done so much to hide him, but here he was, pulled out into the light of day. He shook in frustration. His hands began to bleed from his nails, digging into his skin. Tears began to stream down his face as everything that he had worked for these last years, the new life he tried to live, his new friends, everything, was all gone in an instant. He looked up at the mouse across the desk with the deepest rage he had ever developed. He could just deny it and say that this meeting was insane. But this DMN mouse did his homework. Those 3 pages had damning evidence on them somehow. He would just have to get information and then leave forever. Start over again. How? No one was supposed to be able to find out. I set up so much. There was failsafe after failsafe. No trace of Izuku Midoriya was left. School records, destroyed, birth records, wiped, family, all gone. I left no way for any path to lead back to me. So how the hell did you find out? Your breadcrumbs to false identities were too obvious for someone who took such care in hiding. While it is true that you removed everything that Izuku Midoriya was, you just made one mistake. You did nothing to hide the life of Izuku Midoriya. I started to look back for events that would have merited the need to change your identity. Then I came across the story of her apartment being specifically targeted and burned down. Your quirks seemed to resemble an empowered mutation of hers, so I asked around. When questioned about it, anyone who knew her also made mention of her quirkless son, Izuku Midoriya. You probably shouldn't have kept with the green. Nizu was scary, utterly terrifying. His willingness to do whatever it took to get the information he needed was monstrous. If knowledge was power, Nizu was possibly the most powerful person on the planet. So what do you want? Did you call me up here to expose me? Use me as a little puzzle and then force me to restart my life? Izuku couldn't stop shaking as he was overcome with sadness and anger. Oh heavens no. I just wanted to let you know that I switched you to the hero course exam. There will be no mention of the double life you are in once you are accepted. No, I refuse. The greenette couldn't believe what he was hearing. That's what this was all about? We need someone like you out there as a hero. Nizu seemed adamant on the topic. Being a hero means nothing. All heroes do is lie, abuse their power, and do whatever they can to further their agenda. Like you are right now. Who helps the people that the media doesn't follow? Who helps the kid that lost both of their parents, was quirkless, and left to die on his own? You don't understand the hell I've had to live through. Honey, calm down. You always wanted to be a hero. So why not take the chance? His mother's voice echoed in the room. Izuku turned frantically, looking for the source. To an outsider, he must have looked like he was losing his mind. He was brought out of his frantic search when he felt a paw land on his hand. He immediately recoiled away from the touch and curled up into the chair. Oh, but I do understand. The tragic story, all of it. You have my deepest and heartfelt condolences, but that's exactly why you need to be a hero. You can shake the world's foundations and bring a better future for us all. I will assure you that you aren't the only one who finds the situation the HPSC has put heroics in to be disgusting, but as you can probably tell, no one will listen to a lesser being. No one would listen, not unless you grew up knowing what it was like. Nizu's eyes, while beady and animalistic, showed more compassion for him than he had ever seen. It wasn't the pity he thought he saw earlier. Izuku knew what the look of pity was all too well. The greenette was still shaking, trying to find the right words to respond. But why go through all this trouble for me? Why go and ruin everything I've worked to keep hidden? Because you and I are not so different. I believe you are what we need for a more compassionate society. I don't care if you hate me for doing it, but you must go into the heroics track. If not to be a hero yourself, to bring up the next generation of heroes correctly. I don't want to leverage this knowledge against you, but I know you don't want to lose what you have right now. My only option is to get you to follow through with this. Nizu looked troubled, but not to the point that he would lose sleep. What the hell has this hero done that he can do this so casually? I'm not sure I can do it. The greenette held his head in his hands as he desperately tried to keep himself from doing something he would regret. Mr. Midoriya, what would you do if someone was going to die? An eyebrow was raised at the president as his interrogating and probing continued. I would do anything I could to stop it. He said it with utmost certainty without even thinking. And go to prison labeled as a vigilante or villain. You would then allow for so much more wrongdoing to occur in your absence. The system may be extremely faulty, but that is no excuse for not using it to further your mission. You have this power, it would be a waste if you didn't use it to save others. You can prevent so much suffering and create lasting change. The president leaned forward, trying to meet his eyes, but Izuku wouldn't take them away from his lap. It's not as simple as that. That's why I've been helping Momo Yaoyorozu. She will be an outstanding hero, 10 times better than I would become. I can't have people relying on me, I'll just let them down. I may have power, but in the end, I'm still worthless. He felt tears fall onto his balled fists. Izuku, you know you aren't worthless. He heard her voice again and felt it stabbing him in his heart. Yes, I am worthless, so be quiet. The president jumped at the outburst and looked confused as Izuku tried to curl into himself even further. His eyes were darting around the room as if he was desperately trying to find something. Izuku felt sick each time his name was used. Words like that are what foster hate in the world. The difference between where you are now and where you should be is accepting what has happened but not forgetting what it means. I still struggle with it today, but we can foster a positive atmosphere for you to cope here with friends and allies. Please choose to help ensure that no one must go through what we have had to. Change the world by becoming a beacon for others to model themselves. Become a symbol. Please stop. You can't just start lecturing me and think that will change anything. You haven't been around. You don't know how much heroes have hurt me. I will never be anyone like All Might. Izuku began to clutch his head, trying to get the voice to stop. She was gone. This wasn't her. He was always alone. This rat just wouldn't shut up about this hero sheet while he was struggling. No, you can't be like All Might, you must be better. When All Might is no longer a hero, his symbol will inevitably begin to vanish. You would need to reach further to change society. You need to become an everlasting beacon of hope. Everyone needs hope. Izuku looked down, frozen in thought. A beacon of hope. He could have used hope for so long. It was a concept that just seemed so foreign to him now. He had only small glimmers of that emotion with his two friends. How could someone like him ever become a symbol to represent that? Well, that's enough for today. I will contact you after you pass the entrance exam if you can prove to yourself that you can be a hero first. I must say, seeing you has given me hope for a better future. We need to get you to see it too. Before I let you go back to the others, here is the written exam. Complete it before the recommended practical exam begins. I would prefer you come to talk with me on exam day. I would estimate you have slightly over an hour and a half before the first heat begins. I recommend you hurry if you want to cheer on your friend, which isn't as simple as the others. There is a classroom next door, you can leave the packet there, and I will retrieve it. Please think about what we talked about today, and I am truly sorry for the stress I have put on you. The greenette was handed. A packet from the president. It was very thick, much thicker than it should have been. Izuku didn't think he was in the right mindset for taking a test, looking back at Nizu about to protest. At this point, he just wanted to leave and never look back. He only had two friends here. He could easily disappear and no one would care. The greenette stood to leave and turned toward the door, about to walk out of the room and put his whole life behind him. He was stopped by hearing Nizu make a clicking noise condescendingly before addressing him as he walked towards the door. You wouldn't want to let your princess down now, would you? She seemed so excited about the notion of you two going to school together when I talked with her in the hall earlier today. She'd be so upset if you didn't follow through and disappeared. It's nice to know that people would miss you. Hitori could hear the smirk on his face as he stopped walking. The greenette put his hands in his pockets. He stood there for a second and didn't turn around. The strings stuck to him like the rat's personal marionette. Then looking towards the door, he continued to walk out. The test on the desk glowed emerald and followed Hitori out of the room. The greenette wasn't one to like to play into others' plans, but there was one thing that he agreed with the president about. He made her a promise, and he wasn't about to break it. He began to write, trying to forget everything he had just experienced, but the tears wouldn't stop. Who was even taking this test, Hitori or Izuku? Nizu sighed after the boy left. He knew that blackmail was not the best way to make a first impression, but this was necessary. Nizu had been keeping an eye on the boy. He was getting too much interest from other dangerous parties. Izuku Midoriya was just a poor soul who lost everything and had been beaten down his entire life. Someone would eventually try to take advantage of him and mold him for their purposes. Nizu was a hero, sure, but that didn't mean he didn't see the flaws in humanity. He was never truly accepted for what he was. Ostracized for being an animal with a quirk, the Chimera would never be able to cause the change in the world that needed to happen. Why should he? If humans were the ones that did it to themselves, then why should he solve their problems? Midoriya was different, however. He felt like he was the same as him. The two of them faced discrimination for being abnormal. They didn't fit the rules of society and, as such, were not treated as they should have been. He saw the broken nature of society and had the means in him to make it better. It was too late for Nizu, but maybe he could reach this boy and help make him a true hero. Nizu feared that the world could unintentionally be creating the greatest threat they would ever face if he weren't to do this. Nizu pulled out the much smaller file on Izuku Midoriya compared to the one he had on Hitori Ryokan. His mother and father were both killed in villain attacks, and that left him to try and survive in this world alone. One thing Nizu was sure of was that this boy had more trauma than he had expected. He needed help to get through it and be healthy again. Honestly, Nizu didn't care if he became a hero or not. The hero course was the best kind of therapy for him. They could keep him safe so he could focus on healing. This boy desperately needed a hero, whether he knew it or not. The Chimera decided that UA would be the start of his road to recovery. Momo walked out onto the field and watched as the course was completed. It turns out one benefit of finishing the written exam early was that you would have time to look at the course and strategize. She finished in half the time allotted for the test, so she would have ample opportunity to plan. When she could think, her nerves would die down. The cold day was going to be uncomfortable, but she would have to deal with that in the field eventually. She wore her normal workout gear but quickly decided to cover up more for modesty's sake. She was in a sports bra and shorts but also had on a familiar green coat, opened in the front. Looking at the course, it seemed pretty straightforward. The course both started and ended with 100 meters of flat track. The second obstacle was a 30-foot wall followed by a stretch of water about 50 meters long. The wall was set up to seem to mimic a mountainside, so it was scalable. The water part looked like a 50-meter pool, but to get to the next section, you had to dive under the water. That led to the last obstacle, which could only be considered a city block. Her strategy came quickly, and she felt her confidence build. She began to make her way over to the starting line, the course nearing completion. By the building, she saw a large screen turn on, showing the sponsors in the observation room. She immediately saw her parents, who looked engrossed in some emails. She smiled as she looked up at them. They were always keeping busy. Her smile faded as she recalled that they always did this. They never seemed to have enough time in their schedule to devote themselves fully to her. She continued to look through the monitors but didn't see Rio in the room. He probably just went to the restroom and would be back soon. Shortly after, she saw a few other examinees walk out of the changing room in active wear. Tenya Ida, if she recalled correctly, was the next one to show up, followed by Juzo Hananuki and Shoto Todoroki. The other candidates did as she did and began to scope out the course. Ida stiffly walked over to Momo. "Hello, Ms. Yaoyorozu. I must say I was quite impressed by the speed with that you completed that exam." The navy-haired boy chopped his left arm in the air as he talked. "I already have a few college degrees, so the entrance exam wasn't as challenging as I had anticipated. You also finished it quite quickly as well. Feel free to drop the Ms. when addressing me. I'm fine with just Yaoyorozu." Momo replied to the boy with a smile. While he was stiff, he was very polite, and Momo wasn't going to turn down the opportunity to possibly make another friend. "Indeed, but already having college degrees, that is very impressive. I am truly proud to have the opportunity to compete with someone of your caliber." Ida bowed to her. "Well, that's very flattering. Honestly, I'm not all that impressive. You should see how Hitori works. He is the impressive one. He fundamentally understands how quirks work and how to apply them. It would only take him a moment to get you to find new ways to improve yourself. Just 5 minutes of sparring is enough to see it. He's the reason I can do what I do today." Momo tried to accept compliments, but her self-esteem always made her deny them. She didn't deserve them. The navy-haired speedster brought a hand to his chin. "I see. I thought he was a repairman, but you two also spar? Would he also be planning to go to the UA Hero course?" Momo shook her head. "He's currently a CSI for the Muzutafu police, so he doesn't do much repair work anymore. And I don't think he is planning on doing the hero course. He doesn't seem like the biggest fan of heroes." Ida recoiled in surprise. "Not a fan of heroes? That is absurd. Heroes do so much to help the world. It is truly the noblest of professions. It's not my place to talk about him without Rio being here to defend himself, but I was told that he has had some bad experiences with heroes." Momo was upset she said anything without him. She didn't feel comfortable sharing information about Rio. He was very secretive, and she didn't want him to feel like he needed to share less with her. She looked back up at the monitor. He was still missing from the observation room. The event was about to begin. Where could he be? "Well, I will not badmouth your fiancé without knowing his motivations first. I must go and prepare. Good luck to you." Ida turned on his heel and marched off to begin some plyometrics. The pink never seemed to fail to reach her cheeks each time Rio was referred to as her fiancé. A few minutes passed, and Momo watched as Yorshi was the last to join them at the course. He looked hesitantly at Todoroki as if he was trying to approach him to talk. They may have had some history. The first heat lined up at the starting line. For the practical, there were supposed to be 2 heats of 10, but with the disqualification of one of the examinees, the second heat would only have 9. The practical was where the majority of the points came for their acceptance. Momo hadn't gotten the chance to interact with many of her competitors, but she saw Yorshi, Todoroki, Hananuki, and Ida line up. Momo watched the intensity of everyone present and immediately felt outclassed as soon as Snipe shot the starting gun. Ida took a quick lead, followed closely by Todoroki and Yorshi. The speed these 3 were producing was intimidating. In about 2 seconds, they neared the wall obstacle. Ida ran right up to the wall and began to climb. Where he could, he would use his thrusters to push himself to reach higher points on the obstacle. He was doing well and making great progress when Momo saw Todoroki and Yorshi vault themselves over the wall. Todoroki propelled himself with a giant ice pillar, and Yorshi created a tempest to lift him off the ground. The remaining contestants behind them had the new obstacle of the large ice pillar to avoid. Ida was the next to reach the water, but only as the two in front made it into the faux city. The wall seemed to melt as Hananuki walked through it. Momo watched in awe as each person propelled themselves forward with creative uses of their quirks. The race was intense, but no one was even close to catching the two frontrunners. Ida and Hananuki were also in a small group of their own, but the speedster was hindered by Hananuki, who made the ground mud beneath them. She was slightly disappointed that the feed from the city portion was blocked for the second heat, but the information that she got was valuable enough. The finishing order became Yorshi, Todoroki, Hananuki, and Ida. Momo stood shocked as she saw the times flash on a screen. They were fast, very fast. There was no way she could beat the top two, but there was still a chance for third and fourth place. The man in the black jumpsuit, who escorted the girl out from the written exam, walked up to the other examinees waiting for the next heat. Second heat lineup. He announced to the group and began to walk away until one of the competitors spoke up. Aren't you going to clean up the debris from the last heat? Ice, mud, and remnants of other quirks still peppered the course from the first heat. This is how some scenes will be if you show up second. So you will instead be navigating through the course as is. The man sounded unimpressed as he turned and walked away from the group. Well, there goes the plan, she thought up. She was going to need to adjust quickly. Looking at the first obstacle, Momo smiled and readied herself. In the corner of her eyes, she saw Monoma shaking a few of the competitors' hands and wishing them luck. That was very unlike the blonde boy. The last one she noticed was Ida. The heiress took one last glance at the screen, hoping. She saw her green-haired friend bursting through the door and rushing over to the screen. She saw as relief filled his eyes seeing her. He looked at her directly and gave a thumbs up and signed. Sorry I'm late. Show them what you can do. The bloodshot eyes and flushed face didn't go unnoticed. She knew her friend and something had happened, but he was there for her now, and that's all the motivation she needed. She heard the gunshot and was off. It was time to prove she deserved to be here. The starting pistol rang out, and the competitors were off. Momo's initial idea of getting to the wall obstacle had to be tossed out, now needing to avoid the large trail of ice. However, thanks to her intense training from Rio, she could keep pace with the other examinees. That was until she saw Setsuna Tokage shoot by. Well, not all of Setsuna Tokage. Pieces of her shot past the other examinees and began passing over the obstacle ahead. She saw the greenette's head turn back toward her as she flew past. The disembodied head winked and stuck her tongue out at the heiress, playfully teasing Momo while securing an early lead. The pink glow of creation began to form on Momo's arm but was thrown off when she saw Monoma appear in her peripherals. The boy looked over to her and smirked as engines began to grow out the back of his calves. She had never inquired what quirk he may have, but it was obvious now as he boasted Ida's. His quirk allowed him to copy others' powers. She now had even more reason not to let that boy anywhere near her. The blonde threw his arms out to the sides and laughed. Ha! I have the perfect combination of quirks to present myself with a flawless victory. My dearest Momo, watch how much potential I have to be an amazing hero. You will fall in love with me in an instant. The blonde cackled as he ran, but he wasn't moving faster. With the engines, they instead seemed to slow him down. What the hell? Why is this not working? This is bullshit. I demand a do-over. Hidori was watching the race unfold from the observation room when he suddenly heard Ingenium burst out laughing. This guy doesn't do any research on the quirks he copies. Tenya's quirk requires orange juice as fuel. Looks like he didn't get his daily vitamin C, so now he's just weighing himself down with metal engines. Hidori felt a little better from his mental anguish hearing Monoma getting publicly ridiculed. He stared back at the course, doing everything he could to focus on what was happening now rather than what he had just gone through. The only thing that could keep him grounded was watching her. He looked back at his friend and saw the heiress continue to advance. It would be all worth it with her, maybe. Maybe he was finally ready to open up to someone else. She could keep it a secret. She respected his privacy so far. Maybe she wouldn't judge him like the people in his past. His eyes were drawn to the familiar pink glow on her arms. A small smile graced his face, and he called out to her under his breath. Come on, Momo, show me your brilliant plans from that beautiful mind. Momo pulled a high-powered grappling gun from her arm and fired it at the top of the ice ramp Todoroki used to launch himself over the wall. The hook dug into the ice, and she felt herself leave the ground when she activated the retraction. As she flew towards the ice rapidly, she quickly kicked off her shoes and yelled an apology as one hit a competitor in the head. As she got close to the top of the ice, Momo let go of the hook and let the momentum carry her over the wall. Her hang time was her only chance to take in the situation. Looking down, the heiress saw 3 other examinees already in the water, including Tokage, who had recombined once again. Momo hadn't launched herself at the best trajectory, but it was good enough to pass 2 of the 3 in the water. Her feet glowed pink as flippers formed over her bare feet. She pulled out a breathing apparatus from the pink on her stomach and placed it in her mouth. She dove into the water gracefully and pushed through to get to the next obstacle. Tokage still had the lead, but Momo wasn't far behind. As she surfaced on the other side, Momo was at the entrance of the faux city. She saw Tokage split apart once again and begin flying into the city. The Ravenette watched the split girl look back and call out, "DMN girl. I didn't expect to be tailed this close. Get used to the view because you're never passing me." The pieces of the greenette flew down the city's main road, not sticking around for a rebuttal. The wet clothes were going to weigh her down. She ran forward and discarded her clothes, a new dry pair already waiting underneath. Instead of creating shoes, roller skates took their place to help her move faster in the city. At this point, she was without a coat, but the adrenaline kept her from noticing the cold. After this last creation, Momo was internally gauging how much more she could do. Her lipid count was okay, but she couldn't make anything huge with what she had left if she wanted a boost at the end. To get the lead, she would need something that could last. She couldn't get a good view of the city during prep time or when the feed cut in the first heat. From her limited observation, the city was set up like a maze, meaning there could be faster routes to get to the end. That would also explain the lack of information they had access to before running it. By looking at the Quirk debris, most, if not all, of the last heat just took the main path. Tokage followed their lead as she flew down the main street. If Momo could find the shortest route, she could get to the end first without using up all her lipids. As she ran, she quickly thought up the components she needed for her plan, and from her back, a small drone was produced with glasses that would display the camera feed for her. She had thought up this trick when Rio suggested she learn how to give herself a wider perception of a scene. She sent it off and watched as it got into position. More competitors began arriving in the city, passing her as they followed the main path. They laughed as they passed, some even calling out insulting remarks. She ignored them. Taking a second to address your surroundings was important. The feed from her drone appeared in the corner of her view as the glasses powered on. The first thing she saw was the main road. While it was the most obvious route, it twisted about the entirety of the faux city. If she wanted to pass everyone, she needed the most direct path. Looking at the city layout, the fastest route to the exit would be. She turned and saw an alley that inconspicuously was placed between two buildings called short and cut with bold lettering. She immediately face-bombed at the bluntness and pushed herself down the path. Momo was continuously watching the other students' progress from above. Estimating their speeds and the distance, she was certain she would arrive well ahead of almost everyone. The only one that could give her any issues would be Tokage. She had a commanding lead, and she was fast even with her needing to traverse a larger distance. The heiress was about to divert her attention away from the feed when she saw a blonde form in the alley behind her bouncing from wall to wall. She turned for a second and saw Monoma using the walls to jump his way forward using one of the quirks he copied. His smile was wide, and his face looked deranged, but he was gaining on her. "Thank you for showing me the shortcut, dear," the crazy blonde announced as the distance between them was reduced by the second. The two were nearly out of the alley. If she could get out first, she could perform her strategy to make it to the end. Momo just needed to lose Monoma. "I'm sorry about this, Monoma. And please stop calling me dear." Honestly, she wasn't really sorry, as a flashbang produced from her back dropped to the ground. Her eyes were closed, but it didn't stop the loud ringing from the explosion. "My eyes. My beautiful eyes." She had barely heard what he said but still had a good idea. She definitely wasn't sorry now. The ringing persisted and slightly threw her off balance, but she saw the alley give way to daylight and pushed through. Momo shot out of the alley and rolled towards the last 100 meters. Looking ahead, the ground was still mud from the first heat, and ice lined the entire way down. She arrived at the same time as the first piece of Tokage. The obstacles didn't seem to be an issue for the greenette as her body parts began to hover over the impromptu barriers. Momo didn't have time to doubt her plan, with Tokage nearing the exit quickly. The heiress spun around so her back faced the finish line and held her arm out. She produced the longest continual rod she could, vaulting herself over the pit towards the exit. With the intense quirk training from Rio, her speed of creating objects had increased drastically, and the velocity she made the rod vaulted her over the finish line in a flash. She tumbled to the ground, exhausted and extremely low on lipids. A second later, the first piece of Tokage crossed the line. Momo lay on the ground, breathing heavily, and stared at the sky. A mouth flew into her vision. "Are you kidding me? I thought I had it in the bag. How'd you get ahead of me in the city?" Momo was out of breath and felt like she could pass out at any moment. "Hey, to the short cut." She tried to stand up, but she didn't have the energy. In front of her, Tokage reformed and held a hand to help her. "Man, you look exhausted. You really gave this your all, didn't you? Here, let's get you checked out." Momo was grateful for the other girl. As she was brought off the ground, her legs felt like jelly. Ms. Yaoyorozu. Ectoplasm appeared, walking towards the two finishers. "Here are some high-calorie energy gummies from Recovery Girl. They should get you back on your own feet." Ryukin mentioned that you may have needed something like this after completing the course. She took a handful of the gummies and quickly ate them, doing her best to keep her composure. She thanked the hero and watched as he transformed into smoke. Finally catching her breath, Monoma passed the finish line. How could you do something like that to me? I thought we shared something special. No matter, I will forgive you if you accompany me on a date this week. Oh, and here, I picked up your shoes. Let me place them on your feet for you, like they do in those old fairy tales. The smug blonde wiped his hair out of his eyes and stood proudly despite losing by nearly 30 seconds. No, thank you. Momo said as she took the shoes and turned away from the blonde. Oh dude, get a hint. She's engaged. Tokage looked over at the blonde in disgust, still helping support Yaoyorozu. The times and places for the second heat were now being presented on one of the monitors. She stood in disbelief as she saw herself take the first place spot. Overall, this would mean she got third, but her place in the hero course was almost guaranteed at this point. I can't believe I did it. Momo said under her breath. She quickly glanced at the observation room and saw Ryo with a smile. There was something off in his eyes, however. He was focused on her, but she could see he was not all there at the moment. All the examinees were making their way back to the observation room. They each took the time to change back into their school uniforms and formal clothing. Momo was still extremely low on energy from the number of creations she made in the exam. Tokage was nice enough to stay back and help make sure she got to the observation room okay. Across from the room's entrance, Ryo was waiting, staring off into space. Hey dude, come get your girl. Your damsel is in distress. Tokage yelled towards him, shaking him out of his thoughts. This girl had so much more confidence than Momo. She watched her former competition call out without caring about what others may think. It's honestly something that she wished she could do herself. He jogged up to the two, and Momo couldn't help but give him a small smile. He pulled one of her high-energy bars from his pocket when he got to them. He stood beside her and wrapped his arm around her for support as he handed her the unwrapped bar. She would have become a bumbling mess at the scene if she wasn't so tired. Once they entered the room, they went to an empty table by the door. The three sat down and were soon joined by Ida and Hananuki. Hidori was the first to speak up. A strange smile was on his face. You were amazing out there. Taking note of your surroundings and finding that shortcut was brilliant. His eyes kept avoiding hers and shooting around to random parts of the room. Something was wrong and he was trying too hard to hide it. Momo could tell he was forcing himself to be this cheery. She looked around and saw Monoma scowling from across the room and Todoroki seeming to ignore his father yelling at him. She didn't see anything that could have flustered him like this. Maybe it was all the heroes. The heiress swallowed a bite of the bar and immediately felt a wave of energy return. Thank you, Ryo. What's wrong? Her friend's eyes immediately turned to worry, but he put his hands up in front of him, trying to deflect. Oh, nothing, don't worry about it. I'm just trying to come to terms with the fact that the Nizu wanted to talk to me. I guess that must have spooked me a bit. Oh no. Did he find out that Ryo shouldn't have been here? What did that mean for them? The greenette seemed to catch wind of the worry on her face. She must be bad at hiding her emotions. We just had a discussion that led to me switching my application to the hero course instead of general studies. That's all. The attitude of the table turned positive and congratulatory as the group seemed excited at having him join the course with them. Hananuki raised his glass towards Ryo. Man, you must be something to have Nizu already interested in you. It looks like Ida and I will take the regular entrance exam with you. Where is Yorshi anyway? I need to congratulate him on getting first place. Momo watched as Ryo rubbed the back of his head. He was as strange as ever. He came in during the second heat and announced that he had withdrawn from the exam. Something about being unable to go to a school where someone with such cold eyes. I didn't quite understand it, but I guess that means you got fourth, Hananuki. That confused Momo as well. For the little that they interacted, the large wind user seemed thrilled at the chance to attend UA. Who could have seemed so cold that it would make him completely avoid the school? She was brought back to the table when Ida, sitting quietly for the conversation, spoke up. Ryukin, I have a question for you. She watched as Ryo turned toward the navy-haired boy. Ida, I heard you did quite well. I'm sorry you didn't make it. Let's give the regular entrance exam our all. His smile was as fake as it could be. The navy-haired boy nodded and pushed up his glasses. Your courtesy and kind words have been noted and are appreciated. Do not fear. I shall pass the normal entrance exam and join your fiancé in the hero course. She heard Ryo make a fake laugh and comment on his comment. Don't be trying to make moves on her like Monoma was now. The speedster recoiled at the implication and furiously chopped at the air. I never. How dare you insinuate that I would pursue? Her friend put up his hands to quell the stiff boy. Relax, Ida. I was joking. Ida coughed into his hand to compose himself and then looked intensely over the greenette. I was made aware that you are not fond of heroes. I want to inquire why you hold such disdain for the noblest of professions, especially now that you have decided to pursue it as a career. I will not stand by have you take the place of someone else who would take it more seriously. Rio looked over at Momo. For a moment, she saw the betrayal in his eyes, only for his whole demeanor to shift to something void of emotion. The heiress diverted her eyes, unable to keep her heart from plummeting at his look. She knew she shouldn't have said anything, but she couldn't help but think she had the opportunity to make a new friend. She watched as Rio took off his coat and left it on the chair. It was as if he couldn't take it off fast enough. He looked back at Ida with a serious gaze of his own. The table was tense, with the two staring at each other. I don't know what you heard about me on that subject. The unquestioned idolization of those in the hero industry is appalling. Tell me, you three, why do you want to be heroes? The navy-haired boy replied first. To live up to the name Ingenium and keep pride in my family's name. As Rio's gaze shifted to Tokage, who gave her response. I want to be famous and I'm powerful enough to do it. His eyes finally landed on Hananuki, who shrugged. I'm shooting for the top. I want to be in the history books as a great hero. Momo felt a pang of understanding with Rio when she heard these three's reasoning for becoming heroes. Rio stood up and looked darkly at the table. Honestly, the title hero now means little more than a weaponized celebrity. Most of them spend their time making themselves look good overdoing what they should. You all need to find a new career choice. With that mindset, you'll just end up killing people. I'll see you all in the hero course and show you my passion for this. I have somewhere else to be. Excuse me. Momo tried calling to stop him, but he was already out the door. Tokage slumped back in her seat. Your fiancé is Yaoyorozu. Where does he get off in telling us that we won't be good heroes? Momo was still looking at the door as she responded. How can you not say that you want to help people? How could those other motivations mean more than that? Ida spoke up first. Well, of course I want to help others over anything. The other two nodded in agreement. Momo just shook her head, picked up his blazer, and walked towards the door before looking back at the table. Then why wasn't that your reasoning? The three looked at each other and then thought to themselves. The heiress ran out and chased after Hidori. She needed to make this right. She exited the building and saw him looking up at the sky. His eyes were full of deep sadness. Rio, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have talked about you at all. I didn't think they would turn so quickly at that. I thought it would be obvious if we all became friends. Momo felt so guilty breaking the privacy that Rio worked so hard to set up for himself. The greenette looked back at her with a sad smile. I understand. It probably seemed like it wasn't important information. It would have been an interesting topic at a school where everyone is looking to become heroes. His face was blank and his eyes looked dead. Rio, please. I made a mistake mentioning it, especially here, but I was nervous. I thought we could make some new friends. Rio, listen, I'm glad you were here for this. I don't think I could have done this without your support. Please, let's just go and celebrate. It doesn't have to be here. Let me call my parents. Momo wanted them to get past this and return to where they were. The greenette shook his head, his hand absent-mindedly playing with the ring on his finger. No, you should go and celebrate. You really did do an amazing job today, and you should be proud, Yaoyorozu. I think now, you should work on finding that strength in yourself and not from me. I need to go and reflect on things for a while. Her heart sank when he reverted to using her family name, no teasing nickname or endearing given. Momo was about to respond when she saw him twist and turn around, looking for something. She watched as he suddenly stopped, looked down, and began to cry. His arms clutched at his head. Stop. Just stop. It hurts too much. Please just leave me alone and let me think. His eyes met hers one last time. His eyes went wide, showing an emotion she never saw in him before. I know you didn't mean it. I know that. I just was so sure. His eyes looked up at her, terrified of what was happening in his head. I think I may be a bit too broken for you to help put back together anymore. I need to go. Go have fun. Hero. His eyes were the first to glow, and his body soon followed it. A spark of electricity danced across his body for a moment. Momo quickly stepped towards him, but she was still low on energy. Rio, wait, don't. Then he was gone. Looking up, she only saw a green speck blink out of view. The small rolling clink as the ring landed on the sidewalk slowly came to rest. She walked back and fell onto the ground. Her eyes began to water as the gravity of the situation hit her. He was sure of something with her. Now, she ruined it with one slip-up. Maybe she didn't deserve friends. As I said, your fiancé is AD-. Tokage leaned against the doorway, looking out at the sky. It wasn't your fault. He just overreacted. Want me to sit with you for a bit? Momo wiped the tears from her eyes and gave a shaky nod. If it helps, I was hoping to make some friends too. So, where'd you go to school? The greenette girl plopped herself down next to the very alone Yaoyorozu and tried to get her mind off what just happened with small talk. Nowhere on UA grounds was safe from the prowling eyes of the president. He saw and heard everything about that conversation. This was very bad. Sighed and began getting to work. If he was anything, it was thorough. He got information on Izuku Midoriya from sources that knew Inko Midoriya, but that led him to those that knew the boy himself. The furred hero sighed as he leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. He had no right to meddle. He had no right to guide this boy in any direction, but it had to be done. He wouldn't drive him directly to being a hero, no. But he would steer him in the direction of getting proper help. He saw the greenette looking for things that weren't there too many times now to not see the signs. Hitori Ryokan was a protective shell Izuku Midoriya built for himself, and although it needed to happen eventually, this wasn't the time for it to shatter. The file was complete, and he began burning it onto a hollow disk. I hope this will be the start of your recovery. Then maybe I can begin to earn the thing you guard so deeply and is so easily broken. The detective was sitting in the diner having lunch with his friend. Toshinori sat across from him in his now normal, deflated form. He had just gotten the cute waitress's phone number and planned on going out with her sometime next week. That was very bold of you, Tsukachi. I don't think I've seen you be so forward with a woman. My partner kept nagging me about it, so I thought it was the perfect time to ask when he wasn't around. He felt his phone vibrate and saw he had gotten a message. Speak of the devil and he will call. Give me a second to update him quickly. Rio, Nizu knows and switched me over to the hero program. Sheet. That's bad. I didn't think I gave him enough to figure it out. The detective tensed in his booth. The number one hero inquired as he put down a fry. What are you talking about? Nothing. I don't think I'll be able to stick around as long as I thought. It seems like an unexpected hiccup in a case came up. It wasn't exactly a lie, but the detective still felt bad deceiving a friend. The sunken-eyed blonde looked back at the detective with concerned eyes. I thought that was a message from your CSI. Didn't you say he was off today? I had 2 messages. The one from him told me he switched to the UA hero course. The detective had executed many successful interrogations in his work, so shifting the topic was child's play. Well, that's great. After your description, he seems like he will make a fine hero. The thin blonde man said as he raised a glass. The detective looked at his coffee with a look of concern. That's the problem. He really didn't want to go for that program but was kind of forced. The hero smiled back at the detective. Doesn't want to be a hero? Preposterous. No worries, now, I'll ensure he enjoys his time at UA. The detective looked back up at the man across from him. What's that supposed to mean? Toshinori rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Well, I'm not just in town to see an old friend. You are looking at the new heroics instructor for the freshman class at UA. The detective couldn't believe his quirk. Everything he said was true. Toshi, you don't even have a teaching license. How the hell did you become a professor at UA? The hero smirked back at the detective. A favor from a friend. This way, I can look for someone worthy to inherit my quirk. Plus, I'm just an instructor, not a professor. I must pass on my experience to the next generation of heroes. The detective rubbed the bridge of his nose. And stood up, put on his coat, and left his share, plus tip. I don't know, Toshi. It doesn't seem good to go into a position without proper qualifications. What if one of the kids gets hurt? The blonde hero looked back at the friend and flexed one of his skeletal arms. Don't worry now, I'm a hero. I won't let an exercise get so out of hand that a student would get injured. Don't go crying to me if Rio verbally destroys you in front of your students for making a dumb decision. It was nice catching up. If you're going to be around, we'll do it more. I have to go and take care of this, though. I've got a rat to chew out. He looked out the window. Rio, don't you run on me again. The sound of an explosion echoed through the quarry. Panting as he stood over a pile of shattered boulders, a spiky-haired blonde looked down at his work. A smirk grew on his face as he admired the destruction produced. He had enough power to rock UA to its core and prove his mettle. Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk, Explosion. Aldera High School valedictorian, nationally recognized for his top placing in the high school Quirk games, turned down the opportunity to take the recommended exam at UA to show how he stacked up against a larger number of students. He was a loner and, to anyone who knew him, the most brutal judge of character. These are only a few of the achievements that Bakugo had to his name. The only thing that went against him was his temper and cockiness. He stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, taking time to look over the abandoned quarry. This was one of the few places that allowed people to use their quirks to train. Normally, he was the only one here, but with hero school exams coming up, more and more extras had decided to crash his training. He rolled his right shoulder, satisfied by the workout. He scowled at the other people training. Their skill levels were pitiful. Was this going to be his competition to get into UA? None of them could challenge him. In all of his life, only one person could compare to him in anything. Even if it was only in academics, the sheet put him in his place. The nerd thought he was so much better than him that he could just go and leave. 3 years. It's been 3 years since he left, so why was he even thinking about Deku? Bakugo pulled out his phone and scrolled to the oldest conversation he had saved. Kaken, thanks for the advice. I won't be a burden to you or anyone else anymore. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again if I get a heroic quirk like you said. The blonde had to refrain from destroying the phone in his grip. He was going to become the #1 hero and then prove to Deku that he was the best. Then maybe he could bear to face him again. It would show that what he did was right and that the blonde's guilt wasn't warranted. He passed a totaled car and saw himself in the broken window. He stood up straight and stared at the reflection. Holding his hand out in front of him, Bakugo saw what he must have seen every time he tried to put Deku in his place. No one stopped him, so he couldn't be in the wrong. Once he was the #1 hero, he was sure Deku would show his face. He turned and walked off. What mattered in this world was power, and he had plenty of it. A small explosion burst from his palm. How long had he been here? He vaguely recalls the sun dipping down through the openings of the trees, but was it only once? He'd been staring at it for so long that it was hard to focus on anything else. Hidori sat by the stream. His eyes were transfixed on the reflection staring back at him. He saw the face he had crafted for himself, unrecognizable from who he once was. The water was clear, and the rocks below glistened from the sunlight peeking through the trees. A fish swam through his reflection, the ripples distorted the image. The water stilled, and he fell back in shock at the face with freckles staring back at him. Izuku's ears rang, and his chest flared with searing heat. He frantically pulled off his shirt, crawled back to the brook, and stared. He spent so much time trying to cover it up, to forget. He had those scars removed so he wouldn't have to remember. It's hard to wipe them from his mind. His mind remembered each injury and blemish perfectly. That's why he saw them there. The burns and scrapes littered his chest, back, and shoulders. His hand brushed over the center of his chest, and he winced as the phantom pain returned. Blinding light and the loud cacophony of explosions overtook his senses. He remembered the ignited palm that left his chest red and disfigured. He saw the disapproving face sneering at him as he cowered in pain. The taunting and hate-filled words of his past swirled around in his head. "Worthless freak, you can't be a hero, just go away, stop causing trouble for everyone, weirdo Deku." The words kept repeating, overlapping and getting louder. Why wouldn't they stop? Izuku wanted to drown them out. He needed to forget again. He couldn't take that kind of pain again. His lungs burned, and his head resurfaced from the stream. He didn't remember when he got in, but he knelt in the center of the flowing water. There was no one here to help him. There never was. "Are you all right?" He heard the call and a splash in front of him. A small boy about the age of 4 stood extending a hand for him. The boy had fluffy green hair and diamond-patterned freckles on his cheeks. The concern in his eyes was legitimate, the boy who always just wanted to help but didn't have the power to do so. Little Izuku was holding his hand out, waiting for him to take hold and be helped up. Izuku just stared at his past self in shock. So this is what it looked like. A weak and useless kid trying to help. He looked down at his hand and tentatively moved it to take hold of his former self, but he stopped. He was pathetic. His hand crashed back into the water. When the greenette looked back up, he was alone again. He screamed as the anguish and pain took hold. He felt his power build up inside. The familiar blinding green light could be seen even through his shut eyelids. Then in an instant, the light faded, leaving the sunlight to shine down on the boy. "No, I'm not all right." The area around the greenette no longer resembled a stream. Puddles scattered on the wet, rocky ground, and water fell like rain from above. The trees on the bank were no longer there. All around him, everything was uprooted and pushed away, as if even nature couldn't stand to be near him. Hidori looked into the puddle and saw his face staring back. The scars on his body were masked and hidden. All that remained was a pale white star shape in the center of his chest, a permanent reminder of where he came from to haunt him with memories. The greenette stood up and grabbed his shirt hanging from a felled tree about 200 feet away from him. There were some slight tears, but it wasn't like he didn't already look horrible. He put the shirt on and began to walk out of the forest. He'll just head to the station and drown himself in work. That should keep his mind busy. The news that night would talk of a bright emerald light that destroyed a portion of Kashyyyk Forest. A day passed, and the greenette returned to the precinct to continue occupying his mind. He had nearly stayed the night if it wasn't for a certain detective dragging him back to his apartment. He felt his pocket vibrate as he neared the building. Hidori looked at his phone, 10 messages and 3 missed calls from Princess. He'd apologize at some point, but he couldn't deal with it right now. It was his fault anyway. He had gotten too close to her. That day made him realize something. Momo Yaoyorozu didn't know what she was risking. He just brought her into his life, not thinking about what would happen if he was discovered. He couldn't let that happen. If she said even one thing to hint that she knew him, she could be in danger. Tombstones wouldn't pile up because he wanted to be close to someone again. It was in her best interest to cut things off where they stood. It would be easy. Once classes started at UA, she would make better friends and forget about him. That's how it was before with school, and the pattern was bound to continue. She would eventually see him as worthless, just like the rest, leaving him on the curb to rot. It's not like he deserved anything else. He walked into the precinct and didn't acknowledge anyone, going straight to his lab. He wasn't liked here anyway. It's not like he could blame them. Some kid shows up and easily does the work that experienced cops couldn't. He'd hate him too. No matter what he did, he would always be the odd one out. He swiped his access card and grabbed one of the lab coats after entering the lab. Walking over to his desk, he sees the work left from the previous night. He picked up the file on his desk. It included the details of the body they found in the alley weeks back. The autopsy revealed there was a pinprick found in the victim's neck. His Quirk gene was gone, and he was as good as Quirkless in death. The cause of death was a brain hemorrhage, and Hitori's post-mortem cover-up theory was correct. It was definitely the Quirk killing drag. Well, it didn't just kill Quirks, it seems. Hitori's leading hypothesis was that the victim's brain couldn't handle his genetic makeup being rewritten and shut down, killing him. Mutant Quirks acted much differently than emitter or transformation type. Right now, Hitori was able to see two possible scenarios. Either the drag is not effective on mutant-type Quirks, so it was designed to kill them, or the weapon was still under development, and the victim was one of their unfortunate test subjects. The latter of the two options was the more likely reason. Why go through all this trouble just to have it kill someone? They needed more evidence, but he was stuck until they found another angle. The little red capsule on his desk was his only current route to becoming unstuck. The analysis on the capsule was done 3 separate times now, and the results were all the same. The capsule they retrieved from the crime scene was made from blood. If this was correct, the Quirk erasing bullet was made from blood, meaning someone has the power to delete Quirks. In this world, the value of this would be monumental. He already forwarded the information to the Fat Gum Agency for follow-up. He sighed and went to grab his coffee. Hitori was a tea guy, but he needed the extra caffeine right now. He struggled with sleep for as long as he's been alone, but everything in his dreams felt real now. Current events only seemed to make things worse. He was going on 57 hours without any sleep, by his estimate. It may have been longer. He was lucky his brain worked better than others, or he would be completely useless. He sighed and spun in his swivel chair. For a moment he stared at the locked cabinet. There were other things he could be working on. He looked over to the small file tucked under his keyboard. Well, maybe he could come up with new leads for the monster project. He tried to locate anyone with the name Shigaraki, but the name hadn't been on the record in a couple of 100 years. Maybe there was some description he could search for to find his real name. 30 minutes into the search and Hitori gave up. There was nothing. The guy was a ghost. There was no form of warp Quirk like his even on file. He leaned back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose as he tried to think of any possible leads that could break this case. Normally, these weren't so hard. His focus drifted back to the cabinet. Did he really want to open that jar of pain again? Maybe he could find something that he missed the last time he looked. He was already living his nightmares, so what harm could a little look do? The key was already twirling between his fingers as he contemplated it. His mind went to his lack of evidence. He hadn't found anything new, and there had been no development since then. The CSI blinked and found himself at the cabinet, the key already in the lock. His reflection was shown in one of the windows, but the surprise came from behind him. He sees his mom smiling at him. He turned around instantly, but no one was there. He just stood there staring at the place he knew he had seen her. Something seemed to pull him, but it took a second to recognize it. Ryo, come on, snap out of it. His eyes focused, and he saw Tsukachi shaking his shoulder. What the hell is up with you? I've been calling your name for 2 minutes. What the hell are you even doing here? I told you to take the day and sleep. You look like shit. I'm fine. Hitori walked back to his chair, passing the detective. Like hell you're fine. You aren't in the right mindset to work on these cases. Yesterday you showed up completely drenched on a dry day. Next, I had Momo Yaoyorozu call me to make sure you were okay because you've been avoiding her. Now, I catch you lost in your little world, glowing green and causing the lights to shake. Look, I know everything already. I'm here for you to talk, but as part of our deal, I can't force you to say anything. You have to take care of yourself. Get out of here. The detective wasn't his normal chipper self. He was taking this too seriously. He didn't activate his quirk. Hitori looked down at his hands and saw the light fading. Oh, so apparently he did. The CSI shook it off and continued his talk with the detective. What are you here for, detective? I'm perfectly capable of helping you. Hitori swiveled to face his monitor, hands ready at the keyboard. Fine. You won't listen to me. You were personally requested for this. We're going. The detective walked towards the door. The CSI jumped up and fell in step as they headed towards the exit of the precinct. Their normal route for going to crime scenes. What are we looking at for this one? New case or a lead on an old one? The detective ignored him and walked out the door. Hidori rolled his eyes as he followed him out, squinting for a second to adjust to the sunlight. The silent treatment? Isn't that a bit childish, detective? I don't know, Rio. What do you think? The voice of a woman met his ears, not the detective's that he was expecting. His eyes adjusted, and in front of him stood Momo Yaoyorozu with her arms crossed and the remnants of tears on her cheeks. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing here? The greenette asked as he moved into the shade. He now saw both of his friends standing in front of him, looking at him with a mixture of anger and worry. Worry, or was it pity? He didn't want anyone's pity. The heiress snapped back at the greenette. I came to check on my friend, but it doesn't seem like he's been around recently. The detective leaned against a car staring at him. His disapproving look almost forced his feet to stay put. Then there's no problem because I'm Phi Dash. Hidori was hit in the head with something. The greenette rubbed his head at the sight of the impact. He looked up to see the detective's arm extended and a scowl on his face. Really? You never get surprised like that? I know you didn't sleep much before, but you're a walking zombie. When's the last time you got some sleep? The detective's quirk was obviously active, but Hidori knew how to avoid questions. I've slept, don't worry about me. It's not a big dash. Hidori was about to finish when Princess slapped him. He was taken by surprise twice. She never did anything like that to him before. Hidori looked over to Momo, confused but saw the tears begin to stream down her face again. Her frustration was now obvious. Don't you finish that sentence? Are you truly so dense that you can't tell that we care about your well-being? So, I'm going to ask again. What's wrong with you? The greenette rubbed his temples as he tried to shake off his growing headache. I don't have to explain anything to you two. You wouldn't understand anyway. How could we when you don't tell us anything? Look, we should be celebrating what we accomplished. I passed the recommendation exam, and we almost made more friends if you would have been willing to be a bit more honest. More tombstones. Momo was not holding back as the volume of her voice just kept growing. Hidori could tell she was royally sad, as she had every right to be. He just had to try to push her away and end it. His eyes looked at her coldly. What do you want me to say, huh? What? That I grew up being treated like my life was meaningless and was bullied for being different? That I thought for once I had finally found something where I could feel secure, only to have all of that stripped from me instantly? You want us to celebrate? Would you feel like you deserved to celebrate when you knew that everything you did was the wrong choice? His voice caught in his throat as he nearly lost control. His raised voice returned to its normal volume but lost all emotion. Would you be able to sleep if you were reminded of how much of a failure you are every time you close your eyes? Do you think you can relate to that? Do you think that is something you can help with? Because I can guarantee that no matter what you can say to that, it won't change a thing. I live with the constant stress that everything I worked for can be gone in the blink of an eye. The greenette had his hands balled into fists and punched the cement wall behind him. Face it. You don't know the real me. No one likes the real me. The detective spoke up, anger in his voice. Rio. The only person that can help me is me, and it's always been that way. You know what, detective? I will take you up on that get out of here order. It's the one thing I know I can do right. The greenette turned to leave when an arm stopped him on his shoulder. The detective glared into his eyes before letting him go. I can't tell what's going on in your head right now, but this is not the boy I put my trust in. I'm disappointed. Take the puck. Hidori looked down at the puck that was sitting on the ground. He saw the UA insignia and sneered. Yeah, sure. The disc flew into his pocket, and he walked back into the precinct. The detective watched him walk away. Momo Yaoyorozu stood stunned. Rio sure knew how to make a mess. He let out a long-drawn-out sigh before breaking the lull in the conversation. Was this the most he opened up to you? What? The detective could see the confusion on her face, but he kept his features plain. Ryakan has a hard time talking to people, and from our previous conversation, it seems like he was even keeping you at arm's length. Did you know about any of what he had just said? I had concluded that he may have gone through some of it, but that was the most he has ever specifically said. The girl was holding back her tears, trying to be as professional as she could. No one liked to cry in front of others. The detective pulled out his cigarettes. Over the years, he has gotten close to quitting so many times, but these high-stress situations always get him to crack. But that means he still cares about you. I don't know. He didn't act like it. She looked so hurt and her eyes looked empty. Damn it, Rio. What are you thinking? He lit the stick and inhaled. You saw it too. He hasn't slept. My guess is it's been over 2 days at this point. He showed up exhausted yesterday after he blew a hole in the forest. Anyone that's sleep-deprived is volatile. Knowing Rio, I bet he was still aware of what he was doing, that D-dash. He said just enough to push you away so you wouldn't try to learn anything else. The dark-haired girl looked at him as if analyzing his words. She was quick-witted. How much do you know? More than he probably wanted, but that was our deal. His face never changed from the serious look he had at the start. The detective knew why Hitori was acting the way he was, but that didn't mean what he was doing wasn't stupid. She looked down as if she was afraid to ask, but she finally did. Is it really that bad? Tsukachi almost wanted to smile at how cute that was. He couldn't smile at that question. His silence must have been enough to answer her. Can you tell me? Please, I want to help. I want to know my friend. She grasped at his coat, her eyes pleading with a slimmer of hope behind him. The detective could tell she wanted to help, but he could only get her started. He shook his head. I can't say much. He needs to do it on his terms, but I can tell you this. He's specifically trying to distance himself from you. What? Why? Her grip on his coat loosened, and she stepped back, looking terrified at the implication. The detective sighed and breathed in another shot of nicotine. He deemed this necessary. Because he cares about you. I'm only telling you this for your safety. Being around him could be dangerous. If we're right, there are people interested in him and have been for a while. Rio must think that because you're so close to him, you could be used to threaten him. So, are you willing to put yourself in such danger for a dude like him? He turned to her, dropping the cigarette and extinguishing it under his shoe. His eyes pierced through her as his quirk activated, awaiting her answer. Her look shifted from fear to determination. Always. I couldn't be his hero if I ran from something like that. He may not think it, but just being with him has made me so happy. He's not a D-, and I wish other people could see it. I want to repay his kindness. The detective smirked, feeling the ping of truth at the base of his skull. I can really see why he likes you. Alright then, I'll leave this to you. It's clear I can't get through to him at this point. He lit another cigarette and looked back at the building, then at Momo Yaoyorozu, who was standing awkwardly by him. Get to work, hero. Rio burst into his lab to grab his things. He was still upset, but not to the point where he would say anything else stupid. He wasn't thinking clearly, though he really hadn't been for a while. He said what he needed to get her to stop. He went to his desk to pick up his things and sighed. Well, time to address the bird in the room. What do you want, Hawks? The winged hero stepped out from behind the doors to the lab. Ah, you are cognizant enough to still be aware of your surroundings. That's good to know. Hitori rolled his eyes as he picked up his things. This is a bad time if you just came for chit-chat. Scratch that. It's always a bad time for you to come for that. The number 3 hero walked over and plopped himself on Rio's swivel chair, making the extra effort to have it start spinning with the aid of one of his feathers. No, I just came with an offer from my bosses. Hitori wasn't even looking at him and walked over to hang up the lab coat that he had accidentally kept on. I'm not working with the HPSC. You sure about that? You haven't even heard what they're offering. Plus, the benefits are amazing. Vision and dental. The hero was still spinning slowly in the chair, looking up at the ceiling, already bored from this conversation. The greenette sighed and turned to the hero. Tell me what you're here for already. I don't have the patience for this today. Hawks immediately stopped, pushed himself toward the boy, and pulled out a file from his bomber jacket. They've been looking into an old case and think you'd be interested in it. It ties into the one we met at a couple of weeks ago. They want you on my team. Rio looked at the file with intrigue. His cases have gone cold, and it didn't seem like the detective would give him anything new for a while. Why? Well, they know you've been looking into it on your own and they are impressed by your work. What can I say? For a kid, you seem to know your sheet. The hero stood up and tossed the file towards the greenette, who caught it with his quirk. It also helps that you have an extremely powerful quirk and the skills to use it. Seriously, what did that forest do to you? Face a kid. Everyone wants a piece of you. What? Are you 4 years older than me? Where do you get off calling me a kid? The file shot to his hand as he watched the hero casually walk towards the window with his hands in his pockets. Tomato, tomato. Anyway, I did my job, and so now you can get some sleep. You look like death walking. The winged hero looked back as he opened the window. Be careful, kid. These people mean business. Only take this if you're sure you can handle it. Huh? You think I don't already know that? Hitori opened the case and felt his heart stop. The folder fell from his grasp, scattering on the floor. Hawk's eyebrow raised at Hitori's reaction as the hero sat on the windowsill. I take it you're interested? Hitori's face was serious. He quickly picked up the file and ruffled through the contents. Tell them I'm in. I'll work with them. I look forward to working with you, Hitori Ryakan. The hero waved and flew out the window. Hitori looked at the file and then back to his locked cabinet. He ran out of the room and left the building heading home. Hitori rushed through his door and threw the file onto his desk. The CSI had to go into this in more depth. In his haste, the puck that had been delivered for him fell out of his pocket and onto the ground. Behind him, a blue light shot out and began to move around the room. Hitori groaned. I don't need any more sheet things to happen to me today. Not when I finally have this. Before he could smash the device, the audio started. Scanning biometric signatures of the surrounding area. Singular signature noted. Match for Hitori Ryakan. Opening file. Izuku Midoriya. Hitori watched as President Nizu appeared in holographic form, hovering over the disk. His scowl grew. Hello Mr. Midoriya. Do not worry. I set this to only open when you are alone. Now, let me get straight to the point before you destroy this. I was wrong to talk with you the way I did, so I apologize. Now, I am sure that my word means nothing to you, and I can understand that, but this device doesn't only include my word. As you recall, I extensively researched you and conducted some interviews. I will try to prove that you are not worthless like you say. The rat's words fell on deaf ears, and he had already brought the puck over to his workbench, ready to bring a hammer down. The greenette was stopped when he was face to face with someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Her short brown hair and red face paint were unmistakable. That, and the obvious cat ears of her hero costume. On his screen was the image of the hero that decked him in the face, and he ran from Mandalay of the Wild Wild Pussycats. So why exactly are you looking for this kid? Last time I saw him, he flew off into the night sky and avoided everyone. Well, whatever the case, if it helps bring him back, I'll tell you what I can. What do you want to know? I don't know how this will help find him, but you're the genius. He wasn't quirkless like the reports said. He saved my nephew and escaped out of the window. I couldn't save him. He was willing to save Koda, and all I did was push him away. I still have nightmares worrying if he's okay. Every night, I take the time to look up his name on the internet in case there is news. I thought I may have found him a few years back, but apparently not. Tears began to trickle down her cheek as she smiled at the thought. Did you know he could sing? His mother posted videos of him on YouTube. He's very good. Nizu, I don't know why you are looking for him again, but please let me know if you find him. I can tell he's a good kid. He acted more like a hero than I did, and I need to apologize. Koda really wants to see him again too. You want to talk to him too? I can see if he's up for it. He watched her wipe her face and stand up. The screen shifted to a dark-haired boy with an intense look in his eyes. He wore the same red hat with gold horns that the kid he saved did. You want to know about Izuku? Fine, but that means you're gonna find him, right? When he saved me, he said he would be someone I could be proud of, hero or not. Then he went off and didn't say goodbye. You know, that really set me off. I thought I would finally have someone who understood, but he just left. Tears began to run down Koda's face, and Izuku felt water drip onto his hands that were now clutching the bench. He was crying too, it seemed. I need him to know that he helped me. Please, I need to thank him for saving me. He needs to know that he's my hero. Please. You have to find him. So, please. This isn't right. People weren't supposed to remember him. People didn't care about who he was. The projection shifted again to show Mr. Brave unwilling to face the camera. Izuku Midoriya. That's a name that I only hear in my nightmares. The boy ran away after I failed to protect his mom. I nearly quit hero work after I saw how much I had failed. He had no one else. I should have been there for him, but I couldn't look at him and ask for forgiveness. How could I? If you find him, tell him I'm sorry. I don't expect him to ever forgive me, but I need him to know. I'm going to be a better hero for him. I won't fail again. The screen shifted one more time to show the president. Izuku, at this point, was on his knees, pulling at his hair as he was sobbing. He could comprehend what these people were saying. Seems like they all see worth in you. Now, I also did a little bit of research on the current you as well. How about we look at some of those people as well? The screen shifted to show a family with varying shades of pink hair, the Hatsums. Ryakan? I can't thank him enough for saving us. I wish he would come by again so we can properly reward him for everything he did for us, the opportunities we now have because of him. If you see him, tell him for us. We still have a family thanks to him. My Hatsum started to tear up at the thought. Otto spoke up from his chair. That boy has the true heart of a hero, and if you are really from UA, then you got to get him. I don't know what's happened to that boy to make him so hardened, but his heart is pure. We need people like him protecting us, people that actually care. Hitori Ryakan is a true hero and deserves that title more than anyone I know. Hitori, if you see this, do this old man one last favor and let me see the face of the hero that saved my family again sometime. I want to say this to you in person. The screen shifted again, showing the familiar background of the detective's office. The detective sat at his desk, looking uninterested in the conversation. Hitori Ryakan? He's the best CSI I could have ever asked for. Not only is he a good CSI, but he cares enough to put everything he can into solving these cases. We won't say it, but he wants to give these families closure. Honestly, just being around him gives me hope that there might be a day when people don't need to live in fear. He instills confidence in me like All Might, and his being there pushes me to improve myself. The kid gives me hope, and I look forward to seeing him change the world. He won't see this, right? I have an image to protect. Nizu reappeared on the screen. While you may not see it in yourself, you have caused many people to believe in you, which name doesn't matter. It's always been you. Whatever pain you are feeling inside, there are people that want to help you. Let them. If you don't trust in yourself, please, trust in them. We have the resources here to deal with anything you are going through. I want to help you, and so does she. The screen changed one last time, this time from the perspective of a security camera in one of the halls at UA. President Nizu? He saw his heiress of a friend standing with her hand covering her chest. Her nerves showed but not stopping her. The rat turned and looked at her. Am I a dog? Mouse? Bear? Whatever the case, it is me, President Nizu. Miss Yaoyorozu. Good luck with the written portion of your exam. I have a meeting I need to get to, so I cannot stay and talk. I'm sorry, but this won't take long. You have the resources on campus to help people who have gone through traumatic situations, correct? Yes. UA boasts one of the best mental health wards of any place on the planet. Heroes must deal with many nasty things, so we keep plenty of resources on hand. The Chimera kept his arms behind his back, but his demeanor was chipper as ever. Then please, my friend needs help. Whatever the cost, I'll cover it. She bowed down at the president. He has gone through so much in his past, and I can't do anything to help him. I care about him so much, and it hurts to see him suffer the way he does. He says I have a hero's heart, but he has the biggest I have ever seen. Please, help him. Hidori watched as he saw her shaking as she stayed bowing. The Chimera tapped his foot on the ground and looked up at the camera. And you think this is what he wants? The first step in getting help is understanding he has a problem. Momo raised herself with determination showing. I'm sure he realizes it, but he needs a push in the right direction. I want to see him finally be himself. For as long as I've known him, he's hidden a part of himself from me. He put his faith in me to be a hero. Can I put my faith in UA to help him? The rat turned back towards his friend. We'll do whatever we can for our students. What is his name? He could feel the warmth in her smile through the display. Hidori Ryakan. Thank you, sir. This means so much to me. Nizu turned and began walking back toward his initial destination. Good luck with the exam. The president looked at the camera and smirked as he continued down the hall. His voice played through the speakers as the visual faded. People in the world care what happens to you. Hidori knelt, stunned at everything he had just heard. He couldn't stop the tears. His head fell into his hands, and he began to sob openly. Everything he had ever been told and everything that he believed was shot away. Was he worth something? Izuku, baby, you were always the most precious thing to me. His mother's voice played in his head. He knew she wasn't there. No one was here to tell him that anymore. Those people weren't here. He was alone. He deserved to be alone. A knock came on the door and he heard it open. In his initial haste when he had returned, he had forgotten to latch the door behind him. He looked back to see her standing there with caring eyes staring back. Momo Yaoyorozu. He went to stand, but his emotions were too strong, and he just fell back to his knees. He just knelt there, unable to regain his composure, tears cascading down his face. The greenette couldn't face his uninvited guest. He didn't want her to see him like this. He was so ashamed and knew he deserved to be alone. His heart fluttered in surprise as he felt Momo Yaoyorozu wrap her arms around him and slide his head. Her warm embrace made him feel so secure that the self-deprecating thoughts in his head left. It's okay, Hidori. Whatever happens, I'm never going to leave you. You can't get rid of me that easily. Remember that you were my fake fiancé until death do us part, right? Whatever the risk, I'll be by your side. You matter so much to me. Hidori looked up at her tear-stained cheeks and soft smile. He felt his heart skip a beat, feeling the emotions pouring from her. He doesn't know why, but he returned her embrace and cried into her. He didn't deserve this, but he wanted to be selfish. He didn't want to have to bottle everything up again. He didn't like what he had to end. He tried to fulfill his promises. He wanted peace. Before he knew it, he fell asleep in her arms, exhaustion finally taking hold. For the first time in almost 4 years, Hidori slept without nightmares. He awoke in his friend's lap as the sun began to set. Sleep well. He looked up and felt her smile. His doubts and worries remained, but he didn't have to deal with them alone. He returned her smile and sat up. He thought about his friend, and the situation sunk in. His face grew immediately red in embarrassment. He began to stutter and pace around the room. He thinks he offered tea somewhere in those jumbled sentences. He felt himself mumbling for the first time in years, and embarrassment took hold. His freakout faded as he saw her giggle, an obvious blush still on her face. He made a promise to himself as he looked into her eyes. He would do whatever it took to protect his hope, his light, his princess.